Won't you listen? Yeah. Ooh, let's go. Feel like I'm at the tippy top of my game, looking down at the rafters. I had to sun these boys, can't leave them bastards. A lot of dudes, just some undercover actress. I don't fall for it, I'm privy to all your tactics. Yeah, so try again, this time take a vitamin. Yeah, invite them in, welcome to the Lion's Den. And I'm Mufasa, big boss in charge of coming in like a bull. You see me raising the stock up. I'm sorry if I stutter, yeah. My brain move a little faster than others, yeah. I even keep a close eye on my brothers, cause sometimes it's your blood that turn into blood suckers, yeah. And I'm on a big mission. My whole team got a plate up in the kitchen, yeah. I'm talking everything, I make all the fixings, yeah. They come a long way from where they come up missing. I blame it on my confidence, yeah. Promise I'm really this astonishing. And yeah, you're now viewing the greatest of all time. No need for thank yous, the pleasure is all mine. That's my confidence. Yeah, that's right. No downplaying my accomplishments. You call me arrogant, I take it as a compliment. I got that confidence. Come on now.
We're back in Mexico City with you, the viewer. We've been here the whole time, but thanks for joining us once again for the Rainbow Six Siege Major. It is playoff time. Did you guys have a nice break, day off?
Yeah, it was nice. Got to sit by the pool, enjoy the weather here in Mexico. It's gorgeous.
There's definitely a lot of sleep coming from me because everything we had from the group stage was insane, so it was good to finally get some rest.
Yeah, I did. I slept most of yesterday because I decided to drink with the Brazilians until 4 in the morning the night before.
Yeah, how'd that turn out?
It was great. It was great fun. I learned a lot about Team 1 and NIP from them. So, you know, It was useful research for the broadcast, as I like to call it.
Sure.
We'll call it that. We'll mask it as that.
But yeah, nice day off. We're all reset here now, and we've got a wonderful first match for you. But first off, let's take a look at our social media and how you can have your opinions be known on Twitter using the hashtag 6Major. Or you can tweet at R6 Esports. Good stuff.
Good guys.
Either of the two.
Or you can tweet at me.
Or yes.
That won't get you on the broadcast.
Or you can follow me, and that will make me feel good.
True.
Either one of those is fine.
It makes you feel good just to have more followers?
Yeah. I mean, the bigger the number, the more imaginary friends you have on the internet, the more fun you can have with it.
I will tell you right now that you think that, but it also means more real enemies, you know?
But those are always more fun than your friends.
It's true. It's true.
It's very true.
Trolling is great. All right, guys, let's take a look at our prize pool here for the Mexico Major. It is $500,000, and it is divided like this. First place gets 200K of it. That's almost half. 375 SI points, and so on and so forth down the line. So those SI points are going to be very important. Worth noting that teams that are continuing here throughout the rest of this event will have that minimum of 165. And I've already seen a lot of the percentages. I think I was reading Siege GG about the percentages of all the teams' chances to get into SI based on their current standings and number of points. So if you guys are curious about mathematical breakdowns and whether your teams are looking likely to qualify for the 6 Invitational, head on over there.
Yeah, we got 2 teams that could lock it in this event. So Team Liquid will be good for 6 Invitational if they can get that 230 points by getting top 4. And for BDS, they need that 375 if they want to lock it in this weekend.
But still plenty of time.
Yes, you've got a whole other stage. So
and a major, so.
Yeah, those teams are probably qualified anyways. But to lock it down today, that's what we need.
It's also worthwhile to mention that we do have the top 4 teams in overall SI points will be the ones that are automatically seeded going into the next Invitational. So if you make top 4, there are some advantages to it. So you're still looking for as many points as you can get. You're not looking for minimum points for qualification still.
Well, there you go. Road to the end of the Rainbow Six circuit explained to you, and you can get the more detailed breakdown over at siege.gg. Now, let's look at our bracket. Here's how it shook out after our group draw. Number 1 seeds versus number 2 seeds. Team Liquid will be facing Damwon Kia first. Damwon Kia apparently just has to have the hardest possible road through this tournament. It will make it more impressive in the unlikely event that they actually beat Team Liquid, that they will have taken out both finalists from the last Invitational, but
They already beat one of the giants of Brazil. Who says they can't do both, Monty?
A little bit different, I think, with Team Liquid's consistency and the fact that it's a best of 3, but we'll get to that discussion in just a moment. Second quarterfinal will be DarkZero versus a surging Team 1. That is going to be a very interesting match, I think. Finally going down, we do have Spacestation Gaming going up against Team Empire, the #1 seed from NA versus the #1 seed from Europe. And finally, our fourth quarterfinal, BDS versus FURIA. Probably the least exciting matchup, one might think.
Right. I mean, I made a little bit of a bet with Stokes on how BDS would do this tournament. At the very start, I said BDS are going to make semifinals. Stokes wasn't a believer. The fact that they go up against FURIA has made me feel pretty good.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
How much money did you put on that bet, by the way?
No money. Just
Okay.
just a good time at the bar tonight.
Ah, full night of drinks. I see how it goes. Yeah.
Very good. Very
Now,
good.
most of those quarterfinal games honestly look really good. The matchups themselves are nice because these are games we haven't been able to see, like even the potential for, because international competition's been out for so long. That first one, the Liquid DWG Kia game, is probably the one we already kind of like, we have an idea of how it's going to go. But the rest of them, there is the idea for some upset potential from those #2 seeds. I think most of us have like all of the #1s probably going through from that side. But
I wouldn't say that.
what have you got going for it then?
I think there's a couple #2s. I think Team 1 definitely have a good shot against DarkZero. And
That was pretty close, yeah.
honestly, people are sleeping on Empire.
Are we sleeping on Empire?
Yeah.
Because that's mostly just an SSG problem, it seems like.
We'll see. I think NA
And
fans
SSG
might
are
be
a
kind of
problem, by
sad.
the way.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
All right, call it now. Who's in the finals? Do it.
With the way that the bracket has shaken up, it's very difficult not to look at this and immediately think Liquid SSG is a grand final because they're both on opposite sides. They've both been very, very strong so far.
Sounds like you're underestimating Empire. Is he, Jesse?
Nah, it's not an underestimation problem. Again, SSG really just is that big of a pain in your backside.
No, I think he's overestimating Space Station. I think he's right. He's not underestimating the Europeans. I think Liquid for sure. Empire or BDS would be my #2 there. I'm gonna say BDS if you want me to pick one team.
I do.
Okay, BDS and
I
Liquid.
do want you to
There
pick
we
one
are.
team.
All right, there it is.
Actually, technically, I asked you to pick 2 teams.
Well, that's what you got.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Well, first up, guys, we do have some unfinished business to resolve here with Mr. Caliber Jacob.
What?
Yeah. Don't we? Let's take a
Oh.
look. Let's take a look.
The Helios 700, I do believe, and it's a beast. You know,
Jacob, that's not a laptop, man.
Valley, whether I'm on the toilet, on the road, or right here at home, I like to keep my stats on my Predator Helios 700. I've got the spreadsheet up on it right now, and yeah. I got the Helios 700. It's amazing. My screen dies a lot on my main PC to watch the live feed, so actually, it's a beast. I mean, it can play any game that you ask of it. Its specs are incredible, and I've been thinking if you're, a parent out there, or you know somebody who loves to game but they don't have a greatest rig, this is not a bad idea for.
I'm angrily eating crackers because I don't have a freaking laptop yet.
Well, one day you'll get it. One day, Jacob. The one that I have.
Don't lie to me, Belly. I'm never gonna get one.
That was a very sad montage, very sad piano music. Would you like to show us your Predator laptop there, Jesse?
I mean, this is the Predator Helios 700 gaming laptop. It's got an Intel i9 processor and GeForce RTX 2080 inside. It's a beast. It runs all my spreadsheets and Rainbow Six at the same time, and Jacob doesn't have one.
And he's probably never going to get one at this point in time.
At this point, I don't really know why production wants to put me through more pain, but I'm here for the road, I guess. I'm just never going to get it. Though, I am confused about why. I did have the highest prediction percentage overall in NAL for Stage 2. So actually, wait a second, production, where is my laptop? Like, where is it?
I mean, Jacob, you may have won the prediction. I mean,
I
perhaps-
did. I very clearly won. Am I not?
God.
Is this for me? Oh,
Wait.
thank you. Thank you so much.
Wait.
Thank you very
Wait,
much,
you're getting
Predator, for
Congrats,
the
Monty.
laptop. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
It's a really great machine.
Yeah,
You'll love it.
I'll be able to look up all of the stats here. Of
Excellent,
Course.
yeah.
You just send me over the link to your spreadsheet.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, great. I'll set you up for that.
Yeah, we're good. Jacob, you okay? You okay, buddy?
No.
Monty, congratulations. Welcome to the Rainbow Six Siege family. It's very nice to finally have you with us.
Of course. No, it's for you. Look at it. It says 75% prediction rate in stage 2. See, Jacob, they're even recognizing your accomplishments.
Congrats, Jacob.
Congratulations.
And
Wait, it is for me?
Yes.
Jacob, congrats. And Jacob, that's for you, buddy. And I mean, it wouldn't be fair. You did win the prediction bet.
Wait a second.
So now he's
So
going
it's gotta
to
come out
Wait
once
a
again.
second.
If this button comes undone.
Are you about to? No way
It's
you
back
wore the
again.
shirt.
I begged them to let me not. But of course, Jacob indeed has the biggest brain. Yeah.
Oh.
I hate
Wow,
it here.
I'm actually like, this just happened. Wow, here, one sec, just for proof. I'm just gonna make sure that
What if it was just
it's like
rocks in
actually
there?
in the box real quick. Ah, there it is.
Oh, boy.
And it is just
Don't drop
as
it.
bulky as yours is.
It's beauty. I think you got the newer model, actually. I think yours is a
That's
little
probably
faster,
true,
a little
actually.
sleeker.
That is probably true.
Yeah.
God, you are a heavy boy, aren't you?
It's got to store that power somewhere, Jacob.
I guess so. I guess so. Here, is this close-up time? Is this what we've been looking for the longest time? There we go. There's the mugshot.
Congrats, Jacob.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You know how long I've been fighting for this, by the way?
What are you going to complain about now?
I don't know if I can complain about anything, to be totally honest with you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Predator. Appreciate it for the laptop as well as the highlights that you're powering throughout this tournament. We're going to go to a break, and when we get back, we'll be talking about Team Liquid versus DWG Kia.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this third episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. PayPal. Press play.
We went to the group stage like any other match that we came in. We came focused, one game by one game. And we're still with that mentality for the rest of the tournament.
Oh, what a shot from Palu.
The attack meta is really aggressive. It's almost like the Brazilian one. It's really unpredictable. I don't know what they're gonna do in the match. We can study, we can make some counter plays, but in game it's different. They play different.
Look at it! I think we got really good chances against them because our map was really good. They surprised a lot because most of the teams I think were thinking they were going to be like an easy game, you know, against them, and they like got a punch on the face.
뭐 아무래도 메이저 가기 전에는 다른 팀원들한테 좀 팀들한테 많이 무시를 받지 않았을까. 그냥
We are trying to be the most prepared possible. I feel it's gonna be a fun game.
Our first quarterfinal for the Mexico Major is here, and it's one that very few people would have expected or predicted, especially with DWG Kia coming out of groups as a shocker, including defeating the reigning SI champions, Ninjas in Pajamas, not only once, but twice in order to get here. And of course, Team Liquid, the team that has been struggling underneath the cruel reign of NIP for some time, haven't been able to overcome them. Well, they're not here anymore, NIP. They are gone. So instead, as they come onto stage, it's a very unique entrance. You'll have to see it. We're looking at this team as the most consistent. You know, if anything, they were the polar opposite of NIP. NIP looked lost, looked shaken, couldn't get the job done. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, 5 wins, 1 loss. The 1 loss was against TSM in a match that didn't really matter because they were already 4-0 in regulation wins in their group, so hadn't quite locked up that #1 seed, but effectively had. So took their foot off the gas a little bit, and here we are. Now's the time for Team Liquid to show us what they've got, but they had made the group stages look very easy.
Liquid undoubtedly having the best time here in the group stage. Absolutely crushed their group. And as you mentioned, 1 loss, but like it doesn't count. I mean, they were rocking Blitz. They were playing that one for fun. So Team Liquid, so strong. You can see the joy in their faces when they're coming out like that. I think that just talks about their confidence. I mean, this is a game that they should win pretty handedly, and they're going to be happy to make it to the semis.
They have not skipped a beat since SI 2021. Aside from that loss to Team Liquid, to NIP in the grand finals, they no longer have worrying about familial grief. They don't have to worry about additional pressure. They have arguably one of the easiest roads to the grand finals with this matchup against DWG Kia, then the winner of DarkZero in Team 1. Theoretically, the path for Liquid to get all the way through to the end of the Mexico Major is very wide open, and it seems like everything that they've done in the group so far is just showcasing their confidence. They're not very overconfident. They got 5 wins, and obviously the one that they lost is a game that we're simply not caring about at all. But everything else about this Liquid team suggests they could very well be next up for best team in the world at the current minute.
Yeah, it does seem that way. You'd have to say they're probably the favorites to win it all right now, unless you guys have some dark horse. You think?
I think there's some good teams. I think some good teams on the other side of bracket.
Are you predicting TL's going to win?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
I'm predicting TL will at the very least make grand finals. I'm not about to make my grand final prediction yet.
Okay, fair enough.
We're getting close, though.
We're getting close. We're getting close. That's fair. You know, they do have to play a few more games. Now, on the other side, we do have, of course, DWG Kia rowing their way onto the stage right now.
Don't trip.
It's been smoother sailing than some might have predicted for DWG Kia coming into this event. They were not expected to make it out of their group. But thanks to 2 overtime wins versus 6 invitational champions NIP, they are here instead of them. DarkZero, the other team that came out in first place. Now, DWG Kia and DarkZero did play that final match yesterday. It was a 7-2 win for DarkZero. So can you fill in our viewers who haven't perhaps had a chance to watch that game yet?
Sure.
What did you think DWG Kia looked like? Because I was surprised they lost by that score.
Yeah, I think it started off pretty even, went back and forth. I believe it was 2-2 at some point, 4 rounds in. But then once we started to get onto the second half, once things started to spiral, DarkZero really fell away with it. It does seem to me like DWG Kia are a very momentum-based team. And for such an important game that had so many crazy circumstances around it, being delayed and all of that, I really do think that it kind of got in their heads and it got away from them. I believe that they have played in this group stage better than they played yesterday in that DarkZero game. But at the very least, it was only for seeding. They're still here anyways.
They had all of their games against every individual team in their group had the exact same result. It was 2 losses in regulation to DarkZero, 2 wins in overtime against NIP, and what was the third team in their group? Somehow I'm blanking on who it was.
G2 Esports.
G2 Esports was 2 regulation victories.
Very convincing
So,
wins.
like, all in all, that's a very nice 10 points, but we do have some questions about their map pool, very obviously, because fun fact, they only played 3 maps in groups. It was 3 times on Villa and 3 times on Clubhouse. Every other map in the pool was something they did not have to concern themselves with.
2 maps.
2 maps, that's it. So now we're looking at a scenario where if they ban 3 and they only have played 2, you can't expect them to only be able to play on the maps that they have unbanned so far, because we're in a best-of-3 format and you can't have all of those secured every time.
All right, as we head into our veto right now, Jesse, why don't you talk us through... As we know, Damwon has only played 2 maps here, but they don't play a lot of maps even back in APAC.
Yeah, so I mean, in best of ones, obviously, you can always ban 3 maps before you have to play anything, and Damwon have really used that to shorten the map pool. They ban the same 3 maps every single time. This goes back to APAC throughout Stage 1, throughout Stage 2. They have played consistently only Clubhouse, Cafe, Oregon, and Chalet. Or sorry, Villa, Oregon, and Chalet. They don't play Cons, they don't play Coast, and they don't play Cafe. So those 3 maps, almost guaranteed. As Liquid get ready, they're going to be picking one of those, and Damwon are going to be forced to play a map that they've never played before. They'll get to ban 1, but they won't get to even choose which of those remainder 2 maps they'll have to play.
I'm not looking forward to the ban phase for Damwon, though what I'm hoping in a scenario like this, they have prepped for these maps behind the scenes and simply have been reluctant to showcase any of them as this has gone on. So let's see exactly what they ban here.
Cafe Gone Clubhouse makes so much sense for Team Liquid. They're going to pick Coastline. That's a really strong pick. That's what I thought they would pick. It is their best map of the 3 that Damwon don't like to play. There goes Chalet. So Damwon leaving Cafe in for, or sorry, they've already taken Cafe out, leaving Cons in for now. Liquid, will they try to go there? When they get to it, Villa banned out next, Oregon or Consulate. I picked Oregon as the decider. Yes, it is. So those are going to be the maps. I predicted this map pool 100% correctly, actually. Go me.
Look at you, stats nerd.
I do think Chalet was a super strong pick from Damwon Kia. It's one that Liquid have done all right on, but they haven't gotten a lot of chances to play recently, and Damwon are very strong there. So I think Damwon did the best they could given their circumstances, but this map pool still heavily favors Liquid.
Also, if they have any Chalet strats, they haven't shown them at this event either.
True.
You have to go back into the APAC games to actually see it, and you're not seeing it against international competition. So Damwon Kia at least has hidden something on this map. Also, fun fact, this is the first time we are seeing Coastline here on the main stage. It really has not been a popular map at this event.
Nope, we've seen it a couple of times in groups. We've seen, obviously, some very pivotal maps be played here. I believe the most infamous Coastline map that we can never remember was the 22-round baller 12-10 between G2 and Team Empire at the 2019 Six Invitational. So this already has like a lot of history and a lot of pedigree behind it. So it's nice that we get the opportunity to finally see it. There are 2 very aggressive teams on stage. One of them is a team that could probably already contend against to be the next world champions, and the other is a very aggressive squad that has found a little bit more structure over the course of this tournament. They've been a little bit more calculated than just like a raw APAC team coming out of nowhere, whose primary objective is get in the building as fast as possible and get frags. There is more to Damwon Kia than just like making it as black and white as that. So for a map like this, it should be very entertaining, especially for this matchup in particular.
And to explain Coastline a little bit more for the fans of Team Liquid who may not have been following them for too long, it is going to be our first map. They went flawless 5-0 on Coastline throughout Stage 1. They started Stage 2 by losing it to Santos, which is not a fantastic team inside of Brazil, but since then it's been a fine map. They beat Invictus on day 2 at this tournament on Coastline, so they're strong on this map. They should be looking to win it.
Well, we have a lot of quarterfinals to go through today, guys, so we're going to get right into this first game, and we'll give you some good analysis after map 1 is complete. And to bring you the action are going to be Blue and Stokes, whose duo name I can only assume is Blokes.
Thank you very much, Monty. I don't know if we ever actually came to a formal decision on that, to be honest with you.
I don't think we ever came to an agreement, but if Monte Cristo gives you a name, you probably have to stick with it. So we're Blokes today, folks. That's how it's going to work. But John is usually the one that handles this, so I'm going to shut up and let him do his thing.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, we've got our first quarterfinal of the major coming up, and it's bound to be an interesting one. I've become a fan of Damwon Gaming Kia after seeing their performance here in the groups, but I am very, very worried about this matchup.
Me too.
And it's right from the first map as well. Let's talk about why. We're going into Coastline. A couple reasons why I'm worried. This is a Latin American playground, as we've seen time and time again. You generally don't want to take a Latin American team to this map, as it usually doesn't end well. As far as Damwon Gaming Kia is concerned as well, this map is their permaban. They have banned it 32 times.
He didn't stutter.
In the previous few months. So we have
32.
to hope they've been hiding something, because we haven't not seen it at any previous point in this group stage either. In fact, Damwon Gaming Kia only played 2 maps out of the 7-map pool during the group stage.
We've looked at a lot of stats over the years together, my friend, and I don't think I've ever seen anyone ban out one particular map 32 times. So very interesting to see, but obviously that leaves a lot to offer up here on Coastline, as it is an action-packed map between 2 action-packed teams. I'm extremely excited for this one.
Yeah, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Coastline will be our first map. I will admit, I don't want to make things seem too bleak here for Damwon Gaming Kia. The odds definitely do get better as we get further into the map pool, but starting out on such a drastic difference between those 2 teams is what is certainly going to worry me. Either way, though, we're getting into the bans now, so let's take a peek at what these 2 teams are going to knock out as Damwon Gaming gets the first and final bans. Liquid will get the 2 center ones. No surprises at the start, as Thatcher is gone yet again.
Get those EMPs off the board, and it's a little bit more difficult for Liquid, but as we all know, Coastline is not a map that you particularly need hard breach, so there's going to be some other things that are prioritized here for Liquid. They're going to take away the Zofia, which range soft breach, and one of the best soft breaches in the game at the moment, so just trying to force Damwon Kia away from that pick. But away from that, they will also be removing Valkyrie.
Valkyrie, another one that makes pretty much perfect sense for what we've been seeing in the meta as of late. This is a very open map with a lot of potential to chuck those cameras towards the outside, so want to get rid of that. And Mira as well. Mira activates the capability to play into the theater site, although recently we've seen teams take up new strategies in that site, which doesn't necessarily require Mira as much, but as far as the past is concerned, that's generally why she was banned out. We still find her useful on a couple of the other sites as well, so it tends to be a pretty common ban.
Always an extremely useful operator that can just be a nuisance when it comes to the offensive game plan. Try and take people out of those Black Mirror positions, but not gonna have to deal with that obviously as we get into round 1, folks. Damwon Kia obviously going to be on defense, Liquid on offense here. We're headed towards Hookah.
Let's take a look and see how this initial starting defense will work out for Damwon Gaming. No huge surprises when it comes to the operator lineup here, mainly looking for utility mitigation overall, though we are going to get a 6-pick away from the Jaeger, and an interesting one that we know that Damwon Gaming Kia is going to bring a very aggressive playstyle to the table. Okay, maybe not as aggressive here, as we did have an Oryx soft lock for a second there by Woogieman, but it's changed up to a smoke instead to reignite a little bit more of that delay potential.
Yeah, I feel like Woogie was baiting us there for just a split second, but either way, gonna have both the SAS operators out here as well as some other people to tag along, so
and we do have our community poll, ladies and gentlemen. Be sure to head over onto our social channels and submit your vote. We want to know from you guys who is going to be winning this first quarterfinal of the 6 Major Mexico. Be sure to submit your vote. We'll have the results on the analysis desk a little bit later on.
Going to be a fun one in between these 2, and the best part about main stage, folks, is that we have best of 3s. So no matter what happens here on Coastline, we will indeed at least go to our follow-up map. So should be interesting between these 2, but as Liquid are about to get out the gates, we're going to see what they have going on for the very first time here.
Yeah, best of 3s. A good thing for the viewers, maybe not so good of a thing for Damwon Gaming when we look into their map pool. Easily the biggest issue I foresaw, but this is the first test of it, so let's see if they're going to be able to get over that. The aggression immediately going to start to potentially roll out here. Rin was trying to work his way out through that front door there, but is going to get spotted pretty quickly trying to take down the barricade. Paula will throw those shots in and pretty quickly send Rin reeling back deeper into the map.
Good overall strategy here for Liquid. Really like the Yana matched up with the Jackal here just to try and keep everyone condensed. Want to make sure that they have as much information as possible on these Damwon Gaming Kia members. And Rin actually already outside and going to lose his life as well to PSK. Very awkward situation there for him.
Thought he was going to be able to get back in quickly as well, considering he did do some pre-damage onto that barricade earlier, but obviously flubbed that up a little bit trying to work his way back in, so ends up going down as the first player here for Damwon Gaming. This is another issue that I was worried about. I know I'm being a little bit negative here for Damwon Gaming, but unfortunately it was tough to look at it that way doing my prep last night. Liquid is very good at countering this incredibly aggressive strategy, especially that Damwon Gaming brings out on their defensive side, and so far Liquid are countering it very well inside of this first round. Woogieman and Rin, 2 of the stars for Damwon Gaming, both down already. We have to see what the rest of the team can potentially leverage here as we enter the halfway point in the round.
You can see DWG continuing their playstyle as well. Cody moves forward, ends up popping that hatch. So he has to get downstairs. He has downstairs inside of office. Doesn't have a nitro cell or anything along those lines, so obviously just going to be playing for the control there and possibly a pick to come later on. And that's what we have expected out of Damwon Gaming Kia most of this, but as we expect from Liquid, it's cool, calm, and collected. They're working the map extremely well, especially from the roof. Already gotten 2 of their picks from outside, so working things extremely well going into the last minute.
have been slowed down a little bit because of the main presence from DWG Gaming Kia coming down from the first floor, still remaining very mobile, and as a result of that, a little bit more difficult to read. So Liquid has taken a much slower approach to the second minute of the round here to make sure they don't make any mistakes and don't miss anything in terms of checking their corners as they work their way further into the map. Sexy Kate does need to take out the default, but that'll ignite an aggressive potential for Katsang, who swings at the perfect time to take Sexy Cake down and finally start to bring DWG Gaming back into the round. It's not just going to be Katsang either. Yas as well picks up a third kill against this team from Liquid here, suddenly turning the odds around, bringing us into a 2v3 and putting Liquid on the back foot with only 35 seconds left in the round. Now Palu is going to be able to equalize that. However, he quickly goes down as well. Coded swings out from the hookah. Moringa here, now left alone in the 1v2. He still has to try and find some way to swing it aggressively, but on the rappel with only 20 seconds left, there's not going to be a whole lot of play potential for Moringa, so DWG Gaming may have done it on the first round here. That unweighted aggression, really to the bitter end, working out for them as they suddenly turn it around against Liquid in the final moments. We'll see what Moringa can do here. Still has 10 seconds to move in and make a play. Nitro will deal minor damage to him. Gets a good trace on a Coda, but not enough for the kill. He has to hop over, and that's going to lead to his death as DWG Gaming Kia take the first round.
DWG, the playstyle that we expected from them, and it's going to work out inside of the first round. They have 2 big picks go down, but as we know, these are people that are not afraid of a gunfight, and instead use the information that Liquid gives them to their fullest extent and able to get the picks back, turn it into that 3v3, but it was definitely not a 3v3 after that moment. Immediately ends up going down to the 2 versus 1 after that. Liquid just not able to fight out of the thick of it. And once again, DWG Gaming Kia able to turn the script on its head with only 1 minute remaining in the round.
DWG Gaming continues to surprise us here. A great first round performance. They're turning around the 3v5. That'll lock down the upstairs site. They're going to head right back down into the usual expected second, though, as we're going to be going for the kitchen and service defense. Still looking for a lot of that mitigation, mainly through the Womai as well as the Aruni. We are going to see the Oryx brought in this time for Woogieman. And you guys as well, if you're interested, you go ahead into the Rainbow Six Share store, or just the Rainbow Six store. Check out all these Rainbow Six Share skins, including the new Team Liquid Ace skin. Remember, all sales directly support your favorite teams, so feel free to check that out if you're looking to deck out some of your favorite operators.
And there's plenty of cool skins across the board inside of that shop, so make sure you guys stop by. But this round could get pretty interesting, John, especially with Woogieman's changeup onto the Oryx. This is going to provide them a lot more rotation throughout the map instead of the standard 2 staircases that you would get, as well as his ability to just constantly transfer in between the 2 floors because of the amount of hatches around the areas. So we'll see how they want to play this, but I'm expecting Woogieman to get some solid longevity out of this pick.
We'll see for sure. DWG Gaming was able to hide quite a few of their players on the first floor inside of that previous round, even though that was not obviously the primary target for Team Liquid, and then reignite those players' aggressive potentials a few moments later in the final minute or so of the round there to finally turn it back against Team Liquid, who took a very slow and measured approach and went well up until that final minute when DWG were finally able to take control for themselves and, of course, take the first round. Aggression still very much going to be the name of the game here for DWG Gaming. We've got multiple members of the team continuing to wrap all over that first floor there and open up potential for the early fight here as soon as they figure out where exactly Team Liquid are going to start to throw their early control. It's looking like mainly towards theater here as we can see quite a few players, and OPSK nearly getting caught through a foot shot there coming out the front door, I do believe. It's caught on camera, so it was stuck in the animation. Took him a couple extra seconds to get out of there, but he does survive at just over 25 HP.
Difficult round to start here for Liquid as PSK will take quite a bit of damage, but still be able to at least exist for now, and those air jabs obviously going to be pretty damn important when it comes down to it. Either way, though, DWG Gaming Kia still holding things down inside of sight. They have their penthouse setup going on upstairs. We talked about previously how they only change things up for Woogieman, so bring in the Oryx. Everybody else still stuck as very similar operators. Still have the Rooney gates up top. The laser gate will get eaten up, but he still has some discs around. But not before Yas gets the initial pick as well. Ren still trying to hold onto the area, but will start to rotate out towards White. Also, remember, with the Rooney, able to make these massive holes here inside of theater. Oh, that's going to be a perfect call sign for Moringa to start firing down from guitar. But the limit here for DWG Gaming Kia already reached on the top floor. They've got it down to a minute here, and they've already got their pick, so they choose to back off.
Not only is it any pick as well, it's going to be Ness, which was going to be used by Team Liquid here to try and figure out where the more mobile members of DWG were going to be playing into any sort of late round situation. Not to mention their Nomad, the actual anti-roam as well, is down at 25 HP. Probably not the end of the world for that one, as they're more than likely going to be able to get all of those air jabs out if they haven't already, but still, missing Ness. Certainly not going to be a winning formula here for Team Liquid, considering they have not been able to trade that out yet. But just as I speak about it, Palu picks one up here. Katsang goes down as the first to die in this round for DWG Gaming, and that brings us down to a 4v4 with 40 seconds left.
Definitely feels as though Palu and the rest of Liquid are attempting to figure this out through the second round here. Don't want to give up too much. Just want to see how Damwon Gaming Kia tick. So far, though, they've been able to trade things out. Stacks here towards service entrance, but obviously a very close angle adopted by Damwon Gaming Kia, as well as they're holding down the entirety of the east side of the building, every door having a Damwon Gaming Kia body on it. As we get into 15 seconds, something's got to give for Liquid. Moringa with a kill up top, but Kodit's going to be able to trade it back. M590 in hand now, very dangerous weapon, deals some damage, but not before Rin takes down one. Kodit will double up, and Moringa takes down Yas. It's a 1 versus 2 for Moringa, but no time, and also a death is going to be 2 rounds for DWG.
DWG looking solid right now on their permaban of all maps here, surprising all of us with these first 2 rounds here, bringing a certainly solid aggressive play style to the map. And what's going on?
I just want to get this out here really quickly.
Go ahead.
If Hound Dog and the rest of them played through all of APAC, through all of a group stage, and they hit 3 maps the entire time, I am so unbelievably proud of this team, because that is exactly what you should be doing. That is so unbelievably intelligent. It is boggling my mind right now. But we're only 2 rounds deep right now, so let's not get ahead of ourselves here. But still, massive compliments to DWG so far for the playstyle, especially up against a team like Liquid. You guys probably do understand, but some of you may not understand what Liquid has to deal with in LATAM, especially with teams like Ninjas and Pajamas and FURIA existing inside of there, and the aggressive play styles that they adopt. So right now, this has just been a fantastic showing from DWG.
Liquid having a really rough time getting control over some of this early aggression. They are eventually handling it, don't get me wrong, but it's taking so much time off the clock. They do not have enough to both gather intel and go for the outright execute onto the site. And even then, Damwon are still finding chances to play more aggressively here. Rin having some trouble trying to knock out that debris in the corner. He's going to say, nope. That's it. We're just going to put it over here instead.
Yeah, poor Rin trying to find a place for that BP, or BC, excuse me. But either way, finally gets that put down. And we're about to get Liquid out and onto the field. So far, Damwon Gaming Kia still going to keep things changing up every once in a while. Obviously going to keep the mute here. Kodit still on the smoke. Woogie Man going to actually keep the Oryx, surprisingly enough. Didn't see too much from him inside the last round as he did get taken out, but that doesn't mean that he can't change things up this time around. But not before Liquid drone him out very early instead of Office, so obviously the jig is up, and they more than likely know that he's going to be trying to traverse some hatches throughout the round.
Palu, the first to look for a bit of an aggressive take here against Woogie Man, but it's all a distraction as well. There was a whole other player taking up the angle outside. Palu eventually finds the winning angle to just outright eliminate Woogie Man. So he's going to go down here with no kills to show on the inside of this one. A solid start again for Team Liquid. We saw the same thing back in round number 1, so this doesn't necessarily translate into anything significant just as of yet here. PSK is on the hunt for the second, though, and at minimum will negate that rotate potential as he throws the air jab down on the rotate into security and now confirms that player's position with the drone going in to see that it's Rin.
This round could be quite a bit different here for Liquid. Well, they're at least going to be able to start off with Office. Obviously need to hold things down up top inside of Aqua, just make sure no one can possibly flank them, but this will give them a staging ground. Inside of that last round, you guys did indeed see that they didn't get too much of that. They eventually got penthouse control, but not too much abuse coming through from Moringa on those angles. Just could not get anything done. DWG playing forward inside of the building and not giving Liquid any space to work with on that bottom level. Now, though, Liquid trying to push out from Office. Oh, almost an initial frag inside of security, but the shots go wide as Rin gets tracked. And this is going to continue on here for a little while, so he'll have to guard his rear and wait for Liquid to try and make their forward move. Obviously, already getting the pick onto Woogie Man is a positive boon, but with a minute remaining, things now start to get risque, just like we saw in previous rounds.
Moringa continuing to look for that second frag opportunity, but has not been able to locate it just yet. Damwon Gaming are taking semi-aggressive positions here, but at the timing on that one there too. Moringa literally getting an eye onto his opponent just as he ducked down and unfortunately lost the angle. Still going to try to trace it through the soft paneling into Billiards, but still cannot find the winning shot against Katsang. He's going to be able to escape through over into Billiards and hold that aggressive position against any sort of aqua push we might get.
Grenade in here for Paula. Sang still able to hold things down up top. Hatch reinforced here inside of Hookah as well, so we'll have to go for a vibes play instead, but chooses to hold on to base. Rin, oh, what a spot as well. Stands on top of the couch. A smoke grenade hits Paula in the face. He'll take some damage from that, but not before Sexy Cake is able to slip in behind. It was all a cruel ploy just to gain their confidence. Sexy Cake ends up trying to back things off. Yas with the Nitro Cell out. That Nitro Cell is going to go wide. Nesk finally with some frags, but it's down into the 2v2. Somebody has to adopt this case immediately and start trying to attempt to put this down. It's going to be Paula, as Nesk will oversight this process. Katsang trying to find a way to get in behind Nesk. Nesk with one. Can he get the follow-up shot? He can't. Katsang will win it out. Can he get the second one here? He knows the swing's there, but Paula will shut it down, and Liquid with some nice frags finally to get around on the board.
Liquid finally controlling the situation there, baiting this APAC team into these more aggressive early fights, only to allow for another player on Liquid to usually establish the winning angle and take them out. We saw that happen at least twice there, especially with Sexy Cake's back push coming from the Cool Vibe stairs down into the back of the Sunrise Bar site, allowing for a much greater capability for the rest of the team to flood in, get that plant down onto the ground, and finally put a round onto the board. Damwon Gaming, though, we're going to head right back upstairs and attempt the billiards hold next.
Once again, it just seems as though Palu is going to be the most consistent player here for Liquid. I really think that in the moment for Coastline, he's going to be the saving grace for them. We need to see him continue to have an influence over these frags because he's been the person to at least slow down DWG. Obviously, there has been moments where it has been anything but that, but he's at least been given the opportunity to get a couple of these frags and make it to where the roam game, especially for them, isn't as viable. But as we saw inside of that last round, DWG were still able to maintain some form of top control. The beauty of the play there from Liquid, though, is that they knew how much map control they necessarily needed. They strictly only worked Aqua, and that was strictly only from the balcony, a very safe area to be. They transfer that into a Sunrise take. After Sexy Cake finds a hole, he's able to get in behind, get that big frag, and that's where everything starts popping off for Liquid. They start pressuring from every angle, sending people in from office, and finally able to secure something with that case getting planted.
Much better job at restricting some of the pinch pressure that was coming from off the site as well, specifically Rin's position on the inside of security there. They figured that out much earlier this time. They don't even try to mess with it for the most part either and take a duel against it. They do just throw the air jab down and focus on the execute there, as that's obviously the big distraction that could throw Liquid off in the long run if they spend too much time on it. So into the fourth round we go. We'll see if Liquid truly has found the winning formula, or if Damwon Gaming is going to give us another one to surprise us with a third round.
Oh no, John, Rin. I'm so scared. I'm so scared right now. You guys have no idea.
There's the setup.
Oh no, Rin! Rin! Rin, why?
Noodle armed it.
Rin! Oh my goodness. Gonna have to get him in baseball or something. We gotta fix this arm right now. I don't know what's going on with that, but unluckily, botched Nitro Cell at the top hatch. Not gonna mean too much for the rest of the initial minute here. Yes, might be going for a spawn kill. Pops the door for service, but nobody on the receiving end here. So Liquid back to bare bones as they'll start working Coastline from the top.
Liquid doing a good job of taking some map control here. Nesk finding himself one of the first fights inside of the round, looking to try and take down Rin, who's falling back. Nice. And what a lock in there from Nesk. Sees the tracers coming through the door, finds the position, and shuts down Rin, giving Liquid that opening kill yet again.
DWG on the back foot, but that doesn't mean that they're going to stop fighting. As we talked about before inside of their games, absolutely love these aggressive moments where they're down on man count, they're able to equalize right at about that minute time and really give the offense or whatever the opposing team is a lot of trouble when it comes down to it. Whenever you get that equal man count, one's where it becomes viable to trade again, really, as well as utility being missed. So gonna have to try and figure this out. Liquid, though, they're gonna push it one step further. Coded will go down. Woogieman also taking some damage as well. Liquid with a beautiful start here going into the last minute, but that doesn't mean that we aren't gonna hold our breath.
Yeah, it's a very similar situation to what we had transpire back inside of round number 1, where Team Liquid had this same 5v3 advantage and ultimately lost the round as a result of the more unweighted aggression for the Damwon Gaming players coming into the late round, and we're seeing it yet again here. Woogieman gets himself the double as he holds the couch on the inside of billiards. Palu was able to trade out for one more, so Liquid still maintains the advantage by one player. PSK looking to now trade on the Woogieman, but he's ready for this. The bulletproof camera supporting him as well. However, regardless, PSK and Maring will be able to clean up the last two members of Damwon Gaming Kia and find a second on the board for Liquid.
So a very measured approach from Liquid here up against DWG. DWG with more of a wild style, we'll say, on defense, really leaning into this frag game, especially from Woogieman here. He'll get his first 2 of the game, but it's just not going to be enough, so impactless at the end of the day. But honestly, good sign here for Liquid On their offensive side, with the way that they're dealing with this map pressure from DWG, we can see that DWG constantly wants to try and fight to the outside of the building. They're always looking for these spawn kills, but Liquid are playing this very close to the chest. I've liked this play style so far from them, as they're not trying to overstep into DWG's territory where they can find a lot of turbulent, things going on, and especially with like those multi-frags that we're seeing again from a myriad of these different APAC players.
A somewhat similar story right now is transpiring as we saw in Liquid's match versus Empire as well, where Liquid also had some slight issues dealing with those aggressive swings and the more aggressive playstyle that was coming out in the earlier part of Empire's defensive half, but they slowly started to lock in on that and adjust their playstyle, very much as we've seen here over these first 2 rounds for Team Liquid. Obviously dropping those first 2, but now picking up the following and looking to try and take the lead on the 5th. So let's see if they can get it done. M1 Gaming, though, back downstairs yet again, and this site hold was perfect last time. Liquid wasn't even able to get close, so we'll see if things will yield as much success.
Yes, indeed it was, my friend, but we'll say this about Liquid. They have one of the best mentals in the world that I've ever had, the opportunity to commentate. They're one of these teams where even when they are down, they're not going to give up, and there's always something that they're going to be changing to try and, deal with the opponent's aggression or whatever the play is for that opposing squad. Liquid always trying to figure out what the next move is instead of getting angry or just frustrated with the situation. It's something I've always really, really appreciated about their playstyle. And that just comes with the amount of time that this roster has together. I mean, we're talking, I don't even know at this moment. I think this same squad has been together for almost 3-4 years at this moment. Truly incredible to see these guys come so far here at this tourney as well. But DWG, obviously no slouches. We're about 40 seconds in here now, folks, as Liquid has made their way to the top of Coastline. And no, this is not the updated Coastline, obviously, because you guys have more than likely been playing on the TTS. This is still the regular, degular, schmegular Coastline that we all know and somewhat love and somewhat hate. It just depends on your opinion of it.
So the roster in its current form, just in case anybody was curious on the specifics there, has been this way since May of 2019. And prior to that, every single member of the roster joined up in 2018.
Man.
So it's been a while.
It's been a while.
No. Absolutely not. Rin gonna get overwhelmed here by a frag grenade as well as flashes getting chucked his direction, so quickly falls back. X-Cairo is going to take out the reinforcement he's being used, but doesn't matter.
Ooh.
Rin still able to leverage a kill, but Moringa continuing to spam him down through that very same wall we saw him die to earlier on in a previous round. But at least this time, he's able to leverage a 1-to-1 advantage, so we'll be even at the halfway point in the round.
Can't believe you won't let me see their own broadcast. I actually think I got the band wrong. Either way, though.
Yeah, I don't think that's
Continuing forward, past those moments. Liquid with a pick here as well as DWG with one of their own. So we're down to a 4 versus 4. Liquid still trying to find some things here on the roof, and you can't exactly blame them. There's still quite a few DK members around the area. One inside of Lug, and also a down here onto Nesk from the Nitro cell. Very unfortunate for him as he was just crossing the plane between Guitar and Penthouse and just ill-advised in the moment. Seconds later would have been okay, moments earlier would have been all right as well, but unfortunate for him. Katsang starting to take some damage inside of lobby as well. DWG doing a very good job of stalling out this Liquid offense going in the last 40 seconds.
So as we approach those final few seconds here, obviously Nesk has been retrieved since he went down in a pretty defensive position for Team Liquid there. They already had pretty good control over at entry points, so not going to be too much of an issue to bring him back up. But now, pushing things forward past the 4v4, this is where it's going to get really tough for Liquid. They've not been able to gather a whole lot of intel, so these DWG Gaming Kia players are free to make as aggressive a plays as they really want to here, and we just see that. They pick up another frag here as well. They're going to try to throw an air jab in. It's going to get eaten up by a magnet, unfortunately, and thrown away into the bin of history. Now we see the push coming back in. Woogieman has also taken an upstairs position here. Palu is going to be able to fight back against that, and trade up a Katsang comes in for probably what's going to be our final kill here. Palu on Repel. He doesn't have a way to play this, unfortunately. Time's going to round, and DWG Gaming find another round and maintain their lead at 3-2.
Well, it has indeed been a while since they got around, so that's a good thing for them. They'll be able to at least tie things up if Liquid get this next round, splitting things 3 versus 3. And by the way, it just popped in my head, it's Stained. That's the song. That's the people that make that song. But besides that point, Liquid once again running into some problematic issues going into that last minute. And honestly, I believe it's because DWG was able to find a pick early on here. It's a 4 versus 4 going into that last minute. We know it's going to be gunfight heavy, and they're able to get a lot done inside of that department as well. And look at this scoreboard right now for DWG, folks. This is something that we have not seen from them throughout this tournament. Look how equal this is. I mean, we have 3 people with 4 kills.
Yeah, we've had a kind of mixed performance when it comes to the individual players on DWG Gaming Kia. I think Rin probably being the most varied amongst the players that we've seen there. You know, obviously the first game
he's very hot or cold.
Yeah, very much either top of the scoreboard or bottom of the scoreboard.
And there's
from what
no
we've seen for the most part. Yeah, very much the case for the group stage performance here. But he's holding up with the rest of his teammates so far today, as we can see with some of the other players like Boogeyman as well as Yas, who I think was really the highlight, at least from the games versus NIP in the group stage, where a lot of hype got built up for this team and their potential to go further here in the playoffs as well.
Well, this just honestly makes me happy to see. I thought walking into Coastline that this was kind of a risky pick for them up against Liquid because, you know, I mean, we all see the way that Liquid is handling this map control. They're doing a very good job of starting things off on this top floor and applying pressure and making it difficult for DWG to move around Coastline, and that's really what it's all about. I mean, at the end of the day, folks, this thing is a big donut with a lot of windows in it, and you're just trying to make sure that they can't cross these two technical bridges, which will be VIP Hall as well as Luggage. These are two of the hot spots around this top floor that you're going to continue to see the Liquid try to get angles through to capture these DWG members. But, you know, with that in mind, that's also a positive thing for DWG because they've been able to avoid this for the most part. Early on, Liquid were getting a lot of picks from the roof, but they've since learned their lesson and they're not giving it up.
And I think it's important to note once again why Liquid are starting to fall behind a little bit when they don't always get this opening pick. They seem to rely on that player advantage very heavily because with that, they can take more risks, they can afford to throw someone into a room there, potentially trade that out while still maintaining the advantage as long as they go for the 1-for-1. If they're not, if they're on even terms with Damwon Gaming here, that aggressive playstyle from Damwon Gaming usually has been getting the best of Liquid when it comes to just the direct swings, the 1v1s that result from that. So Liquid, I think, is a little bit hesitant right now to actually try and push forward into some of these situations when they're at a disadvantage because they don't want to fall further behind. And unfortunately, they are not able to properly leverage the intel in order to make that push itself forward. They're going to start well, though, on this round once again. A great nade comes out from Moringa as he's constantly picking up that opening kill here for the team, and he's going to take down Yas as well.
Oh, Katsing starting to take a lot of damage here from Sexy Cake. Out on Rafters. Wait, hold on. I gotta say it properly. Sexy Cake. Gotta say that properly there for our friends over in Britain. Hey, man, you gotta remember Des and Ace as well. One of the great duos that we got to see here at this LAN, though. Liquid able to get a big frag here. Speaking of frag grenades, don't exactly know where that was able to roll in from. I don't know if he got that through the vent hole up top on the roof or that's exactly what happened, actually. Yeah, so unfortunately, no Amai disc or no ADSs here, as neither of these operators have been brought, only have the laser gate. So unpreventable in that moment, and some luck on Liquid's side here for round 6.
Liquid, though, despite that first kill, have been very slow to proceed since then. Only really still trying to gather intel with their drone work here. That's all they've used quite a few of those, as they've lost 40% of their overall drone count. There's still plenty to use here in the late round, but hunting for a second pick is going to allow Katsang an opportunity to trade back as he takes down Moringa and re-equalizes the fight here. Palu also still trying to push in from downstairs, but the main bulk of the play is coming in from the hookah doorway. Nesk is going to find the next one as he takes up the rappel position on the big window. Tries to look for a second, but again, Katsang wins out that fight and takes down Nesk to even things yet again. Rin going to get aggressive. The drone did not spot him, or at least the intel didn't come out there, so he's going to be able to take down the downstairs assault coming in from Palu, and now all that's left for Liquid is the push from Hookah.
You can just see the map control here from DWG working now, but not before Liquid finally are able to get their own frag back. PSK knocking down Coded, but still down into the 2 versus 2. Case currently on Sexy Cake. He's going to need some assistance here from PSK at Hookah Door, but Ren from down low. A lot of damage, impact out, but it won't get the splash that he wanted. PSK's still down, and that means Sexy Cake all alone. Katsang able to get it done. I believe a quad on the round for Katsang as well, and that's going to be a 4-2 split, and not only a 4-2 split, John, that's a 4-2 defensive split on Coastline.
Definitely some impressive stuff for Damwon Gaming. Again, 32 bans on this map, including at this event as well, prior to coming here and as well at here during our group stage. This was the perma ban from Damwon Gaming Kia, and they have a massive lead coming off the defensive half here against Team Liquid, a team from the Latin American region who usually dominates on this map when they play a team from any other region.
Man, this game is making me wake up bright and early today, let me tell you. My energy was quite low coming into this, I'll be honest, but over time in this side of this half, it's raised the vibes, because right now, DWG have an opportunity on this offensive side to start playing spoils for Liquid. We all assumed that this was going to be a 2-0, especially you, John. We were talking about this before broadcast. I think this is going to be a very straightforward 2-0.
Especially once I saw the maps, I was like, this is a quick 2-0 for Liquid, no chance. I was like, Damwon are out, but clearly, I was very wrong. Damwon have come to play, they've come to fight, and so far they are winning that battle against Team Liquid here. Liquid on the attacking side, once again, having issues there, trying to take the direct duel in that last round versus Katsang, constantly, never seemingly having the utility to force him out of his position. So trying to take it via gun duel and just allowing for him to pick up so many different kills. Well, I'll see how Liquid will try to play into their defensive side a bit differently here. The sides have changed. Team Liquid starting, of course, with that usual upstairs hold for Damwon Gaming. Obviously a very different side for them as well. So let's see what their attack is going to show us.
Indeed. Obviously, I know that we have been harping on gunfights quite a bit, especially when it comes to DWG this LAN, but the biggest thing here is, folks, especially for the defensive side that we just saw from them, their ability to hold down map control and know what Liquid want to do next is the reason that they're able to play so well into this playstyle. Liquid are trying to do things on very low time, and it's not working out for them, but now it is. At least not in low time, obviously, though. Liquid will get a pick early on onto Rin, who's been pretty problematic for them throughout.
Pretty sure that was a single bullet too, so some nice stuff coming out.
That's all he needed.
Yeah, pretty much. Direct headshot onto Rin right there, just a casual little tap, and then he walks away. Also the lineup here, potentially might be able to catch one of the Team Liquid players if he continues to wander into that territory. But the
hard
silhouette
angle to fight as well.
Silhouette still going to leave some safety for the member of Team Liquid. Meanwhile, though, Katsang is at least one other member of Damwon, trying to put the pressure onto Moringi, tries to go for the timing shot again, and nearly gets it, but Coded wins out the fight this time. And Damwon Gaming trade us back down into a 4v4.
Oh, Sexy Cake. Able to at least get some shots down range, but yeah, it's not going to take any damage here. And we've only had 1 minute and 20 seconds off of the board. Only 2 picks going down, 1 for each side. DWG trying to get some control around this hookah space here, but as we can see, Liquid very aware of the situation as they're prepared for anything that's going to go on here. Stuns in, will make Nesk back off of Vase, but not before he pushes himself back up 5 stairs, simply holding onto the rotation here and seeing what's next for DWG. Selma charges down, so Vase is going to get a little bit more difficult to play, but it's nothing that Nesk can't handle with that 1.5. We know how consistent he can be, especially when it comes to multiple targets. So this door flood starts to come in. It's probably going to be him as the point man to try and handle this situation. DWG begin to burn some ADSs as well, as they're trying to get some more Selmas down and break up these walls, giving Liquid less area to work with.
Good find again from Nesk, as Liquid are playing in a very passive but also very harsh angles against any of these potential pushes coming out from Damwon Gaming. They take a slight edge here. We'll see if it remains that way. The E1D charge going in, but nobody realizes Sexy Cake is hiding just below the default cam. That's another one for Team Liquid here, as they're looking good to rebound so far in this first round of the defense, but Coded puts another kill on the board for Damwon Gaming before also going down himself to PSK. Yas, the last hope alive here. He knows he's got a player behind the bar. Can't find the shot, though, as he swings. They're coming out left and right from Sexy Cake as he shuts it down, and Liquid take the first defensive round for themselves.
That was a nasty shot there from Sexy Cake. Literally,
I don't even know if he was expecting that last one to hit right there.
Yeah, it was literally one bullet. I'm pretty sure that was able to escape over the Sunrise bar and ended up tapping him in the head. But either way, Liquid actually winning that round in very similar fashion to how DWG have been handling theirs. They prioritize holding that bottom floor, and it's an oversight from DWG. They don't drone it out. They simply just try and pop an E1D and push in through Sunrise, and it's quite ill-advised as, well, the line gets taken down and DWG no longer really have the man count to fight how they want to.
Palu baiting the frost pick there for a moment. Not going to end up with it, though, as it is going to get switched over towards an alibi, so the composition not going to be too surprising. Very heavy on the traps here, though, should be noted, coming on the defense for Team Liquid right now. They want to give Damwon Gaming Kia as many opportunities to mess up and miss something as possible. So in the event they run into it, it'll act as more of an early warning more than anything for Liquid and give them the appropriate opportunity to react and hopefully shut down the push from Damwon Gaming.
So wouldn't you know, Ace loved my impression of him, but Dez, not so much.
No?
No, not so much. I might have to work on it a little bit. You know, we'll reassess this later on down the line.
You get tweets right now?
but either way. So for DWG, they still obviously have the opportunity to hold on to this lead here. Liquid trying to shore this up within striking distance to tie as well. They're going to be headed towards Kitchen, changing a couple things up inside of the lineup. Really like this Legion pick here for Moringa. To give them a little bit more info as well as the ability to slow down DWG if they do something drastic inside of the mid-round. Just make sure those goo mines are around some spaces to make sure that they can't obviously try and get aggressive.
Damwon Gaming move their way forward ever so slowly here. Just going to go for the usual jump in from the roof here more than likely and try to take some control from there. So that'll be the usual push point that these attackers normally try to go for. Obviously, there's going to be a very slow process of waiting the aggression over in through service as well. And you can see the rappel is set up now from Yas to do that. A quick opening of the barricade. He'll check on in his going 6 charge to try and deal with utility that's positioned deeper in the site. More than likely a
Beautiful.
Man, Sexy Cake again. Finding these beautiful lineups here from Liquid. He's not the only one either. Moringa doing it on the last round. Sexy Cake will make the quick transition as he is going to lose part of his reinforced wall out there in the hallway, but he still has the theater to play from.
It just blows my mind how far professional players think ahead sometimes. He knows he's going to come and try and get this 90 position with the Selma charge, so he just plays DJ.
Rin still thinks someone's there too. Rin's still trying to pre-fire into that one.
Well, listen, if you have this amount of bullets, I mean, just look across the board here. Yas has 214 bullets. It's 214 attempts to hit somebody in the noggin. That's how you got to look at it. But Yas is going to use a couple more rounds in order to achieve that. Has some issues now, though. Knows Moringa's around the space, and oh no, Moringa loses it. Yas senses the move. He's able to take down 2 inside of Sunrise. DWG jump ahead here at the halfway mark.
Yas catching on to a slight mistake, I believe, from Team Liquid on the Banshee placement. It was a little bit too far from the door, so he was able to waltz right in and take that hard angle against the pillar on the inside of Sunrise bar there to set up the opportunity for those 2 kills. Great stuff again from Damwon to sneak these opportunities through, but now they have to carry it forward and leverage that advantage into a round win for themselves. Still 4v3, Liquid can very easily bounce back from that. They still are holding a lot of aggressive positions across the map, but we could really see them start to turn the tide as well here. And with a minute left, anything is possible.
Absolutely, my friend. Lots of ways that this could possibly break down, and it's really up to Palu right now to try and convince us otherwise of this situation. EE1D out, and oh, it's just going to be so problematic for Palu. Really no opportunity to try and fight back there. Rin with so much information as well as some solid angle holds there. Very difficult gunfight for Palu, but either way, Liquid down into the 2 versus 4. So much time for DWG to still work the map as well, and this is where some things are going to be quite troublesome for them. This vertical play especially going to be affecting PSK. They need to try and get some frags back, but I highly doubt it's going to be coming in any big possible way here soon, especially as DWG simply just waiting to see what they can get done inside of this site. At least get the Gemini in there for Yas, get some information out as Liquid trying to find their initial pick, and it's going to be an easy kill for Rin. Simply hops in the back door, looking for the second one. Rin will get that as well, and DWG hop ahead by 2 once again.
Just a fragging round right there coming out for Damwon Gaming Kia, especially for Rin, just hops his way in there, taking out players one by one at the very end of it. Beautiful execution once again from the Damwon Gaming Kia roster coming in there, and a very well-deserved 5-3 lead now. We are going to go into a pause. I believe that's Team Liquid's tactical, as they have to figure out what the heck is going wrong here.
Well, there's a lot of it. There's a lot of it. Once again, we're having issues where, you know, DWG just find these multi-frags and put Liquid into a really bad spot. This is something that Liquid usually doesn't have an issue with dealing with because their refrags are so strong. But right now, DWG are simply outclassing them inside of gunfights. And then obviously it gets into this moment where Liquid have a very stressful round. Like, we even saw that inside of that 2v4. They're still simply trying to figure out which direction they're going to come from. And Rin just hops inside a kitchen window. That's like the most straightforward play you can possibly make in that moment, and he still gets a 2K. So it's just very difficult for them right now.
It's like the speed, but at the same time the sneakiness that we're getting these plays out from Damwon Gaming Kia, such as that push into the Sunrise bar right there. Where they were able to
Surgical aggression.
Yep, able to walk right past the Banshee trap that was set up, or the Banshee that was set up there in the middle of the Sunrise bar site.
You sent your Banshee a foot to the left, you fool.
And to be fair, it was actually probably like in a fine position, but I think it affected him to such a little degree that if anyone was watching Sunrise there, they probably didn't notice it because it happened so quickly. So he takes up that pillar position and then just waits. It's like, okay, cool, I'm gonna wait for someone to peek me now. And then he gets an opportunity for the first one. Didn't even know the second player was there if he caught his reaction, but still was able to adjust, pick up the second kill, and continue to push an advantage forward for his team. Really great stuff from Damwon Gaming. Love the playstyle once again.
I'm honestly addicted. I'm addicted to this playstyle. Like every time that we get off a broadcast, I'm sitting there like, why didn't I play like this like 2 years ago? I could have like so many more diamond charms. Like, what am I doing with my life? But I mean, these guys have just been so fantastic to cast throughout the group stage, and they're showing up on main stage as well, which just makes me so very happy for the APAC region overall, especially up against a team like Liquid.
Rank's about to be a little different after this tournament, baby.
Oh, man. If you thought ranked was bad now, oh, you have no idea. They're going to be like, well, Rin did it. Like, I'm like, okay, well,
Clearly
I can't argue that. Like,
if Rin can be an Ash main, I can be one too.
That's what I used to say about Nesk. Nesk is the whole reason that I have Ash and Jaeger as my most played operators.
We'll see if Nesk and the rest of Team Liquid are going to be able to complete the rebound. Keep in mind, this is a map choice they very much wanted to go into here, and it's only the first of our 3 maps we'll need to play into as well. So if Damwon Gaming get this first map and get a good start, they're looking pretty good to potentially battle through the rest of this one and maybe even take the whole series.
Before we get too deep into this round here, I want you to remind them of how many times DWG have banned this map.
32.
Never played it.
Literally in every single matchup. This was their permaban prior to like 20 minutes ago when this map started.
32 times, and well, an extra kill for Sexy Cake here as well. Does Ren will get taken down? That's obviously going to be a big thing here for Liquid. Sexy Cake trying to open up that playbook wide. You can see how forward he's been playing inside of these last 2 rounds. He wants this initial pick to try and slow up DWG, but they're anything but slow when it comes down to it. Always trying to find an opportunity to get a frag and equalize. This time around, though, looks like they're going more direct. Currently sitting right outside of Towels or Mud, whatever you guys choose to call it, at home, with some smoke babes coming in, just holding up the door. They're going to choose to play patiently, but oh no, now problems coming in as well as Nesk will pick up Woogie Man, knocking us down into a 5 versus 3.
This is one department where Damwon Gaming Kia has not been able to control the situation so far on their attack. It's 3 rounds in a row now where Liquid have gotten the opening pick, and at least 2 of them they've been able to push that further, as we're seeing now, down into a 5v3. Nesk, though, ready for potentially a 3rd kill if he can get himself the engagement versus Katsang. But Katsang has been fairly decent, to be fair, from the other side of this equation, but has been fairly decent at winning these types of fights. Let's see if he can do it once again. We'll need to be a bit more aggressive on the angle if he wants to potentially take the duel versus Moringa downstairs, but actually, again, it's a distraction to allow Coda to push forward and take him out instead. Now he's got access to the site. He could go for a plant. That's too bold, though. Nesk is very much ready to stop that. He shuts it down, and now, unfortunately for Damwon Gaming, the case is stuck in the site. They have to try and retrieve it, and that only sends more frags Nesk's way here. In fact, 2 more as he shuts them all down. A great round from him as Team Liquid finally control another one and put them within 1 round's reach of the lead versus DK.
So remember the thing I just said about Nesk like a minute and a half ago?
Yeah.
So in case you guys were wondering why, that's why. Like, one of the most inspirational players of all time inside of Rainbow Six Siege, and has one of the nastiest shots when it comes down to it. And by the way, he's also a dad. Like, how inspired can you possibly be by one person? Able to bring it back for Liquid here, and Liquid shut it up once again, but this is the problem. We've been on the teeter-totter back and forth in between rounds, and DWG have been able to jut far enough ahead to where they could possibly get this inside of regulation.
Liquid, though, still increasing their aggression a little bit there, specifically with the play from Nesk on the inside of the Sunrise bar, getting much more in the face, much more willing to take the fights versus Damwon Gaming. As we've seen, that has caused a little bit of a bump in the road for them. Only for this 1 round, though, a 2-1 record so far in the half in favor of Team Liquid. I do believe we'll see if they can make that 3-1 on this next round to potentially tie us up at a 5-5 scoreline. Damwon Gaming, though, they pick up this next one. They're going up on 6. That's match point. Only 1 more is needed for them to pull up what would already be a massive upset of them just taking this 1 map.
Indeed. Going to need to see some more control here from DWG early on. Not in the sense of map control, but just control over themselves. They're punished quite often here from Liquid with really no opportunity for refrags or anything of this sort, and you know how troublesome that can be for them. So you have to see the adjustment here. Definitely going to need to be leaning on this info game, especially with Woogie Man still on the line. So these EE1Ds possibly be a big assistance to them with locking down these Liquid players.
Rin's going to work his way over again, just establishing that early position. We might see if he hears any noise cues, a little bit of a repel play onto that 1 window there, but not looking likely, and it doesn't appear as though the Team Liquid player is potentially going to take that fight either. Moringa's, though, still very much hunting for that first kill opportunity, as we've seen him get multiple times here. Breach entry for Rin. He's going to hop right into security, try to take the fight against Moringa on the inside of the office. Quickly learns that that's probably not going to work out too well, though, and backs out.
All right, well, Palu holding things down on the top floor for some time here, seeing if he can possibly get a pick. One of the most influential players from Liquid. Time and time again, top fragging as well as just so very consistent. That's the scariest thing about Palu at the end of the day. But either way, though, DWG will finally be able to get into this top floor. He'll be starting inside of Penthouse. Palu almost losing his head there, but very, very close engagement. Ends up going by the wayside, so able to maintain his life, but not before Katsang starts applying pressure across the entirety of this top floor, using that skeleton key to the fullest.
Cake kind of battening down the hatches here as we are approaching the halfway point of the round. They do not need to play out aggressively into that spot anymore, so it just serves as another quick obstacle to get in the way. DWG Gaming, though, as we can see, a lot of hesitance from them on the inside of this round so far. Very slow to take the map control, but they have started to gain quite a bit of it, especially over here towards the front portion of the map, especially towards the theater upstairs, too. Rin now going to try to make a much more concerted push in through the Aqua's position to finally set up a staging ground that DWG Gaming can use to push themselves onto the actual site.
All right, well, slow and steady. DWG Kia, as we would expect after that previous round, just like what we talked about. We don't want to see them overextend here and end up losing people early on because their offenses have been so difficult when that happens. Frag grenades out now, trying to get rid of this shield. Does a fragmentation get it? No, at least get the ADS that was set up there. So no longer having protection over that. A nice shot here from Katsang, but that's going to be from underneath instead as he'll take down Sexy Cake. Some positive control here for DWG Liquid. Now, though, have to try and find an answer. Now starting it off, they'll end up popping blue here, but it's going to be Rin to be holding down this space here as well. Nesk more than likely just simply holding onto a Nitro cell. Rin starting to propel himself forward as well. He'll take down Nesk. He's going to clear up this bottom floor, which means DWG more than likely planning soon.
Ringa continuing to hold these angles, waiting for the final push to come in from DWG Gaming. Liquid has bled out a large majority of their player count here, so DWG Gaming has the massive advantage coming into these final seconds of the round. Do they have the pressure needed to get the plant onto the ground, though? It's looking like they might. That Nitro still going to stop it with only 10 seconds left here. That's a big pick from Team Liquid. Palu going to find another one against Rin here. That equalizes. He pushes it even further with another pickup against Katsang. And now Woogieman going to try to turn it around, but it can't be done. Yas is the only one left, but the time is over. Liquid take the round, and they tie us up at 5-5.
The only thing that DK did not have there was a player inside of Aqua, and that's what punishes them. That Nitro cell sails all the way from Hookah. Very difficult shot for the window player there on Billiards and ends up knocking down the planner there. Anyone inside of Aqua might have had an opportunity to get rid of that, but obviously not the case here for DWG. Liquid tie things up 5-5, and now we have an opportunity to see overtime in between these two on the very first map.
See if it will happen here. Liquid certainly seeming to get the message in terms of how to handle.
Look at Palu once again, John. 8-5-2, just so very consistent.
Not even the top of the actual scoreboard there, though. Just has the point lead. Someone has 9 as well. Nesk there sitting towards it. Quite a few of the other members of Team Liquid step it up here. It's a fairly even performance across the board here. As we even look back over to the DWG Gaming Kia side. Also, we were talking about that earlier about how even the fragging had been. It is a bit skewed now in the favor of Katsang, but still fairly close as all 10 players are giving a true performance in the semifinals of the, or excuse me, the quarterfinals of the major.
Lots of quarterfinals today as well.
4 of them.
Just to remind you guys, all best of 3s, so lots of Rainbow Six Siege action to be had as we're all still just waking up. That crust out of your eyes, get that caffeine going on, folks. I already have this morning 2 energy drinks down and ready for war when it comes between these two.
I hope you guys like watching tournaments for 16 hours straight, because that's probably what you're in for today.
Hey, you know what? Just tuck yourself in bed, grab the popcorn. It's going to be a good day.
Maybe get a coffee.
You're not going to need the coffee. I mean, you're going to be chilling all day. We're the ones that are probably going to need the coffee, to be honest with you, because there's a lot of action like you were talking about, and it's going to be a good time, folks. So just dial in for that for the remainder. Either way, though, we are a little bit into round 11 now as DK are beginning to work the map, mostly centralized around the service area. Good news as well, did not end up using that Cone 6 to pop. I think they were thinking about possibly rushing there for just a split second, but definitely did not have the bodies in order to do so.
Regardless away from that, though, the map's going to go quiet for just a moment here. DSK still holding the harsh angle. If anyone from DK is going to try to peek their way into service, but they're avoiding that for the time being, focusing instead on the top-down clear. As you can see, multiple drones heading their way into the bathroom breach, as well as the couple vents to try to figure out where exactly Liquid have thrown their aggression up on the second floor. It's not really too surprising where that's gone, though. Liquid have everything set up in fairly standard positions. The little bunker deployed over here right now for Palu on the inside of the theater. He's going to lose one side of that reinforcement, but he still has the other wall reinforcement as well as the deployable shield to play for. So could be some time before he's forced out. Got to be careful. You can see that cutoff established by Yas there if he tries to go too far back and down the staircase.
Sexy Cake ends up getting marked out, and Yas has a single board broken inside of the Aqua double door. Balcony ends up taking them down inside of Billiards. So positive start here for DWG. Handling things quite slow, though, as we'd seen previously. Trying for the aggressive plays. That's what Liquid wanted exactly, and we're able to muster 2 big picks off of that and giving DWG a very, very hard time. The previous round, they got very close to that case plant, but obviously that Nitro cell able to take him out and make things very difficult for them once again. Tying things up, though, going into the last minute. Still up on a 5v4. Liquid obviously having that earlier pick here, but they're still holding on to quite a bit of this map control. Coded's been able to take control of the top area, but it doesn't seem like they have any real mark. Uh-oh, they do indeed. Z-Ping starting to go down. Coded more than likely going to start working vertical play. Morenga, though, stays towards the back of lobby. It's a positive thing for him as well, as there is indeed no way to destroy that top floor.
Yas going to continue to move himself forward here. He'll have to be cautious, though. Still so much of the Liquid defense out and about inside of this front lobby. Moringa being one of those, but he did just shift away. Paulo as well, moving back upstairs here to try to put some extra pressure. This could work, though, from Liquid. It's a bit risky as it does leave the front exposed to this push from Yas, but we'll have to see now. Moringa needs to come up with something big against the top-down crunch right now. That would save his teammates in the sight, but it's too slow. Where is Moringa at? He needs to make this play now, not later. There we go. Finally taking down Katsang, but is that going to be enough? In comes the push from DWG Gaming Kia. Time is low. They could still win this in the 2v4. Ness trying to hold on, but he's only going to be able to go 1 for 1. Moringa hops out, wondering just where the heck everybody is, and unfortunately he's just giving himself away now. He's going to try to swing back to the inside, but can't get it done. Yas shuts down the final kill, and DWG Gaming Kia go up onto map point.
They'll be the first ones to reach map point here on Coastline. 1 round away from winning inside of regulation. Unless Liquid has something to say about it, this defense means a lot to them going forward. So far, though, it's been a game of strategy back and forth between these two. Liquid with the attempted rotation up top that could have saved their site setup, but the EE1D preventing them from doing so. A big mid-round adjustment there that ends up failing. So Liquid now down by a round, and DWG had the opportunity to take Coastline.
M1 Gaming Kia, will you be able to do this now against Team Liquid?
Incredible.
Bringing this map out of
so
absolutely nowhere, hiding it for literally months, and preparing it specifically for this matchup, even hiding it through the group stage. Like I said, this team got away with playing only 2 maps the entire group stage, and still had a fairly dominant performance there. I, along with a couple other of the analysts, and you as well, I believe, thought that, okay, this limited map pool, as soon as we hit best of 3s, this is where DWG Gaming is going out. They just don't have a deep enough map pool to be able to play into this tournament. Clearly, they had something to show us here today.
Yeah, they did indeed. And you know, the craziest thing about it is that looking at Coastline for Liquid, yeah, it's banned pretty often. It's also banned by their opponents. They've banned it 9 times, but their wins are still pretty strong. They beat Vicus on it, they've also beat FURIA as well as FaZe, and all the way back they also beat Parabellum on it as well, if you guys remember that roster from SI 2021. So it's not like Liquid are slouches on this either. They have a 67% win rate, but walking into a team that has literally 0 background publicly on that map, I mean, that's a pretty scary thing, honestly.
I mean, that gives them a massive advantage here too, right? Because Liquid just can't necessarily counter-strat before the match itself.
Indeed,
they have no way to know what DWG Gaming are going to do, have no way to even expect that they would be, you know, prepared to play this map. So it's all a massive surprise for the folks at home, as well as for Team Liquid here, as they're slowly falling behind and potentially losing this opening map against DK. Slow start, though, for DK, as they're going to spend that first minute or so figuring out the extra intel they need, as well as trying to suss out any more of the aggressive angles we could be seeing across the map for Liquid, such as Sexy Cake leaning in there, as well as the usual position on the inside of the Master and Theater rooms.
Yeah, Sexy Cake, not the cleanest score line, but he's been the playmaker early on inside of these rounds that have given Liquid a chance, and we'll see if he's able to do it again. But DK sticking to this more controlled style of play before the aggression starts to come out. But speaking of aggression, Sexy Cake for a peek out of service door. Not going to find too much, as Yas will begin to traverse the entirety of the map, making the long trek along the south side over towards the office door where PSK currently resides.
PSK, no aggressive tendencies coming out from him just as of yet, and there's not much of a reason for him to do so. At least 2 players, if not more, lined up here for DK to try to potentially go out against him if he peeks the wrong side and does not instantly have a headshot angle himself to shut down that opportunity. The E1D is going to lock him into place, takes a slightly aggressive position, but the drone will still spot him out regardless. What may have still been hidden, though, is Palu hiding on the hallway over towards security. As DWG Gaming Kia still trying to figure out exactly what this setup looks like, starting to at least shift 1 or 2 of those players away, as they may feel that it's not worth their time after all.
Well, this time sink now for DWG starting to dwindle here. 2 minutes off the board, going into our last minute, up on a 5 versus 5. So you guys know what that means. This is more than likely going to be pretty crazy here going into this. Ends up starting to break up this top floor. They want to hold on to Aqua here. An opportunity for a frag, but none of the bullets connecting to the player inside of Hookah. want to make sure that there is no forward aggression in this area. Katsang starting to break up the top floor. He'll get some solid damage, but PSK wins out the gunfight on his sliver's worth of HP. And Palu, he'll be able to come in for the rescue as well. This is looking like overtime unless Rin has something to say about it, but PSK can get yet another frag. The HP count doesn't even matter, but for Rin, finally able to fight back inside of sight. They'll take down Nesk, and now Sexy Cake, the rest of Liquid, can simply just wait, but Rin with the forward aggression, you also get one as well. It's a 2 versus 1. Can the Ash main do it? Rin knows where one is, hops on top of Aqua, but no, the Sunrise bar hop actually does not work out there. Had me in a tizzy there for a split second. That was some incredible stuff. Woo, yeah, that's my facial reaction right there. That's how I was feeling.
Thankfully, Moringa is just that much more proficient with the SMG-11 right there versus Rin's rifle. So Rin, very nice play at the end. Gotta give respect for being able to make it that close considering the situation they were walking into, but still, Liquid also get it done. They tie us up at 6-6, and we now go into overtime on our very first map. Even though we are in the playoffs, though, now, folks, it is still going to be the usual rules, first to 2 rounds out of 3 in this overtime, so you're looking for the magic number of 8 rounds to win the map.
Well, it was 4-4-4 earlier for DK. You guys can put that in the chat if you want to. 10-10-10 now for Liquid as we enter overtime here. And as John just told you guys, it's best of 3 rounds. Whoever hits 8 first will be the victor. Now, the good news for the DWG Kia fans in chat is the fact that they're starting off on defense. If you guys don't remember, you joined late. Their defensive half was actually the best part of their entire regulation. And really what the fact of the matter was is that they were able to split it 4-2, and the aggression as well as their map control overall constantly was a big issue for Liquid.
I would normally come out here right now and say that a large part of why DWG Gaming might have been able to get away with some of these defensive holds is the fact that, again, there was no tape on this. Liquid had no idea what to expect, but I don't necessarily think that that's the case here as DWG Gaming, even after the adjustments we saw from Team Liquid over the course of the many rounds we played out during regulation, DWG Gaming was still winning out multiple rounds towards the end of the half, was still looking very strong on this defensive side, so I don't think the extra experience that Liquid got against DWG Gaming's defense on the inside of regulation is necessarily going to make the biggest difference here. We'll have to see. It's all going to have to be on the individual adjustments for the team to potentially try and make up the difference here and get the rounds that they'll absolutely need to try and take this map.
Oh, I would love it if this was anywhere near traditional Rainbow Six, where it's like, hey, the first pick happened, they're more than likely going to end up winning the round because of that. But we'll be really honest with you guys. We really don't know when it comes down to these two. There is so much change-up that happens inside of these rounds. It can be one pick that ends up winning you the entirety of the round, or the other team just all of a sudden gets a big multi-kill, and we're equal in man count going into the last minute again. So we'll have to see what they're able to achieve here. Sexy Cake almost with a lineup onto Cat inside a guitar, and it's a singular shot heard around the world. I'll take the dome off of Cat, no longer having discs to try and stack up.
Now, we've seen this situation unfold before as well. Liquid constantly getting the opening pick advantage, but being unable to translate it later on into the round. We'll see if that's still going to be a problem here. Because usually that opening kill leads to a massive advantage for the team that gets it, but doesn't necessarily seem to be a definitive case on the inside of this map so far for Team Liquid, as they've been getting it so often and still have had issues closing out. Rin, meanwhile, still waiting with quite a bit of a reinforcement setup here over on the inside of Theater to fend off those pushes through the Hall of Fame, as well as in through other areas like VIP and the bathroom itself.
And what a great showing from Rin so far. 12-8-2, and one of the players that's had some consistency issues over the course of this, and Palu. Speaking of consistency, he is indeed the most consistent player on Liquid. Once again, able to take down a DWG member, put them on their back foot, but that doesn't mean that Rin's going to slow down anytime soon. This player that we were just talking about can be so very aggressive and have the big change-ups here for DWG. And any of these kills right now that he's able to muster could possibly change up this last minute.
Rin's still patiently waiting as finally the utility is going to be dealt with, even in partial terms here. Can blow up the X-Kairos, remove the extra reinforcement that Rin had to play behind. They still need to actually force Rin out of this room, though, and he might be doing that just for himself. Makes the escape around the corner here. Noses the drone in the corner. A little bit of an issue taking it out, but there you go. Finally, Rin.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, we've seen that happen a few times already. And Rin's just going to fall away. Now, the job has been done in terms of time wasting here. We're at 35 seconds. But even with that, man, Rin is still going to try to get more aggressive here. Swinging out some great damage against PSK, but none of these aggressive swings are working for Damwon on the inside of this ground. Liquid are catching every single one of them. Every single player that has gone down from DWG Gaming has either been in an aggressive angle hold or has tried to swing like that. Woogieman is going to find the first bit of success for DK on the inside of this round, though, as they bring bring it into a 2v4 with only 15 seconds left. Moringa, though, quickly eliminates Coded, leaving only Woogieman in the fight, and an open plant opportunity for Sexy Cake.
It's quite scary there, but Woogieman still with an opportunity. Oh, the dash as well to get him out of dodge. Or at least lay this out for the rest of this. Very low on HP, and the expected result there is Sexy Cake will take him down. Liquid jump ahead here for, I believe, the very first time on Coastline, as they'll be able to take down a lot of DK members early on, just making it almost impossible to get the frags necessary. Good round there from Rin, lots of delay up top, but, I mean, there wasn't much they could do past that.
It's going to be a timeout here coming in now for Damwon Gaming up
Are
against...
they icing the kicker? Like, what's going on? Oh, never mind.
What's up?
Cancel that.
Okay, I was about to say, it's Damwon's boss. This one makes sense, as they do need to figure themselves out in this situation. Falling behind, haven't used the pause up until this point because they've been in control of the entire matchup up until this point. So what a better time than now. We need to turn this around, and we need to win 2 in a row, 1 on each side. So plenty of things to discuss here for the Damwon Gaming Kia roster and how they're going to correct that. Liquid, on the other hand, with that attack there, let's talk about that for a second. Excellent info gathering capabilities. Like I said, every single aggressive swing or aggressive hold that Damwon Gaming tried to go for was found out by Team Liquid, and the only time we saw that go the other way was when the round was already pretty much at a futile point anyway.
Absolutely. Honestly, I think that the beauty of that round can be just really shown by the way that they handled the entire Rin situation up top.
Yeah.
You know, he's holding things down inside of theater and constantly trying to find a new angle to try and fight them from, but the entire time they're simply getting more info and just trying to make him back off and just constantly working that area until finally he gives it up, and Liquid allowed to take spatial control, putting him in a pretty bad spot. He goes for that peek out the front door, but they're ready for that as well. Those bushes just simply not working out in his favor for that gunfight.
So Liquid in control of the map for the very first time in the map, we do believe. They have tied it quite a few times, but Liquid's never really been able to push ahead. So for the first time, they take it, and now they only need 1 more round to win the map as well. There's been some great performances coming out from at least 3 of the members there of Team Liquid, and the rest of the team too, I'll be honest with you there. We've got Palu, Nesk, as well as Moringa, all over 10 frags, and PSK not far behind at 9. A full team effort coming out, but you could say the very same thing for pretty much most of Damwon Gaming here. They're fairly close, with everybody except for Woogieman being at 7 to 12 kills.
Woogieman, even though he is indeed 5-11 right now, the frags that he's gotten have actually been impactful, and that's the biggest thing. We were talking earlier on about some impactful kills that came at the end of a round, and really what we're talking about in the differences in between those two is, does that kill have influence to the point where you win the round? That's what we're trying to talk about in impactful frags, and Woogieman has been able to get a handful of those, which is a big deal. Obviously a couple of those impactless, but at the end of the day, that's how it ends up breaking down. So
also important to know that his operator roles have been fairly utility focused, as we're seeing now with the Lion as well.
Defensive ones, obviously.
Yeah. But here on the attack, we've seen him take up some more utility focused operators as a result of that. He hasn't always been on the front lines of fragging here, and he's keeping himself alive to be able to use that utility in the late round situation, so hasn't necessarily always had the chances to pick up kills here. By the way, though, the round has begun. Damwon Gaming out on the board. Rin already starting to put pressure onto that main front stairs window. Balu, of course, hiding out in security just below that. We'll hear that noise and start to send that info over to his teammates so Liquid can start to set up a more aggressive defensive matrix to look for, first of all, that nice opening kill for themselves. Now, I do believe Sexy Cake on the inside of the bathroom there just got spotted by a drone, and he does not realize it yet. However, he's already rotated away from that position, so he'll have saved his own life if Damwon Gaming is going to be able to leverage anything from that, or tries to, with aggression through the front door.
All right, well, a minute off the board, and it's been silent around the Ibiza map so far. Not too much going on, but that could change up immediately as Sexy Cake, artillery in hand inside of Kitchen, ready to check this Nitro cell at any moment and see if he can fish out a DWG frag, making the job a heck of a lot more difficult for them going forward. But as we've been talking about, doesn't mean that they are going to slow down, even though the playstyle so far has been quite lethargic in comparison. But I would just say that that's more controlled simply because of the way that we've been seeing these two battle back and forth inside of these rounds. Liquid obviously pulling a new page out of their book with their aggressive play style, especially from Sexy Cake's position. He's been able to get quite a few frags from throughout his defensive half, especially inside of this kitchen area. Has been able to abuse service quite a few times and find some very, very impactful kills. But for DK, starting to set things up in Aqua. They need to clear things out here inside of Pink or Couches, whatever you guys call it at home. And they're going to burn up the ADS. A lot of damage coming on to Cat Sang, and a beautiful angle there from Nesk on base.
That's going to do some serious damage, as you said there to Katz, saying he's going to be on the buck here so he can still hold himself back and fight at range. Not the end of the world by any means, but it's sub 25. Certainly is going to hurt things for DK a little bit, considering he has been one of their more aggressive players. You can see here for Liquid, they've got a stolen drone off the Mozzie here. That's actually going to be moved around a little bit, just as they realize that there's not really going to be a whole lot of pressure coming in from VIPs. They don't need that drone there anymore. They realize it's a focus on the Aqua push. So they're going to try to get it in a better position to counter that. Second EE1D of the round, I believe, coming out there is going to lead to a little bit of info, but still, even though it forces PSK out of position, he wins the fight regardless. Takes down Boogeyman, destroys that last EE1D with it. A nice find from Sexy Cake here as he's going to be able to get one player on Repel. That'll take down Katsang Coded. Also going into a down state, Yas finally trading that out from his Repel in the big window, chucking the Candelas to the inside. This will mainly serve as a distraction to get Coded back up, which they'll succeed in doing, but now he needs to get the plant down. Palu countering out the pushes, though he's shutting it all down, and Team Liquid take control just finally after they take the lead for themselves. They win in overtime, 8-6 on the first back.
And you can see the relief on Liquid's face there is, I'm assuming they did not expect that game to go that way either. It's going to require overtime up against DK on Coastline, but Liquid still good for it. A stressful map for them, to say the least.
Yeah, certainly a stressful map and one they had to spend a lot of time making adjustments. We saw, though, from that pause, immediately things starting to change up. But even then, though, only able to leverage 2 rounds inside of that first half, having to bring it all the way back on the second half for their defense with 4 rounds there. They take it to OT, where, to be fair to them, from that point forward, they did win it out with 2 additional rounds going into their favor. So Team Liquid take control the expected map going into their favor as they go up 8-6 and now 1-0 on the overall series there. A little early on the analyst test. We'll get back to them in a second. As you can see, they're getting ready, so we're just going to finish up our discussion here.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I think that there's a lot of positive things to talk about for both of these teams. I think Rin had an amazing game there. Woogieman, not so much, but as you talked about, the utility really playing into the play style that he had to adopt for himself. But Palu, especially for Liquid, so very consistent across all of those rounds, and that's really what you need. You need that rock inside of a game like this.
What else do we expect, right? Palu's been giving us that type of performance all throughout the group stage as well. By far has been the leading player on their team, I think, for every single matchup except maybe 1 or 2 that they played in the group stage, so no surprises there that he's giving us that once again today. For Rin as well, great to see that, because like we said, he was a little bit hot and cold, so hopefully if he continues to give us that hot performance, things may look a little bit better for the team going into future maps. That'll do it for us for now, though. We're going to get ready for map number 2, and while we do, we'll send it back down to Monty to talk more about the first map.
No. You don't want to hear my opinions about Rainbow Six Siege. We'll hear your opinions about Rainbow Six Siege.
I want to know your opinions, Monty. What do you think?
I thought that game was really exciting. I was surprised about Damwon Kia's performance, especially considering they never play this map of Coastline, and they had a strong lead at the half of 4-2. So it was a good start for sure. Is this auspicious for the rest of this series as we head into Chalet?
I mean, I think you've definitely got to look at this as the map that Team Liquid chose, that Damwon Kia have never played before in their history, and then they're going to Chalet next time, and that's going to be much more favorable for them. So yeah, I mean, I definitely think that this is a really poor sign for Team Liquid. Obviously, we're not in groups. Overtime doesn't punish you like it does in groups, but still, I'm really worried that Liquid lost that many rounds.
Yeah, but I also do think that you still needed to hide Coastline a little bit better if you were Damwon Kia overall. Like, you haven't played it at all. They clearly had a strategy coming into this map in the first place, but it came down to swinging the Brazilians. And when you swing the Brazilians, 90% of the time, it's not going to go your way. It's Nesk holding the flanks down. Mourinho had a greater game than I think probably either one of us were expecting overall stats-wise. He had plenty of frags in impact moments, and especially at the last couple of seconds. So it meant that Liquid were able to contain a lot of this very raw aggression that we've seen from Damwon Kia over the course of the group stage.
I will say, like, the last overtime defense that Damwon Kia had was so disappointing because it felt like they completely, like, switched up what they were doing on their first half. When they started on defense for the first half of the game, it felt like they weren't actually going for too many, like, bad swings. Like, they were playing pretty passive, and Liquid almost expected them to swing them every single time. Like, they looked at Cyclops, and they looked at sort of the stereotypical APAC playstyle, and they almost expected that from Damwon Kia, and because of that, they weren't super eager to jump into gunfights. But that meant that every single time Liquid were pushing, they were going too slow. They didn't have the time to make it work. They had to clear out the roamers way slower than they would have liked to. And you look at that last defense, round 13, from Damwon Kia, and like, there's 3 guys hard holding the most aggressive angles I've ever seen in my life. Like, why? Why? It was frustrating.
I mean, I think if you're Damwon Kia, you know you're an underdog, right? So with that comes the need at times to take risks, and especially let me play devil's advocate here for DWG Kia, because especially if you're in this position where you don't play this map, like, you're very close to actually winning it. Why not take the risk and see if you can steal this one?
But their defenses were good. If they just did what they did for the first 6 rounds, they probably would have won that round, and we get to see around 15. I don't know, Monty.
Came pretty darn close. I love that we saw Rin actually have a really decent game this time around, which I know we're going to touch on in a second. So the fact that he had as good of a game as he did playing the Jaeger, playing the Ashe, with no Zof on the table, he kind of had to do something with his time. But this was really just the Nesk Palu game that we've seen over and over again. It's that exact same consistency. Nesk will be the guy to pop off with a 4K when you least expect it, and he did that exact thing on round 9, and the stats are already beginning to back up that Palu and the rest of this team, Palu can just entry the entire way, and everyone else cleans up. The only one without double-digit kills is Sexy Cake.
Right. Well, don't sleep on PSK either. I mean, that defensive roam down in Office. I mean, that was really incredible stuff. Looking up to the buck up above him, I thought particularly in that second half, he really started to shine for Team Liquid, and he's a big reason why they were able to claw this back.
And you mentioned coming in, Jesse, that you were a little bit down on Nesk in this event.
Yeah.
Is that still true? How did you think he did in this map?
No, this was pretty solid for Nesk. I mean, one thing that you've noticed very clearly if you were watching the regular stage of BR6 and Copa Elite 6 versus this event is Nesk is not playing the Zofia. Obviously, she got nerfed really heavily in between, or right before this event, and Nesk has completely abandoned her as an operator. Used to be brought by Team Liquid, what, 52% of the time, I believe, here. So, like, they used to love the Zofia. They used to bring it all the time. Now they haven't brought it a single time this tournament. They obviously banned it in this game against DWG Kia. And I think you've noticed the drop in performance from Nesk, too. Back in the Copa Elite 6, he was one of the best entries. I think his roam clear was really what stood out for me from on Team Liquid. But in this case, he's really not been having a great time. He's negative on entry throughout the event, and I think it's hurting him.
Yeah, we do have to talk a little bit about the operators, too, because I'm curious based on that. If Team Liquid thinks that Zofia is not necessarily the best operator to use anymore, then why ban it against Rin?
Well, I think Rin has taken a very different approach to that, and obviously
he's just gone through the nerf and said, I'm still going to keep using her.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the stats. Yeah, I believe every single round has been a Zofia pick from Rin. Might be a couple switch-offs here and there, and obviously in that game, couldn't play Zofia. But, I mean, Liquid were very clearly working that ban off the stats. They knew we never play it. Rin always plays it. Rin has been the big star player other than Yas for DWG Kia. So I think it makes a lot of sense as a ban.
The issue also is just Copa Elite 6, I believe, happened pre-patch, if I'm not mistaken. So for anything that Nesk could have done on Zofia up for that time frame, it was perfectly fine. It was all feasible. And then as soon as we cut back into like APAC playoff territory, which is where DWG Kia were playing, they had already qualified by the time that patch had come through. So they were able to play the entirety of the APAC playoffs and qualify for Mexico without that ever being a problem. And that was a case where Rin was doing what he always does and continuing to play the same operator. So it's relatively unaffected, but that still didn't really stop him from still dropping double-digit kills in this map.
That's the thing, yeah, it didn't even hurt him.
I wonder if they're going to keep doing that strategy then, or if they've got some other options in their back pocket.
I'm curious,
I think it gets harder when you have to move off of Coastline, right? Like Coastline, you get a lot of freedom with your attacker bans because you don't necessarily need to ban the Thatcher or a Hard Breach or whatever you typically are banning on other maps like Coast or like Clubhouse, for example. So they definitely have more freedom. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't repeat the Zofia ban.
All right, we're going to talk about something that you touched on earlier, which is kind of the slow attack rounds from Team Liquid, and this started right off the bat in round 1, so you wanted to look at it from the kind of bird's eye view.
Yeah, let's take a look at this one, because I think it is a great example of Team Liquid just not taking ground that's being given to them for free. So notice this is a 3v5, and only one player from DWG Kia is on site. It's Katsang. The other 2 are down below. Liquid have 5 alive. Look at the bottom of your screen here. Sexy Cake is just going to push all by himself. What is the guy on the hookah balcony doing? What is this guy in the hallway up in the right-hand side of your screen, right here? Thank you for the pause. Doing? He's pushing way too late. There's a guy on hookah balcony, there's a guy down below, and Liquid, if they had just sent 5 players at this bomb site, 2 of the players are not going to have time to react to this. Yas is going to get overwhelmed in a 1v5, and Liquid get an easy opening round. But instead what happens is they go at this very individually. Sexy Cake goes first. The second player, I don't know exactly who it is, but he's about to take this gunfight against Yas. He's going to die in his 1v1, and there's just no support from the other players of Team Liquid. Why is Paulo out on the balcony? Why is there somebody on the hookah window? I mean, this is what we're seeing. It's Nesk who ends up losing that gunfight. Or sorry, yeah. PSK. So, I mean, it's just frustrating because the opportunity is there for Team Liquid. They can go and grab it, but they're just not realizing that that's the case.
Sometimes I felt like Team Liquid gave Damwon a little bit too much respect, especially when it came to the roam and the very wild style that we've seen like teams in APAC play over time. The entire idea on a defense for DWG Kia is just to disrupt. It's to be in positions where you're not expected to be. Latin America usually does have a way to play this map that has players on defense in specific positions at specific times, and that's not the way that APAC plays. But it's that kind of calculated aggression overall that, especially in like mid to late game defenses for DWG, meant that whenever Liquid's trying to go for a late execute, it simply isn't working half the time. And I do feel like because we saw a 4-2 half, Liquid had ample opportunity to end rounds a lot quicker than they did, even with opening picks, and they still couldn't convert on a lot of those rounds.
All right, next question, because the players are ready. Chalet, we're going into it now. It was a shockingly close game on OT, considering what you guys might have expected on Coastline. Is this a 3-map series? Is this Chalet looking like it's going to be tilting in favor of DWG Kia?
I'm going to have to say so. They played it 3 times in Stage 2. They won it every single time. Yeah, it's APAC, but this is their strong map. I expect them to win this one, given how we saw Coastline go.
Both of these maps, I think, play somewhat similarly. They're both relatively attacker-favored in some respects. Coastline historically has always been that way. There's a very good reason for why Damwon wants to play this map to begin with, because these guys simply don't have nearly as much time, especially in a major international context. So they're taking a bit of a chance on it, but I do have more faith in Damwon to, at the very least, close this map out, given how Coastline went.
Yeah, keep in mind, too, that DWG Kia has successfully hidden Chalet here so far, so they don't have any recent footage from the 6 major that they're giving over, and I'm pretty sure they're going to have some interesting strats that they have managed to keep under wraps as well.
Let's hope so, yeah.
So should be fun. Guys, we're going to get right into this next game. Our teams are ready, so take it away, Blue and Stokes.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this 3rd episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. Hey pal, press play.
And we are finally ready to take it away from Monty. Just took a little bit. We had to throw it through the commercials and all that real quick. But we're back now, ladies and gentlemen, ready to start the second matchup of our first quarterfinal of the day here at the playoffs of the 6th Major in Mexico. Found to be a good one, too. We just had a surprise map there from Damwon Gaming. Nearly was able to pull off the upset. Unfortunately for them, Team Liquid, though, did bring it back, took control in overtime. Now, though, we're heading to Chalet, a map where obviously things are looking very different for the folks on Damwon Gaming. Previously, we had a map where they banned the map out nearly all the time. This map, their opponents have been banning it out nearly every single time. We were asking what you guys at home thought, though, about this matchup, and more importantly, who you thought was going to win. We've got the statistics for you now on that. I'll put those on screen, I believe, in just a second. It's in favor of Team Liquid, as you guys have voted for them at a 57-43 split.
Honestly, to be expected, but I don't think the results were expected on Coastline, and that's setting us up for a pretty interesting Chalet, where we were forced to overtime on Coastline, folks. 8-6 in favor of Liquid. DWG giving a lot of trouble to Liquid, especially in the frags department. Their ability to hold map control, especially on defense, and really not give up any space for Liquid to work with, was very, very problematic for them. So we'll see what they can possibly do on Chalet, another map that is offensive-sided inside of our map pool.
And it's not only a map as well that's feared by Damwon Gaming's opponents, they have a nearly flawless record as of the recent history on this map too. So Liquid has to probably be getting a little bit worried now, considering just how many rounds they dropped on the map that they, everything on paper anyway, would suggest they would have handily won. But now we go to the one that's expected to be picked up by Damwon Gaming. That map 3, certainly a possibility at a minimum for this matchup now.
Yeah, and the scariest thing about this, and honestly one of the saddest things about it at the end of the day, is the fact that if Liquid does take this map, we no longer have Damwon Gaming Kia in the tournament. And I know for a lot of people at home, this has probably been one of the most interesting teams to watch at this tournament. They've been so very fun, especially with their strategy overall. I'm really hoping that they give us a good show here on Chalet, because if they do, we end up going to Oregon, which those map stats in between these two teams is just absolutely absurd. So going to be interesting if we get there, but we have to cross this bridge first.
At the same time, it would be a bit of a shame to say goodbye to Liquid this early on in the tournament as well, if Damwon Gaming is able to successfully rebound between maps 2 and 3 here. Liquid had probably the strongest run of any single team inside of the group stage, just with the consistency of the performance as well as the overall score differential that I think they had on a round-to-round basis there. They were absolutely crushing some of their matchups, so I think like an average of 7-4, 7-3 throughout most of their games. So for all that to fall apart here in the very first match of the playoffs, at least for me, would be a bit of a shame.
I think it would be a very disappointing showing from Liquid in the first place. I think if this team doesn't at least make it to semis, this is a failed tournament. And honestly, with their companions and the likes of Ninjas and Pajamas in their region also getting knocked out in groups, I think a lot of people are looking to Liquid to be the favorites here.
We'll have to see if that is indeed going to be the case. Latin America has been showing us so far in 2021, obviously through SI, that they've become to some extent the dominant region here. I'm going to defend NA to a little bit, but still, LATAM has certainly made massive strides forward at SI, and now they're looking to do it again for Team Liquid. Here as we move into the second map, though, it is time, ladies and gentlemen, to start the action yet again. It's Chalet. It's the pick coming in from Damwon Gaming Kia, and we shall see if their prowess on this map will be enough to tie the series up at 1-1, or will Liquid continue to stride forward and get a 2-0 victory? Let's find out as we get into the bans.
Okay, well, let's see if there's going to be any interesting things here from these two. The last time we got a Zofia ban out of Liquid trying to counter out Rin's play, but obviously that did not work out in the slightest. Rin, the most effective player on DWG inside of that last game, having double-digit frags, was making life quite hard for them. But either way, though, as we get into the ban phase, Flores will be the first one taken out here by DWG.
Yep, Flores making quite a bit of sense. Good for dealing with utility in very easy fashion and at very minimal risk to the player that's using the operator himself, so that makes sense. Lion coming out there for Team Liquid, also making sense. Damwon Gaming Kia used that a lot on the previous map, but is probably going to try and bring it out here too. Not anymore, it's been banned out. Valkyrie, so far the only in-trend meta ban that's super straightforward here. She's universally useful. Get her out of here. Same thing for Mira.
Yeah, just Mira, you can leave.
We don't really need to explain it.
Valkyrie, you can go. It's fine. Lion, you're all right. I would say that the two most meta things here obviously would probably be Flores and Valkyrie.
Yeah, Flores too.
Mira's
starting to
just
become one.
So unbelievably obvious. Like at this
As
point
she
in time,
has been for years now.
Since bans were put in, she has been one of the most banned operators in the entirety of the game. It's like her and Thatcher for the respective sides. So So, and obviously Valkyrie soon working her way in there as well. As soon as everyone was like, well, we could just take away the black eye cams and your ability to run out Nitro Sell Me and that MPX and just everything you could possibly want as somebody that wants to be annoying on defense. Yeah, let's just remove that. So we're going to have that inside of this game as well. So going to be lacking a little inside of that info department, but nothing that DK cannot handle. We're jumping into the map now, folks, as DK will start off on Games Bar.
Heavy focus on traps mitigation as well as delay coming in on the setup for Damwon Gaming. 2 trap operators coming into the fold, as well as 2 ways to mitigate things, and the smoke to delay at the final moments of the round. The most important thing is going to be those Aruni gates, as well as potential deployment of the toxic base later on in the round. The frost traps, yes, those can be impactful, but that's more of a chance piece of utility at the end of the day there. And as well, if you can challenge the entry against those traps, a great distraction to potentially win a gunfight against a player that might be hopping in. So those will go out. We've started to see Frost have a massive increase to her play rate over the past couple of months, and this map is a large part of the reason as to why. So let's see if she, along with the rest of this defensive setup from Damwon, will have any impact.
Yeah, the ideas really started to rotate around the community when it came to Gym Bedroom on Clubhouse. We started to see a lot of Frost play there, as well as Frost having the 1.5 at a moment there. Obviously, they took it away from her just a little bit ago, but right now, she's still in a positive light, which is really, really good, honestly, because Frost is one of those operators that was kind of a meme for a really long time. She really didn't have a place inside of the meta. And the funniest thing about it is her effectiveness was highly effective against low-tier players and the highest tier of players. The middle ground is where she had 0 effectiveness at all. And finally, starting to see some more play inside of Pro League overall, which is just awesome to see. So, for Woogieman, he'll be holding things down upstairs. It's going to be a smoke, and it'll give him a really solid angle, though, to still look at this window. Frag grenade out here for Liquid that does very minimal damage. Can the second one get a positive shot? It will. Ooh. Actually, the red indicator, but Woogieman's still alive, and he'll be able to get out.
Falls back. The job is done. He's wasted time. Coded, though, also going to take some big heat here, and he'll have to fall back as more than likely as a result of that as well. Not the greatest start for Damwon Gaming. The good news is they kept both of those players alive, so they're still, at least to some extent, in fighting shape here to play out and more than likely cause delay for Liquid as we go further into the round. More important to note, too, there's obviously no indicator of damage for Team Liquid, so they're not necessarily going to know how low they are unless they saw those nades as well as the damage against Coded go off there. So Liquid won't necessarily be able to react too heavily to the reduced HP just as of yet here. Regardless, though, Liquid is getting enough control to be able to push themselves into the inside of the library. They should be able to take that without too much of an issue, but they still have to watch out for bottom to top angles and the frost traps, of course. That'll be taken care of quickly, but the bottom to top angle is revealed after the frost trap is shot away. Nesk makes it in, but Sexy Cake goes down, and the first kill of the round goes to DWG.
And wouldn't you know it, once again, DWG with the pick going into the last minute. 2 very low health individuals, though, on their squad that possibly have a big implication going into this last minute as well. Nesk will take down one of those that we were speaking of, and the likes of Coded. Woogieman still being the other one. Obviously, no healing ability for DWG on the defense here. Thunderbird obviously not in competitive play, and Doc not picked up, so won't be able to assist them in any regard in that department. But that doesn't mean that DWG is going to slow down. It'll be PSK to strike next, though, as he'll take down Yas with that DMR. Ren finally firing back from the top floor will take out Nesk. Don't get me phone call out as well, so solid information here for Liquid going into the 30-second mark.
Ringo with a very important pickup there to finally put the advantage back into the favor of Liquid, reducing the defense down to just 2 points as well. Katsang rotating out for the main site. He knows the pressure's about to get very hot in there, so does not want to be there when the rotates come through. Fails to account for the blue rotate, however. Thought Woogieman would have had it covered, but he only has it for 1. Takes out the trade there, brings us down into a 2v1. Unfortunately, lets Palu run across and get into the site. He'll need to deny this plant. He needs to do it right now. Goes in, wants to commit to this swing, but no, the planter will go down onto the ground. Now there's a lot more time to play with. Yes, Woogieman now needs to move in here and successfully take out both these players. No longer can he deny on the timer, and unfortunately he's going to run out of time as Palu commits himself to the swing to shut down that final member of DK and put Liquid on the board first.
Shout out to Woogieman's mechanics, though, because he was literally one shot for that entire fight, and his protection over his hitbox was just immaculate there. So not able to get the round, but some positive stuff still happening here for DWG. That first round going to go to Liquid after a very solid take of the top floor. Lots of damage early on. on, prevented DWG from handling Library how they wanted to. Liquid hop in to get control. Obviously, that first initial pick going the way of DWG, but Liquid fire back almost immediately, especially for PSK.
It's been a bit of a theme so far throughout the 2 maps we've seen so far. I think that obviously in quite a few of our group stage matches, the first kill has become very important for determining who will potentially at least have that like massive advantage going into the final gunfight. I'd say it's so far been pretty irrelevant inside of most of the rounds we've seen in this game, which is a far cry from what I've been seeing throughout a lot of the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I would completely agree. And, well, we are going to have a Rooney out on the field here, and no, I will not be making an attempt at laser gates, folks. I promise you. I already told Des and Ace I won't try again. I need lessons. I know. But either way, though, I told him, what did I tell him? I said they'll have me all tea and crumpets in no time. That's what I said. So either way, though, DWG are going to be changing up the bomb sites, and I honestly have to agree with them in this regard. Personally speaking, Master and Office just has a little bit better play in certain moments, and I think this is a site that DWG are going to do a very bang-up job on simply because of the way that Liquid are more than likely going to come in from that Library side and have to work Office. This is going to give them an opportunity to have a lot of these gunfights that they know and love.
Let's see if...
Nice little rotation there as well for Stock.
Yeah.
Going to drop him right down inside of this area. And this is honestly going to be another really cool rotation that if he does get caught up downstairs or they try to cut him off in any other area, he can actually go right up blue, straight into games, and actually just drop right back into that stairwell. So this is a very safe area for Yas to play from, and that's more than likely why he's gotten this set up. As for Liquid, they're going to start working the map now. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining for them, so still plenty of time, obviously. No real change-ups in the offensive utility here. The biggest thing for Liquid being PSK currently as Dokkaebi. They've gotten so much out of these phone calls so far.
See, that is the first one's going to roll out right now from PSK. Obviously, he's going to call all of these defenders. Just giving out some info for the new players here that might be joining our stream for the first time. As you can see, it's going to force rotations for quite a few of these players because they can disable it. And Rin tries to go aggressive again. Nearly wins it, and Palu says, no. Not only am I taking you down, I'm taking you out with a Gone 6 as he finishes them off nice and quick. They're surviving with a little under 25 HP.
I have never even seen that weapon inside of the kill feed. That was pretty comical. At the end of the day, Rin going to fall after a very influential coastline. He'll at least be sitting on the bench for round 2 here. Office will get popped open here for Liquid as they start to use this utility game into their own favor, but still have a lot to burn through here. As well, the laser gates have indeed been set up on this forward wall, the south wall here, for Office. So they're going to actually have to attempt to burn that, as well as this deployable shield here for Coded that has an ADS in tow. So a lot of utility that they're going to have to utilize, but they have quite a few options here. Number 1, Marengo with the EMPs from Thatcher, an operator that we see banned out all of the time, but available here because of the Flores ban. So we'll have to see if they're able to get anything further done with that. Those EMPs obviously being used to turn off the ADSs inside of Piano, so they can try and get some pressure inside of that area. But it's only really going to be some damage back onto Paula as we go into the last minute.
Nesk trying to lock in for an aggressive swing. Damwon Gaming are going to give it to him. So far, no dice, however, as that player tucks himself safely just under the half-wall barricade there. It's Coded on the other end of this equation. Now that we get a picture from his POV, he's going to continue to sit here, wait for the aggression to come his way. This is that SAS kit we've been talking about, how it's been so potent. Even at just this tournament here, the shotgun combined with the SMG-11, giving you that perfect combo of ranged and close range fighting capability. As I'm continuing to talk, though, Liquid are tearing apart this attack here. That is, of course, until the swings come out from Damwon Gaming. They trade out 2 more, but it's all for naught. Yas is left as the last player alive here in the 1v3. He's going to try to make a push forward here. Denying the plant, probably not going to happen, but hey, a free one against Moringa. He'll take that all day, every day. Oh, okay, PSK.
Oh my God.
Almost messed up there, my friend, but thankfully saves it at the last second. Still has to actually get it down onto the ground here, though, and thankfully will be able to do so, but then gives away the opportunity for a triple kill on Yas. He needs to go for the quad to shut it down, and it might just be a very easy task. Palu has under 25 HP. He did get that nice kill earlier versus Rin, but he needs one more to solidify this round. And with 30 seconds left, it might be difficult to pull off here. However, Palu has the read on Yas, can shut him down and saves what was becoming a very scary round there for Team Liquid.
Ooh, little sweat there on the brows of Liquid.
I mean, you can see that they were like face palming, even like, "Ooh, guys,
well, yeah,
get it together here."
A major oversight there, a major oversight. They're at least able to trade down to clear out the site, but after Yas simply just comes up Solarium, he's going to get 2 kills. The second one, I'll be really honest with you guys, that should have never have happened. The fact that he even tried to cross to that window is a problem. You should never have tried to do that, because especially with the way that DWG have been playing, he's going to try and pressure you as soon as that case comes down, and, well, you end up getting caught off guard. So Liquid going to make it through by the skin of their teeth, up 2-0 currently on DWG.
So Paulo excelling there as a result
How
of
dare
that
you.
double. 3 tweets incoming as he's able to pick up that double kill inside of the round, including the very nice denial against Rin, who is being managed quite nicely by Liquid on the inside of this Rin, trying to bring out those aggressive swings, but so far a very hit or miss record. However, Rin's been able to control himself quite nicely, though, and in quite a few of the rounds, at least back on Coastline, has been able to kind of save himself for late round initiations as well, where we have seen some great impact also. Just not been able to see that just as yet in this map, but hey, we're only 2 rounds deep. Plenty more opportunities for him and the rest of DK here to step things up and try to pick up some rounds on their defense before the half closes out.
Yeah, and that's the big thing for DWG. You and I talked about it when they played Clubhouse, I believe the last day of group stage, that this team, whenever they're on defense, they're the ones that set pace, and that's what makes them so unbelievably scary, but they haven't had the opportunity to do it up against Liquid here on Chalet. So look to be seeing that inside of these early round engagements. You need DWG to jump ahead here and really set pace on Liquid, because that's when Liquid has usually slowed down and really not had an opportunity to fix things in the later round. I have no clue how that even happened.
Cody even at?
Can you go down to the B bomb site? Oh, no.
What?
He was making the hold, John, and he shot him through the head because he crossed the angle. Oh, dude, that's not good. That's a mental break there. Like, right now, this is where DWG, like, this is where the mental game starts to come into play.
I would
honestly.
not be surprised in any capacity we just see a pause come in the next round just for Damwon Gaming to kind of chill out for a second here, because that's very frustrating. Obviously, they wouldn't have really been able to avoid that situation. Just one of those times where the Stars...
what a worse operator to do it to as well.
Yeah, I didn't even realize it was the smoke. Like that's just one of those times that the Stars unfortunately align, and it does not play into your favor in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, this isn't those beautiful pictures that you take for your Instagram. This is like the 1700s when you didn't know what an eclipse was and you were just screaming.
Moringa going to continue to push the advantage here for Team Liquid as he finds the technical first kill of the round yet again for his squad, knocking out Coded and Rin, now both down on the ground, leaving only Woogieman, Katsang, and Yas left alive here for DWG to fend off the rest of this attack from Team Liquid. Katsang and Yas also very far from the site at this point too, so if Liquid had the correct drone intel, they could capitalize upon that and absolutely jump onto it. However, rotates are starting to move back over towards the site itself, so that factor is going to go away pretty shortly. At the same time, Liquid still need to open up a couple of things before they're going to feel confident to move in, most notably the dining room wall for themselves. Phone call coming out here also to try and figure out where those last 3 players are going to be positioned. DK can't even really afford to end the phone calls at this point. They need to watch every single corner because they're at such a disadvantage.
And this is just going to be a very difficult round moving forward for DWG, simply because of how Chalet plays to the offensive favor. You can see Liquid have every avenue to try and get in behind them, locked down. They know that DWG are always looking to try and equalize, so they want to prevent that from happening. Obviously, the plant is more than likely going to be looking for a dining plant here. Some nice shots here from Woogieman, and he'll be able to find one. And oh, well read there by Palu. Just looks to the inside, able to take down Yas. Woogieman going to continue to try and fish from kitchen, though, into the breach angle, but this is where Sexy Cake lies. Another Doke call out here. Well, actually, no, not a Doke phone call. Excuse me. It was actually the cam hack instead. So we'll get some extra cameras here for the last 20 seconds, but now Cat seemingly knowing where the West Main player is, but gets taken down from Sexy Cake, not realizing that he still has to worry about the breach angle. It's up to Woogieman to try and close this out. He'll be able to get 1 flicks behind him, but not aware of PSK pressuring in from West Main. It's going to be Liquid with 3.
Is it weird that Damwon Gaming look the most threatening when they're in a 1vx so far on this map?
Yeah, absolutely. You know what's hilarious to me?
Like, I'm not wrong, right?
I keep saying this in my head. I just don't want to say it on broadcast, but it's like, why are you doing this in a 1vx and not regularly? It's you know, and that's the kind of the thing that we've been talking about with them inside of the low man count situations in general. Is like if you have a 2 versus 4, they're more apt to win it simply because of the way that they're able to take these gunfights. It just seems that you know, they don't really feel like the opportunity is there until it's do or die.
I hate to like drift into like hypotheticals and whatnot.
Oh, it's okay, man.
I don't have as much experience in that department, but I feel like almost to a certain extent it's M1 Gaming trying to rely too much on their teammates. You know, saying like, yeah, I got this cut off, I have this angle established, you don't need to swing it, and things like that. And then they either ultimately die when the fight is pushed towards them, or they don't have that cut off established. And as a result of that, things fall apart a lot more quickly.
Yeah,
just a theory.
No. I see. I definitely see what you're getting at. I think that the thing, especially, is also the map difference here. This map, obviously, a little bit more utility play. Not to say that Coastline doesn't have that, but Chalet obviously more. And the other thing about this map is that obviously Coastline, yes, abusable by offenses, but Liquid are doing such a very solid job of clearing things across, making sure that DWG can't try and get in behind them, and constantly pressuring these areas, as well as they've since obviously played DWG on Coastline. They see how they constantly maneuver around the map. I mean, when you have Palu looking into the corner of a window to make sure that no one's sitting there just waiting for him to jump in.
Tracing the outline.
Yeah, exactly. So you see what I'm getting at. Is like they are glaringly aware of the situation that's going on inside of this building here.
So let's see now if Team Liquid can get that grasp yet again against the DWG setup. As it's going back down into the bar games room, we shall see if that'll work out once again for DWG. They'll have that usual extended play over into Library. Liquid, at least for 2 of their players, going to be avoiding that by trying to put pressure on a Solarium and possibly same side Garage here too. Trying to see exactly where Sexy Cake was heading towards. Ends up not being in that department of the map. However, Palu on his own, a little bit closer to the primary setup. Still looking at possibly entry in from the middle of the building, however, but after everything is said and done, he's going to rotate over to the side entry, just by the first floor entrance to the main part of the map over there by the site. So continue to see him wait that out as Liquid will now entry in from the Solarium side and begin to take the large majority of the map control for now.
If Rin's brain is that unbelievably big to where he's just going to hold that angle for K9 and somebody's going to come to the K9 door and die, I'm going to lose my marbles. But they are indeed going to drone Rin out, so that's a positive thing here. It'll back Rin off into the deployable shield setup for Library Balcony that we all know and love. So we'll see what they're able to accomplish with this. Also have coded here for the top of blue. That'll be the cutoff, trying to apply pressure to Liquid and slow them down from taking top control. Usually what we see here, at least from the offenses of the past on this map, might have been DWG, but I cannot exactly remember off the top of my head. But it was indeed the Office Clear here, and he's just simply trying to pop that wall to apply some pressure to Coded's position. He's going to get pressured out now, though, as his ADSs will be burnt down, deployable shield gone. And he's still going to continue to try and hold on to this, but that was ill-advised as Nesk is able to bounce one downtown.
Basketball Month's been really impressive for Neighbor coming from all of our R6 teams here. Everybody's giving us these really impressive banked angles. And again, it's so unfortunate for DK. They have all this positioning, they have all this aggressive prowess, but they're unable to leverage any of it into anything successful here in the early to mid round. Woogie Man, Coded, and Rin, and now Katsang as well, falling to pieces on the inside of our 4th round in the second map. And Yas, the hope of DWG Kia, now the last one alive, and he's not even going to come close. Picked off by the Blue Stairs player. That's a very flawless round coming in from Team Liquid.
This is where Liquid gets scary. Their ability to not only take the gunfights, but their team play and synergy. It's just masterfully done from there. I love what Morenga did with the smoke up top as well. If you saw that, he was able to cross across the angle there. We don't get to see that happen very often inside of Rainbow Six Siege, so always cool to see when it does happen. Liquid up 4-0 on DWG right now, and well, we had 4-4-4 the last time, but it's in the death department now for DK, as well as a lot of ones coming in here for Rincat and Coded.
Yeah, unfortunately, again, this is just the aggressive tendencies that normally work out and is normally the trademark of DWG Kia that we've been seeing so far at this major anyway. Liquid's right into it. Liquid knows exactly how to counter it, especially now that we're not on Coastline where you have so many more aggressive possibilities and the attackers have to watch just far too many angles. It's much more straightforward now to Liquid to counter all this out, and it's going very similarly to as we saw in some of their group stages games versus Empire, where Empire had to completely change up their strategy mid-game, start playing this very passive, very bunker-heavy site-style setup to finally get some rounds on the board on their defense.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about trying to maintain that utility going into those last moments to try and thwart Liquid's plans, and DWG DWG just have not been able to do that. A lot of the time trying to hold on to map control, which is something that Liquid really set up for everyone when it came to SI 2021. That was a big difference that everyone saw. You guys more than likely heard Pangu talking about it as well. But that means that Liquid is used to this. They know that you're going to try and stick around this area and, you know, maintain that angle, try and get some picks, try and catch somebody off guard. So they're going to just continue to apply pressure there. And that's exactly why Liquid were able to get that big frag onto Cody the last time. That really popped everything off on that top floor and really made the rounds way too difficult for DWG to try and bring back.
Still going to be a very similar flare here from Damwon Gaming, so the possibility of the same chain of events is still very much alive here. DWG Kia looking to try and line up these aggressive swings to get the advantage early on versus Liquid, but so far that strategy has not panned out in any way, shape, or form as of yet. As you can see by our scoreboard, it's a different site to play into this time, so the extension, specifically in the library, might fall back quickly. Rin can't get the lock on his opponent immediately. His opponent on the other side of this one, Palu, knows exactly where he's at. Rin's gonna go for the pistol fight though, and it's not gonna work out. Palu beats him out again. That's another 1v1 between those two players, going by the way of Palu, and another opening kill advantage into Liquid's pocket.
Yeah, whoever's running highlights, you're gonna want that one, because I don't know if you guys saw this, but Palu tried to shoot him with the Gon 6.
Oh, did he really?
He ran out of ammo with the G36C, swapped to the Gon 6, and then tried to kill him with the Gon 6.
I can't believe
I don't even know if you can do that if you hit them in the head, because I've never really had a reason to try. So, yeah, Liquid able to get the kill onto Rin with the most outlandish play out of West Main I have seen in quite some time that almost got him a kill. But either way, we're about halfway through the round now as Office is beginning to be bunker busted here by the exothermic charge of Sexy Kick. Blows open that wall, but obviously they'll still have to deal with these laser gates.
Well, Paulu's probably feeling pretty confident if he's making plays like that. That's one thing we can note on.
Or he forgot that he had a Gon 6. One of two things happened. We'll never know.
He was like, I'll use pistol. He's my, what the heck is this thing? Like, we're going to try to go in for a basement entry here, possibly try to open up some more control for the Team Liquid roster. Either way, they've already got a good amount of it, and ultimately we'll see him actually take up a window position. Cat saying no reaction. He thinks he's safe on that corner, but no, a tiny pixel or speck of his head is popped out. BSK gives his opponent a chance to react that one, but not the same thing for Yas, as Moringa is going to be able to catch that one as well, setting up a double kill for him on the inside of this round. Only 2 players left alive for DWG, and unfortunately very little damage done to anybody on Team Liquid, save for Palu from that fight versus Rin at the beginning of the round.
The insight and game sense from Liquid right now, reading right through the plans of DWG. You can see how controlled they are in their pacing, the way that they're taking these angles, because they know that DWG are going to be going for some crazy things. Boogeyman going to try and back it up. He'll be able to get it, but obviously he's been read out now, and they're going to start to apply pressure to Solarium. Frag grenade downstairs, and Palu with a bank shot. Kobe, one would say, as he's able to get that down range. And that's going to be 5 rounds in a row for the LATAM squad.
And I mean, deserved, every single one of them.
Man,
here.
I really hope he's okay. I feel like his head's just really, really hurting today, so I hope he's all right.
Hopefully so, and give him an opportunity to quickly rebound after this, I would assume, as Liquid's looking for a quick mop-up here in 2-0 fashion.
They are all just smoking DWG right now. So to be playing on with a monitor that close to your face with a headache, and especially if it's a bad headache, I mean, tip of the cap to that, man, because I know that that's a struggle.
It's looking good for Team Liquid, and in the meanwhile, for DWG, the hard-headedness of their playstyle on this defensive side and a seeming unwillingness to change it up to allow for Team Liquid to get further into the building before they can finally get contests against them is causing them to lose quite a few rounds. A perfect 6-0 half is very much in the cards here now for Liquid if they continue to repeat and rerun the same exact checklist they have run the past 5 rounds.
So what's the answer for DWG? These early round attempts to try and get a pick onto Liquid are all for naught. They constantly are in a 5 versus 3 or 5 versus 2, depending on how many bodies they want to throw at the situation. And even past that, DWG still making attempts at the end of the round to use the other things that Liquid have already cut off before and are more than likely expecting no one to use to try and attempt to go for it again. And yeah, it gets some frags like the last round, for instance. You're able to get one outside, but you know, no assistance in the likes of team play overall. It's more individual gunfights that, yeah, they're able to win right now, but Liquid are just winning in the team department. It's been so well done.
Arguably more importantly, the gunfights that DWG Kia are winning are usually being won at a point where like the round is
literally
fairly over for them anyway. Yeah. So most of the frags are actually getting...
And that's saying for DWG as well.
Yeah.
So
they need to try and find some way to win these fights earlier on in the round here, because Liquid is just being allowed to do whatever the heck they want with their executes, and unfortunately, DK is doing nothing to stop that, or at least nothing successful. Certainly making attempts here, but every single one of them is going awry. So we'll see if they finally can make something work for themselves on this final round. There's already a very nice drone inserted into the bushes there, just over by the site itself, so Liquid's going to be able to feed themselves some good info.
Okay, well, Liquid's info game throughout all of this half has been so very solid, especially matched up with Dokkaebi on PSK, who has been playing so very well thus far, despite the issues, obviously. But for Paula, also been a big part of this info game here, or Palu, excuse me. But either way, still been a very, very big piece to this puzzle with this Gemini. Sexy Kate going to begin blowing the wall here. Rin not enough time, sadly enough. Did not hear the exothermic going down in time. And if indeed stuck to the animation, more than likely would have been killed by that exothermic. So a good shot call there.
A little worried for Rin for a second. Thought he was going to try to hard commit to that. Probably would not have gone well, but thankfully realizes his mistake fairly quickly and evacuates back down to the site. Probably going to throw the rest of these batteries just on the wall here too, since not a whole lot of trick play potential to come out, save for these walls here. It's just kind of on drone watch more than anything there on that hole. And
no, Rin! Rin, you've chosen wrong! Sexy Cake, what are you doing?
Yeah, really.
Why didn't you blow it?
I guess they weren't necessarily expecting the bandit to be down there.
I mean, I guess, but
because to be fair, that's not a very common pick from my experience, at least.
You're absolutely right. It more than likely will be in the future. And speaking of picks, John, Cat's gonna die again. 1-6-0 right now for the South Korean player. A big pickup here for Palu. Yas will be able to refrag onto Moringa, but Sexy Kate one of his own, and the shots starting to come back and forth in between these two as we get it down into a 3 versus 3.
So here we go. This is looking much better for DWG Kia now, keeping the fight much more reserved to the site itself, trying to bring Liquid in a little bit more before they can get anything. Woogieman is going to find a very impressive kill there against Ness, but at the same time he lost Yas. It was his other aggressive counterpart here, trying to slow down the progression from Team Liquid. No longer will that be the case. You only have Rin and Woogieman on the site itself to fend off the attack from PSK and Palu here. Palu as well, having the Gemini drone to throw out here, can get that free intel on at least one of the players from the team as he moves forward. PSK will try to act on that intel from the staircase down below. Woogieman's going to have to be cautious here as he's also expecting pressure from Solarium, so he needs to get the correct read. For Team Liquid, they need to execute now because they're running out of time.
Well, Woogieman with an opportunity here to handle the Solarium player. PSK with a beautiful shot onto Rin. They don't know where the last one is, but PSK floods in with the SMG-12. And you can see on this man's face, he's just like, please get me out of here. Like, I'm putting everything on the line for this team right now. And honestly, we respect your valiant effort, my friend. We all know how difficult it is to play with a headache like that, and you are doing a bang-up job right now. This is just absolutely incredible. A 6-0 half for Liquid off of the back of the efforts from PSK and Palu.
So one more round is all that's needed. Obviously, we could see a comeback from DWG Gaming, but I mean, I'm not gonna rely on it.
This is so sad after Coastline.
So much hope, right? So much. We pegged this one as like, this was the good map for DWG Gaming. They had a 100% win rate on it. Their opponents seemed to like fear them playing them against this map as they banned it out every single time. Almost 30 bans from their opponents in the past history. But unfortunately, here today against Team Liquid, that's not shown through, and Liquid is giving us a very, very solid performance to give us a quick 2-0 closeout.
Well, I already watched one of the craziest games that I have watched in some times, especially when it comes to, you know, just things regarding the match. And the best way to put that, obviously, would be like, just tell you guys what the game is. And it was Team 1, their tiebreaker up against Cyclops, one of the most incredible matches I've watched in some time. They were only allowed to lose 2 rounds, John. 2 rounds inside of the entirety of the game. At this moment in time, DWG, all of their playoff hopes right now lie in this, Perfect Siege, which is a game where crazy things happen all of the time. It's like chess. There's basically always something that's going to be different, even when it comes down to the exact same operator lineups and the exact same map. DWG have to be flawless on this side.
And unfortunately, with the performance we saw on their defensive half, yes, I'll admit, things can be drastically different on the attacking side, but given it's a 6-0, and given the fact that Liquid seemed to have absolute control over everything DWG Gaming was trying to do against them, it's very hard for me to believe in that type of comeback. But let's let the game speak for itself as we're into the round now. It's time to see what exactly DWG Kia can give us on this attacking side to give us some hope, maybe.
Well, Zofia up that means Rin is on it. No Ash play here for the offense. So holding on to that is Katsang will take down one. It's Palu trying to rotate through the basement. Ends up getting his head removed. Only going to be his second death of the game, though. Is Liquid still trying to play to the Solarium side. Gonna need some assistance here inside of the utility department as they'll try and clear some things out. Cat with a beautiful angle. The way that they've been using this buck, it's a triple for Cat. And, well, I might be holding my tongue for the remainder of this offensive half. We'll have to see. With a start like that, I really don't know what else to say.
I think we just super jinxed it.
Super's a player for the Sonics.
And? I keep trying to come up with some more witty. I blanked.
Got him. I win, guys. I win.
So let's see here now. Katsang with the ultimate control over this round right here, just tearing apart all of that aggression from Liquid. PSK and Sexy Kick obviously going to stick very close to the site now as they need to try and defend the OBJ inside of these final minute and 15 seconds of the round here. For Damwon, they're going to take things nice and slow as well here, just to make sure they don't make any mistakes. Obviously, one round loss and they are out of this game, even with the 5v2 advantage. That could turn itself around fairly quickly if you're not careful. So they're sending all sorts of drone work, and you can even see some more flying in the back of the shot there. It's all sorts of drone work into this site to really get a lock on where these last two players from Liquid are going to try and play from.
That's the beauty of these early picks. They'll be able to use the maximum amount of this time to make sure that they do not make a mistake. Liquid still trying to hold on to two separate floors here. Sexy Cake, the lone soldier inside of the actual site. He'll get taken down. It's a flood from DWG as three members pile on top of him. Not a single safe angle to try and work. PSK, now the lone man alive for Liquid on the defense. That's more than likely a freebie coming in here, but oh no, the shot spray wide, but now he's locked in between two separate angles. Tries to come back for the window work, and Yas ready with open arms. This is going to be a flawless round to start us off.
If they were going to give us hope, that's a perfect way to do it there. DWG Kia showing us a completely different look on their attacking side. Absolutely shredding, specifically for Katsang with that position in the basement there. All of the Liquid defenders that tried to take him down, as well as some of his teammates there. And then from that point forward, just a matter of making sure they don't mess up the 5v2, which hey, they didn't. It happened in very clean fashion, and a very well-deserved first round going on to the board. But it is only the first. We need to see 5 more of those to trigger overtime.
Yeah, I think the buck work really caught Liquid off guard there. It started off immediately. I don't know if you guys saw it, but our spectator caught it. Cat actually ended up stepping right inside the garage door, popped the hatch, and then shot up through Trophy to check the corner of Solarium with that skeleton key. Got the initial frag that we saw, but then moved over to create an angle for the bottom of Solarium stairs, so that when you try and rotate out, you just get screwed from the bottom angle that no one is prepared for. That's one that's basically never used. It even caught Liquid off guard there. So, you know, obviously Liquid tried to fight back. They dropped somebody down the hatch, but Cat also good for that frag as well, up against Nesk of all people. And, well, when you start off at a 5v2 with 2 minutes, it's going to be a far cry to try and win that round if you're the defense.
So let's see if Liquid will have better odds on their next site choice here. They did try to go for the kitchen defense in the first round. This time is going to be the bar hold, where we have seen probably the most success. I don't have the stats in front of me right now, so I don't know exactly, but I believe usually the most success for defenders on this site. Let's see if that will hold itself true once again, as Liquid still looking for the quick closeout for themselves. And Damwon Gaming looking for the comeback of the century, down from an 0-6 deficit. They're trying to take it to overtime. They even know already there's no chance of winning this in regulation. If they're going to win it, they've got to come all the way back from the brink to pick up virtually 8 rounds in a row.
Also, I don't believe we've had a timeout yet.
We have not.
We have, yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure, because this has been going so very quickly thus far. Just wanted to double check. So yes, no timeout used by DWG yet. And obviously, as we've been stating this entire time, they're 1 round away from a loss. So they feel as though they can do this under their own power. We'll have to see if they can do it going forward. Obviously, the site change here for Liquid, they're going to be focusing things on Library and trying to keep this locked up for the time being. We'll see how they want to abuse this lineup on the offense, especially Katsang in this situation. The Buck's not going to have as much influence as it once did.
Sexy Cake, he's thinking about it for sure, as he's got the lean out. He's smart if he checks, though, because there is going to be a Claymore position there. So if he hops out, it'll be a very quick death against himself. And Rin will feel a lot more secure as a result of that. He'll continue to hold the side window and heads into the library as well as over towards the blue steps there. Gets the ping onto the player that's holding the wall outside of library, but unfortunately the angle does not favor the window peak just as of yet. PSK is instead worried about the players on the outside balcony over closer towards Ego there. So as a result of that, Rin is going to be able to eventually find success isolating out Sexy Cake of all people. He tries to make that push from the looks of it over by the window. He pays the price. Once again, Damwon Gaming getting an advantage to build off here in the early round.
So, advantage to work off of now, but the good news for Liquid is it's not nearly as many bodies. Marengo will take down Woogieman as well, and they'll equalize going into the last minute. Plenty of utility here for Marengo to use inside of sight, especially for these toxic babes. That's going to deny that space and make planting ever more difficult for the offense. DK, though, have to try and find some answers, but it's not for their side to say. It's for Palu to say instead. He'll take down one. Rin trying to surge forward and through Library Hallway. But starting to see the entirety of this top floor is clear. They'll take down the default cam inside a fireplace, but the timer dwindling, and also Liquid set up with some plays across the map.
Liquid with that security now, holding back on the aggression. They don't need to throw it at Damwon Gaming anymore. Now that they have the player count in their favor. Yas opens up the hatch, tries to see if anything free will present itself, but certainly not the case here. Nice ping coming out, but it's still not going to lead to anything against the Team Liquid roster just as of yet. Moringa instead strikes next, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very quickly, the rest of the DK roster falls, and with that, Team Liquid take this quarterfinal 2-0 in their favor, and they push themselves forward into the semifinals.
I feel so very sorry for DK that it had to end like that, but still an amazing showing from them on Coastline. And I said this a couple of days ago, guys, this is one of the most entertaining squads that we have had in the last 2 years of Rainbow Six Siege. So please, everybody in chat right now, put up your condolences for this squad and also your praises for Team Liquid, as not only do they win this match, but that also locks them in for SI as they reach semis.
A massive opportunity for Liquid that'll be coming up next year as well, with a solid performance such as this, and really any potential for them in the future here in this tournament. Run to the finals seems almost certain now, with that great rebound on map number 2 here, as well as the performance they brought to the table there. Great stuff from Team Liquid, a 6-1 follow-up after looking a little bit shaky there, to be honest, on Coastline, but there was reasons to explain that, as they had no way to expect that Damwon Gaming was going to bring such a solid performance there themselves.
Yeah, you know, the thing for DK is it almost felt like a Mayweather fight. He's just gonna sit there, kind of bounce back and forth in the ring for about 8 rounds. He's like, okay, I know what you're about, and then he just starts punching you in the face. And that's really what it was. Liquid knew what DK were going to do inside of that map, and they abused it to the highest extent.
Yeah, it was far too similar to what we saw on Coastline as well, and that was the problem. Is, I mean, already seen the Coastline play out over the course of 15 rounds. There are 14 rounds, I do believe, technically speaking, and as a result of that, they knew exactly what to do coming into this second map, handled it perfectly, and the problem for Damwon Gaming is never really changed up that playstyle, never really tried to do anything different, and to be fair, it's sometimes a little difficult to not play into an aggressive playstyle, or at least an extended hold as we're doing since the map is Chalet. You kind of have to play into it to some extent, especially depending on the site you're playing on, but still, they stayed pretty much the same from what I saw throughout that one, and they paid the price for it as Liquid tore them apart every single round.
Yeah, cool, calm, collected is Liquid inside of this tournament, and honestly, this is one of the best showings from them that I've seen at a tournament, and it's awesome. I mean, this entire year has just been LATAM action. Obviously, Ninjas in Pajamas taking SI 2021, with the runners-up being Team Liquid. So, with that being said, folks, that's going to do it for us for right now. You guys will have Kixon and Taro for the next cast, but we have an analyst desk ready for you guys, so we're going to jump on over to them.
Thank you, gentlemen. And yes, it will be a 2-0 for Team Liquid, making sure that they've only dropped one map here so far at the 6 Major. And that means also that that one map, we also had questions about it, was versus TSM. Wasn't entirely...
Does it really count, though? Like,
it wasn't serious gaming, I would say.
Yeah, they've still been dominant throughout the entire tournament, right? And I think that's the main point we want to drive home here. Liquid continue to look like a really solid team. And I was worried after Coastline. I said, that's a really bad sign. But their ability to bounce back and still win this game so decisively, I mean, that really does clear my mind about them.
So much of what happened in that Chalet game was just Damwon Kia falling completely apart when they needed to not do that. A lot of desperation moves, times where we didn't think this expected. Their mentality or their tenacity that they showed in 2 OT wins against NIP was going to rear its ugly head on a playoff stage where the pressure was the highest for them. That just, it blows.
Yeah, yeah, and what they would call it in Korean is menbun, which means like mental break. Because I've asked their coaches about that, and they said like, oh no menbun at all, because they were in such good spirits after these upset victories, and I know they're going to be very happy with this overall, which is they've obviously gone a lot further than they expected. They've defeated opponents like NIP and G2 that people thought would beat them. So this has been a really good result. You could see the excellent sportsmanship, clapping for Liquid at the very end here. They unfortunately got a very, very tough quarter draw. And
They did.
And they still made the most of it, especially on Coastline.
Yeah, I think definitely DWG Kia are an extremely emotional team. I think that's been shown time and time again, even back in APAC, right? So I think it's a big deal that they started off a little slow on this map. Like, it's hard for them to try to gain that momentum back when they fall into a slump like that, but really well played by Team Liquid.
Looked overall like DWG had, after those first 2 rounds, it seemed like everything was already beginning to slowly slide. Like, we see already, there are times where they're in super easy to kill spots. They don't have a Thatcher ban on the board, so times like that where nades can't be stopped. And this is also another big deal. Rin had so many swings in this game, most of which were very ill-advised. Like that one, you simply can't pursue for that long and expect to get a positive result out of it. So they might work, but if it does, it has to be a player considerably worse than the one he was pursuing in that round.
Yeah, I think what was disappointing, and we talked about this at the last round, is that when they were calm and collected on Coastline, they were looking good, and it was the desperation that was really hurting them, and it's kind of painful to see Rin making plays like that. And I think what's interesting about Rin overall is that, Jess was saying with her experience at APAC that one of the things that DWG Kia has done very well has been kind of to leash Rin and bring him into the rest of the team. And I asked DWG Kia how they had done that, and they said, oh no, we just play around Rin now. They realized he just can't be controlled. Okay. And so that has been their strategy, and we saw the counters, the Zofia ban coming in from Liquid. I think they realized that if they put a lot of pressure on Rin, that he might crack, and unfortunately, like, plays like that outside on the defense, kind of like going back to the old Rin, and there's really no way his teammates can support him in a play where he's playing that aggressive.
Yeah, we talk a lot about Yas being a very star player for this team, and for very good reason. The placement that he had, #1 overall rated in APAC North for Stage 2, 100% deserved. The issue is that he needs Rin to be a bounce back in a lot of circumstances, and DWG Kia isn't a team that plays the trade game very well. Sometimes if they go in with enough droning problems that they have by comparison to other regions, if someone on their team dies on attack, there may not be a follow-up, and Yas and Rin need to be the double trouble combo, so to speak, in order to make sure that you don't get a really disadvantageous man count very early on in a round. Being able to build a roster around Rin is theoretically a nice idea, but over the course of the group stage, we saw plenty of instances where not only was he bottom fragging, but he was taking those entry engagements, those entry swings, and it still meant he was dying first. He's the one dying first. He's great in late game if he can survive that long. The Coastline map against Liquid is enough proof of that. Simply not to be in this case, though.
Yeah, bummer for DWG Kia. The Liquid dominance continues, and to show us a little bit of how Liquid continues to run the table here at this tournament, it's going to be Jesse, who's over to look at round 4.
Thank you, Monty. We're here with the telestration device, and we're going to go over one of these rounds, and I think, something's missing. Hold on. Give me a moment. That's better. That's better. All right, Professor Chick, ready to break down some VODs for you guys. We got round 4, Liquid versus DWG Kia. Right now, I want you to watch down here this exothermic. It gets shot right at the end. You just caught it there. Because there was a camera on this, it got pinged, and they were able to come back here from DWG Kia and be able to stop that from going off. So this moment. However, from here, it's going to get a little bit worse for DWG, because after this, it's going to end up being a flawless round for Team Liquid. First, we're going to watch as a nade will fly over and be able to take down Coded. There goes the shield first. Coded is trying to use some of these toxic babes, which I love, but he's got to back off because Nesk is not at the doorway here. Watch, he's at the window, and that's why the nade is able to successfully go off and get this first kill. The next thing I want to highlight is these two roamers. Look at Rin, look at Woogieman. We paused them. These guys need to be working as a pair now that the stair pressure has fallen on the side of DWG Kia, but they're not going to do that. Woogieman's just going to be too passive, and as we press play on this VOD, we'll see Liquid able to clear these guys out super effectively. There's Palu for the first one, and then Woogieman all alone up here in Library. arguably should be falling off right now. He's going to go for the aggressive play and stick around, but Moringa's got his number. And from here on out, it really is a solid round from Team Liquid. You'll be able to watch Moringa get this one in the 1v5. Just doesn't have a whole lot of hope. So ultimately, I wanted to highlight this round because it was so good from Team Liquid, so structured, and it's one of the big reasons why DWG Kia weren't able to find any successful rounds in that first half.
Excellent breakdown, Professor Chick. We're going to take a look at our matchup between these two star players of Palu and Rin. Of course, Rin really struggling that last round, unfortunately. Palu continues to be Mr. Consistent, the reigning SI MVP, delivering once again.
This was one of the matchups I specifically wanted to look at because this is just an example of Palu playing this exact role far better than Rin in so many different circumstances. We could have done a Palu versus Yas comparison, but here we specifically wanted to focus on the fact that Palu is creating impact on more rounds more consistently than Rin is. This match in particular is just focusing on what happened from that previous map. This is just from Chalet. But if you look at the stats for Palu versus Rin overall, it shows the story over and over again of how Rin is dying first on these entry engagements. First one in the building, first one to get taken down. There isn't a trade ready for him. And Palu and Nesk in tandem are capable of playing the trade game to a much, much further capacity than Rin is capable of doing. And the fact that he only has one opening kill, by the way, did Rin in that Chalet game, it's like the desperation is already present. If he's having that bad of a performance in round 5 notwithstanding, it kind of goes to show you how quickly Rin and all of DWG Kia's mentality went in the dirt really quick.
Yeah, and I think Rin is a great player. I mean, his aim is incredible. We've heard him be called the Korean Shaiko, which I think is fitting, honestly.
Okay, yeah.
But the problem is he can't frag if he's dead, right, Jacob? His survival rate has been horrible. It was 17% through the group stage. His opening kill stats were 8 and 14, so he was really struggling on that aspect. And, you know, it's great to have a star fragger. He just has to be alive if he wants to have an impact.
How would you change how DWG Kia is playing in order to keep him alive more often so he can do his fancy stuff towards the end of the round?
I mean, I think the easy answer would be to tone down on the aggression a little bit and maybe just try to play a little bit more passive. But I honestly think the aggression is good from DWG Kia, from APAC in general. I think that has worked in their favor. It just has to be a little bit more coordinated, have a little bit more team presence in there. Even if Rin's going in and dying first, if there's a trade, it's okay, right? You can have that opening death without it being too drastic of an impact, as long as somebody is there to get your trade for you and make sure that it's not the end of the world.
My suggestion to DWG Kia would be take a look at how the Susquehanna Sonics play Rainbow Six in that regard. We talked about Rexon a lot. He isn't an entry player. He's the guy that goes in and cleans up once that initial kill happens in the first place. If it's Grixer dying first, Rexon's always there. If it's Super dying first, Rexon's also probably there. There's a way for you to make sure there's always somebody else in the back pocket for whatever take you're trying to go for. If you're going for Villa, site is AVG, you're trying to push from master side, then what you got to do is make sure that there's 2 people at the very least on that initial execute, acquiring map control together and not attempting to play as solo as one might expect. That's the idea here.
Very interesting. Well, we're going to take a look at our MVP of the day, which unfortunately is not going to be Rin. It will, however, be the player who is up against Rin in our stats sheet there. Will be Palu from Team Liquid. Won an MVP of the day in the group stage as well. And the way we're going to be doing MVPs today, by the way, is we're going to give one to every match, and then we will fight at the end of the day for which player is the king of MVPs, the most valuable player.
The MMVP.
Exactly. The MMVP will be decided at the end of our quarterfinals.
Well, 24-9, 82 cost. Palu definitely has a strong argument to be that MMVP. Obviously, he's been the MVP throughout the group stage, and I think he did a great job this game of shutting down those kind of crazier plays we saw from DWG, especially on that second map. You know, there was a lot of times where DWG were really trying to get aggressive and make something happen, and every single time Palu was there to say no.
Palu is just picking right up from where he left off at SI. Most like the rest of Team Liquid is also doing the exact same thing. Palu is someone we sincerely cannot hype up to the moon enough because he keeps on performing. The consistency is something we've never questioned about his play, and yeah, MVP is very well deserved. Though, I do want to mention one thing. PSK, I think, was playing with a splitting headache throughout the course of that series. Every time cameras would cut back to him, it's always just like he looks like he's always sweating or he's holding his head in some fashion. So props to PSK for being able to fight through that as they won this series.
Yep, 2-0 as well, and now they've got the rest of the day to rest until our semifinals tomorrow. So I assume that your faith in Liquid was restored after seeing Chalet.
Indeed.
Getting a little nervous about Coastline?
A little bit, but ultimately, like, this is the sign of a great team, right? A great team like Team Liquid is going to be able to take a loss, or not even a loss, but such a tough game like Coastline, adapt midway through to get the comeback in the second half and in overtime, and then when you have that break, when you can talk to your support staff, talk to your coach, your analysts, figure out what's going on, and just dominate the second map. So that was honestly even more impressive to me than if they had just dominated 2-0 in a clean fashion.
This is what my prediction bracket was looking like from the start. You can go find it on Twitter. I said it was going to be a 2-0 from Team Liquid. Yes, obviously.
Bold take.
I mean, yeah, but for any time that you have a game go to overtime, there's obviously a little bit of concern.
Yeah.
Chalet basically wiped those completely clean, and then they go on to play the winner of DarkZero and Team 1 later on.
Which you would think Team Liquid would probably have a pretty big advantage in that match.
Already,
too.
yeah.
For sure.
I think so.
So we have now eliminated DWG Kia from this tournament. Do you have a parting message to DWG Kia? Because we're probably not going to be able to talk about them again. So one takeaway.
They beat all my expectations. It was going to be last place in the group is where I thought they were going to place. They blew that out of the water, and they did it in a more structured play style than I anticipated. I thought it was going to be all raw APAC aggression, but instead they had more of a formula to their madness, and it worked up until they got here. 2 victories in overtime, comebacks against the defending world champions is a massive deal. And they also defeated their own expectations because they were kind of here just to feel the water out a bit, see how they do with other competition that isn't in APAC, and they did a fantastic job. So to DWG Kia, hold your heads high because what you've accomplished here in Mexico, it's exemplary, and you should absolutely feel proud about your performance here.
Undoubtedly, DWG Kia are the best team in APAC right now. I'm going to give them that title. They're the best team in Korea's history. I'm going to easily give them that title. And they've won over all of our hearts. I mean, they really did surprise everybody in that group stage. And it was wonderful to see. They lose to Team Liquid, who had a lot of incentive to beat them, not just because it's a bracket, but also to qualify for the 6th Invitational. So huge congrats to DWG for playing as well as they did. I think they can leave this event very proud.
If nothing else, they're walking away with a nice pocket of $80,000. So let's go, boys. Congratulations. That was really well done.
Well, I think, too, what's great about DWG Kia is that now that they are part of the DWG Kia overall training facility in Seoul, they haven't been there for a super long time yet, and now they have a lot more resources from the organization to put around them. So keep watching APAC, guys. It's probably only going to get better. It's the same thing with IG. Relatively new, they are going to get more resources. So, if these teams did that well at this event, I think you can probably expect even more from them in the future, which is really cool for Rainbow Six Siege. We do have to bust out the old death whistle, unfortunately.
See, last time you did this, we were concerned about building structural integrity. Can you not curse us into oblivion, please?
Look, I'm not superstitious, but I enjoy the fact that you are, and it makes you nervous. It just makes it even more fun for me.
I'm not superstitious. I'm playing it up for the crowd.
Fair enough.
I think we got Coppet in the back going, what is that?
Yeah. Sorry, DWG.
Rest in peace forever, DWG.
Sorry, DWG. As teams are eliminated, we'll keep doing that. On a significantly less fun note, we do have to talk about what is going to be going on with our schedule today and the overall structure of the 6th major here in Mexico. So we have a statement that has been issued by the social media online. We can go ahead and bring that up right now. And as you can see, today we regret to announce that 2 members of DarkZero Esports have tested positive for COVID-19. As part of our strict sanitary protocol implemented and enforced by FACEIT during the 6th Mexico Major, both have been placed in isolation and all necessary follow-up measures are being taken to ensure the safety of all participants and staff in the venue. We wish the players a speedy recovery and are currently assessing measures required to ensure their safe return to the United States. In essence, I'm not going to read the rest of it. DarkZero is going to play. They are going to be playing in isolation from their hotel rooms, which means that that match, in order to set this up, has also been moved to the end of the day. For those of you who are concerned, the players are fine right now, so they don't have terrible symptoms or anything like that. Everyone, including all of us, on the crew, talent, players, were all tested this morning. We have not had any other positive test results. So feeling relatively comfortable overall. These are obviously extremely tough times, and I'm glad the players will be able to continue their run here on DarkZero, and they're feeling up to it. So good news for that. Now, what this means in terms of the schedule is as follows, which is that their match, which was to be played next, has now been moved to the end of the day. Spacestation Gaming versus Empire has now been moved up into the next match, and BDS versus FURIA, which was previously the last match, has also been moved up. I think this is the fairest way to do it. Had we swapped matches, it would have been a lot sooner for BDS versus FURIA, and so now every team has basically just been moved up a couple of hours in the schedule, but considering they're all playing each other, each team has the same disadvantage effectively.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the right thing to do for DarkZero. It sucks we don't have them on stage, but safety is absolutely the most important concern. So this is the right call, and yeah, it means that you're stuck with us, Monty, for a whole nother best of 3.
I prefer to think of it as I get rid of you earlier.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Wow, you really don't like us that much, huh? Wow, okay.
Yeah, just saving the best for last. It's fine.
Is this revenge for you not actually getting the laptop after all? Was that like...
No, I'm not bitter about that. I'm not you. It's fine. I can let it go.
I don't know if I'm bitter. I mean, if anything, I'm very relieved these days. Dude, the whole pressure's been taken off my shoulder. I finally got what I deserved, and he's wearing the shirt to prove it, so...
That's fair. That's fair. I'm happy for you.
Thank you, Monty. I appreciate it.
You'll have all afternoon to go watch these games on your new Predators laptop.
That's true, and I can actually like play video games while I'm in Mexico. I haven't done that at all.
Very fun. All right, guys, we're going to go to a break after this, and we'll get Spacestation Gaming and Team Empire, NA's #1 versus Europe #1, up on stage as fast as possible for your viewing pleasure. We'll see you then.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this 3rd episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. PayPal. Press play.
What's your overall impression of the European teams and their strength coming in? Or are you thinking that really the Brazilian teams are your only competition, or do some of the European teams worry you a little bit?
I think it's gonna you'd be dumb not to be worried about Empire at any LAN event, just because those guys just seem to power up when they get to LAN, even if they don't look impressive online. So I think they're like a sleeper team for me. You have to watch out for.
Do you think the European region, on the whole, is underrated right now because there hasn't been a big European win in a long time at a LAN?
It's hard to say because I think right now, just like the skill, the level of teams are kind of the same. Like any team can beat anyone right now. Just it matters like who will adapt faster during the game, and the team from any region can do it.
Welcome back to the Mexico Major. We are heading into our second quarterfinal match now. It is on the other side of the bracket from our first match, so the winner of this will not, in fact, be playing Team Liquid. We are going to be staggering that throughout the day. It will be the last match instead, where the winner of DarkZero versus Team 1 will be headed into the Team Liquid semifinal. It is a single elimination tournament this time around. Matches are best of 3, except for the grand final, which is a best of 5. And there will be no map advantage, obviously, for any reason, because we don't have a lower bracket. So there you go, just a straight up best of 5. We are going to be Spacestation Gaming versus Empire. The winner of this will face the winner of BDS versus FURIA. So opportunities here for both an all-Brazilian and all-European semifinal, depending on how things shake out.
If things are sad for North America, if that's our circumstance, and APAC as well. I do want to point out, Liquid, of course, beating out DWG Kia. They've secured enough points to make it to SI. They're the first team ever confirmed for the Sixth Invitational 2022. Awesome. So congrats to them by making the semifinals. They've locked that down.
That's 2 really high Copa Elite 6 appearances. Obviously, the finals and from Stage 1, the quarterfinals or the semifinals from Stage 2, combined with enough points to be able to make it all the way through to the semis of the Sixth Major. That's honestly a pretty big deal. But everybody else in this tournament is still going to be fighting for a lot more. Space Station need as many as they can possibly get. Team Empire with the first place finish in Stage 2 is already kind of a nice buffer, but they have the exact same amount of points technically from Stage 2 as SSG does, so both of them are going to need some pretty substantial help, and they need to make it as far through this bracket as they can.
Well explained, gentlemen. Well, I'm tired of talking about Team Liquid until tomorrow.
Might as well. Yeah.
I'm not tired of hearing about Space Station Gaming and Team Empire talking about each other, though, which is what we're going to watch right now.
I think SSG is the best NA team. Every player from their team is very skilled. They have great strats, so they are very adaptive during the games, and it's going to be a hard game for sure.
Honestly, we are practicing versus them already in this tournament. It will be a really close game because we are practicing different maps. So right now it's all about adaptation during the game.
Empire's not always, they don't always do the best in their region and online, but every time they come to a LAN event, it seems like they just come back fighting how you know they can, they just somehow power up on LAN. I think it is not a terrible situation for us because I think they play similar to most NA teams, which is more structured and they have a plan coming into every round. It'll be a really good series versus them.
This bracket's set up perfectly. I want to play Empire, I need revenge on them. They've always been a good team, so I'm excited for it.
Well, in my interviews with Space Station Gaming, they were saying that they were actually quite respectful of Empire and thought that they were an extremely dangerous opponent. I'm sure they would rather not be facing them in the quarterfinal here, especially because we have the #1 team from North America and the #1 team from Europe hitting each other in the quarters, not any later in this event, because Empire was in the same group as Liquid, took the second spot underneath them. Now they have to face off against Spacestation, who is #1 in their group.
These are the games that get fans riled up. These are the ones that are always the most exciting. And I noticed something in that video. I believe Joystick was the one who said that they'd been practicing with SSG, like perhaps in the group stage, and that they were playing different maps. I wonder if they were scrimming Chalet against Space Station.
Ooh.
I'm wondering, because we saw them leave it open in the very last group stage game that Empire needed to win to make it to this bracket. And they didn't go there, but we know that they're probably hiding it. They're probably getting ready to play it. So if they played it already in scrims against Space Station, that's a big deal.
And we did talk at the end of the last map that Empire played, which was versus IG. Oh, they managed to get through groups only playing 2 maps in Consulate and Clubhouse. And so they have successfully hidden the rest of their pool. But if they were primary practice partners, the pool may not be, as you infer, as hidden as Empire might like.
Both teams playing different maps and groups is also a little bit of a hint about what both of them might be trying to bring out in this series. Space Station had Cafe twice, Villa once, and Coast once. Now, the obvious problem here is that they didn't have as many maps that they could have played in groups, so it's a double-edged sword. They not only get to hide more of their maps, they don't have to play the same ones over and over again, maybe having different strats because there was one team less in their group to play, but it also means that there simply isn't that much to look at for Team Empire's sake for them to counter-strat against, and this is a very strat-heavy team who's capable of doing that. In fact, both of them, believe it or not, play into their own style of Siege more than they play into their opponents, so the fact that we don't even have similar maps to look at and get kind of a baseline for what either one of them might do in this series is going to make it pretty interesting.
All right, well, let's get into the veto right now, because then we can just analyze the maps that are going to be picked.
All right.
We don't have to suppose.
I bet that... My bet is Empire ban Chalet. I don't think they're going to risk it. I think if they do play Chalet, I think if they leave it up, Space Station's going to pick it. It'll be Chalet or Cafe for the first ban guaranteed. It's Chalet. Good. So, I mean, Empire showed in the group stage they were willing to play this, but against Space Station, I just think SSG is way too strong at it. That does leave Cafe to be picked by Space Station. Of course, that's the obvious choice. Empire probably Coastline? Clubhouse? Okay, Coastline was banned. Okay, sorry, I didn't catch that. Clubhouse, then, I think is a great pick for sure for Empire to take. In there goes Consulate, Oregon versus Villa. I thought Villa would be our decider, but if I'm Team Empire, I think I want Oregon. Oregon is a very good map for them, yes. Little bit shocked that SSG let Oregon slip through as much as they did. Space Station and Oregon right now, if we get there, are currently on a 5-game losing streak, stretching back to the Stage 2 2020 Major Qualifier. So SSG don't really play that map. I'm shocked they let it get to the final map.
Cafe immediately to me stands out as a map that SSG are doing their best to win. They've already got 2 dubs on it, so there's no reason why that trend can't continue here. But it's Clubhouse for me that is going to be the most interesting. Obviously, like Jesse mentioned, if we get to Oregon, then that's probably where more Space Station or an NA fans should be concerned for their squad. But Clubhouse is nice because that is Team Empire's bastion historically, as it also is for SSG. The legacy of Clubhouse for both teams has gone back and forth as of late. I think Space Station have been doing a decent job of avoiding Clubhouse in Stage 2 and for most of the NAL for this year, where we used to refer to it as Dubhouse. They had a fantastic comeback on Clubhouse back at the 6th Invitational 2020 that inevitably led to them winning the entire series in the Grand Finals. But this is just one where both teams, really, really love Club, so that's going to be more interesting than either maps 1 or 3 for me.
If it's two games, do you anticipate an SSG win? And if it's 3, do you anticipate an Empire win?
With Club being so kind of down the middle, I think, for both teams, that's where it's definitely more concerning. I think Cafe should be an SSG map, and if we need Oregon, it would be Empire. But we need like some sort of 8-7 OT, flip a coin randomly, figure out which team is going to win Clubhouse, because that's going to be really close.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it says a lot if Empire are willing to pick it, right? If Empire are wanting to go to Clubhouse.
Against Space Station, like that's not a coincidence.
No, certainly not. I think Empire are definitely confident in themselves. That's probably, if they were practicing, we're assuming a lot here, but if they were practicing, I assume that's one that they have either gotten a lot of info on against Space Station, or that they've managed to hide themselves even in those scrims.
Very good. Let's talk about Space Station Gaming first, because this team you guys are ultra familiar with. You know, top team in the North American League, champions of their region, and they did it in spectacular fashion. Before coming to the Mexico Major, they had not lost a game in 2 months. The one and only game they lost in Stage 2 was to DarkZero. Then they take a loss here in OT to FURIA, so that snaps that streak. They still make it out in the top position in their group, and they do it by playing fundamentals, which is, I would imagine, kind of what you would say is very similar to Empire's play. Like, these are teams that are very, very focused on proper fundamental team play.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, like, this is the thing for Spacestation, right? They have been amazing so far in the NAL, and I came to Mexico waving the black and yellow flag. I was like, Spacestation are going to surprise everybody. They need to not be feared. And then I saw the groups. And the groups from Spacestation were not that impressive. I mean, they did make it out first seed, grats to them, but I really thought that they were going to dominate that field, and they had some struggles.
I do think that the fact that they had one less team in their group was also a double-edged sword. It's one less team to prep for, so you can put more of your effort into both FURIA and Na'Vi, who were their group mates in Group B, but it also means that you just don't have that ability to flex around and try other options. It's very much like SSG can play into their defaults on maps that they're comfortable with, in this case Cafe, rather than do anything super crazy. They obviously make it out of groups with only 3 wins and 1 loss, and that 1 loss was an 8-7 to FURIA, so it was already super close, but it still means that there were some things that you could have done in groups to exercise more ideas that you just didn't have the chance to do, and now you're in elimination territory against Empire, so the stakes are way higher and you just haven't had enough time to do other things yet.
I think the big thing for me is, like, Spacestation in the NAL had a couple really big positives about them. Their attacks were insane, and it all comes off with the opening pick that they were consistently able to get. Their droning was amazing. Hot and Cold was doing a fantastic job with his nades to get those opening picks. Faults and Rampy were as well, and that meant that SSG had the best attacking win rate out of any team coming into this event at 71%. But it's really dropped. In groups, their attacking win rate was only 56, which is a huge fall off, and their opening pick stat has gone from 60% to the dead even 50%. So that's a big worry.
I'm not super concerned, though, because the North American League, from a competition standpoint, is definitely weaker than not only the rest of other regional leagues in Tier 1, but also in international competition, you're not going to get an XSET or a Beast Coast or a Disrupt Gaming. NA, by and large, aside from a couple of teams, has some things it needs to figure out, and Spacestation were capitalizing off of that, especially with the shutout win that they were able to get as the season went on. It's not the end of the world for SSG. If anything, I'm hoping that because it's a 56% attacking win rate by comparison to their NAL stat, this is where it's supposed to be. You got a lot of like decent preparation against teams in the North American League, but if you're still able to pull out that kind of stat and win most of your games in groups, when you've got a whole bunch of teams from other countries in the same building as you, that's not nearly as bad as you might think.
And to quickly add on to your points, 56% is still 8% above average at this tournament.
There
so
we
that's
go.
still good. That's still a good attacking win rate.
Okay. Let's take a look at a player, because I don't think you can talk about SSG right now without going back to Hot and Cold, the newest member of this lineup who was added and really helped spark this wonderful run that they had in the NAL. So here are his stats for this tournament. So you can see the last map right there and the major totals, just to give you a sense of where he's at. Is he living up to the hype on the international stage so far?
So far, I think so. It's definitely been a slower start than what we probably were hyping SSG up to be, but Hot and Cold is doing exactly what we were continuing to think that he would. I'm actually kind of surprised to see that he's played more Buck overall than any other operator, because he usually has a Sledge as his highest attacking win rate operator. That's usually what he does, but the role is still the same. You're still utilizing all of that destructibility, you're opening up floor holes, you're using map verticality, and he is capable of doing that, but a big reason for why we haven't seen nearly as many of those opening picks come from nades is because he simply hasn't been playing operators consistently throughout groups that have nades at their disposal. But he's still the #1 overall rated player on SSG right now, and so far the entire team's doing a really good job of capitalizing off the impact he provides.
To your point, I will say that he's still been playing some nade operators. Like when he's not on Buck, it's been like Maverick and Sledge mostly, so he is still rocking a lot of that. And what that's actually allowed the more Buck picks has been somebody like Rampy has been able to pick up a little bit more Sledge. Not every single map, but he's played it so far in groups, and that was his old role back before Hot and Cold joined this team. So I'm liking Rampy with the nades. If they want to keep pushing in that direction, that's fine by me.
Everything Spacestation's done in terms of revamping, I think, their overall roles and how everyone plays together, everyone still gels like they're supposed to, even before the Hot and Cold acquisition, but it looks like, to me, everything that they were doing from NAL Stage 2 has made a successful translation to international play.
Okay, enough about Spaceman. It's time to talk about Horseman instead.
All right.
Team Empire coming in as the #1 seed from the European region, and they've been adapting their strategy, becoming more structured due to the ping that they have, but also known for their LAN performances. Now, they weren't able to place top 1 in their group. They took the 2nd seed instead. And not only that, but they played Team Liquid. They lost 7-5. Then they opted into a rematch on the same map of Consulate, lost 7-5 again. So they seem to not have been able to like pull out that win, even with the information that they got. Is this worrying you about Empire, or is Liquid just so much better that that's what's expected?
I mean, you know, talking about Liquid and talking about being able to adapt after maps, I think Liquid just showed how powerful it can be after a map is over to get that insight from your coaches, get that insight from your support staff, and really adapt to the way your opponents are playing. Empire, perhaps that is something that they're lacking a little bit, right? Being able to play the same map against Liquid twice in a row is not probably what people would have gone for, but I do still want to say, I mean, 7-5, 7-5 against Team Liquid, who we are, you know, hyping up as the team to win this whole tournament. Those are impressive results, and I still fully expect that Empire are going to go deep in this tournament, and I mean, those Liquid games don't really concern me.
Historically, Team Empire has always abided by the mantra of play your way. They're never going to do something that feeds into what the other team is doing or playing off of their weakness. Regardless of what opponent they play, they have their style of Siege and they will always take it to a T. The way that Razor has been coaching this team since they've had all of their success in 2019 until now has always followed that mantra. Against a team like SSG, I wonder if that's something that they can still read into relatively well, but Empire do have a lot of success. And the fact that they went back to Consulate against Team Liquid both times isn't a mistake. There were things that they thought they could shore up from their last performance that they simply, I mean, they tried, but it came down to the wire and they weren't able to finish at the very last hurdle. So from an adaptability standpoint for Empire, it might be a little bit concerning, but their playstyle still works out pretty well for them.
I mean, when I talked to Empire, they basically just shut down any question about adaptability, and they were like, no, we play our game only. That is the only game that we play. If there is a mistake, if we are losing, it's because we are executing our own game plan wrong. If we do it right, it is perfect and we will win.
And that's always been Empire's mantra. Even back in the glory days when they were winning the Raleigh Major, this is what Empire did. And I think if you go back to the start of this year, back around stage 1, Empire kind of shifted from that a little bit. It felt like they were trying to work into, you know, other teams' play styles a little bit more. It felt like they weren't doing a great job playing around their ping that they were forced to suffer online.
That was a problem, yeah.
But in stage 2 and at the 6th Invitational, I think they brought it back to their roots. They got Joystick back into the fragging positions, and they did what they do best. That's playing simple takes, going deep into the bomb site, and making their executes look nice.
And Joystick is still one of the most flexible and noteworthy fraggers overall, and he's a highlight reel, even if so far, Shepard and Dan have been two players that we probably want to talk about a little bit more, not even from a fragging point of view, but it's almost like you still need everyone in Empire to unlock Joystick, so to speak.
And speaking of unlocking Joystick, we'll talk about one of the players you mentioned, which is Shepard, who has been kind of the unlikely star of this team throughout the tournament, oftentimes topping the table from the support role when it comes to kills. Why is Shepard doing so well here in Mexico City?
I think Shepard is probably the best support player that has been here at the tournament so far. I think he's been fantastic on the defensive role. His smoke play has been insane to watch. He's got 10 plants throughout the group stage. That's more than anybody else. 4 clutches and a ridiculous 78% cost you see there in the major total. That's an insane stat. That means he's having an impact on 78% of the rounds. Obviously, because he's getting so many clutches and so many plants, that's going to impact the cost. It's going to boost it up. But you really can't deny how much of an impact Shepard is having, especially from the support role.
And also from the group of death as well.
True, yeah.
But, like, the fact that they had that amalgamation of teams all in one group and he's still pulling out a stat line this impressive is nice to give a boost to Empire's confidence despite only getting a second seed because Team Liquid were just doing as well as they were. He's pulling those kinds of stats out against Team Liquid in 2 straight Consulate games and no one's batting an eyelash because this is just what Shepard does. So it's nice that Empire have even their support player from the back line being able to pull out those plants and those clutches. He is such a primary reason for why they have any objective execute in the first place.
And I mean, kill death, 59 and 43. I mean, those aren't super stats. Those are real fragging numbers from a support player. That's good.
Yep.
So I'm going to ask you guys 4 predictions now because it seems to me that the styles of these teams are more similar than they are different. So a lot of it's going to come down to execution and which team is playing their own game better. Is that a fair assessment?
I think that's fair for sure. I think with Spacestation maybe falling off a little bit recently in this group stages, there might be a little bit concern there. This is a tough one though. I really feel like this is going to be the toughest game to predict today. I want to hear your thoughts, Jacob.
It came down to map selection for me. We're beginning on Cafe, which is a nice map for SSG overall, and in this tournament they so far have 2 wins against Na'Vi and FURIA, both of which, even though Na'Vi kind of fell off a bit, that's still a really good result on both maps. And then when we get to Clubhouse, it's one that we haven't seen Spacestation play very often, but I do expect that when we see it here, there will be some method of revamping it. Correct me if I'm wrong, one of the last times we saw it was it was a game against, I think it was DG or somebody, when they had to swap their analyst Luke in as a sub in stage 1, and they could not play to their game. Bosco, Fultz, and Rampy had fantastic performances then, but they still had to deal with the fact that they had a hole in their lineup and it wasn't a permanent 5th player. I do expect that kind of thing can be shored up, and maybe the second era of SSG on Clubhouse can start in this series. So if you had to ask me for predictions, I am going to stick firm with Spacestation Gaming.
I don't disagree with anything you've said. Last time,
you guys just gave me a whole spiel about how this is kind of like an Empire-favored map draft, right? Especially if we go to the 3rd map on Oregon.
Yeah. I think if we get there, for sure.
Okay.
If we need a map 3, that's my concern for Space Station. I don't think Space Station's going to allow it to get to a map 3.
Right.
SSG 2-0.
SSG 2-0.
Empire, 3-1, or 2-1. 3-1 would be impressive.
They're going to win so hard they get an extra map.
Yeah. I mean, I really do like the way the Empire's been playing this group stage. I think they've been playing much better than Space Station, and I showed up to this event thinking that Empire were kind of meh. I'm thinking that Space Station Gaming would be in the finals guaranteed. But these group stages have just completely changed my mind. I've really enjoyed watching Empire so far, and I expect them to take this against the Space Boys.
All right.
Monty, what do you think?
I mean, I don't think I have a good read on this at all. If I listen to the points that you make, though, it sounds more Empire favored to me personally.
That's fair. Thank you.
But I am synthesizing information I am receiving from you. So that is to say, if you are correct in your analysis, then it should be an Empire win. That's what I'm getting.
I'd like to think I'm correct in my analysis. I mean, here's another question, though. Am I allowed to make predictions more with my brain or my heart on the desk?
You can do whatever you want.
This is this is definitely like a 75%, like 25% split between heart and brain right now.
Don't forget, if you get it wrong, I get your laptop.
Wait, that wasn't what? Who said that? Huh?
That's right. He wagered his laptop in the predictions.
No, I didn't.
All right, we have Spaceman for Jacob, Horseman for Jesse, and we have some casters who are going to tell us Spaceman or Horseman coming up right now. It's a Terra and Kickstart.
Thank you so much, Monty. I've never heard them referred to as Spaceman and Horseman before, but I mean, I guess it's a first time for everything. I've also never heard a death whistle on a desk, so...
Right, new things. We're enjoying these experiences. That's all life is about.
Yeah. We have to try out new things.
Yes.
That's the whole point. Variety is the spice of life, so change it up every now and then. We originally weren't supposed to cast this matchup, so I'm actually kind of excited because we have not been able to put our voice to Space Station thus far this entire event. They're the only team remaining that we haven't casted yet, so just as a personal point of pride, I'm pretty excited about that one. But I think we're going to have a good match regardless of what teams are involved.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one, Parker. That's for sure. We've got some really great teams here.
I feel like there's a community question coming, Michael.
There is a community How could you tell, Parker?
I don't know. It's almost like we practice for these things.
It's almost as if we do that. Yeah, like we get paid for it. Who gets the dub? Who will be second in the semifinalists? Who will be the better team at the 6th major? Mexico. That is the question. Go ahead and vote, the community vote.
Needlessly complicated production.
Yeah,
Shame on you for doing that to us. Needlessly complicated. If you have different answers to that, like for example, who gets the dub? But then the other question is, who is the better team? They could be different answers.
There's also who will be the second semifinalist, which is the same as who gets the dub, but it
could be different from the better team. So
true.
of course it's entirely unpredictable because the better team doesn't necessarily always win. But let's get underway with our second matchup of the day. Space Station Gaming representing North America, Empire representing Europe. They will do battle. The very first map that we are going to is Cafe Dostoevsky, the Russian team playing on the Russian map.
Yep.
I'm not saying that there's home field advantage, but maybe there is. Empire's going to be starting on attack, Space Station on defense. That means that SSG gets the very first set of bans, and they will remove Thatcher.
Thatcher, a sensible ban here on Cafe. We've talked about how he's not necessarily an essential ban on certain maps, but here, definitely a good one to get out of the way. Nomad, very same story. Having Nomad in play on Cafe makes rotating very difficult. I have often referred to this specific map, regardless of the matchup, as Hell in a Cell. And when you can watch those tight flanks with the air jabs, that opens you up to forcing more advantage in the team fights and maintaining your dominance. So Nomad Band, that is going to make it difficult for the attack in those situations. Well, Mai and Mira, last two bans, nothing surprising there.
This, of course, means that Valkyrie is still available.
Which is particularly important because we are playing on Cafe.
Yes. Almost like I said it for a reason.
I didn't know that you said things for reasons. I thought you just babbled endlessly.
Most of what I do is arbitrary.
Yes.
But
I as well fall into that category. We share the bottom, Parker.
I will say this. I am a bit surprised with the way that the desk framed this particular matchup because, yes, Empire came from the group of death, but they showed some struggles against Invictus.
Yes.
They even showed some struggles against TSM.
Mm-hmm.
You know, do I think that Empire's a bad team? No, of course not. But Spacestation have looked so strong in their respective region. They dominated the North American League at a level that Empire did not do so in the EUL.
Yes.
Group stages are obviously a mixed bag, but in a best-of-3 Spacestation on international events, with the exception of SI, obviously, when Canadian had to come back onto the roster for a short period of time, SSG's looked so strong in best-of-3s. I mean, so is Empire, don't get me wrong.
Right. I mean, I was just about to bring it up. Empire's a good best-of-3 team as well. It's where they made their initial legacy when they started making waves, coming out of CIS as one of the newer teams way back in the day. How long ago was that? A year and a half ago? 2 years? It's been a while. Anyway, my point here is both of these teams have very similar stories going into this. I will argue that, from my perspective, recently I've seen SSG being the team that is carrying the momentum forward. They seem more energized. They seem more enthused. The addition of Hot and Cold to this roster of Spacestation has, I think, revitalized their presence on the server. And that's not just in this tournament, but also in the NAL, as you mentioned earlier. So that momentum is very relevant in a matchup like this, where you see two teams that, you know, on paper are conceivably very close to each other.
Yeah, I don't think this match is going to be a blowout whatsoever.
No, definitely not. We'll probably get to the third map with this one.
I suspect so. Oregon will send us off if that's the case, but Clubhouse is going to be the difference maker here. Such a traditionally strong map for Empire. We'll see exactly how the map pools turn out because this is a point of focus. Best of ones, your map pool is not as important as it is in a best of 3 because your weaknesses are usually well covered. When you only have to play one, you tend to go to a map with an even amount between the two teams. In a best of 3, you're always going to get a weak map.
It's actually part of the reason why the results through the group stages are not necessarily indicative of what we will see here in the playoffs. And that's very important to always keep in the back of your head. And we've already talked a little bit about that. Let's focus in on this round. So we have a reading, I believe, defense here for SSG, and they also have an upstairs roam. Now, North American upstairs roams in this situation tend to fall back really quickly. I'm not seeing that just yet from SSG. If they don't, on the top floor, retreat early, and that is to say, right about now, then that means that they've learned their lessons and they know that they need to hold this firm. It looks like that is the case. C4 is successful. That's why you ban Valkyrie, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice toss there from Hot and Cold to start things off. Always has been a difference maker for his team. The newest addition to this Empire squad, and with him, the fortunes of the Russian team have continued to increase. So losing always early. That was one frag grenade as well that is down. And along with all that soft destruction, a Sledge is going to want to stay above reading in Cocktail so that you can cover that particular angle and continue to hold map control in a way that makes it so the defenders can't retake, especially in a post play.
Worth noting here that as soon as that pick came out, SSG fell back immediately. No hesitation. They now have the man advantage that they were fishing for, and further, the time is starting to dwindle here for Empire.
You hear one of the toxic canisters come out, tossed by Bosco. There's still one left, so he's used one earlier on in the round. Those Rotaro drones from Shepard doing the soft destruction work that is absent now with the Sledge not in play. Joystick gets a mark with the stun, and Shepard goes for the plant, but there's nobody. Does anybody know? Rampy, look how close you are. You're going to have to deal with this, but he'll be involved in a bout with Dan and Scyther and Joystick. Everybody getting in on the kills, and even though the first one goes to SSG, that's all they're going to get because it's a lethal execution from Empire to kill every single member of SSG.
So we're going to go back to that roam, Parker, and the fact that SSG retreated after getting the first pick. Conventionally, that makes sense, but you're playing against Empire, and the problem is, as was discussed on the analyst desk by Jesse, if you let Empire set up the way they want to set up, they will win. They will be successful. It doesn't matter how far you put them back. And in that last round, it was only one man down. That is not significant enough to stop the Empire train. So they set up the vertical with only 30 seconds left. That is not a lot of room to work with. They get control over default plant. No one from SSG is anywhere near that plant position. And then vertical control, plant goes down, SSG panic. They walk into those lines that are being covered, and it's a pretty seamless round for Empire.
All told, they had good coverage, and then that upstairs control that we talked about when Always went down and the Sledge wasn't able to hold that. Well, Joystick did a remarkable job of staying up there in conjunction with Shepard on that Flores. So they've got Dan on the hard breach instead of Shepard. Shepard's going to be doing support work and still going for those plants. And the biggest issue for SSG was that they were never able to retake on the top floor. And Rampy, who either just simply not getting enough intel or not getting any calls from his team, was playing by pillars. He could have rotated into reading to stop the plant, but he was shut down by Dan, who was playing above. Ultimately, Empire had a lock on that top floor, and with it, every team knows how challenging it is to retake reading when you don't have control of the floor above. With that said, well, that round's in the books, and Space Station are going to stay on the second floor, but they're going to go to the mine. Or rather, they're going to go downstairs. Apologies on the silhouettes there. They're going to go downstairs to kitchen.
Yeah, it can be hard to tell on Cafe often. I've made that
These two, this one bomb site in particular, looks very similar from the top-down perspective.
Right, and if you're wondering, it's not that we're looking away when the bomb site is first spawned in.
No, I don't. I don't look at the map at all. Actually,
it's that
I cast blindfolded.
We do take notes while we do this, and often that's.
I also cast blindfold.
And Parker, he chooses to cast off of sound alone.
Yes.
He's very.
So I'm like a bat.
Yes.
Echolocation.
Exactly. You think that's his hair, but those are actually just really big fuzzy ears.
Yes, bat ears. Correct.
Yes.
So for this SSG roam right now, they're going to hold some of the map on the second floor. It doesn't look like they've got a single body playing up top on the third floor. They have a rotate into laundry if required, with Houghton playing off of that angle. Empire clearing the top floor quite swiftly. They've only burned a minute so far. It looks like half of the team is presently on drones.
Well, this is your typical Empire take, being very slow, very careful, not assuming anything. And that's one of the things that has made Empire so consistent. But you know what else is consistent? That shotgun. The C4s as well from SSG have been consistently landing. Scyther, though, will get faults inside of reading. So as this action starts to simmer down, Empire find themselves one down in terms of players, and SSG, no more roamers.
Well, Fultz dies, but you've lost Joystick and Always. Always not so strong on the entry, not where he needs to be. Gonna leave his team at a small disadvantage now, as that second floor is perfectly in the holds of Empire.
They're going to be able to use this vertical still, though. And look at this Diana clone coming into the freezer. Scyther's going to get a good amount of information from that, knowing where to expect Houghton. Most crucial is, of course, the sledge of Always being gone right now. The vertical is lessened, but luckily there are breaches in the pocket of Dan, so he can do some work.
That vertical play is going to be so critical, as it was in the round previously.
Yep.
That we talked about.
Pro tip with breaches, you can use them just as you're seeing from Dan. On the wall, that will get a good chunk of the floor as well, because the breach on the side that is being breached is much, much more explosive.
I don't know if they just took out a gadget with that Rotero drone or not, but Shepard will have to get that diffuser down, as he'll go onto a regular drone now that his utility is used up, or at least used up for now, as he can go right back on it with 3 remaining. Space Station right now having a numbers advantage. They trail in terms of the round count, but they've got a nice set on the site. But for whatever reason, Hot and Cold decides to play aggressively. He'll swing on to Scyther, and Scyther's been great with that gun so far today. Rampy falls, Shepard's in the site, diffuser going down, but they trade it off. And just like that, Shepard realized he's only got Dan to watch. Doing a great job so far, by the way, as Thinking Nade will need to be the hero. He doesn't see it. Dan has been so good through these 2 rounds, and SSG have looked limp on their retakes. Empire's up 2-0.
So this is the problem, Parker, and it's what's often talked about re-Empire. They are obscenely structured. And to the point where if you're leaving yourself vulnerable like that, like Hot and Cold just there, you're not going to get a lot of lenience. You're not going to get a lot of opportunity to use your positioning to your advantage. I mean, even Empire's surprised there. I think we saw Always with his hands up, going, "Hey, what is this? What are we, what are we playing against?" Because that's the second round in a row, I think, where SSG are putting their bodies at it, and Empire is more than ready for that. They've planned for that. That's their whole lives, culminating in that point where you think that you can get past the battle lines of Empire without punishment.
This is a ridiculously early timeout.
Very.
Obviously, things not going according to plan, and Lycan wants to settle the team down as quickly as he can. Given that this is Space Station's map, it does not strike me as well that they have already dropped 2 rounds despite having a lead. And there's been some pretty careless mistakes. Hot and Cold swinging, whether it for intel or to try and take a fight. When you have a numbers advantage, You don't need to play that active desperation. If you're a team that's staring down a 2v4 and you want to make a brazen play like that to try and even the man count because you know that if you just sit in the site safely, they're going to beat you on a 4v2. Sure. But SSG had the advantage there. There was no reason to forfeit that pick.
The one place where we've seen success so far from SSG is on their roam. Their roams have been good. In fact, both of these defenses, the roam has been good for SSG. They win that equation. Yeah. However, SSG never doubles down on their roam. They either fall back, so they're pulling out halfway, or they die on the roam. Either way, they're not reinvesting into it, so that cannot win you the round, because Empire is still allowed to transfer that into a site setup and an execute. And the thing that we haven't seen from SSG, but could possibly work against Empire, is actually hard covering the plant locations that Empire are trying to isolate. Now, this could be punished by Empire through vertical. It's a very strong chance of that. Or through other means, because Empire are good at that. But it hasn't been tried really by SSG. They're giving up those plant positions. That might be a change that they want to usher in.
Well, we'll see what they can change up right now. Going upstairs to the top floor for Spacestation. Something at some point needs to change because, well, nothing's really working out for them at this point.
And I know just to be clear, we are talking about this very early on. We're only 2 rounds in. But we've seen a layer of consistency here from Empire. And a number of very particular problems for SSG. And since we're in the playoffs, there's going to be a lot left to talk about later on. So we will put our initial thoughts out there.
Yeah, of course. We're not writing either team off just yet. I mean, obviously, we're not going to write off Empire at the current moment because they're up 2-0 and have looked very strong.
Yep.
But the only major kills that have been coming in, as you talked about, are on the roam. If SSG can hold that down, then that's great. But the thing is that this is not necessarily a roam-heavy site. This is a bunker-heavy site. So one of the greatest strengths of Space Station will be somewhat reduced, given the fact that most players on SSG are all going to be playing tight quarters in and around the bomb site.
So yeah, Rampy is this is pretty much the extent of a roam. Hope you could hear the quotes there on this site. You could do C4s from below, of course, but generally direct confrontation. This is as extended as it gets. The Iana clone will drop for Scyther, and he'll detect that, yes indeed, there is a defender inside of the Humidor. He'll fall back though. It's Rampy playing over by Art now.
There was the castle barricade inside a piano, always on repel. The only one to hold up against this stand, or to withstand the hold from Empire, is Hot and Cold. He'll be playing over by Pixel Spot. He's got a long avenue to retreat if he wants to, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to head down White Stairs and play at the top. For a moment, a fleeting moment, there was a ping to give his position away, but it was unable to be capitalized on by Empire, as they are very wary of a Valkyrie camera that could be potentially scoping them out. It doesn't appear that there is one inside a piano, though.
They do have some really well-placed ones, as we're seeing here, but one thing I want to highlight is actually the fact that Empire has managed to get Cigar, Piano, and Pixel Control without any direct gunfights. That's the first one we'll see, is Thinking Nate attempts to challenge Nubauk, but he will not net any kills off of that.
I think he got the Iana clone that went out.
Yeah.
From the site.
That's probably what it was.
That's about it. He gives his position away at the same time. 50 seconds left, and Scyther's trying to decide if he wants to be able to burn out a grenade with that laser gate in front of him, or whether a Rotero drone will do just that. They're trapped and cut off right now. As SSG still hold over by White Stairs, a Rotero drone goes out, and they have to get out of the way lest they take some damage. First confrontation happening with 30 seconds left in the round. Joystick's going to be the one to try to do that. Space Station quadrupled up in the same spot. Hot and Cold goes down, the very first casualty in this round, with perfect timing left. It'll be traded back with Bosco picking up a big double piece, always equalizing in a 3v3. Dan bursts into the middle of the site. Bosco goes down. A pinch coming in as Joystick's been dropped as well. Thinking Nate collecting that one. Still patrolling White Stairs. He sees Dan, but he doesn't want to engage. He's only got 5 seconds left. Playing the clock is most important. Rampy down below, but he doesn't have access to a Nitro cell. They know where he is, but nobody's able to stop him, so Dan will do Overwatch. Shuts down Thinking Nate on the re-entry. Dan 6-0 right now. Diffuser goes down. Rampy on the retake. Takes out Always. Damage done to Dan. Very limited HP as these two will joust with each other. Both exceptionally talented players, either capable of making it work. Rampy trying to poke a fight. Just peeking around the corner now in the back bar store. Dan has an angle, line of sight, and he wins it. Beautiful shot from Dan, who is absolutely unstoppable today. And it's 3-0 for Empire.
Dan is certainly feeling it right there. Actually, he was about 1 or 2 shots for that SMG-11, and I actually got to see on the replay for the final kill cam that those bullets from Rampy did in fact land. There was blood splatter on Dan, but Rampy was already dead at that point. So, man, that is a close one. Could have gone either way, certainly. That initial shotgun blast did force Dan to play a lot more passively. That's the consistency of that shotgun that I referenced earlier. So 3 rounds in a row here for Empire. And here's the thing that's worrisome to me, Parker. Clearly in that last round, SSG said, we need to play safer or more far back or more passive, however you want to put it. And I think based on these last 3 rounds, that is the opposite of what they should be doing because it has just not been working. And also, now you don't have a tactical timeout to reassess.
Well, the timeout didn't really work out, as you touched upon, and Empire stealing away these 3 rounds on SSG's map. We have seen freak occurrences where the second map, which is Clubhouse, could very easily go in SSG's favor. Teams win each other's maps, and then you hit that reset button and you go to map number 3. I don't know how likely that is right now, as SSG just seems to be playing quite oddly. They're not very strategic, and Empire are taking full advantage of that.
Well, we did talk about how we should expect to see different teams now in the playoffs than what we saw in the group stages.
Yes.
And by that I mean, of course, they're going to play very differently. So early assessment, yeah, we're seeing a very different SSG. Now, it is a dedicated roam here, as you can see. 3 roamers, 2 in the middle, 1 on the top for SSG, leaving just those 2 anchors downstairs. And one of them, I mean, actually, I don't think either of them are on the site itself. It's kind of a, yeah, kind of a weird, you know, I guess a shell kind of defense, but it works. We've seen this one before. If you control VIP and you could control code check and you've opened that red wall, you still technically have site control.
Well, on a more roam-friendly site now, we'll see what exactly SSG can do and whether they can muster up the same skills and same success that they've had before. The usual good guns of SSG have not been finding their mark just yet, and you desperately need them to be better at that because Dan alone is clobbering your team, sitting at 7-0. A Nitro Cell could have opened things up there, but Joystick punishes Hot and Cold on white stairs, looking over towards Reading. It's a kitchen defense, by the way, so there's still some more work to be done by Empire after they've taken control of that top floor.
Oh boy. Okay, so this time, Parker, the roam does not work out for SSG. You win some, you lose some, I suppose, but they're going to fall back with half the round still available to Empire. And half the round available to Empire, compared to other teams, is kind of like the whole round available to Empire.
Empire have definitely been heating up, and they've impressed during the group stage. Though, like I said, I mean, you can't really take a ton from the group stage, and it's something that you agreed upon as well. Almost final minute now of round number 4.
Vertical's coming in, hammers down, breaches out, and this is where things start to get tricky for SSG. The question is, how are they going to handle it? Because last time, they really didn't have anyone in position to stop the plant. Empire realized that, used the vertical to isolate the plant position, and got a really easy plant off on the B bomb chassis.
Things are about to go down inside a freezer, and a toxic canister, the first of which tossed out by Bosco, awaits whoever drops from Empire. Grenade goes down to dispel some of the gadgetry that's sitting by the door. Fultz getting punished by Always as Joystick has made his way down to the freezer now. Rampy will be the one to have the coverage and the cross. Inside of the site looks to be the Yana clone. Is that the real one? No, it isn't. It was Scyther on his gadget, so not just us fooled, but them as well. Rampy doesn't have Bosco to support, as all the focus from Empire is over by Freezer, and now they're in. Always with a kill onto Fultz. The numbers will continue to get worse for Spacestation. They answer back. Rampy's still in this pivotal position. The toxic canister misses. Bosco has none left. So the Diffuser goes down successfully, and the SMG is what Bosco needs to do to take the fight. Punished by Shepard as Rampy is now above and finds himself in a tough spot. Dan, call him the janitor because he's been doing an absolute cleanup. It's 4-0 for Empire.
Yeah, Dan is getting an absurd amount of kills at this point in the attacking half of Empire and Cafe. 4-0, Parker. I mean, Empire could drop the ball right now, lose 2 rounds on this half, and still be fine. They've won the attack half, and on Cafe, that's pretty impressive. Now, this is the type of map that does kind of ebb and flow as to what side is favored, but conventionally, typically, historically, it's been the defense. So SSG really struggling here. Last round, we saw the one thing that had been working for SSG stop working. That's the roam. Following that, once again, they did not have any firm control on the plant spot. And you can't really blame them because it's the vertical that's pushing them off that plant spot.
Yes.
So what are you going to do? SSG did present some answers. They put an evil eye deep inside, kitchen. I could see they opened the wall so we could see over bunker. That's kind of cool. But Empire destroyed that with a Gon 6. They're still trying to go for the VIP roam, but that's not accomplishing anything, which is odd because normally it's much more successful.
If Empire continue to play like this, well, every other team is on notice.
Yeah.
This is vintage Empire. I hate saying that. I hate saying vintage whoever.
OG
but this,
Empire.
This is vintage Empire.
Peak Empire.
They're playing
the good one.
So well composed.
Yeah.
They're doing similar things. They're winning their gunfights. They never seem to have a blind spot.
Yeah, that's the big one.
And you talked about it during the operator ban phase. Empire banned out the Nomad.
Yep.
So when Empire are on defense, they're not going to need to worry about it too much.
Oh, yeah.
Which obviously on defense, you tend to have more blind spots than you do on attack.
Yeah.
But Empire are able to play around that ban quite successfully. It's honestly, it's incredibly impressive how tough Empire are.
Yeah, and the real tricky thing is we've seen a number of different flank attempts from SSG, and it's kind of odd because Empire aren't having dedicated flank watches, and yet they're always ready for the flank. Like, I've not seen through this entire map, I have not seen one instance where Empire is like failing to hold a flank. They at least get the re, but they almost always just stop the flank dead in its tracks. It's kind of wild, and without a flank watch, just somebody turns around.
I was thinking Nate Hot and Cold have been switching up roles to try and accommodate for whichever site they go on to right now. And well, this is a reading defense, as we talked about before. We're not going to be led astray by the silhouettes, not this time.
Yeah, we did it.
The roam game that we had hyped up for SSG in those first 2 rounds, which did look good, just started to fall by the wayside. Impact goes out by Thinking Nate. Does he get the Selma? He sure does. Another one's going to go. Does he grab the second? Doesn't sound like it, no. So the sound cues give the position away, but only one panel ends up getting opened up.
Yeah, had to throw it low for that to happen, and SSG getting aggressive. They'll get 2. Rampy with a 3rd. There's a little bit of an answer back there from Dan, but he is too far away to save the rest of his team. Now by Pixel, he's going for a direct challenge. Difficult to fight an SAS defender there. Shotgun and the SMG-11. Dan's going to have to finesse that one. Shepard to assist, and oh, looks like it's a fallback there from Bosco. He gets out of dodge, trying to stay alive for as long as possible and maintain the advantage his team holds.
Dan's going to be in a tough spot here trying to get out of there, obviously maintaining this invincibility streak that he's on, currently 9-0, an impressive tally. We are 45 seconds left in round number 5, and Dan has yet to die. That is really something remarkable. So they're going to need a big performance out of him, and he's been exceptional in the latter parts of the round, but with 35 seconds left, he and Shepard are going to need to not just find a couple defenders from SSG, but also get into the bomb site. Seems like an impossibility that you'll be able to kill all 4 of them without getting that objective down. But obviously, when Shepard goes to plant, Dan will have to fend against the 4 players from Space Station. A near impossible task with the way that SSG has fallen back and are now clustered around the bomb site. Despite all this, they're still giving it their college try. And Dan jumps down, but no, he's finally been finished off. Fultz gets the trophy that he needs, and Shepard realizes with only 5 seconds left, there's very little he can do. A nice semi-impactless kill, and he's got another for him, but they're not going to give him that very last kill. Despite that, it still gets a little bit too close for comfort for SSG, who finally break their silence and pick up their first round.
1v1 in the dying seconds, and it is the very first, as you mentioned, Parker, for SSG. That does not instill confidence. It went from a 2v4 to a 1v1. I mean, SSG got a little crazy there at the end. They took a lot of risks. I think SSG might just be used to teams that allow those risks to go unwatched, that will be punished by their negligence. But that's not Empire, man. They are not negligent at all, and they've proven that.
It was once again, though, the roam from Space Station that came in so clutch. Space Station obviously read into this because previously their hold upstairs was not as strong as it needed to be at the time. And then we take that top floor, they play aggressively into Empire, and once they got those 2 lead-off kills, they could continue to push into Empire. Because for those that are watching that maybe don't realize this, when somebody dies, you're going to make a call out as to where you died from. When 2 of you die in very quick order, it's very easy for your comms to get absolutely crowded and muddied. So teams will want to take advantage of that. Catch them when they are in absolute disarray. And that's what Spacestation did.
Yeah, and it's the first time they've done that, by the way. It's the one problem that they didn't have, or that they, the one thing that they didn't have, I should say, in the previous roams is that they never doubled down. I mentioned that earlier. And finally they do. It's actually the third kill from Rampy as he assists his 2 aggressive players by Piano. That's what's kind of put the final nail in the coffin for Empire in that round. And to follow that up, after they get those initial kills and it's a 4v2, SSG gets passive again and they almost lose it. I mean, it just goes to show, if you have any kind of opportunity against Empire to scale those kills, to win the round, you have to seize upon them.
Final defense, by the way, for Spacestation now, as Empire have very firmly been in the driver's seat of this matchup. And it'll be a gamble from Spacestation upstairs in Bar Cocktail. So 3 bomb sites played by SSG on their defensive stud. Opting not to go over towards mining and dining. Fair enough, not every team does, though we have seen Spacestation play it before.
Not necessary. You can do the other 3 sites as your primary rotation. Now, top floor is tricky here. It's been really bad for SSG because look at this. Empire already in. They've got the control that they want, and there's not a lot of ground to work with for SSG to contend with this take. So they're going to do stuff like that, set up long angles, hope for something to happen, but that's a very difficult shot to hit, even if you're false.
I really do feel like people forget how mechanically gifted Dan is. There's been such a huge amount of talent that's flourished over the last little while that people forget that when Dan was on, Dan was on.
And he's clearly on.
Almost unkillable for, what, 2 straight seasons there. Everybody wanted to talk about Joystick, but Dan was off in the start of the show. And now it's up to Shepard, but what happens there is Empire just, this is the field upon which they reap, and Dan in particular gets 2 big kills, but that'll be it for him. Fultz is able to exploit the fact that nobody from Empire was looking in that particular direction. The 2 remaining players from Spacestation now have quite a tough job on their hands as Hot and Cold falls back. The rising tides of Empire will continue to crash against the shores of Spacestation. 45 seconds for Empire to be able to pull this one off, and a nice shot, but it's not enough as the clone goes down. So does Fultz, and nearly a flawless round will seal the first half, and Empire put a stamp on those 6 rounds by taking 5 of them against SSG.
So credit where credit is due. SSG did determine that they thought the aggressive plays were the correct answer, and I would agree with that. But it was really wonky, Parker. I mean, they started with a flank up red, mistimed with the rest of the push and cigar. The flank up red does not work out in the slightest. Even given that there's no Nomad in play, that's even worse. The aggressive play in cigar nets some kills, but because Dan manages to fish 2 picks out of that to begin with, I mean, that's tricky. That's real tricky. So, 5-1. I think that SSG will do better on attack. No,
Watching you try to come up with something positive to say.
No, but I really do think that now that SSG has the freedom to create their own tempo, they will do better. Because SSG was looking stifled, absolutely, suffocated by Empire. And that makes sense because Empire is the type of force that on attack, you really can't contest them in any of the conventional ways. SSG tried aggression. They tried to be passive. They tried all the things that they had in their repertoire. It didn't work. But now SSG gets to set the tempo. They get to make the decisions. It might make a difference. They might get a few more rounds.
Tail of the tape from the first half, by the way. 5 rounds for Empire, 1 for Spacestation. Spacestation have used their timeout. There is no second timeout available. They don't change when you switch sides. So Spacestation are not able to stop the bleeding by taking another timeout. In terms of site rotation, SSG played 3 of the sites, and they didn't go to was mining and dining. In terms of first bloods, split evenly, 3-3. In terms of kills, if you take the top frag on Empire of Dan and the bottom frag of Shepard and you add them together, they have the same amount of kills as all of Spacestation. There were no successful plants going down, so you didn't really have to worry about that. For Empire, or rather there was 1 successful plant that went down, but other than that, there was no hope in hell of Spacestation being able to retake that. And there were a number of times where Shepard wasn't able to get the plant down despite being halfway through because his team was too adept at killing everybody on Spacestation. That's the first half summed up. SSG desperately trying to kickstart some form of comeback here.
No, you didn't. You did not.
And not what?
You meant to say kickstart.
Kickstart. It's all about you.
Yes, it is.
They are trying to kickstart something here. They've brought the Lion in, thinking it'll be on Hibana as hard breach alongside the Maverick of Rampy. First defense for Empires upstairs on Bar Cocktail.
Well, nothing's happened yet here for SSG. Nothing very practical, nothing that's going to make their take that much easier. They're just kind of chipping away at the utility. They haven't cleared out any of the roamers downstairs. Joystick might be able to influence this. He doesn't have a C4, obviously, because he's playing Jaeger. They also still have Dan to deal with at Pixel. That will be a very difficult play to make. I talked about how that SMG-11 shotgun combo on Pixel is very hard to push. And that is the truth. So Dan has an advantage in every fight he'll take there. And he has not been losing in general.
Yeah. 12-2 is, you want to test your mettle against that? Well, go right ahead.
Have fun.
Well, they've got control of Piano on Space Station's side, waiting for someone to swing onto them from that particular angle in Pixel, like you talked about. Scyther might be called in to help out here, but this could be a tough shot. Free fire, oh, he narrowly misses. The Zofia will engage. Damage being done to him, but Fultz just simply outmuscles him. And a swing as that spot that you talked about. No, it's no matter for Fultz. An easy job for him and Space Station as they breeze right into that part of the map.
A little bit of hubris there from Empire. The aggressive push on Pixel, completely unnecessary. And it'll net 2 kills for Fultz, who is ready for it. Great diligence for Fultz. And now he continues to hold that white hallway dominantly.
Joystick's the next one, but poor characteristic on his end as he misses his shots. Thinking he needs the first one to die from SSG, but Fultz is just walking in large and in charge. Shepard takes him down. His reign of terror is over as both kills now sit on Shepard's shoulder.
Wait a minute.
He's got marks, and he has a Nitro Cell in hand. It'll go up. Did they dance around it? Yes, it has. Has Shepard pulled trigger just yet?
What?
No. He manages to take out Hot and Cold. It goes off, but it's the wrong target prioritization, so SSG is able to get that diffuser planted, and up the stairs Shepard must descend. Match point awaits Empire if they're successful here, but Shepard has already wasted about 10 seconds as he miscalculates on red stairs. That's where he's going to go. He has no intel and no idea where they are. He's going to be making a ton of noise as he goes to retake. No Nomad on the board, so he doesn't need to worry about that. But there will be sights trained from Space Station in the direction that he goes, and it's a shot to the thigh that ends up being his undoing. Bosco capitalizes, and Space Station picks up round number 2.
Unquestionably the best round we've seen from SSG thus far, though it is mostly, in my opinion, due to the error in judgment we saw from Empire pushing down Whitehall to Pixel, and the lack of a refrag from Dan. We've been talking up Dan all day so far, but look at this right here. He peaks late. I think 3-4 seconds after his teammate dies in the hall. The cover call should have come out way sooner, and he should have had his gun up right as Fultz peaks in the first place. But no, he allows Fultz to change his angle and get centered. That really was a pretty damning situation for Empire, the way it played out. Well done to Fultz, though. Not everyone's going to be successful in that situation. Well done to him. Apart from that, it was pretty routine for SSG. After they got those first 2 picks, now they got serious man advantage. They can just muscle their way into Big Bar. That's exactly what they did.
Well, it's not necessarily a troubling sign for Empire just yet. It's hard to glean exactly what this defensive half is going to look like for them, as we can't really deduce a pattern from a single round. But we are looking at, through the first attack from Space Station, we're looking at an attacker-favored Cafe.
Yeah.
So
we are certainly looking at an attacker-favored Cafe. I don't think it has to do with the map, though. I think it has to do with the nature of the teams.
They've changed up the sites, by the way, with Empire going down to Kitchen. I guess SSG opted for a single hard breacher this time.
Yep.
Thinking Nade, whose woeful performance of 1 and 7, will rely heavily on his utility and not his gunplay through this round. But Rampy doesn't want to deal with that Maverick anymore. Instead, he's brought out the Ying. Other than ADSs, there's nothing to stop that on Empire's side. They don't have Wamai as he was banned by Empire. There's no Warden on the board either. So if you get Candela blinded and smoked from the Ying, you might be in significant trouble. You have to hope that those Yokais spend a considerable amount of time around. Scyther will be playing on that Echo. Echo makes his debut here between these two teams.
Echo has been a very quietly relevant operator as of late. He's been getting picked up and played by a lot of defensive teams through the whole tournament. Not to the point where it's so obvious. But, oh, Echo's back. He's just as relevant as he used to be. No, not quite like that. But he is a situational pick that has been relevant. And that's under-discussed because there was a time after his nerf when he lost his invisibility where he completely lost relevance. Nobody cared about him at all. No one gave him a chance. And now upon giving him a chance, I think players and teams are realizing how useful he can be, especially for that active droning.
Now, Hot and Cold didn't see the silhouette of one of the defenders downstairs. A little bit more patience, and maybe he could have picked up a kill when he put that skeleton key away, but he decides that his interest is elsewhere, and this is a lot of destruction as it's forcing the players from Empire to reposition and think differently about where they want to be.
Note that he does that from the 3rd floor. It's caution in 2 things. 1, if you're not sure if you fully cleared out ground floor 2, or if you don't have flank watch up, and 2, C4s.
He's going to continue to dance around it as he's expended all of that ammunition from the skeleton key, so you best hope that he did a good job of that. Flashes come in, by the way, and one goes off, but the ADS nets the other. Joystick patient, and there go the Candelas as they sprint in, and Joystick, well, you are good and dead. The LMG in the hands of Rampy is just too much for you to do. That opening duel breaking in favor of SSG with a minute to go, but they've still got some work that needs to be done to get to the site.
Yeah, the question is, how are they going to open up that wall? Is there a mute jammer on it? Looks like the Habana's working away with the pellets, and they will detonate. No mute jammer, possibly the vertical got it earlier. Wall open, but there's even a yokai drone in position to stop that push, and the hole is very small.
Look at this. Nobody from Empire in sight right now. All 4 remaining members playing well off-site, holding map control on the east side of the building. So you have to rely on that yokai drone to be doing most of the work, get it in, see where they are, and then have it possibly stop them. Depending on where it is, a yokai drone would be perfect. There's only 20 seconds left, by the way, for Spacestation to pull this one off. They break into the site. There goes the yokai drone. Candelas go off as it's a rave in the back of the site. And oh, missed opportunity as Rampy blinds everyone around him. He doesn't see always there, and he gets flattened for it. And all of a sudden, Empire has the lead. They try to swing onto the diffuser, but thank goodness for Hot and Cold above. Thinking Nade 2 picks up his 2nd kill. Dan on the retake. He's got some marks. Lion will stop them but for now, so their positions are given away. Scyther's on 1 HP. This is going to be extremely difficult, especially since Hot and Cold has not relinquished hold on that top floor. Anybody who walks through the double doors towards the diffuser will be gunned down quite easily. Dan finds the Lion of Bosco. Down he goes, and he's managed to evade the buck above. Continuing to work towards that diffuser slowly but surely. The problem is going to be the time. He's on it, and they know that they're going to try to push it through the main door. He sticks this. Scyther watching. He's getting pushed for it. Down he goes. Hot and Cold is in, and he'll clutch up huge. That's why SSG picked him up. And despite how close it was, Spacestation stitched together 2 rounds.
What a dynamic player in Hot and Cold. Many other players in that scenario would have remained on vertical and would have subsequently lost the round for their team. Might have gotten 1 player on the cross if he stayed up top. That was funny, by the way. I just have to point that out. He might have gotten 1 more player on the cross had he stayed upstairs, but he would not have been able to see that diffuser since it was planted so deep in rice, and that rotation from Hot and Cold couldn't have been more perfect in its timing. Beautifully done. Empire now forced to take their tactical timeout. Well, not forced, but they do feel inclined. Based on what we've seen out of SSG over the last 2 rounds, a lot of certainty on their attacking half. I said they look better.
Significantly better.
Way better. They have control. They get to set the tempo.
Same time, by the way, in their defense, that Empire is going to call this timeout. It was taken in the at the tail end of the 2nd round on SSG's defense. Empire obviously not liking what they saw through those 2 rounds, so you burn the timeout. In this case, you hope that it can settle you down. Spoiler alert, it didn't help SSG all that much. Empire are so close to putting this one away. They're on the precipice of a 1-0 lead, knocking SSG on their heels on SSG's map, and then setting up Clubhouse, which is a historically strong map for both teams, even though the desk did give the nod to Empire in terms of the map pool. Tactical timeout is over, so we'll get back into the matchup. And Empire, obviously with how close it got, think that they can solve the issues that were presented in front of them as it's a 2nd attempt at that kitchen site on the main floor.
Well, Kitchen did look a little bit better. I'm really impressed by Fultz, by the way. I forgot to mention this, but Fultz did prone to shoot the yokai drone, which was under the desk in Kitchen. That was an essential function because the plant came down with very little time. And if the yokai drone had been allowed to deny the first plant attempt, I think it would have been an Empire round through and through, because they don't need to panic at that point to force retake. Looks like we've lost something here, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to do it for a technical pause. We're going to figure out what's going on, see if we can fix it ASAP. Luckily, it did not happen in the midst of the round. We were still in the prep, so we'll just pick up where we left off with the same site and the same operators, and it should be fine. We just have a little delay.
I really do like the way the stage looks, and having the pictures behind them is quite nice. Obviously, we have our backs to the stage, so we can't turn around and watch it. I do miss the big screen, though, in the middle.
The really massive one that we had, like a SI.
I mean, it doesn't even need to be one. That doesn't even need to be one screen. I miss being able to just sit back and look at the players and take in the sights.
Was it SI 2019 or 2020 where we like turned around on the stage and we had that giant monitor?
That was 2019.
That was 2019. Yeah.
That was 2019.
We cast it off of the stage for that event.
Alex Remy wanted a big screen, and well,
he got one.
He got one.
Yeah.
So. Well, we turn and we look at what's happening right now. It's a tech pause, so technically the coaches can't speak to the team, but the team has extra time to talk through what was just discussed. That is obviously a boon for Team Empire, as they had just spent the last 30 seconds trying to iron out some difficulties that they had experienced. They are 2 rounds away from knocking SSG out on their first map, but with lopsided sides, you know how hard it can be to try to take 2 rounds.
Yeah, this very well could be an overtime map, and at the start, it looked like an absolute blowout for Empire. Let's not kid ourselves. I think most people, after the first half concluded, were pretty definitively saying that this map was over, Empire took it, and I mean, I suspect it probably would have carried forward into a pretty swift 2-0 based on what we were watching, but it's clear that SSG just were not prepared for Empire's attacks, and they didn't have an answer no matter how many times they adapted.
Yeah.
They tried slow, they tried fast, they tried aggro, they tried all the little things on SSG's side. They tried falling back after getting an initial pick, and they only managed 1 defense. And on top of that, it was the type of defense that was really, really close. Could have gone either way type deal.
Well, the story of these teams as fist bumps go out and we look to be getting back into the matchup is that Empire never got to establish a dynasty. They never got to establish the level of dominance that their fellow regional foes of G2
kind of same story as
were
NIP,
able to
actually.
do. NIP, obviously, any thoughts of a potential dynasty died with NIP's performance in the group stages.
Yeah.
Spacestation, unable to secure that same level of dominance, but theirs was obviously hindered by a global pandemic. It would have been fascinating to see how SSG would have done after their triumphant SI 2020 run, to see what would have ended up happening past that. But of course, we didn't have a live event for well over a year, so they were just playing against different regional foes, and that was it.
One of the really sad things, actually, about when the pandemic hit is that North America at the time were just starting to become dominant as a region. And then, I'm sorry, international competition? No more of that. We're going to go ahead and we're going to put you all on the bench for a while, see how that figures into your meta. And yeah, NA, they really, they devolved a lot as a region. We saw a lot of terrible North American play the last 6 Invitational. But it's been very different for all the North American teams. Like SSG has had different results than DZ, who've had different results than TSM, and so on and so on. You know, just because they're at the upper echelon of NA doesn't mean that necessarily translates the same to international competition. We've seen that through this major. So it is kind of, you know, this is a battle of the titans, so to speak. But, you know, sometimes I do feel, Parker, that when we say a team has not been able to establish a dynasty, we are inadvertently and unavoidably comparing the team to peak G2. Because that was the only, thinking back now, I mean, it was the only true dynasty, that and EG days. But I don't know if that's quite as much that we ever had in Siege.
I mean, I would argue that the only dynasty that we ever had was G2.
Peak G2 Penta.
I don't think the CTM EG days
I
were
agree.
a dynasty at all.
No, I agree. I completely agree with you. But I'm saying some would make that argument.
Yeah, they'd be wrong.
I would disagree with them.
Yeah, they'd be entirely wrong.
And that's why, you know, that comparison, though, is so extreme. So when we talk about the dynasty of these teams, I mean, these teams are still massive, huge rosters, tons of experience. Just keep in mind the pinch of salt that is, we're comparing them to peak G2.
Obviously, do we think that this particular matchup is the start of a dynasty for either of these teams? No, of course not. But it is good to see Empire back in form.
You know what this is, though? The peak of the vertical play or the start, the advent of the vertical play for SSG. They're opening up above. They're trying to make something happen here. Empire is on the roam, so the vertical's not actually going to play too much here. They do need to clear out joystick and small before they start hitting that site through bakery. Oh,
he could be contesting right now up against the Capitao of Rampy. I like that Rampy's on this flex pick with his operators, going from Maverick to Ying and now to Capitao. Haven't been able to move Joystick off of this position. Out goes the drone, and he's going to be under fire, but Joystick does not lose those fights. He'll pivot towards the window, and Fultz lets him go by. That's a missed opportunity and a failure to capitalize from SSG. Joystick will be pinned down in his particular position as the Lion encroaches upon him. Crouched around the corner is Fultz. And Joystick is going to wait, but he gets flashed out again. He somehow manages to escape. Joystick is elusive as ever, but a smart play from Hot and Cold to flush him out of the stairs, and down he goes. Teams hit at a 4v4 with 45 seconds remaining in the round. It's anybody's game.
It was very difficult to get that pick onto Joystick, but they did eventually manage it. Could have happened much easier, much earlier. Fultz in the main lobby is going to be massive for his team as he starts creeping up on the roamer inside of VIP and Whiskey. He gets one for free and almost a second. No, Dan will beat him out despite having the advantage in that gunfight. Thinking Nate Bosco left the last two, but there's firm control of Kochek as Scyther goes down by the main door. Dan has been hitting his shots. Through this map, he's been absolutely phenomenal, and he's still up. His gun is still alive. Can Thinking Nate and Bosco handle a half HP Dan? Here come the stuns. The EE1D to make these defenders stand still. Always gets the teammate there. Bosco gets one down. It's Dan and Bosco in the 1v1, but time is of the essence, and SSG just won't be able to make it happen. Empire get their first defensive round in match point.
Ultimately falling victim to the clock, Michael. They just were not fast enough. And Bosco, he tried as best as he could, but oh boy, you come so close. That was such a sneaky play by Fultz, I gotta say, and it very nearly worked out, but it's just Empire were better. And they were repositioned this time. Instead of taking from the front like they had before, Spacestation decided that they wanted to approach from the back of Kitchen. And that's exactly where Empire were set up to deal with them. In the previous round, Empire were holding true towards Freezer, towards VIP, and just waiting. And they had Scyther inside of Kochek as well. So, with that said, SSG, they now find themselves staring down match point. There are still 3 rounds available for SSG to push this to overtime. Things look pretty grim.
Top floor here for Empire. This will be their next attempt. Grim is the right word, Parker. I do think, though, that as previously discussed, Spacestation are much more formidable on attack. And I could see more rounds for SSG, especially as we go to the top floor. It has to be conceded that the top floor is one of the more difficult sites to defend lately. And that often when successfully defended, it's almost like it's off of some random chance type deal. You know, like, oh, somebody pushes Pixel wrong and the player at Pixel picks up a 3-piece or something like that and gets aggressive. You know, it's the individual plays, if you will. It's less of the structure, less of the team-oriented stuff. So that means that conventionally the attackers who are allowed to set that tempo usually will be successful here. At least that's what I've been seeing so far.
Yeah, I think we both agree on that point. Operator Roulette for Rampy is still in full swing, but he's reunited with the Ying, who was so crucial when they took Kitchen last time around. Very different bomb site awaits them. This is another one that Empire has not been successful on. Upstairs to Bar Cocktail. Very swiftly entering the building and with tons of moxie. We already see Fultz in, burning utility and trying to open up the wall, taking out that evil eye that was positioned, or potentially a bulletproof cam if there's one in play that Scyther's put down. Joystick's put one down as well. Be cool if we could see where every single piece of utility was. Push one button.
Yeah, that'd be really great, wouldn't it be? Now, this cigar control is huge. Surya Gate is going to cost something. SSG has not decided what that thing is yet. They also haven't opened up this top red wall, which makes a retake into Piano very possible. Oh, it's going to be a Skylight take, Parker. That's why. They don't care about Piano. They're going for a direct hit with the Ying.
And that's exactly what a Ying is good for. Paralyze them with the Lion, throw out the Candela so nobody can see you, and then hit the site as quickly as you can and hope that there's nobody from the opponent's team there to greet you. They'll cut off a couple lines of sight with those smokes. Lion goes out. Candela's will as well as Ramby drops in. Fultz leads things off. Thinking they'd waste no time to get that fuser down. And SSG are just sweeping right through the site. Get out the brooms. But Joystick has some other ideas. He takes out Hot and Cold. At the current moment, Empire do trail in terms of numbers, and they're still spam pinging away. Scyther, oh, a missed opportunity on Nabasco. He hit back up with Thinking They not too far off, and out falls all on the shoulders of Joystick, who still has some marks, but Rampy pivots, and a war cry echoes from the SSG bench as they manage to stave off defeat in that round.
That right there, Parker, that scream just now from SSG, and I think Rampy in particular, that, you can't really see it there on Fultz's face. Or Hotten's. They're the wrong people to be looking at. But this enthusiasm from SSG is why I think that Spacestation is one of the better teams in this tournament, because they're carrying that momentum that they had from NAL. They're carrying the momentum that they have from the pickup of Hot and Cold, and they just look enthusiastic whenever they get any semblance of a win. And, well, they certainly did in that last round. That was a beautiful take. Not to overanalyze it, but the smoke placement, the Candela placement, 10 out of 10. And the fact that Empire was so far removed from the site, that caused so many problems for them when the plant's going down with the control play. So you've got those Candelas coming out, and there's actually objective play happening. Often, it's one or the other. Not so there for SSG.
So far throughout this bout, 11 rounds, only 2 successful defenses. Well, 10 rounds technically, we're now in the 11th round. But the attackers so far have been playing it picture perfect. It's the first time that Empire's going to go to a bomb site that isn't Cocktail or Kitchen. They've been unsuccessful on that top floor. SSG, in terms of leadoff kills, are doing a mighty fine job. 6-4 on their entry right now. But despite that, they still trail in terms of round count, which just goes to show you that the overall strategy and the ability for Empire to hang on in the clutch through the mid-round and most importantly, the later portion of the round is so well composed. And that's the patience that we've talked about from Empire many, many times before, is that they commit to something and they do not waver.
It's hard for them to be the ones making the commitment, though, now on defense. And I brought this point up before when we were discussing SSG, but it's still relevant here for Empire. They now sit on defense. They must address what SSG presents. So that shift is why we're seeing this, well, shift in sway and momentum, if you will. And I'm not sure that it's going to carry forward to the point where we get to OT, but it is very possible.
Very possible what?
That the shift could carry forward until we get to OT.
Your inflection suggests there was more you were going to say.
No, it's possible we get to OT. I mean, I just don't want to say it because I want to see what happens. I don't want to be the one dictating the script here.
It's a very typical setup on the top floor from Empire. The reinforced panels over on the east side of the building by Cocktail means that they'll be hunkered down with ADSs in front of them. Denial on the wall as well, with no Electric Claws in the back pocket of always. They've already been expended. Secondary gadgets, only 1 Nitro cell available. Scyther likely pre-placed that, or did he use it to open up a wall, but is puzzlingly absent. SSG have taken some of that top floor control, but nothing really impactful for the rest of the site as they just drop through that red hatch. As for Fultz, he made his way in over by mining, was it? So they're close to the site, but they've still got to hunt through this top floor. If you want to be able to pull off a reading take, you need to ensure that you have Cocktail in your control, and right now it is being held quite heavily by Empire.
The tone for Empire on defense thus far has been much the same on every single round. Standard defensive setup with a lot of passive hold. SSG is taking full advantage of the free territory that they have been given. We've got players prepped on reading door already. We've got the Ying deep in and on 90 ready to pounce and use those Candelas to great effect, as we've seen Rampy do many times before on this half.
SSG looking to continue their trend line of winning more than losing on attack. They need to go perfect here to provoke overtime. They are very close to being able to pull this one off. The Lions and the Candelas go out, and that will signal the start of the execute, but a smoke expertly tossed will stop Rampy from being able to take up much ground. He'll trudge through it anyway, taking a heap of damage. Dan shuts down Thinking Nade. He gets punished for that. Shepard dropped as Hot and Cold breaks on in. They've swept their way through reading, but right now Always is better, and Joystick has not been removed from his spot. He looks over to the left, and Bosco is left left in a 1v3 to try to hold the line for his team. Empire seem all but certain to put this one away. With Bosco on such a sliver of HP, this is a thankless task. He'll trudge in, look to the right, gives himself away, but the time just doesn't work. Joystick holds it down, and SSG's map goes to Empire by a score of 7-4.
Well done there to Empire, locking it out before the comeback could happen. And, well, they certainly looked better on the first half. And in the second half, it almost looked like SSG was going to be able to reel that one in, but not quite.
No. An unfortunate result for SSG and not where they want to be moving forward. This now goes to one of the most historically toughest maps for teams against Empire, Clubhouse. And Empire are going to be looking for the knockout punch to send one of the 2 North American teams home on their map. While stealing of your opponent's map away is never a bad thing, and Empire looked so calm, cool, and collected throughout that entire matchup.
Yeah, it's actually, you know, we talked about it being old Empire, right? I would call that standard Empire, what you want to expect from them. And I'm glad that we got to see it here. I am a little bit worried, though, for SSG, who didn't give us as much as we were expecting. Frankly, I know they can do better.
Absolutely they can. And they're going to have to wake up because they don't have any other opportunities. This next map could be the difference between whether they stay or whether they go home. That's it. And then you have a coin toss on Oregon as map number 3 between these teams, which I know that you and I are going to want to see. But Clubhouse is going to be a bloodbath between these 2 teams. I give Empire the nod now to win the whole thing with the results that we saw. Not just that they're up by 1 map, Michael, but the way that they played that map.
Yeah, it was so rock solid, Parker. But that's it for me and you for now. We're going to throw over to the desk and hear what they have to say.
Thank you, gentlemen. 1-0 is the score here as Empire will take the first map of Cafe. You know, they chose the home map of the Russians, Cafe. you don't invade Russia. That never works. That never works, especially from the West. That's not good.
I mean, yeah, I suppose. I don't think it was a bad map choice in the context of Siege. They should have won that. This was SSG's gimme map, and they just absolutely fell flat, especially on their defenses.
Yeah, the fact that they only had 1 successful defense, and it came from doing nothing but disrupting the already potent top floor control that we saw Empire use so effectively, especially on those reading attacks. That's the only good thing that SSG had going for them when they were on defense, and at that point, with a 5-1 half, I think it already was too far gone. If it was 4-2, might have been a different story, but there's not enough leeway for SSG to attempt a comeback.
Did they disappoint you? The Spacestation gamers?
It did.
I mean, I think this was kind of just proof that North America kind of, you know, you can dominate NA.
Don't say it.
I'll give me another map, and then I'm going to say it.
That's fine.
I won't say it now. But
don't say it now because we do have a reputation to uphold.
I'm going to beat him to saying it, which is, you know, the narrative of every esport.
It really is.
The narrative of every esport is one team, NA team, looks super good domestically. Everybody overhypes them. They come to an international event. And
we were good once.
Like
we
that.
were.
Like that.
We've got world champions, you know, for the most part. But every major winner, international major winner, not counting Invite, they've always been won by Europeans. Yeah. G2 in Paris, it was Empire in Raleigh 2 years ago. Is it going to be Empire again? I don't know. Might be a little bit too soon.
Yeah, interesting. I think you guys did say that Clubhouse was going to be a little bit more even, but do you have any other overarching thoughts, Jacob, about what we saw between these 2 teams?
That attacking half from Team Empire was one of the single most structured things ever, but there are some things that you can notice similarity-wise in the way that they were taking site by site. It felt like it was very formulaic, and SSG should have been able to read into that. They just needed a little bit more time because they only had 1 defensive win, and that's kind of where everything turned cataclysmic for SSG. I did think the fact that they recognized errors early on was a nice sign initially. They took their tact time out after just 2 rounds, which, knowing how SSG plays usually in the NAL, Lycan doesn't call tag timeouts nearly that soon. He's done that in very short order for all of the 6 major Mexico cities so far, and it's made it seem like SSG can identify these issues, but they weren't able to scrape any other rounds back against Empire until it was essentially too late. So the mental seemed like it was a little bit out of place here. here.
Well, an opportunity to reset with a break after the match and try and get things under control. As you can see, Dan was truly the hero of that last match. We did mention him coming into this game as one of the players who's really stepped up alongside Shepard for this major, and he continues to roll.
He is a post-plant defender machine. Whenever someone's going for a plant, he has every angle locked down. Every time we saw someone attempting to plant, in most cases it was Shepard, he was always there. No one can get past Dan as a plant is being activated. And it looks like that trend's only gonna get better because we didn't have to talk about joystick. It was all the Dan show because of the situations that Empire were in on attack, and it just seemed like it continued here.
All right, let's go to Jesse, who's gonna break down round 6 for us over at the Telestrator.
Thank you, Monty. Professor Chick back here with the Telestration device, and I want to break down round 6 for you because this is the roam game that I think really Spacestation Gaming has been lacking recently. So I want to focus on Rampy here. He's going to be coming up for a flank up these red stairs to try to pressure Empire. We're going to go to first person, and then once we get into here, once we get to this, we're going to slowly play this one and watch how this flank comes out. Watch at the same time, there's going to be a push coming from up above. Here we go with the play. Rampy's sprinting right now. This is a big problem. He's sprinting in. He's going to get shut down. If you see that 3v5, we go top down. We'll see in a moment if we press play here. They're actually struggling up on this top floor, all of these gunfights. There was pressure from Spacestation to come up on this above floor as well. So it was a bit of a combined push. The coordination was there, but the timing was a little bit off. Because the timing was off, Rampy was forced to sprint up those stairs. He got hurt, he got caught out, and also Dan's kind of amazing. So this was one of those rounds that I really thought Spacestation Gaming should have had a better pinch up. The play was great, but the coordination just wasn't there. And this is what we weren't seeing back in the NAL. But in Mexico here, it's been a problem for Spacestation, and it continued to be one throughout this map.
I wanted to hold that for another 5 seconds.
For about as long as you possibly could. Yeah, I feel that.
All right, well, very nicely done. We do have round 8 as well, which shows some positives here for Spacestation Gaming. What did you take away from this kind of post-plant situation? And is it something that Spacestation can take in successfully into our second map?
That's kind of what I'm hoping, because this round in particular is a showcase of what happens even when something doesn't go the way that you're looking for. I don't believe it's this round in particular. I think we're looking at round 8. But this is an example where Rampy gets shut down after already having a very successful Ying entry. But the vertical control is perfect for both Hot and Cold and Thinking Nade. Playing from above means that it's easy for Empire to now need to completely shift their entire defensive game plan around. The coordination here from Empire is actually really, really good, though, because both Dan and Scyther under Harry Potter right under red stairs, and it means the two of them can now worry about where the diffuser is. They know where the vertical control is coming from, but they're going to prioritize prep. Once they've got this down, Dan's going for defuse. Scyther comes straight in. It's going off. Scyther has the kill, but Hot and Cold actually gets off of his own vertical cross to ensure that the cover is perfect for SSG. The reason that round is pivotal, Rampy has perfect Ying entry, finds one kill behind Bakery, and then completely misses one player hiding behind the bomb chassis. We call Siege a horror game sometimes. That clip is a pretty good example as to why. But even though that doesn't work, everything else SSG had over the course of that round was perfectly set up to make sure that once the diffuser went down, there was no way they could lose the round. That's it.
That's it.
That's all.
Jesse has nothing to add.
No,
so
I agree.
I'll ask him instead, because he wasn't part of our Dan conversation earlier while he was heading to the Telestrator. We do have some Dan highlights. So tell me the legend of Dan here at the 6 Major and why he's been performing so well considering his past.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Dan coming into this major really was kind of a bit in Joystick's shadow, right? I mean, Joystick was the big performer inside of the EUL, but Dan got to play a little bit more of those aggressive roles. We saw at the start of the group stage, Joystick move a little bit more on sort of the Jackal role, sort of that roam clear position. And Dan has been able to pick up the Zofia, the Ashe, the Yana, whatever he wants. And with these tools, I feel he's done such an amazing job. Funnily enough, playing Ace for a lot of his big plays in that game. So, you know, maybe it's not all about the fragging operators that he needs. But I feel Dan has been put into a position coming into this major to get so many more kills and have such a flashy performance on the scoreboard. And that's what he's done.
And if you go back and look at that highlight reel, watch how many times Dan was getting kills as somebody from Empire was planting. Someone on SSG hears the plant is going down. Dane is in perfect position to shut it down from the most optimal angle on the map to make sure that whoever is flanking as soon as he hears the diffuser queue isn't capable of shutting it down. He's always there. He's always present whenever a plan is being attempted, and in most cases, Empire got plenty of those plans down.
All right, well, it's do or die time for Spacestation Gaming. They may be a 6 Invitational winner, but they are on the verge of elimination here at the Mexico Major. So I'm going to ask you guys very fast the thing that they need to switch on or improve for this next game. Jacob, go.
A little bit difficult. I would have liked to see more drone work. I felt like on their attacks it was definitely more lackluster. We didn't see enough of their attacks to know if that was the primary issue, but still, you're playing Clubhouse, intel game is crucial.
I think the roam's got to be a little bit better, especially on those openers. Rampy particularly needs to be able to get those and coordinate a little bit better with his team.
All right, thank you for being pithy, gentlemen. Quick break, then we're back to the casters and the game.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this third episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. PayPal. Press play.
Won't you listen? Have you got
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for our second map between these two teams that we just witnessed Empire go out to a 1-0 lead over Space Station. It's time to go to Empire's map. So the razor's edge for Space Station is one map could decide their fate between staying in Mexico or going home earlier than I think they probably expect to.
Yeah, and it's quite tricky for SSG right now. And during that break, which was, very important, I actually did see SSG huddled up on the stage, and they were having a very intense conversation about what they want to do moving forward. Now, just as a reminder, we did have a community poll, and the results are in. 55% of you thought that SSG would take this one, and 45% bet on Empire. So far, you're a little off there, but we're not done with this best of 3. Potentially still 2 maps left to play. Going into this next one, it's going to be Clubhouse, and yeah, I hope that the conversations had by SSG on the stage were enough for them to reset their focus.
Yeah, they definitely needed to warm up. I think that was the big thing here, was that
it is quite cold
they
in here.
got caught.
You should see his face right now. I'm just sorry that he's not on camera.
I'm Caliber Jacobs. I didn't get the laptop face.
Yeah, that one. That's perfect. So they need to warm up.
Also, I'm so glad they did that. We actually talked about that in a staff meeting.
Oh,
where, yeah, because there was that whole like, oh, he's going to get a laptop finally. You know, that's like this running gag comes to an end. And I said, how funny would it be if instead of giving it to him, they just gave one to Monty?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I was behind that idea.
And then they did it. Yeah. I'm not taking credit for it, but I'm very glad that there were other people that were clever enough to think of such a thing, because
very funny.
Genuinely very funny. But anyway, I meant not in terms of temperature, Michael. You goon.
Yes, I know.
I was talking that it took them some time to warm up to get into the match because they were not particularly competitive. They got caught flat-footed, and they managed to put some impressive string of rounds together, but it was just too late. Empire had a sizable lead. Their war chest had been built up significantly. So now you go to a historically good map for Empire, and it's not a bad map for Space Station either. So both of these teams have had recent success here. The operator bans are going to play a massive effect. We saw Capitao come out just one time, maybe 2 times, if memory serves me correctly, on Cafe when we just witnessed it. Empire doesn't want to deal with it. Removing Capitao first. Thatchy boy, old reliable Thatchy boy.
Thatchy boy.
He's all gone. As for defender bans on a map like Clubhouse, Mira tends to go. Wamai and Valkyrie could very easily get thrown in there.
Called it.
There goes Wamai, banned out by Empire on the previous map. And who's the last ban going to be from Empire?
Well, let's see. Matter of time, probably Valkyrie, I would imagine. There it is. 2 for 2, Parker. High five. There you go. So, interesting bans here. The Capitao ban, I actually like a lot because we did see a lot of Capitao from SSG. Rampy, I think, was the one flexing onto that. And he did use the Capitao to solid effect. Cool to get rid of that tool on this map because Capitao as an operator is vastly superior on Clubhouse when compared to Cafe. Both maps he's pretty good on, but there's a lot more you can do with him here.
Empire starting on defense on a traditionally defender-sided map. Another opportunity. Another opportunity for them to get another nice lead, a nest egg, if you want to call it.
They started on attack. The thing is that Cafe is so weird, right?
Right.
And starting on attack, I really did think that Empire was going to go down early in the first half, but we didn't see that. Now they're starting on defense, so the conventional wisdom is that they will go up in 4-2 or something like that on Clubhouse, which means, of course, that we're going to get the opposite. That's just how it works. Them are the rules.
Conventional wisdom does not exist.
And not anymore.
No.
You know, we've had that at a lot of events, though. Have you noticed that? We always come out of league play, and we build up these expectations based on league play, and then we see the results out of any kind of event, a major, a Six Invitational, what have you, and it's always the inverse of what we expected. It's always like, oh, well, didn't see that coming.
I didn't have any real expectations going into this matchup. I just assumed that it was going to be a fun competition between 2 evenly matched teams whose playstyles tend to be quite similar. And I think the first map, being as close as it was, despite it being a 7-4, it was only 1 round away from going through all of regulation. I gotta say, it's been an exciting one. I want to see sparks and I want to see fireworks here on Clubhouse. I'm very hopeful that we get to this point. By the way, it's a Gym Master defense up top. This is not unorthodox, but a lot of teams keep this as the tertiary bomb site.
Oh.
Breach gets opened up inside of CCTV. Scyther will play off of it, but they're gone.
He'll play with fire is what he's playing with.
Correct.
It was very dangerous, that position, but as you mentioned, Parker, there doesn't appear to be anyone holding him there, so he'll just stay. Meanwhile, Jacuzzi getting opened up by Bosco. And there will be some follow-up with some soft destruction because Bosco's going for the trick. There you go. Wall tricked. Oh, C4 from Shepard, but he doesn't toss it. Dan will get the lead-off kill. Down goes Fultz, and there's the toss. A little belated, but eliminated the Jackal regardless.
Well, mighty fine stuff there from Empire to start things off and pick up 2 very big kills on both Houghton and Fultz. That's some utility operators that are down for the count. Soft destruction for the Ash and even for the secondary shotgun of Hot and Cold as well. It seems like they're going to be sitting on flank drones that have been situated somewhere on the map by SSG. Leaves Empire now in a position where they could be spotted quite readily, but the firepower from Spacestation is significantly weakened. Rampy down below, grenade in hand now. He'll head over towards the bottom of the main stairs, but he picks the wrong part of it. He's going to have to tussle with Dan above. Rampy sees it. He slowly peeks around the corner. Another grenade primed and ready, but Dan doesn't want to engage in that. Somehow he manages to get through the breach up top into the safety of the bomb site, but no way! Joystick, the ballsiest man in the server, just swings onto it, and down goes Bosco.
I'll be frank, Parker. SSG are playing themselves right now. They're leaving a lot of opportunities on the table. We're only 1 round into this, and already I am getting absolutely terrible vibes from the SSG attacks. Nice shot there from Rampy, but Joystick is there to get the re. Thinking nade now on about 15 HP. Yeah, he's got to find 4 full HP targets. Not going to happen. He won't even get Joystick.
Oh, a drop shot.
Turned on there.
The drop shotty Bugatti.
And it worked out for Joystick very well. So Empire take the first round on Gym. They go to, as you mentioned, typically the tertiary bomb site, and they get the win. And
I still can't believe that.
No, but also the cross, too. Like, I think Joystick did that because Dan managed to get by 2 people on that breach, and Joystick's thinking to himself, oh, well, if it's that free, I'll just go.
Well, not exactly the start that Space Station wanted here on their map, but they will be trying to roll a ball up the hill, given the way that Clubhouse plays out. Lots of avenues for defenders to retake. Plenty of ways that defenders can hold map control and roam, or can just simply bunker down in the site too, if absolutely required. So
yeah.
For that, you have all of those advantages. It's also a large map, which means that for attackers, you have to spend a lot of time clearing it, and then you have to place your utility appropriately. If you want to dress for the job you have, by the way, or if you want to dress for the job you want, you can do that with the Space Station uniform that's available in the game on Zero.
Really nice one.
Old Sam Fisher.
And it's also a great way to support the team directly. So if you want to support Space Station, or Empire for that matter, or any team that has the skins in the game, you can purchase their stuff, and it is a great way to help these teams, these orgs, and these players out. So 1 round on the board, but Parker, it was a bit of a statement, and that's the worrisome thing here for Space Station, who are just coming off of a loss in the first map of this best of 3. To have a round like that, that's going to be discouraging. And I mentioned it earlier, the lead into the broadcast, it didn't fully flesh out my thought here, but Space Station, as soon as they lost map number 1, were up on their stage, just conversing. And they didn't leave that huddle until we were just about to start. They were deep in thought. They've definitely analyzed and gone over what they did wrong in the last map. I mean, and Empire stayed seated the whole time.
Dan down below. Oh, nice pivot from Hot and Cold as he buries Dan on the stairs. He'd snuck in by only breaking 2 of those panels on the door.
Great pick to start things off.
Excellent pick, and with the way that Dan's been playing today, there is no other target in this lobby that I would be more happy with taking out right as the round began.
Absolutely.
So some big breathing room for Space Station already established.
Yeah, and now they find themselves in a position where they can just slowly, methodically execute. But Joystick's trying to disrupt that. He will get the flank watching drone, but it's going to fall back.
This is a very default defense by Empire. They're all hunkered down in the bomb sites. The only one who appears to be missing is Scyther, who's over by escape tunnel or dirt tunnel. As for the rest of Empire, standard stuff. They're not going to hold any map control besides the site. They don't need to. As we mentioned, this is such a big map that Space Station don't necessarily have all the intel on the position of Empire's locations. They could think that there's people upstairs for all we know, and if SSG doesn't thoroughly drone that out, they could be punished for it in other rounds. But it seems like they have a good understanding now as Hot and Cold has taken that top floor.
I mean, who can blame them for playing like standard, right? It's been working so well for Empire as of late. And it's that little extra flavor, that zest that Empire puts into all of their plays. For example, Joystick making that aggressive play on main stairs. Yeah, it's pretty standard. He's looking to fish for a pick to read. His teammate who died earlier. Makes total sense. He gets spotted by the drone, and then he starts going back, you know, safe. Empire. They do what they can, and if they think there's too much risk, they play it safe, and look at the time right now.
Yep.
Even though there's a man advantage for SSG, they might still lose this.
Well, Empire's going to be put in a box right now as they'll have to swing onto what appears to be a kitchen drop as Fultz is ready to flank, with Empire being none the wiser. He's got his work cut out for him as he'll approach over blue, and there's some heavy gunners from Empire that'll be there waiting for him. Hear the blowtorch working away on the panel, so Scyther's prepared for that one. This intel is known, and Joystick knows the Ash is coming now. He's aggressively taking the fight. Joystick does not lose those. The Cyborg is back, baby! 2 big kills from his position, and SSG are just running into their doom. It's only thinking Nade getting that diffuser planted, but they'll stop him in his tracks. Empire look unstoppable right now, and they're up 2-0.
Beautiful play there from Joystick, holding firm in blue, and I mean, we talked about this in the lead-in, last 30 seconds. It was pretty obvious that Space Station, despite having that man advantage, didn't know where they wanted to convert it to a site hit. Well, this is always the critical point in these situations, and it's one of the most important things for teams to practice in Siege. I discussed it in Cafe. It's what Empire excels at. When you let them set up, even if they don't get a pick on any of the roamers, 5v5, 30 seconds left, that is where Empire excel. They do not do anything wrong in that scenario. We saw the exact opposite from SSG just now. And the tricky thing to add on top of that is when the roles are swapped, Empire still know what to do with those last 30 seconds now that they're on defense. They know what you're going to do, and they'll be ready for it. Joystick was, Empire was, SSG was not. So, 2 rounds in a row for Empire, and Space Station Gaming, despite all the attempts that they are making to change their play, are unfortunately not gaining the momentum or traction that they so desperately desire.
On Cafe, you saw some struggles from Space Station early on as they lost the plot of that first half, and Empire just simply overpowered them. In this instance, on a map that should be less comfortable for Space Station, we don't see any real difference. In terms of that needle moving, right now Empire are looking like the better team across the board. It was talked about in the community poll. So, I mean, at this point, Space Station, what do they do to recover? They've thrown just about everything at the wall in Cafe. It didn't really work out. They got caught a little bit sluggish at the start, but they are very rapidly losing control of this series against Empire.
Absolutely, Parker. This is tricky business for SSG, and they're going to need to start making some changes. Now we can see there's one mute jammer here on this wall, and Bosco is going to probably look for it. Maybe he'll trick the wall, see what he decides to do. Yep, okay, tricking. Interesting decision there. Knowing that it is a mute jammer, but oh, there's the electro claw that goes out, so there was a trick attempt from the defense as well, thus using Maverick to open the wall. Sensible in that situation. Better safe than sorry, it seems.
Are SSG going to bother to clear out garage, or are they going to want to take control of construction? There's 2 paths inward on this bomb site. The first one is going to be opening up the main breach and then applying some pressure on that regard. Well, you've still got a hard destructor, but Fultz is currently going 0-3. Bosco's been downed as Empire, just taking the fights to SSG and just farming them for sport at this point.
Yep.
Rampy and Thinking Nade find themselves standing alone against a flawless Empire squad with 1.5 minutes to go. Now, it seems unlikely that they will go without a fight, but with the way that Empire's been playing, this moxie, this confidence, I don't know exactly what Rampy and Thinking Nade are going to be able to do here, especially with Thinking Nade only seconds away from falling at the hands of Joystick. A third kill for Joystick in this round as he sits atop 7 kills with the third round still ongoing.
Yeah, if he's able to get any more kills, then, I mean, that's just ridiculous. And you called it right, Parker. It appears the Cyborg has made a triumphant return. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to carry forward all the way. SSG are definitely looking very lost, and Empire are exploiting the heck out of that. But, you know, they could change at any moment. Thinking Nade, for example, is going to get Joystick inside of Cash, and that's a really important pick.
Next line of defense for Empire is Scyther at the top of red stairs. Thinking Nade could get the panel open, but there's a mute jammer on the other side of it that could be his undoing. The moment that Banshee goes off, Rampy is going to be in tough here, but he just pushes in, taking the fight right to them. Down goes Scyther. A round that was originally out of their grasp is now very winnable as SSG are cleaning up. Always punishes Thinking Nade, so Rampy will have to do it all on his own. With limited intel and limited time, he finds himself in a 1v1 and narrowly makes that one a 1v0 and gives his team the round. Picking up the case, he'll go for the defuse. Marks in, and there's a Nitro cell for always, but he botches it and hits it just because of how low Rampy was. There's enough damage done to him. And like that, it's 3-0 for Empire.
So close on that C4, Parker. That easily could have missed entirely, but it doesn't. And Empire, you're right, they almost let that round slip away. What incredible play from Thinking Nade and Rampy. Really impressive stuff. It shouldn't have come that close, but hey, SSG's got the tenacity. Unfortunately, that tenacity is not being reflected in the round count. 0-3? I don't know. Spacestation are still fighting up a hill here, and it's looking very desperate. Rampy, though, mechanical play in that round, I really got to commend that. That was some of the best Siege in terms of mechanics that I've seen in quite a long while. You could see that Spacestation are still very motivated here. Obviously. That's how they got to the playoffs. Empire, on the other hand, though, are just too solid. They are exceptionally well-versed in not only their attacks, but their defenses. And if you want to support them and say, you know what, good job, Empire, you can get their skin. The Esports tab on the in-game store. It's a great one on that DMR, and it's a good way to support the team directly.
Of course, the DMR available on 2 operators, Dokebi and Aruni. Aruni currently in play, by the way, but with the way that the land build works, high rate of fire guns will always trump other weapons. And in this case, that's why we see Scyther rocking the P90 instead of the DMR.
Typically, you'll bring the DMR if you're anticipating playing a very long angle. And apart from that, you're usually going to bring that a high rate of fire running.
Especially on a site like Gym Bedroom, there are so many close quarter bouts that you're going to be involved with that the Roni makes a lot of sense here. So you spray and pray and ends up having a DPS similar to, not quite as strong, but similar to what you see out of the SMG 11 and the Bearing 9. So that said, Empire's lineup is very similar to what we saw last time around on this map. The big focal point for Empire will be inside of the bathroom with the mirror window facing the jacuzzi wall. That will very soon become the jacuzzi breach. Now, last time, if you recall, Space Station got caught with their pants down out on that jacuzzi balcony, as SSG did not expect such aggressive plays from Empire. This time around, they'll likely be a bit more wary, as some small improvements from Space Station could tighten this match up. But for now, that remains to be seen, as Empire have a very firm hold on it. And a grenade goes off, or rather an Ash Charge goes off, below Shepard, and he manages to avoid that for now, but that Black Mirror could get picked up. Another will go off on a joystick, so he finds himself on lower HP than he wanted to. This utility from SSG so far has been relatively well placed, even if it hasn't resulted in a casualty.
Damage being done, as you mentioned, and those nades from below. This is an underutilized nade, or potentially Ash Charge, what have you. Underutilized explosive from below to try and dislodge any of the defenders playing in bathroom, being used quite well here by SSG. The vertical play for Empire is still in, though. They could challenge from above.
Dan lets one slip by on that breach, as this is a almost a reversal of what had happened before when Dan was able to get by. There goes the mirror window, and Shepard is too wary of this. He doesn't have a nitro cell to use. Rampy gets kill number 1 onto Joystick. If there's any target that you want in this particular map to get rid of first, it's Joystick now. So Empire will have to make up for the vacuum that's created with his loss.
I'm sure they'll be able to, but with only 45 seconds, the question is, will SSG finally be able to make that conversion happen from the clear to the site hit? Fultz trying to creep up on Ren, and it looks like Scyther's aware of this. But does he know where the Ash is going? The answer is yes. What a flick, and Shepard and Dan get one apiece also. The nade from Bosco will land after he's dead, but Scyther, now free to peek from server window, will get another for himself. Rampy alone, and he's been pretty incredible. But Empire's defense has been better.
My, oh my, SSG have 2 opening picks of the 4 rounds thus far, and Empire have just made them pay for it. Either way, as Empire are now up 4-0, SSG is going to take a timeout, and I was just going to ask, at what point do you try to cauterize the wound that is just pouring blood? Because that's the position that Spacestation finds themselves in right now. So some surgical work needs to be done here by Lycan and the rest of the team, because you are falling farther behind round by round by round. You talked about the looks on the faces of SSG after that cafe matchup and after their huddle, that they looked a bit relaxed. Well, their faces couldn't be anything farther from that right now, Michael, as this just looks like they are currently attending a funeral. They'll go to a timeout and see what they can try to muster up, as they'll have 2 rounds to try and stop the momentum that Empire has built up here on this first defense before SSG themselves go to defense. Now, the saving grace is that on a map like Clubhouse, with how defender-sided it is, you're going to get a leg up over your opponent when you swap sides. But just as we saw in Cafe, it ends up being too little, too late.
Yeah, and that's the tricky thing is, you know, they're taking their tactical timeout now, they're conversing, but I think, honestly, Space Station have talked a lot already. I'm going to be blunt about my analysis here. I do think that Space Station are not prepared for Empire's style of play, frankly. It doesn't necessarily mean that Empire is the outright superior team necessarily in the overarching history of these teams, but it does mean right now, the way these teams are matching up with each other, Empire is hard countering SSG's style of play. Space Station, in one particular point here, is expecting a lot more leeway to make the maneuvers that they want, that they're used to out of the NAL, and they're not getting it with Empire. And Empire also have been reading into the fact that SSG are leaving it gaps, glaring holes in their attacks. And so Empire, they've obviously been explained. I mean, one of the most obvious examples of that is when Joystick ran out of garage door. You genuinely, you don't see that a lot at this level, especially with the stakes being as high as they are, unless one team is choking and not shoring up all the gaps. And that's what we're seeing from SSG.
Well, no real changes here to SSG's lineup overall, so nothing particularly radical coming out in terms of operator composition, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. You could still use the same 5 tools, but use them all in different ways. You know that with the way the site rotation is working right now, the only 2 bomb sites that were open for Empire were the main floor bar stock, which never gets played, or the church arsenal downstairs. So you can tailor your lineup knowing the way that the site rotation works to perfectly use the right gadgets for the job. In this case, the last time around, Joystick in particular was able to hold down on blue and pivot from there towards Oil Pit, and also look towards Moto, and do a substantial amount of damage in the process, while the hatch drop from Space Station did not have the coverage on the wings of the site that they needed. Mainly through Dirt Tunnel, where Scyther was able to shut down the Maverick at the time, and where Joystick was able to shut down Fultz. Fultz, by the way, through these 4 rounds, still looking for his very first kill. For somebody like Fultz, the caliber player that he is, playing on fragging roles, that is not good for Space Station at all.
Now, a 4-2 half, as has been discussed plenty of times, is not too bad. It was even brought up in the analyst desk, actually, by, I think it was Jesse, when we finished Cafe. Because SSG couldn't recover. They were too far gone at that point. 4-2 half is not too bad, though. SSG gets these 2 rounds here, and ooh, that's a big miss on the C4. If SSG gets these 2 rounds here, then there is a chance still for a map number 3.
Absolutely. Like we said, when Space Station goes on a defense, they will benefit from that, but they have to get there first. And if you get there at a point where Empire is up 6-0, it just becomes too tall of an order where you cannot slip up. Being picture perfect is not something that the best teams can do consistently.
Yeah. Now, interestingly, we do have Habana in play. She is not banned. However, she's not being brought by Space Station. For this bottom floor attack, that really does limit your kit. It looks like they want to go... Okay, no, to Thinking Nade's credit, this is a very difficult toss because of that extra little tiny bit of wall there. But he's frustrated with it, and that's going to compound in the other frustration from losing all those rounds.
He talked about how this was a relatively hard toss to make. Always might be present or just there to do it himself, but
he misses.
He misses it as well. Everybody is missing it on the same panel. All the while this happened, Dan took the fight to SSG, and now Space Station will have to confront the close angle play of Shepard. Scyther gunning down hot and cold, so this timeout for SSG not working. A ring around the Rosie through the doorway to Moto as teams trade back and forth. Fultz finds his very first kill, but he's going to have to find 2 more with 5 seconds left. The diffuser miles away. This round is completely over. 5-0 for Empire.
Wow. 5-0 indeed, Parker, because there is nothing that I am seeing so far from Space Station's play that suggests to me they will be able to rally from this deficit. This is a desperate scenario, and I am not going to sugarcoat it. I really do think that the prep and the thought that SSG has put into this match was either misplaced, inadequate, or just flat out wrong. But whatever's happening here, I don't know. It's not what we expected. And it's not even what the community expected. 55% of the community thought SSG would take this. And we're not done yet, mind you.
There's still more to play, but at this point, one of the greatest weaknesses that Space Station used to have as a roster was their ability to mentally lose a matchup.
That's true.
The fix for that was when Canadian stepped onto the squad, and I think the greatest contribution that he made to the team was instilling a sense of leadership where he could take the team back from the edge of the cliff. Hot and cold is a lot of things. His leadership capabilities have never been a main focal point for him as a player. He's tremendous in and out of the server. He can play on a variety of roles and typically do well, even if his performance here so far in Mexico has not been up to snuff in comparison to what we saw at the NA League. But I worry that Space Station doesn't have that veteran leadership anymore to be able to center the team. Because right now, not just those grim looks on their faces, but they're playing like they don't have confidence. They are playing like they are willingly letting Empire set the tone, and they are not putting up a fight. We see teams play aggressively and put up a fight, but still get outmatched, and that's fine. But what I'm seeing at a Space Station right now is not that. They are not giving it their all and still losing. It looks like they're playing scared, and that emotion is going to get to them. And they need to figure that out because Empire only need 2 more rounds to send SSG home.
The really sad thing about it, Parker, is we've seen exactly what you're describing from so many other teams in this tournament, but often that's what's expected. For example, Damwon Gaming, or Damwon Kia, excuse me. I don't think that they gave us the performance that we all knew they were, capable of the first match of the day. So, and that's just one example. We saw that throughout the group stages as well. Many teams falling short, Sonics, for example. But I don't think it's fair to expect that of Space Station. They're not supposed to be that team. Not anymore.
Oh, well, that's a good start. Fultz is just starting to warm up, but it'll be short-lived as Scyther punishes him, and an early grave awaits Fultz. Half of the round gone, and now Bosco's under fire from over by Strip Club as Empire only have 3 bodies near the site, another far enough away. Dan worried about getting pushed from stock. He'll look all the way from Billiards through bar. He'll have to get back to the site as best as he can. Rampy taking damage as he walks in. That sound, by the way, is going to be given away to Always playing above on rafters. Flashbang will go up. There's no real protection. Always botches the C4. C4 down goes Shepard. And Always will now have to worry about the grenade going up near him. Scyther picks up another as Always will tussle from this corner. There's one still beneath him that he needs to be wary of as a grenade goes by, but it doesn't do enough damage. Scyther next to fall as they will double up on him, and Always right now has the attention of the 3 members of SSG, and he will need to be picked away at as finally, with the very final round of this half, Spacestation gets on the board.
That's big, really big for Spacestation, and I could hear it from here. We're sitting awful close to Spacestation. They were excited about that round. There was a lot of emotion built into that one, and it's important that they took that. But 5-1 is the same scoreline that we saw out of the first half of Cafe just a little bit ago. So, I don't know. I'm still scared for SSG's chances. On the other hand, I'm very impressed by what we've seen from Empire. Super solid siege being played. And now that they go into attack, I think that'll continue.
Well, Spacestation warming up, but we see what's right in front of us, a potential, a second chance?
Defenders, protect your bombs
Brewing, a repeat, if I say so, of Cafe, where Spacestation are finally able to get some confidence going and get a round or two under their belt. And yet still, because they have given up so many rounds earlier on, they just can't claw their way back in.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe they can.
5-1 halves are so rare.
So incredibly rare to come back from, yeah.
We've already seen 2 so far in this matchup, and they've both been done by Empire.
Yeah.
So for Spacestation, you don't need to be picture perfect, because you can still lose 1 round, but if you do the same to Empire as they just did to you, overtime is in the cards.
Yeah.
And then you have a 1-round wiggle room, that's it. It's just, it is spectacular how dominant Empire look.
Yeah. And you add a little bit of extra pressure for SSG. They've already lost a map. I mean, what more could go wrong for Spacestation? Well, let's see.
So much of the matchups that we see can be defined by one team performing really well versus one team performing
really poorly.
Way below standard. And I think this is obviously a mix of both. Empire are ice cold and are beating out SSG in all their gunfights and are never doubting their own ability. But they are getting a major helping hand from Spacestation playing scared.
Playing scared, and I think the formula that Spacestation has brought to this match was just not the right one, it seems. Now let's talk about the formula in this round, because it is actually a bottom floor defense, and SSG are doing the fabled SSG roam. Without the castle, of course, but they're still heavily invested and extended upstairs. They're going to be hard holding this off of the mirror windows. And oh, the run out from Hot and Cold, complete miss. He does no damage, and it costs him an impact, and he's getting cut off, and he won't make it out of that
That's
one alive.
the kind of thing I was talking about.
Yeah.
Try to have that confidence, but Hot and Cold is such an accurate aimer. He's mechanically gifted. He doesn't miss those opportunities, and yet he does. Why? Why? Because Spacestation are in their own heads, with the scoreline being what it is. The good news for them is that even though they lose Hot and Cold, they still pick up 2 kills on the Empire, one of which ends up being Joystick. Dan has managed to wake his way in, though, but there's a crossfire potential, and what an unbelievable start to their defense as SSG just whisks away Empire.
Really solid round there from Spacestation, and they are getting loud over there. I think it's mostly Rampy, which is great. It's fantastic. Spacestation are still in this one mentally. For the most part. Well, I do agree with your assessment, though, Parker. Hot and Cold on that run out was inside his own head. He prevented himself from taking the fight in a confident manner in which he would have won it. He had the advantage in every single way. He just wasn't able to fully commit. CCTV Cash, the next defense here for Spacestation, and we'll see if this is something they're going to be able to continue on with this, well, you know, a little bit of hope. That's the way I'm going to describe it.
Attackers need to locate and defend the bomb.
The kit being brought from both teams, nothing too surprising, nothing worth talking about. A lot more comms being brought up right now, actually. I can hear them quite clearly. I think it's starting to get a little bit more intense because, frankly, for the last little bit here, actually through most of this match, we haven't really seen a whole lot of head-to-head. I don't know how else to put that. I'm trying to be delicate here.
This has been a stomp.
Yes, that's...
You don't need to be delicate.
So
Empire look incredibly terrifying and have slowly gotten better the more that the group stages have went on. Empire continued to improve, make refinements, and really settled in. A team that used to be talked about, that used to do this, is a team that SSG knew quite well way back, was that old EG squad. There was, I remember back in 2018 when they went up against Penta. On the road to the finals, the constant chatter from teams was that EG always got better as time went on. Well, Empire seems to be channeling that right now, and even though it's been many years since EG even existed as a roster, Empire aren't just settling into a groove. They're playing with each other effectively. They are trading. They find space, droning well. They are doing an exceptional job.
I like how Empire are going to open the soft wall first before Maverick tricking. Now, this is usually not done because you run the risk of leaving yourself exposed as the Maverick when you finally make the wall break. But Shepard is confident. Also, always is covering Shepard on that angle. Falls goes for the challenge, and the bait almost works for Empire. It's an even exchange of HP.
You don't want to lose Fultz too early on. Bosco off of that coveted smoke roll that we've seen him play time and time again. It's Fultz to do that instead, and it's imperative that your smoke with 3 toxic canisters that are so crucial in the later portion of a round that he stays alive. Rampy will now go downstairs for the lurk, and if there's no suitable flank watch for Empire, he can very easily get under their skin and elude their gaze and do some significant damage. After Empire opened up that one wall in the breach, currently looks towards CCTV, their next focus will very likely be on establishing control of construction. Hot and Cold will be the one tasked to stop that, as the Mirror was playing all on his own, selfishly, over by Bathroom.
Oh. Dan looking for the roamers. Rampy trying to elude him. Successful thus far. No droning here from Empire. That's notable because usually they'll drone out players in those kinds of positions so that they can get the kill. But Empire's spread a little thin. Joystick's going to be on a solo clear downstairs. He's going to be awfully loud with his stomping. The question is, will Rampy hear it as the action starts elsewhere?
Hot and Cold looked like he was going to be the first to fall after taking all that damage, but it's actually Shepard to go. Rampy sees the Tracers whiz by, so he heads for the hills, linking up with Fultz on the top of Red, waiting for 2 more to come from that angle. Empire looking to lock this one away and put them on a match point as a second kill comes in from their end. It's going to go on to Bosco. Down Hot and Cold, and Bosco go. They'll wait patiently. This duel to the death right now on Red stairs, and Fultz still has those toxic canisters, 2 of which can very easily impede the advances along with the barbed wire. One will go off, and with 25 seconds left, another can be thrown down to protect himself and cover his behind. You're going to wait for the rush on in as the Selmas go off, and Scyther is in the bomb site getting the diffuser planted. Rampy is all aware of this. He gets slaughtered by Dan. Down goes Always, so Dan now pushing up aggressively, thinking Nate from below will try to do some work, and he'll do it, stopping Scyther in his tracks and getting the other kill as well onto Always. Dan picks up that diffuser, and he goes for the plant. They're going to try to bait him out on time. He's only got 1 second left. No kill. Kill doesn't matter. It's an impressive run from Space Station as they've now put 3 together in a row.
Wow, what a save there from Thinking Nade. Exactly what his team needed in the perfect moment. The shotgun blasts through the floor. That is thanks to the bulletproof camera placed by the Aruni earlier in the round. If not for that, the information is not relayed, and Empire safely win that round off their plant. Tactical timeout for Empire. And this is the first time we have seen Empire seriously on the ropes. They are now in a position where, as SSG has been this whole match, they have to consider their moves much more carefully.
Well, it looked like that round was almost a lock, but SSG hits their marks as there was not suitable coverage for the diffuser being planted. Scyther was in, and it looked like he had that lockout, especially with Dan taking up space from all the way in garage into the middle of the site, but it wasn't enough. The play on Red Stairs ended up being quite pivotal, and then SSG fell away, realizing the clock was working on their side. They also killed a lot of time with Hot and Cold's roam, as construction didn't go in Empire's favor as quickly as Empire wanted because of the beachhead that had been established on the other side of the map. So any momentum that Empire had put forward earlier on is now all but gone. Empire stitched together 5 rounds without any opposition. SSG have now done the same across the last 3 rounds, ending the first half with a single round win. Still a mighty amount of work to be done, but as time goes on both of these maps, SSG seems to be settling in, getting far more comfortable. It wasn't enough on Cafe. There's still time to turn it around here on Clubhouse to push Oregon as a third map.
Now here's the tricky thing, Parker. We talked about Gym and it being the tertiary bomb site. It is well known by Empire that they must be attacking Gym, unless SSG decided to go to bar. So that's why the timing for the tactical timeout for Empire is perfect. They know where they're going to attack, they know what to expect, and they can plan out their execution with all bases covered. So Empire's now got that advantage locked and loaded. They're ready to bring it out. That means there's more pressure on Spacestation now on the tertiary bomb site, typically the weakest, to do something different so that Empire's plan is disrupted.
I have very fond memories of watching the rhythm that Rampy would play off of inside of Cash when he would play on Kaid, juggling those electric claws on the walls while also denying any breach potential with the impacts that Kaid used to have. Now obviously Rampy's not going to be in that position. It's Thinking Nate, and he's got a Nitro cell as the changes to Kaid have made the site a little bit harder to defend. But Empire's focus will be to open up that wall and then immediately take the assault to Cash. Fultz has come online. At one point, he was the bottom performer in the lobby. He is now close to even. This is a crucial round for him in particular, because if he is able to waste a ton of time here in Cash, even if he dies, that is enough for the rest of his team to potentially capitalize off of when Empire looks to translate that to the bomb site.
Pixel play here from Fultz. Still electricity on that wall, so he's protected for the most part from rafters. But he's looking for the drones. That's his priority. Down goes the Goyo shield by Red. Rampy still has cover here, though. He can continue to play this position. And you can see that Spacestation, they do not want to let this position fall. They are holding firm. That's their difference.
Oh my. And he just flies under the radar as Hot and Cold picks up his second kill in this matchup down below. That's a good waste of time, and taking Dan out of the equation is crucial. Rampy falls, though, and Fultz is going to be the next one in the line of sight as red control goes away, and Fultz gets splattered from a variety of angles. Just like that, Empire have taken control of an advantage in terms of numbers. Bosco will try to head back in to try and cut off and deny a push that Empire hopes to capitalize off of through Cash, but the Smoke doesn't want to gamble his life, especially with the fact that you already trail. A brazen play here could potentially net a massive kill to put you back on even footing. But an operator like Smoke is desperately needed in the dying rounds, and with a minute to go, you want to hold on to those toxic canisters.
Empire aware of their advantage, and they don't want to leave anything to chance, so they're going to drone their way into Workshop. Joystick challenging into Office, and he's ready to take that fight. There's no one there, though. SSG are playing very safe because, as you mentioned, Parker, they don't want to take any risks. That might be to their undoing, though. It's difficult to say against Empire what the right call is, but Empire's set up and ready to execute.
Doesn't look like there's any focus on that jacuzzi wall as well, so Empire are going to funnel in through construction, maybe try to take logistics, and that's where Joystick is. Waiting for it to open up, there's a Nitro cell underneath the ground that they need to make sure that they get. Joystick doesn't know if he got it, but he's going to continue to move in anyway. Just firing away at the opening, but he gets swung on by Hot and Cold. Can't do more than one as Shepard gets the trade back. Any trades will benefit Empire as they look to push to match point, but they get gunned down, leaving Thinking Nate defend for the rest of his team. Match point right now awaits Empire. Nitro cell goes out, Thinking Nate on the fadeaway, but always gets to him first, and it's match point, series point for Empire.
Absolutely incredible, Parker. Had that C4 detonated, we might have seen a very different story. Thinking Nate just a second off, and the awareness from always to make that play and stop the denial. Wow, incredible stuff. We're seeing some interesting siege from both of these teams, but both of them also at an extremely high level. Yes, mistakes are being made by both squads. Yes, more by SSG. But it's still this close. Earlier in the match, and on Cafe, I would have said that the round count accurately represents the nature of the match. Cafe was not close. It was not very interesting. Spacestation had some moments, but not really. Here, though, on Clubhouse, Spacestation are playing way better. This could easily be an even match right now, but not quite. Empire still one away from knocking out this series, despite the amazing siege that we're seeing here, Parker. And I, for one, again, off of Cafe, I wouldn't have wanted a third map. Off of this, I want to keep seeing this.
Yeah, now that SSG seemingly found their groove, even if the scoreline is actually worse for Spacestation than it was for them on Cafe, it seems like there's more bark in SSG's bite through the last couple rounds that has made this a much more competitive matchup.
Yeah.
Now, there's still plenty of time for SSG to hold this together. You talked about it in the previous round, the tertiary bomb site of Gym Bedroom so frequently goes against the defenders, which is why that 4-2 scoreline is common, because the defenders will win Church twice, Cash twice, and lose Gym Bedroom twice as well.
Yeah, and on that note, the tricky thing here for Space Station is if they do want OT, they're going to have to go back to Gym.
And win it.
And win it.
That's the thing. You now have no room for error. We talked about being picture perfect earlier on. This is the time where it kicks in. So with it being a Church defense, we talked about the SSG roam. They've changed some things up. Quite a bit, in fact. Rampy reunited with Ella. That is nice to see as he plays above. No shotgun in hand. That's such a formidable weapon to deal with, especially in close quarter combat. That tends to happen here on Clubhouse.
I mean, frankly, that the changed compensator is really good on the SMG for Ella, and she's been actually becoming more popular as of late for players who just want to frag out. Definitely a potent option, and in SSG's case, that's what they need. They need people to just frag out because the strategy is clearly in Empire's corner.
Can absolutely shred at such close range. So keep an eye on what Rampy does and whether he can have an effect. He's already thrown out 2 of those Guzman mines. Dan goes down and then Houghton follows. Teams trade off 1 apiece as the action's going to happen much faster than we thought. Fultz can't get the entry from Empire as they look to brisk into the site. Shepard has the plant going down right in the single panel. Fultz is behind him though, but he gets gunned down by Always, and it looks like Shepard's going to be successful. Yes, he is. He pops up. Always still with the coverage here, and Empire are locking them out. But Rampy tries a re-entry, and it works quite successfully. He's arm in arm with Thinking Nade. They've managed to dwindle Empire's numbers down to just Scyther, who still holds from above. He can watch this. He's got the line of sight. He can fire through the wall, but they're trying to long arm it. Scyther will have to drop at some point, and that's exactly where Thinking Nade is going to be, but no, Thinking Nade peeks when he doesn't need to, and it's Scyther and Rampy in a 1v1. Around blue they'll play. Scyther still watching the angle, and Rampy slaps him down, and he has plenty of time to save the round for his team, and SSG stays alive.
Well, I said he needed to frag out, and by Jove, he did, Parker. What an incredible play from Rampy on the retake. Exactly what you needed to have by box 3. Very close quarters. As you mentioned, the SMG works perfectly. Space Station still alive, even if just barely. And, oh man, you can see it on Rampy's face.
There's absolutely got to be nerves at play there. You think about it. SSG has played for the World Championship. 4 of the players on that team are world champions. And yet still, the nerves come back to you when such a pivotal moment arises. Thinking Nade made a small mistake, assuming that Rampy would stick the diffuser, and Thinking Nade swung. Now, the idea that I assume is that Thinking Nade was going to buy time. Provoke a fight with Scyther. If you win, great, you win the round. If you lose, you've at least bought some time for Rampy to be able to get the disable off.
Right.
But Rampy pulled off the diffuser and instead made the calculation that I'm a sitting duck. Let's actually take the engagement here. That's a 50-50, and it's a tough one to do, especially when both of you are vying for time, because the longer that Scyther lives and the longer that Rampy isn't on that diffuser, the worse it gets for SSG to then get on with that 7-second disable time and stop Empire from winning the round.
The majority of the wins here from Space Station have been clear-cut clutches. Nothing else going on there. Again, I said it earlier, the strategy for Empire is impeccable. They're doing everything just right. SSG cannot handle that. They had the Thinking Nade clutch from Lounge, shooting up from below to deny the defuse plant in the dying seconds of the round. We just saw the Rampy clutch. SSG, backs against the wall, are using their individual talents to claw out of the jaws of defeat. Empire, I mean, they're still not out of this, but this is going to be really surprising for them because I don't know of many teams that can play Siege the way that SSG are playing it right now. They are bending over backwards to win rounds.
So much for the lack of confidence, so much for playing scared. A total change of pace for Space Station. So we go back to a bomb site that SSG won on before they got the opening pick, and then they were able to carry on the rest of the round. The diffuser did not get planted from Empire, so it was pretty much a lockout on SSG's part. Empire start by doing the same thing they did before, open up one of the panels on the wall using the Maverick and Sledge combo. But the difference here is that it's the separate panel that's now been opened up. So they'll look, or no, that's the same panel. Is it the same panel?
Wait,
am I crazy?
What panel are you talking about? No, they.
That's the same panel.
Yeah, I think they've been opening the same one. Yeah, no, they've been opening the inside one.
I'm delusional.
I mean, we've seen both opened, I think, but mostly the inside one.
Joystick creeping down below, by the way, as we hit the halfway point in the round. This has been a very, very quick round thus far.
And compared to other Empire attacks, you can see that they're kind of picking up their pace. This comes back to what I was discussing earlier. SSG does give a lot away for free. Impact tricking is going to kind of sort of work. You're going to get the second one on the wall, but there's no rotate, but the cut is still there, and that's what Dan wants. He wants the angle.
Rampy can continue to play in that position for quite a while. Any hard destruction that will go down, like those Selmas that we see right now, will be on the logistics wall. There were some ADSs played inside of construction if Rampy wanted to continue to hold that spot, but instead he falls off, and most of Space Station are ready and waiting for an assault through construction. All the while, Joystick has been a shadow, and Hot and Cold finds him, shines some light on him, and that's the very first opening pick. Dan's been down and always will need to retrieve him, and will do so quite well, but Empire are losing grip on this round with only 40 seconds to go.
Not only on this round, Parker, but by extension on this match, it's getting awfully close to a overtime situation. There goes the gas canisters. With only 30 seconds left, Empire have to go.
Shepard is holding up on the window. The moment that the Maestro goes up, that'll be a pick, but he looks away at the wrong time and manages to net it anyway onto Fultz. That's a crucial player from Space Station who's now down and out. Over on red stairs, Scyther will try his best, but he can't really do all that much. Dan drops. He'll go from down below, and Scyther will have to go through that toxic canister. He gets lit up as Scyther looks through the door. Still, and SSG are holding them at bay. Dan tripped up in the barbed wire, Rampy pistol out, and the kill feed is all SSG's, all blue. 3 seconds left, and it looks like we are going to need a 12th round to settle this one, as always won't get in the building, and he gets vanquished by Bosco.
Wow, what a hold there for SSG. A lot to go into that, though, because we didn't see Empire hold or take Garage. SSG gets Garage for free. Rafters is great to deny a push through the server window, through the construction wall, or the construction door, which is exactly where Empire's coming from. They don't have a significant enough man advantage to make that work 90% of the time. They don't even utilize server window. So when Empire's coming through, they're going through funnels, and it's not easy, especially with the gas canisters coming out from SSG. On top of that, Rampy is on something. He is landing all of the shots in all of the situations where he's presented with an opportunity to land a shot. He's not got the most impressive scoreline, but his impact has been undeniable.
Everybody's woken up here. Fultz in particular has gotten a bit quiet, but that's okay because it's a team effort. Both of the teams currently in the lobby have no shortage of depth whatsoever. In fact, SSG are benefiting from Dan being quite quiet so far in this matchup. Not just being unable to find the scoreboard, but also the utility and gadgetry from Dan has been far less impactful than what we saw in Cafe.
I mean, Dan did pull his weight in Cafe, as you mentioned, and let's zoom out to the best of 3. He's done a lot. But I think that it's not just
pull his weight. He damn well won the whole map.
He did. He really did. Yeah. No, but it's not just about the individuals here for Empire. It's about the fact that their teamwork, their structure, which normally can carry them to round wins, is not significant enough here to beat SSG. At least not quite yet. There's one more chance this round for Empire to deny overtime and to just end this right now in its tracks. And I wouldn't put it past them. I know that SSG have been winning these rounds. I know they're starting to rack it up. And they're looking real great doing it. That last round was the most confident SSG round I've seen from them so far. But it's not over.
Oh, it could be far from over. Empire does have the fact that this is a bomb site that is not always won by the defenders, especially in comparison to Cash, CCTV,
we talked about this, yeah.
We talked about this. So SSG, their perfect rotation was they faltered on it. It was foiled by Empire back in round number 9, which is what pushed Empire to match point. SSG will have to make some small adjustments. They've got a Frost on the board. No Mirror present.
I like the Frost pick. I think it might work. I don't think it's going to get you a Frost trap triggered on Empire, but it can distract them in those gunfights, which is super important when the margins are so low here. These players are playing at the razor's edge.
I mean, this is a huge difference from the way that they played it before, because Cash was so aggressively held by Spacestation, and yet is not at all, which allowed Empire to waltz right in through CCTV and continue to move forward, and now take some of construction out.
All 3 ADSs are invested in construction to protect that shield, and the nade didn't destroy the shield nor the ADSs, so it will persist. There's no defender there, though. Joystick does get touched by a C4, but just a tickle. He's fine. He'll be okay.
SSG hunkered down in the bomb site with 90 seconds still left to play. Empire's assault will come from construction likely again. They neglected the jacuzzi entrance before while holding control of the windows, essentially boxing SSG in. And with the location of Fultz, Bosco, and Rampy being where they are, playing over by Logistics, playing on the top of the stairs, and thinking they're not too far off either, that means that if a plant goes down, that there will be good coverage from the window for Empire. Fultz playing a cheeky angle here right now, and he tries to start things off, doing most of always his HP, but the Sledge is still able to walk away, and that's crucial information that they have now, as well as to the location of Space Station inside of Logistics.
Still a lot of time here for Empire. It's quite deceptive because the tension is palpable, but Empire doesn't need to force an engagement just yet. They can slowly and methodically take this push.
Joystick knows that they're in there, but he needs somebody to help him up on that hatch as he looks in one direction, stops it, and Fultz pre-fires. Still has the attention of Bosco. Down he goes, and Fultz picks up another 3 big kills for Fultz on 1 HP, and it's all left to Dan, who survives a nitro cell, but doesn't survive Rampy, and Space Station pushes overtime.
And it's a flawless round to cap it off there, Parker. What an impressive play from Fultz inside of Office. We've got the strategy for Empire, but SSG have got the mechanical skill, and they're leveraging that to bring us all the way. It's not done. We've got 2 rounds left for one of these teams to win before we see map 2 go either way.
Really unbelievable stuff, and Space Station will have the good fortune of defending twice.
Yes.
Which is extraordinary given the fact that right now there have only been 2 of 12 rounds that have broke in favor of the attackers. Now, just because they get to defend twice does not mean that it's going to be a walk in the park, and it certainly doesn't mean that the match is theirs, because we have seen time and time again that when you get to overtime, the script gets flipped on its head.
Yeah.
And the attackers gain momentum for enough rounds that it doesn't matter what side they start on. SSG will go back downstairs to Church. This is technically another rotation for them, as they were successful in their previous endeavor on Church, CCTV, and Gym. And if they prove successful here and Empire wins on the next round, thus pushing us to a 15th and final round, I have no doubt that CCTV Cash will be where we go.
I mean, they did just get a flawless round on Gym. I'm not going to expect that to be repeated, but yeah maybe. Well, Space Station are bringing the Mira. So possibly an extension here with those mirror windows. We've seen them do that before. And it looks like, yes, based on that, Kai, it's going to be that extension. There you go. That's going to be indestructible on the defender side of that wall. You'll have to go below to find that.
It's the same lineup that SSG ran with before when they held map control upstairs on that Gym and Master side of the map. Very quickly on, very early on, the logistics hatch goes, which will allow a soft drop for Empire if they choose to go that route, but that doesn't seem to be the focus. Instead, they're going to assess if somebody is even playing inside of Master. It's Rampy and Thinking Nade holding on to that top floor at the moment. Rampy over by Red Stairs, Thinking Nade playing inside of Bedroom. He's got the mirror window if he needs to take a quick peek at that jacuzzi wall, but for now it remains electrified and completely solid. Rampy will expect any kind of pressure that might come out from Empire from the CCTV wall, which is where Shepard and Dan are very quickly aligned.
Patience here for SSG. All they need to do is not give away a pick. Empire haven't read this extensive roam and aren't going to go for a direct site hit. They know they have to clear. So the longer SSG wastes time, the better it is for them. Empire have been decidedly non-lethal until just now. There's Joystick. He's been very quiet as of late, and he's finally going to get a kill. Most of his kills, all in the first half. Attack has been rough for him, but not so in this leadoff. And down goes Fultz, the hero of last round.
Empire's guns have gone quiet for that entire half, in fact, where they only really had that one strong showing back in round 9. SSG dominated, as the defense tends to do here on Clubhouse. Thinking Nade rotated earlier on, as he might be the next target for Empire. As they continue to hold upstairs, Empire know this. They've got bodies inside of construction. Thinking Nade has no intel as to where they're going to come from. Could Rampy potentially help out at all? watching the window to see if somebody's out on the balcony. All the while that this is happening, the remaining players from Empire are going to have to get their act together because the diffuser is on top of the building and there's under a minute left to go in the round.
Yeah, this is a very slow clear of the roamers, and Rampy's going to take a little bit of a scuffle there with Shepard. Even exchange. Thinking Nade, I'll swear, will take some damage, but it's a down and a finish off, and uh-oh, SSG, real bad position now as they find themselves in a 2 versus 4 after the roamers are finally cleared by Empire.
Hot and Cold and Bosco down below as Empire will be within the next 30 seconds right at their doorstep. And I mean, hey, Kaid and Amira aren't terrible operators, but they're not necessarily the two that I want to be able to hold out on the assault that's coming. The kitchen hatch still remains solid, and Shepard holding that diffuser has only 20 seconds to get it down. They don't have any other hard destruction to open this up because Scyther was the one who died early on. They have to go. They have to go through the dirt tunnel, but there's a doorway blocking them. Hot and Cold distracted by gunfights elsewhere. He starts things off with a kill on Dan. Empire breaks through dirt tunnel. They kill Bosco, so Hot and Cold will need to clutch. He pulls out the pistol and he can't do it because the sidearm from Joystick is better, and the streak from SSG is over as Empire moves to match point.
And this is crucial, Parker. They won an attack. That's the third attack won by either team through this entire map. And we discussed how overtime is usually where the gears start changing and the upsets happen on the sides. But that is absolutely monumental for Empire. They now capture the mental momentum and they get to go on to defense. SSG have got to be feeling in the absolute gutter. It's going to take an absolute miracle for them to clutch this up.
Well, they've got a tall task ahead of them. The only victory on attack that SSG could muster was on CCTV cache upstairs. They were unsuccessful on both attempts on this bomb site down below. In fact, the last round was the first time that any attacker had won a church take. So the odds are definitely not in Space Station's favor. That said, the odds were certainly not in their favor after the first half. We talked about how rare 5-1s are. Well, we've seen 3 5-1s through 4 halves in these matches. So you can't necessarily predict the way a round will go when the unthinkable continues to happen.
I just wish this was a best of 5.
You want us to die?
No, this has been some of the best Siege we've seen in this tournament so far. It's been really interesting. Map number 1 was horrendous, but this map, this clubhouse?
Map number 1 started to get interesting. I don't know, I mean, the beginning was horrendous.
Okay, sure.
The beginning was horrendous in terms of competitiveness.
So
it was Empire just clobbering.
Sure. I mean, you want to say maybe the last 15 rounds or so?
I mean, Empire were so dominant on that first map onward, but SSG are making a statement here. This is a very comfortable map. North America plays Clubhouse quite a lot, and most NA teams are quite good on it. This was known as Empire's playground for so long. BDS is also quite proficient on this map too. So Europe has tons of practice here. So both teams are expected to be competitive.
Last round, it was the roam clear from Empire that got them the win. They were very slow on it, but SSG kept giving the opportunities away. This time, it's roam clear turn for Space Station. They're going to try and find some Empire players, but I actually don't even know if anyone's off site. I'm seeing 4 bodies on site for the defense, at least, and I don't know where the 5th is.
Probably dirt tunnel?
Yeah, no, he's in oil pit. Joystick kind of a little bit touchy there on the positioning. That was dangerous, but that means all defenders, bottom floor. No opportunity for Space Station to get the pick.
He's going to have to thread the needle on that toss with a nitro cell. Both teams having some difficulties with the bar between the reinforcement over towards the bottom of the main stairs. Need to be a little bit more proficient with those tosses, thinking he has some difficulty, as did always.
I love this. That opens up the opportunity for a late push from main to Arsenal. You don't see that very often because it's very dangerous, but more options, the better for Space Station.
Well, there's half of the round to go. SSG realize they've completely cleared out the top and mid-floor, so that's all they need. Now they can go towards the basement. Impact tricking goes off on the hatch. Not sure if it was entirely successful. Does Dan have another one in his pocket to go? No. Ooh. So the 2 Selmas are successful, and Thinking Nade doesn't need to overcommit. It's got 1 remaining that can go onto that church wall. A small change for SSG was the last time they attacked this site. They had the Thermite. You talked about how Hibana was in play, and they chose not to go with her. The Ace might be a better strategic decision at the moment.
Here come the stuns to try and clear out the ADSs in blue, possibly followed up by a nade. There's nobody actually in blue. It's Dan playing by B3. Empire is very clumped together, and as Bosco gets the first pick, Space Station are looking good.
A dance party inside of blue as Rampy drops, but Dan is prepared for that. Joystick credit with the kill as always pushes up aggressively. Folds out duels him. Dan is ready for the next one on the ground, so Bosco will have to help out. Dan good enough to get the shot on the Fultz and then immediately pivots, but Bosco slaps him away. Shepard will have to hold his team. What are we looking at right now? The attackers are having an absolute bonanza here in overtime, and with the diffuser going down, things go from bad to worse for Empire. Still hold up inside of Church, and how fitting, because Shepard is going to need an absolute miracle right now, with the diffuser still being watched. Halo gunfire going in, and Bosco gets the last kill, and we're going to need 15 rounds to settle this one.
Huge sway in the momentum there. Back and forth with these teams, it seems to never end. Space Station, they want to bring us all the way, and they have. So they'll go back to defense, and they can pick whatever site they want since they lost their first defensive round. That gives them a lot of options. They can adjust based on what they had experience-wise last time. Empire, what a strange round. Mostly, I think it's that blue take and the Candelas from Rampy.
That was able to paralyze the defense as they look to retake. Always in particular gets pushed from two separate angles in blue. I don't think they were expecting both the oil drop and blue stairs as well. And then the third player from SSG, which was Bosco, to come through Dirt Tunnel. They perfectly enveloped the back of the site. While that diffuser could get planted, all of Empire's focus was on the Candelas. All of it.
Yeah.
They were completely isolated and just staring at blue. All the while, Space Station had that split push go, dropped in the kitchen, got the diffuser down, and then locked out blue, putting Empire in a position where they just simply could not retake without too many crossfires stopping them.
That's the crucial point, isn't it? Because we were very fixated on blue when we were watching it unfold. But there was a split push coming from Moda. Those two players for SSG made all the difference. The church hold is absolutely not possible at that point. So Space Station, for the final round, they have decided to bring us to Cash. Now, it looks like they're also going to be extending a lot into Gym. Look at that. Some mirror windows. They really love this mirror window setup in the bathroom. They do this on the bottom floor. They're doing this in Cash. They just, as long as it's not the site, or even sometimes when it is the site, they're a fan of this.
This is an old SSG strat. When Canadian used to be on the team, Bosco would run this, and he would be the mirror tasked with holding bathroom control. Obviously, adding hot and cold gives a bit more flexibility. Newest member of Space Station has not had the greatest performance so far today. And honestly, it's falling short of the expectations that we have of him from the NA League.
I mean, that happens, though. I mean, in the last map, Dan was popping off, and he's the only player on his team without double digits. So you get some matches where you do well and some matches where you do poorly. Shepard's going to open up this wall. Always already got rid of the soft barricade, so it's just going to be the hard. And Shepard, easy job there. Fultz, he's done this before. He's done this challenge before. And he's not going to go for it this time. Dan's going to force the initiative, and he's got red control. Hot and Cold's there to potentially get the refrag, but no, he's backing off and re-engaging. I'm not sure what his decision is here, but both of these players ready for each other, forcing the thought, and red is so crucial to the outcome of this round. It's going to be Dan for a second.
You speak the devil's name, and the devil shall appear, Michael. You talked about it, and Dan is now coming up big. SSG are in major trouble. Rampy, though, good enough for one. Tagging on to Scyther, a second lined up around the door frame, always taking some damage from the Roni of Bosco. And a Nitro Cell goes off, but it's not early enough. Bosco falls. Rampy has so much work that needs to be done. Being tracked away, he tries to contend with the Maverick, out-dueling as he has multiple angles to cover, but Empire just breeze on in. The dream for Space Station has become a nightmare, and Thinking Nade finds himself in a 1v4. They came so close, but Thinking Nade's return to the top of the stairs gets caught, and Empire move on to the semifinals.
Absolute heartbreaker there for SSG, who brought it to the very bitter end of map number 2. But unfortunately for them, it's just map number 1 that came back to bite them, and they could not fully recover.
A lot of long faces on that Space Station bench right now as they meet up against the Russian machine, and boy, do they get left in the cold. Team Empire looking absolutely punishing. Easily one of the strongest teams at the tournament right now. For so many people, Space Station the favorite, given their performance in the NA League, given their performance across multiple international events. But they go out in the quarters, which is obviously a disappointing result from them.
Well, that was a very impressive map number 2, and for me, easily top 3 maps of the entire tournament so far, way up there. Even though SSG did end up losing, they showed us an amazing siege, and yeah, I mean, I really just wish it was a best of 5. I wanted more of that.
Well, it was a spirit. They, you know.
He's still gonna.
A very disappointing. Goals way to the end. It's world champion in groups. G2 also going out in groups. Another defending world champion just getting knocked out behind us, which doesn't leave many winners still standing. But Empire, they were the major kings all the way back in Raleigh, and they're looking for a repeat. They've only got 2 more games to earn themselves that trophy. That said, that's the matchup in the books. We have a desk ready to go over what you just witnessed through those 2 maps, so we'll toss to them.
All right, well, with that, Team Empire will vote Space Station Gaming out of the airlock. They were looking a little sus in those last 2 games, weren't they?
Horseman casts his vote for Spaceman, and that's going to be it.
That's it. That's now both of our have exited, so now grabs, isn't it?
Really was started off playing like they didn't, weren't getting those opening. Empire playing fantastic. Space Station. They were doing everything in NAL, but it wasn't enough. It was too far gone, and you know, round 15, overtime, Empire ended up pulling it out. But I really did like the Space Station. It at least gave us a little bit of something at the end there, because genuinely, if we'd done this whole event without seeing Space play to their peak,
both something very similar, giving Empire back to the first half. We ended. We did. It's kind of to know that what do was something they didn't commit, so to speak. When we got to the house, they finally locked that other SSG had. It didn't manage Fun Cafe, and it nearly turned into an Empire victory, but we needed to see that SSG come out 3 to 4 rounds sooner.
Look, you need them to show up more than one every rounds.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
You do.
Come
and
on, guys.
To say it, North America, just so. Space kind of over. I do think really good teams. One of them. Space Station into the NA. Sorry.
Joystick making an impact of the first 2. I think that definitely because he was going he had main rounds, and then it off a bit. We don't rely on Joystick, they realize, and suddenly it falls over. And Scyther, great game. We talked about other players on Empire, and it seems like SSG's max came from a rounds. Their mental starts to come back like surely, but not being enough. This 1v1 in particular, we were standing rampy as he was and just kind of wish we could see.
Speaking of rampy, a lot of the wings Space Station. When we saw him struggling a little bit in the group stage, that's when SSG's troubles came. In this matchup as well, it felt like Rampy started off kind of slow, but we got to those last couple of rounds of the regular time. Rampy was going insane. He's going to be the top fragger for Space Station at 13-10. I do think he had a great game. Probably the best map that he had all major long. And because of it, it was a great map for Space Station, but unfortunately, not enough.
Now this time Joystick as well, topping the scoreboard. We haven't seen that a whole lot this tournament, but particularly good on Clubhouse.
Kind of just Joystick getting those roam clear operators, that was whereas, you know, sometimes that might be a little him to find, or sorry, the roam using it became super effective to hunt down those guys like Vigil, Mew, Mozzie, the drone deniers, and really punish Space Station's aggression.
Space Station brought out a couple of very classic strategies, I think, in those last couple of rounds, especially on both of their defenses.
We'll get to it.
Right.
You're not allowed to talk about that now.
Oh, fine. We'll get to it later.
Because I want to make sure that people are set up properly properly for what they're about to see before we get into round 13, because we pulled that one. So instead, let's start towards the beginning of the map, because it was a really strong, dominant early performance from Empire. And, you know, frankly, Spacestation Gaming looked off. And we could see that in round 5 with Thinking Nate, who actually did have a pretty good stat line towards the end of this game. But there were a lot of struggles that you saw beforehand. And, you know, whether it was a little bit difficult to get some of those flashes through the walls, he did, you know, have some issues getting his flashbangs in round 5, which is what we're going to look at. So, Jesse, you want to talk us through the strategy that was in place here and what the unfortunate events that unfolded?
Listen, this is not a great play to highlight because it's not, you know, it doesn't paint the greatest light of Thinking Nate, but I want to highlight it because it's showcasing the fact that Spacestation Gaming started off so shaky on this map. I mean, this is one of those scenarios where it's player probably it's possible there was some issue with Thinking Nate, but it's even worse because the defense from the whole time. Empire are watching him throw flashbangs at himself, and then he gets swung and dies at that whole moment. So it's multiple issues pounded on top of one another time and time again, and it shows the mental state that Spacestation started this match in.
Thinking Nate missing all 3 of them is just a sign that for the rest of SSG, something wasn't clicking where it needed to. It's nice that he finally managed to, no, sorry, he didn't. In that run, if I remember right, it was like a 3K immediately for Empire, like right off the rip as soon as we had like a main stairs push.
Yeah.
That honestly seemed like things were going to end. I thought the potential for a 7-0 for Empire on Clubhouse was very strong once we got to that point. I mean, a 5-0 half is like, how the hell do you come back from that?
Right, and that's important because if you can't get those flashes over the walls, then you can't throw grenades over the walls, then you can't destroy those mute jammers that are stopping the walls from being opened, then you can't open the wall, then you can't push church very well, and you've got to funnel through Moto or the hallway or what have you.
It's just the fundamentals, man.
As painful as that might be for Spacestation Gaming fans, the second half was really thrilling. And you know, that's why Kickstarter kept saying, you know, I want more maps, I want more maps.
Yeah.
And I understand the perspective that Intero had for not wanting a best of 5, but it feels like finally, after 3 lackluster halves, they were starting to get into their groove, and that's why it would have been exciting to potentially have more games. So let's start by looking at round 12. You know, they needed this round to push it into overtime, and they really delivered. Fultz got a massive 3K here. So, Jacob, you want to talk us through round 12?
Yeah, we're talking specifically about a Logi defense in this case. We're looking at both a Frost and a Jaeger trying to hold it down in different spades, but here comes the pushback from Construction. Fultz not only doesn't retreat after the first kill, he finds both Shepard coming through the same hole as Joystick and one more coming back through Logi Hatch. He holds his ground because he has a crossfire already set up there with the Frost. At that point, the only person remaining on the team is Dan, but that's where the entirety of that defense went for SSG. Previously, when they defended on CCTV, they went with the cash extension. They pushed a little bit further out, and it worked up into the last couple of seconds where Empire kind of punched through it. In this case, they kept most of their warm bodies inside logistics, waited for that construction crossover, and by the time they had anyone from Empire in position to try to kill people, that's where Fultz is a rock doing nothing but pressing mouse 1, and he wins.
Yeah, and I mean, Fultz is amazing, and I don't want to take that round away from him, but I do have to question why there was nobody from Empire maybe on the jacuzzi wall to try to put pressure on that, why there wasn't more window pressure. I believe Dan was there, but he wasn't able to actually pressure anybody. Why one of those 3 players didn't rotate through construction to push Master from that angle. It felt like that was a huge case of funneling and sort of, I guess, Empire just not really respecting the positions the Space Station had, and so that seemed unfortunate. But, you know, I mean, if Fultz doesn't hit those shots, then I guess it's a great play.
All right, and now we can move one round further. And this is where I'm going to let you talk about what you were excited to talk about.
Yeah.
Which is, so here's the way we're going to do this. Jacob, you're going to set this up, and then Jesse, I'm going to have you run through the play and talk about the counter play. So, Jacob, why don't you describe Space Station's tendencies on Clubhouse with roamers on the top floor?
So why don't we talk about the legendary SSG roam? And if you don't know what an SSG roam is, that's what we're talking about an intel meta. We're utilizing a mute Amazi individual in lots of different aspects, but we're doing it to make sure that any intel that can be gleaned up on a top floor takes forever to get cleared out. You have the hatches open so you can quickly go for drop downs if you do get pressured quickly. That's kind of, you waste enough time up on you can drop back down to a church, and usually the attacking team set up for an execute.
And if we see how Empire G-hold counters. Now, 2 on the top, right? His tech main that is one of the escape. Him dead. of the main floor to the player or to the attack. Empire the main floor. They from below. Look at this. He's beneath. Joystick is able to up those mains. So that opening pick on defaults from Joystick is so impactful. Partly because it kills one of the roamers, but secondly, it forces those top roamers to stay and fight because one of their escape routes has now been completely nullified, and they cannot have any impact in terms of running away. So they have to fight. Empire knows that. They take their top clear pretty slow after that because they know those roamers aren't going anywhere, and once they get those kills, it's going to be a 5v2.
It usually comes down to putting a whole bunch of people on the defending team upstairs and not leaving that many people or utility down to defend in the event that the attacking team does try for an execute. So if you kill those roamers, and sometimes it's 3 players who are off-site, then you're stuck in sometimes a 5v2, a 4v2 in some cases, and it means that when the defending team tries to bring everybody back, if they can, sometimes it doesn't work out.
Yeah, you can see Empire really prepared for what was getting thrown at them, methodical in their play, clearing it out, going top down.
They knew.
They get the execute. Easy round win for them, sets them up for that match point, which they also win. So, yeah, very, very good stuff there. And we also have a very good player to discuss, of course, which is going to be Dan, our MVP here for this series. Agreed, Joystick had a great second game, but Dan was incredibly dominant in map 1.
Maybe somebody else could have had the pick if Dan didn't also get the game-winning play on round 15. Obviously, at the very start of Cafe, he had a ton of really good plant watch going on. He was helping out his teammates in those late sort of 2v2. Some really point out as well. Dan walks breach, kills the smoke playing red. At that point, the smoke didn't have a shield because he put the shield the defense had down. Dan recognized that, got the kill, and got 69 cost.
Can I get a nice in chat for the 69 cost, please?
Nice.
Thank you very much. Nice, if you would. Yeah, no, I think this is definitely deserving of Dan. We did see Joystick finally have a really good map 2 in the series where he probably wasn't the highlight reel that we've expected so far from him in the group stage. He finally got there, though. But Dan, overall in this series, absolutely deserves this MVP credit and the MMVP candidacy that comes from it later.
Yes, that's right. The MMVP will be decided at the end of the day between our 4 quarterfinals MVPs. If you are curious, it was Palu before. Who's ahead right now, Palu or Dan?
Ooh, if we're talking purely statistically, I think Palu is ahead by a little bit, but what Dan did to secure Cafe can't really be understated. He was a monster on plant protection.
Yeah, Palu was good, but I think Dan had a little bit more of an impact.
The eye test leaning you towards Dan right now. Excellent. We'll also have an L MVP, I guess. We'll rank,
sure.
I'll have them rank the MVPs in order for the M MVP and the L MVP.
Good. Excellent. Excited for that.
All right. Well, I think that's going to do it for us. We are going to switch over into our next best of 3, our next quarterfinal, of course. So that's going to be very exciting between BDS and FURIA. We're going to switch out the analysts. Thank you, gentlemen. You're done for today. I release you.
Wait, what about the death whistle?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
we
we'll
can
do that.
Sorry. Good
Thank
catch.
you.
Good catch.
Thank you. You really wanted to listen to the horrible noise again, didn't you?
Yeah, of course.
Somebody break out the near airport meme because that describes how sad I am right now.
Goodbye, Spacestation.
What are we even talking about, Jacob?
What do you mean?
It's DarkZero, the last hope of NA at the Mexico Major, just like you predicted.
Yeah, because 2 of them have COVID, and you think I have any reason to be excited about this?
Look, they've had a very good. Look, the players are okay. They've had a
true.
very good group stage so far. They've vastly exceeded expectations.
Yeah. I mean, I think DarkZero is a really good team. I'm sure Sky's will be able to break them down and sort of how they're going to do in this bracket.
Yes.
But really, I mean, it's looking dire for DarkZero. Spacestation were the main hope.
Yeah, I don't want this to be a day where both APAC and North America get eliminated on the exact same day, but the potential now does exist. So
Might be where we're at.
Let's just hope and pray, man. Let's just hope and pray.
All right. Well, the prayers, you can save them for later. DarkZero is not next. It's BDS coming up against FURIA. We'll be back in a couple.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this 3rd episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. PayPal. Press play.
the standings were very close in Europe. Do you feel like you guys can win this event?
I think we have a high chance to win, yeah. Like all the teams. I mean, if all the teams they are here, they have a high chance to win, right? I think we have, yeah, a high chance. Right now, it's very stacked, like the top 4. I think finishing fourth in Europe, it's like finishing first. I mean, Empire, G2, and Navi, and us. I think we are close to each other. So, yeah, they should be afraid of us.
Is this going to be the time where Europe comes back on top?
Yeah, maybe. It would be. I don't want to jinx.
You're not very
anything.
convincing.
I think we are confident on the team that we can bring it home, and overall Europe can bring it home.
What do you think about BDS?
BDS is on a really good mood right now. They are pretty consistent as a team because they have one of the best entry fraggers in Europe and in the world, and they have one of the best supports in the Europe and the world. So that's a very good combo for every team. That you have two of these guys in the best roles, you have pretty good chances to win the matches. But to beat BDS, you can do a counter game against Shaiko and the drones in his feet, and on the finish of the rounds, you can build a play to counter the bridge plants. So that way they could do nothing. The same that we did to them in the Oregon. We lost. Actually, we lost to them in the SI because we didn't get some key rounds in the clubhouse. So that game, it was to be a 3-0, but it was not our time to win because we had no experience to be cool, to be cold, and finish that map.
Words from BDS and FURIA. If you're curious, those interviews took place before the start of the group stage. So FURIA was discussing their rematch that we now have in a best-of-3 from the 6 Invitational earlier this year. So 3 months have passed now. FURIA also said, what you didn't see was that they were a very young team. They only had a couple months playing together by the time that the Invitational rolled around, and so they really felt that that wasn't their time to shine yet. And as you could hear, they think that they should have 2-0'd. They did lose. They did lose Clubhouse, which is the second match of the series, after they opened on Oregon to a FURIA win. And he said, you know, there were some key rounds we lost there, but it was because we didn't have the experience. It's because we weren't cool and calm and collected, and now we feel much more comfortable in the LAN environment, and so it'll be different this time. And they said, additionally, another thing you didn't see was FURIA thinks that this is their time to win. Like, their time to win is starting now. So they feel much more confident overall. So very interesting words from FURIA.
And they're interesting probably because they're the biggest underdogs throughout the entire bracket for the playoffs currently. And I'm not sure whether they know that, considering you've just made that statement. But hey, it was a few days ago, so they
definitely don't know that, by the way.
They definitely don't know they're probably the big underdogs at the moment. But at least in my mind, and a lot of us in the talent group have agreed, they're probably, you know, the lowest rated to make it to the finals and be finalists. So we'll see. They can surprise.
Well, we do have some additional words from these teams that were recorded a little bit more recently before this match. So we'll hear what they think now.
Making to the playoffs in this event, it's a really good experience that we could have. I believe our mindset is the right place to play a big tournament like that. We have a really good mental support with our performance coach, Bernardo. And I believe that makes us better than other groups of young players.
He gets taken out by Highs.
They've got a lot of discipline, they've got a lot of aggressiveness in their style of play. However, they don't have quite the experience yet, but they're gonna get there. eventually?
I think we are pretty happy to make the playoffs. I think our groups is one of the the closest between all the teams. It was pretty like a trap group. It's very important for us to bring France at the top and obviously Europe as well. I think FURIA is a good opponent for us. I mean, we played them 2 times at SI. We won the best of 1 and won the best of 3. It was close matches, close maps every time. Yeah, I'm looking forward to play them again.
I'm so glad we got to hear from FURIA as well about the importance of their performance coach, because they went on actually at length about that when I discussed that with them. They said it's one of the most important things. They were given a lot of exercises. This performance coach is the same one that works with the CSGO team at FURIA, which, if you don't know, is probably the best current Brazilian roster in CSGO. So very experienced. And they said that was a really, really big improvement for them, was being able to take a step back, engage in some exercises to calm themselves down, which will keep them in the game. So we will see how much of an effect this performance coach has had as we head into this rematch from SI. It's very exciting because I'm sure FURIA really wants the revenge here.
God, I mean, there's no double elim either. There's no second chance. Like, this is it. You either win the rematch, you redeem yourself, you prove what you stated before about the fact that you just needed a little bit more time. And either that rings true or BDS just come in and give a big fat stomp.
Yeah, FURIA's they're on the up. Back-to-back events, they've gone out of groups. They're going up against the top teams, and it's a grudge match for them against BDS.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at our bracket. Liquid, Empire have already advanced. We'll be deciding our 4th quarterfinal down there. I know it's coming 3rd, but that's because we moved DarkZero and Team 1 to later in the day. So BDS versus FURIA, winner will face Team Empire, and then we will head into Team 1 versus DarkZero, possibly having 3 Brazilian teams in the top 4. SI featured 3 Brazilian teams in the top 3. So can the dominance continue, or are we going to see some of these other regions making waves and getting into semis?
Oh, it's really, I suppose, sad that we're going to essentially force both of the EU teams together in the semi-finals, and you really can't get out of that, but that's sort of the predicament we're in when you have so many Latin American teams doing so well. That's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, with the Latin America meta, it's kind of, ironic. They're back-to-back top 4, and other teams are trying to match and keep up with them, but as this event shows, they're still pretty much the most dominant region so far.
Well, before we get into teams, let's do vetoes. How about that?
Okay. Let's get it. Let's hit it.
So just for reference, when these teams met at SI, the maps were Oregon, Clubhouse, and Consulate as a decider.
So the biggest important fact. What?
Wow.
What? Okay,
I expected a cafe ban.
I said they really either need to get rid of Clubhouse or Villa as one of their first bans.
BDS.
Let's remember, this is ban, pick, ban, decider. So that is their very first ban off the board.
Called it.
And you and I called this, didn't we?
We called the Chalet ban, which makes the most sense. As FURIA has an 88% win rate on that map. And BDS has an 88% win rate on Cafe and an 86% win rate on Coastline, which FURIA actually opts to pick, which is a little surprising.
Is this the right veto? I'm a little confused because I feel like FURIA is confused as to what they need to do.
Pick.
The Clubhouse pick makes absolute sense. You want to know why? Because even though FURIA has a dominating win percentage on it, it's only against non-tier 1 teams. And you can feign a little bit of confidence when you're winning against very, very low tier teams. Oregon will be the next ban, and I wonder what will follow, because if Villa
If it goes Villa,
FURIA is like in trouble. Okay.
This map ban phase did not go any way that we thought it was going to go. This is a complete surprise to both me and Jess.
I don't understand what I'm visually seeing on our screen right now.
I mean, all I'm saying is go back to the conference with the interviews, and FURIA thinks that they should have won Clubhouse in the last matchup between these teams. So we can argue that all day long.
Absolutely.
But I think it's clear that in FURIA's mind that they lost to themselves due to getting too hyped, due to losing some key rounds. That's what they told me. And so in their minds, it's probably great for them that we see BDS picking Clubhouse. Like, they probably think that's a win. Do you agree?
They better be right, because
I hope they're right.
I vehemently disagree with that.
I'd have to agree.
Yeah. That's the sound for the moment. We just put that on the board. Not feeling that one. But Coastline could go either way. It's one of those maps.
I mean, all I can say is these are FURIA's words, and this is what they believe.
Wow. They're really going, they're hitting the philosophy through and through. Like, they're living it, they're saying it, they talk the talk, and now they're walking the walk. we'll see.
What I think is interesting is that they're not playing the map that they won last time, and they actually banned Oregon out. That was a bit of a surprise to me.
Maybe. Literally, the last results I have for BDS and Oregon is that they barely beat VP, not one of the best teams in EUL, and then they got 7-4 by TSM at SI. So if you wanted to go to a bad map of BDS, that was the one. So I don't know. I think they just want to.
I'm genuinely at a loss for words.
Yeah, I really don't know.
They're playing crazy. BDS, though, has been very consistent on the whole, pretty easily topping their group, I'd say. BDS going to be back in form right now. You guys want to talk about this team's international record, which has been slightly disappointing, I would say?
Yeah, so we keep talking about BDS being the team to win it, or they're always close enough to winning it, but the biggest problem is they always get so close but never follow through. In their last couple events, they've gotten top 4 at SI 2020, top 8 at SI 2021, second place in the November Major in EUL, second place in the EUL Finals, and second place in EUL Stage 1 and in 2020 and 2021. So they are very consistent at getting top 4, but when it comes to getting that first place, they've always fallen short. And I think it's getting to the point where it's like, how many times can we say BDS is going to win this? This is a BDS event, as Jacob likes to say, BDS takes it. Are they actually going to take it this event, or are they going to continue to fall short?
This is the very last chance. I know I've been spouting this for days and days and days, but this is the very last chance that BDS will ever get from me at an international event where they can have confidence behind them. Otherwise, I just feel like they're always going to be the bridesmaid and never the bride again, and that is just going to be the most horrific thing to explain, of course, to a player and a team.
I'm now really hoping they don't, so just forever, you're just like, BDS has disappointed me for the last time. I will never predict them or get hyped about them again. I love it. I love it.
What a shame.
All right, let's talk about some individual stats, Jess, because you wanted to pull out some of the leaders in certain categories. So we're going to take a look at Shaiko and Bride from BDS. Why are we looking at the statistics behind these players?
I mean, look, if you know me and what I like to do in the EUL is I like to tell you who's doing the best in each of the categories. And of course, Shaiko, he seems to be topping the charts both in entire rating and in entry, which you will notice is opening kills. The OK at the bottom of your screen there for his team throughout just the major. And then, of course, we switch over to his best little support friend of Bride. You will see he is one of the highest rated players when it comes to cost and plants. It is like you couldn't get a better explanation statistically than what FURIA was saying in their press conference about the fact that they have one of the best fraggers and they also have one of the best support players in the world. Those stats match up. I'd like to see some more plans from Brita. I'd like to see what he does in EUL and replicate it here because he's in a best of 3, baby. That's where you can get them all out on the board.
As a player, what do you think the strengths of Shaiko and Bride are? One each.
Oh, Bride's got the clutch factor, for sure, 100%. And Shaiko's just got the mechanical skill that gets him out of bad situations.
All right, let's switch over to FURIA because we've said many times this tournament, in the overwhelming glow of the Brazilian region and the stars that are NIP, Team Liquid, and Team One, FURIA has kind of not been the brightest light. And why is that? Because they've now made it further than the 6 Invitational champion.
What a brilliant kind of, I guess, reference to give Latin America as a region. Just to say that you can go so far down the list and still find a possible champion team. And I think that just shows the depth of Latin America now. I wouldn't say they came out of nowhere, but I will say it's been years and years coming. The same as what people are saying about APAC, and they've got a really, really smart roster behind them at the moment.
And so who are the stars that you want to point out here? Because so often just as with the teams, you know, it's all about Alamau, just this huge narrative around the Rookie of the Year, or it's about Palu or Pino. Who's it about on FURIA?
I would say it's about Fantasy and Miracle. Fantasy specifically is like that entry fragger kind of lurker. He depends kind of the site and take that they go for. He'll entry or he'll lurk for those kills, but he also is the biggest space maker on the team. We've talked about it before. He's also the highest rated player on their team right now, leading in opening kills, leading in KD as well. And Miracle's, you know, just that support player that's kind of getting the bomb down, and they're just overall clicking. And again, the biggest thing with these guys to talk about is experience. This is their second event, and they're already back-to-back out of the group stage, and they've had a tough opponent both times, which happens to be BDS again. So again, I think they're kind of going there with a little grit, and like this is a little grudge match for them.
Let's not forget, though, that Fantasy, not only is he one of their best players, but throughout this event, he has topped cost. He has topped opening kills. He has topped overall rating for his team. No matter where you look on the board, the only only person that manages to top him in a category is on the next slide here, and it's going to be our man Miracle, who of course guys just brought up. It's their plant maker, it's their objective maker. Unfortunately, look down at the plants. This is where the two playstyles between these two teams will clash, because that is not a lot of plants for an entire event so far. He happens to be the one that should be getting the objective down. He's the one that has the most, but he's going to have to step up big when it comes to objective play here now that he's in a best of 3 against one of the best objective teams in the entire world.
One major thing we've missed a little bit on Fantasy is their whole team went an overall -18 in opening kills in the Brazilian League, but in this, he's already got 14 opening kills alone.
That's quite a bit, quite a few. Doing very well. Now, you mentioned the kind of comparison between these two teams stylistically, because I think, Skies, you were saying they have a very similar map pool, but their operator pools are very different. So how do they use operators so differently on these maps, and how does that inform your analysis of their playstyles?
God, when I look at BDS, I don't think they're a cookie-cutter team. I think that's an unfair way to sort of say it. I think that they like sort of default compositions because it works to their objective-based playstyle, and that's fair enough. You know, we're seeing things like the Sledge, for example, or a Buck that we see from Rafale, and then the Nomad is necessary for the flank hold, and then the typical Hibana or Thermite from Bride from the support. So I think it's just very minimalistic roles, whereas when I look over at FURIA, I'm seeing someone take a Blitz, someone take, you know, an Amaru, for example, someone take just wild different operators. And I think they're at two ends of the spectrum when it comes to who's comfortable with what operators and why.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference, too, as well, is like BDS has kind of been one of the only teams that has stuck with their playstyle consistently. They're not kind of following and chasing that Latin aggressive meta. They're still one of the few teams that rely on getting the bomb down first. Most of their strats are set to get Bride in a position to get the bomb down, whereas FURIA is, like I said, they have continued to stay with that Latin aggression and just ran with it.
Yeah, it could be an issue with BDS, too, at international competition if they're not used to playing as much against these styles. Can be hard if you're more inflexible at adapting your own style in order to answer it. So, very good stuff. Predictions?
BDS.
I'm going to take the Jacob and say BDS takes it.
Oh, you've cursed them now. Just depressed.
I've become a big fan of Jacob this event.
Okay, sure. You're the only one.
Oh, wow.
She doesn't mean that, Jacob. She doesn't mean that. It's jealousy of the prediction percentage, I promise.
All right, our casters are ready. Coming back to you, our Stokes in Blue.
Thank you very much, Monty, and we are indeed ready to jump into this third matchup of the day. Bound to be an exciting one, as the rest of these have as well. Stokes, let's get your opening thoughts on this matchup.
Well, I gotta tell you guys, the vibes are very high in this room right now, and it's not just because we're having a good time. Actually, FURIA came in here just bumping music. It was amazing, to be honest with you. I've never seen anything like it at a LAN. They came down the escalators just bumping music the whole time. So I'm very excited for this one. I'm sure that you guys are, you guys at home are as well, especially with these two playstyles clashing in the way that they're going to.
Obviously, it's going to be quite interesting as it was two very different stories throughout the groups for both of these teams. FURIA squeaking their way by in so many close matches, as well as a lot fewer matches because they unfortunately were in the group of 3 due to the unfortunate turn of events with the Knights. We do want to bring up our community poll as well while we have a moment here. It's France versus Brazil who is getting this dub this time around. Be sure to submit your vote, whether it's here in the Twitch chat, over on our Twitter, or on one of our many social platforms. All the results a little bit later on during the show to talk about and see, more importantly, if you guys are right. But going back to what I was saying, for FURIA, obviously struggling their way a little bit through the group, but still making it happen, outwitting Na'Vi and being able to push their way forward. At the same time, BDS having a very solid run, similarly to almost Liquid, having some dominant score lines and, for the most part, not having much trouble making their way out in the top position.
It's the consistency that's scary. You know, we see teams pop off all the time at major events. They'll have a good map, they'll have a bad map. BDS has been just such a consistent squad throughout. Again, as John was talking about, very similar to Liquid, but Coastline, anything but consistent. One of the maps inside of Rainbow Six, you don't necessarily have to bring the hard-stuck operators that we're used to seeing inside of lineups like Hard Breach and all these other things. It's a very open concept as to what you want to do with your team, and these two squads are definitely going to stack up in a very interesting way here.
All right, well, let's take a look. We're getting into the bans now. Time to see which these operators our teams are going to be taking out on Coastline. Choices tend to be fairly open, but let's see, as we still end up falling into a meta usually anyway, and this one's going to make sense. Nomad being banned out by FURIA, that will remove some of the anti-roam capability from BDS here, those air jabs, blocking off quite a bit of the rotate capability that the aggressive defenders will often have when trying to make plays.
Okay, well, follow-up ban is going to be Thatcher. That one pretty self-explanatory, just getting rid of those EMPs and allow these walls to stay closed a little bit longer, even though I know we just talked about how hard breach is not a necessity on Coastline. Sometimes it is for the greater good, like when you're attacking billiards and things like that. Anyways, Valkyrie's going to be removed out next from BDS, and once again, pretty self-explanatory. Just do some damage to that info game for the defense.
Yep, final ban coming up right here. It is the second choice from FURIA and our final ban of the match. Let's see, we're going to be knocking out, an interesting one. It makes a lot of sense, though, just because of the amount of play we get on this operator on Coastline specifically. So Mute will be removed from the pool, and that will leave really only Mozzie for drone mitigation.
So going to be an SAS operator down on defense, as well as you said, lots of mitigation off the board. So you guys are more than likely going to be seeing Kaid pretty often here. They want to try and keep those walls locked up. Bandit always an option as well, but one that we don't get to see too often anymore. We did see him earlier on today, but just really didn't end up working out. Actually did on that one round for Chalet. We did actually end up seeing that work out, but still just don't see that much play from him anymore. Either way, though, we are going to be jumping into things now, folks, between Team BDS and FURIA. FURIA is starting off on defense, and they're going to be headed to double bar first.
So for FURIA, we'll see how this type of a lineup will pan out. You'll have Miracle as your main player deep in the site. Lots of trapping as well as grenade mitigation coming in there for the FURIA roster as well to hopefully fend off will be a whole lot of that coming in for BDS. They're going to need it too. Looking at BDS's composition with 4 frag grenades being brought to the table as well as 2 smokes, they'll definitely want to try and get rid of as many of those as possible. It's on top of everything else the team will be bringing on the attacking side also.
Yeah, a big interesting fold here for FURIA is the fact that they 6-pick away from the Mira and into the Melusi. Melusi, a very solid pick, but Mira, this is one of those sites on Coastline that you love to see her play. She's usually played around this couches area towards the bottom of your screen with those panels obviously reversed and played in towards blue. Just so you can try and, stop plants going down from behind blue bar and things along those lines. But FURIA obviously have something else in the deck that they feel like is going to work. The other option obviously being the mud side. So we'll see if Team BDS want to try and take from that side and play it into FURIA's hand.
Let's see here for FURIA what exactly they're going to be trying to do inside of the opening round. Setting up some spawn peak positions, and Linda specifically might be wondering why he just kind of goes for a random shot. That's not random, it's a timing shot trying to catch someone from BDS coming out of a specific spawn point. Just not going to line up the stars too well this time around as the rest of BDS begins to spread out around the map and take up those initial positions to begin entering into the building. More than likely over here towards the master bathroom, we'll see some hatchwork getting opened up. At least one player going to be opening up that service door too to possibly open up for an early duel here against Highs. Also an early EE1D charge going off here as well, but not a whole lot following that up. Lems, as you can see, they're getting some great intel onto the Mozzie's position right around the corner from the site inside of office.
The hills have eyes, or at least drones. So the drone hole here getting some solid information inside of offices. BDS still waiting to move forward here, but some supporting angles as well. An Orthodox one through the hatch that is not busted, instead just busted the corner of it, so he can hold Lenda's door downstairs for office. He's going to let Lenda play this area for quite some time, as well as Rare actually going to have the assistance of a Banshee there. End up getting into a gunfight now here, but always going to switch back, and beautiful, beautiful stuff here from FURIA. The setup working out perfectly with that Banshee.
Rare continuing to hold on to an aggressive position, now swinging over to try to fend off the BDS pressure that would be coming in from VIP. But overall from BDS, it's caused a pause here with the loss of Alems. You don't want to try and swing forward and take any additional risks right now. A lot of players here, specifically Bride, sticking on the drone work, and Shaiko as well, also bringing the Gemini out to try and search around the map right now to see what exactly FURIA are fielding across the table. Unfortunately, not finding a whole lot that's actionable here, so BDS still kind of stuck at that point where they are uncomfortably starting to shift their way forward, mainly out of a necessity rather than a virtue of their gains inside of the round there. Rafal, as well as another player, going to be able to trade things out. Brings us down to a 4v3 here. Rafal, of course, taking some heavy damage, but at minimum able to go for an even exchange inside of that round right there and inside of that fight. Fantasy, though, puts it right back under the control of FURIA, and Miracle's going to push it to a detrimental point now as Rafal, the only one left. He does manage to get the jump onto Fantasy to take him down. Where does he go from here? Still a 1v3 to deal with. He's got to run back outside to retrieve the case and transition down a floor with only 40 seconds left to make all of that happen.
All right, well, Golden 6, not going to be able to get too much done to that flooring, and they're going to start shooting back and forth between this makeshift can hole here. Either way, though, only 30 seconds remaining for Rafal to do something here. Used his last EU1D earlier on when that refrag came in, and well, not going to be able to do too much more as FURIA take the very first round, and that LATAM energy already being felt. This squad, though, there's one thing I wanted to talk about when it came to FURIA. They're not your typical LATAM squad. They're actually very controlled in the way that they do things. We were talking about this the last time that we casted them. They have an amazing coach. Twister, one of the best LATAM coaches that we have ever seen, that is at the helm of this young squad, and they just look so strong in a lot of these rounds, especially the ones where they get the lead and start to control that pacing. They don't give up too many bodies. It's just really solid overall.
And the experience for Twister goes back years and years in terms of Latin American
Ninjas
Siege.
in Pajamas, FaZe, Black Dragons back in the day. I mean, this guy has been around the block.
So considering that, FURIA bringing a much more strain as well as well put together team orientation here for the inside of this very important matchup versus BDS. BDS may have heard on the analysis desk, pushing their way, I believe, into the top 8 during SI 2021. Reaching that point again here at the Mexico Major, but trying to see if they can push it just one step further and make it back to the semifinals for tomorrow's matchups. FURIA, though, making things difficult, at least off the first round, but indeed it is only the first round, so we'll see what type of adjustments BDS are going to be making as they get ready to go in for the second attack against the Hookah Billiards hold here from FURIA upstairs.
Well, it was quite the slow-moving offense for BDS. Rafal really the one that was very forward in his movements. Everyone else simply sticking to angles and seeing if a FURIA member would walk into them, and as we were talking about before, you can't necessarily blame them because a lot of these LATAM teams really like to be mobile, and a lot of times you end up getting gunfights in that way. Obviously not the case for BDS so far, so they're going to have to try and adjust something. They're not going to do it inside of the lineup, so going to keep the Lion, so will Shaiko on Yana, but going to do it in other regards, so we'll see what they're going to do inside of this one. E1D very early here for Rafal, just to try and hold people still as they're trying to get spawn peaks and everything else. Just want to figure out the situation early and not give FURIA a pick.
He's just trying to isolate out that drone real quick because he's obviously holding a hard press position. Doesn't want to give away that free intel over to his opponents here. Renshiro also trying to take up a corner angle, trying to see if he can maybe catch Rare, but never mind. Rare catches Renshiro instead, and it's FURIA off to the right foot yet again inside of the second round here. Lenda going to keep that right on rolling as he drops a Lems as well, and we go down to a 5v3 inside the first minute of the round.
Now, I talked to Jess about this, the regular, EUL and what happens with BDS, and she said sometimes they do indeed start slow, but then eventually they just hit this moment where they know everything that's going to happen, but apparently not inside of that engagement. Miracle with a double with the SMG-11. Didn't even need a second magazine, just removed some heads. Now it's all up to Bride in a 1 versus 5. He'll be able to tag up Fantasy, but now his location obviously given up. He'll be on Hookah Balcony. This is more likely just be a makeshift timeout where Bride does his thing. And as soon as Fantasy dies, actually, the LATAM squad yelling from across the arena as well. But again, for BDS, more than likely just going to be a makeshift timeout as they try to get some things figured out here because this is just not going well.
Yeah, Bride, not really anything he can realistically do here. FURIA outright denying any type of access to anywhere near the site here. We could see in the last round, BDS at least leveraging some early control, but as soon as they tried to shift it back downstairs, it started to get immediately denied by the members of FURIA to shut that one down and put BDS on the back foot here. I don't know if you probably can't hear it behind us, but the FURIA players are just kind of trying to egg on Bride right now, telling him, come on in, it's all right.
If we can translate, it's just
let's get this over with. Yeah, a little bit of an existence pause coming out right now here for the FURIA roster, or excuse me, for the BDS roster. They do have this extra minute. Clearly, their attacking strategy is not working out to a core element, so they are going to use this free minute and 20 seconds they have, as well as the relative safety of Bride just kind of crab walking on the roof here.
Walking around with stuns in his hand.
Not the most riveting stuff here, folks, but, but yeah, there is a lot of going on behind the scenes right now, specifically for BDS, as they're using this to talk instead of a traditional timeout.
Absolutely, and so to finish the point that I was talking about earlier on with Jess, BDS tend to start off slow sometimes, but they'll hit this moment where they start to understand what the opponent is doing, and they just run with the game. So I don't want to get the cart in front of the horse, but this is looking quite scary right now for BDS. It's only round 2, obviously a best of 3, and Bride still hitting some very nice shots, but very minimal time remaining, and that's going to be another round going to FURIA.
Bride is out here playing aim lab right now. That's all he's doing.
Hey, got to get that grid shot in the morning, you know? Spider shot.
Where are you at? What's your score?
My grid shot right now I think is 85,000.
Yeah, I have a higher score than you.
You have a higher score than me?
I'm pretty sure mine's 88.
Do you want to compare diamond charts? Just because you can shoot doesn't mean you can win, John.
No, we don't talk about that.
Oh, well. Well, either way, though, FURIA obviously jetting ahead here by 2 rounds in very convincing fashion. They're going to continue to roll around these sites. This time around, it's going to be Penthouse Theater, one that we don't see very often. And to make it even more interesting, we're not going to have a Mira here. This is one of those sites that we tend to see Mira extremely often, but also teams have been basically reinventing the wheel when it comes to Penthouse Theater, because back in the day, you legitimately could not play around the theater, or excuse me, the Penthouse area. It's basically just no man's land. We've had a lot of teams like starting to adapt into VIP and do these other very interesting things, so we could see something like that from FURIA.
So get into this round, we'll take a look and see what type of a setup we're going to get out of FURIA. This is an interesting site. Some teams choose not to go to this one because it needs to be played in a very, not necessarily like strange, but very unexpected way. Previous to this, if you didn't have Mira, you just weren't playing this at all. However, she's allowed in play, but despite that fact, you'll note she's not actually being brought here. That's because over the past couple months, teams have figured out a couple new setups, specifically using the 90 hallway as well as VIP here to leverage the necessary control over the site compared to what was usually done before. It was mainly played from the theater.
Absolutely, my friend. Lots of laser gates down, as well as some walls being reinforced and electrified, specifically for the bathroom area, just to create that nice little kill box effect, just in case any BDS member does want to try and waltz through that hatch and probably end up meeting their demise. BDS now out and onto the field now as well. Be changing up anything really inside of their lineup here. Bride still on the Habana. Alems still rocking Zofia as well, and the rest of the board still looking the same. So BDS set up for this one. As for FURIA, though, we've already been talking about their setup just a little bit. It's really up to BDS and how they want to deal with this. And you got to worry about a couple of things here. Not only what's going on inside of VIP for them, but also what FURIA have going on down low. This Nitro Cell game is extremely important to their positioning. That's why Alems is currently taking this duel on Service Door. That LMG obviously going to be a big help here with the ammo capacity that it has. Might have some freebies here for Fantasy, but he won't be able to lock it up. Instead, he'll get tagged out from the Lion and eventually make his move back into VIP.
Another one of those dangerous lineups. We saw a lot of those on day one, where so many of our APAC teams are able to get multi-kills as a result of that type of stacking. Fantasy, though, stuck with a rock in a hard place right now, but he's surviving and almost thriving to an extent. Never mind, however, as Alems will finally take him down. Miracle continuing to trade out the necessary kills, though, keeps the fights even at a 3v3, and now Miracle going to double down on this, go right up to the Hall of Fame doorway. Trying to see if he can hold an aggressive angle here, but of course he has to be cautious of the big window play, too. Laser Gate's back up and running once again, so we'll re-enable that, and oh no! The distraction of it gives perfect signal for Lenda to run out through the service door and shut down Rafal.
FURIA, high-octane gameplay right now, and you love to see it. The playmaking ability of this team right now, constantly catching BDS off guard as they enter the 2 versus 3. And the other thing is it's not even low time. We're still above a minute right now. Luckily enough, though, the drone of Shaiko here, the hologram, will get a lot of info as to where 2 of the members of FURIA reside inside of Theater. Miracle trying to take a fight right off of the vase, but not able to get anything done just yet. It's a solid delay thus far, but BDS really need to get some frags here. Start propelling themselves forward. Out of frag grenades as well on Shaiko. It's all down to literally 1 frag grenade, or 1 flash grenade, excuse me, as well as quite a few bullets for these 2. Finally taking up Rare as well here, but FURIA, again, such a good job of controlling this pacing. They know how bad of a spot BDS are in.
Shaiko continuing to falter back here now as the time gets lower. He needs to obviously push closer to the site, but he's going to look for that route through 90. He's going to be able to very quickly deal with the Volcan shield that's thrown down there by Lenda, but aside from that and some minor damage done to both of the players nearby, no game-changing effects coming in here. It's going to need to come from Shaiko. A good start, but again, the trade's so quick. Bride also was able to get a second, however, so this goes down to a 1v1. But with only 10 seconds left, we need a very aggressive Bride here to try and leverage positioning to get this down on the ground. Nitro thrown out from Lenda, doesn't secure the kill, though. He's not entirely sure where it's going down at. He's going to walk right past it, and what is that, Lenda? Oh my goodness, Bride! He's just handed the round, and BDS finally go on the board.
Okay, so that's a thing. I don't really know how that ended up breaking down in that way, but Lend is just simply not going to look to his right, and Bride is going to get a free round. Ends up getting the plant down as well, but you can see he has no idea where this plant's going down at all. And kind of the worrying thing about that is that obviously, like, the engagement that they had before that, he sprints into the hallway, and he's like, okay, is he going to take the gunfight? No, I'm going to run back here and start planting. And
like, there should have been sound cues, right?
Absolutely should have been sound, yes. You are 100% correct. He totally heard that guy planting, He obviously nitro sells to mask his own movement, but past that, it's just a little bit of a misread on the audio. That's really it. Obviously, with the way that Siege audio works, for those of you that don't know, it doesn't travel through walls, it travels around them. So the whole, obviously the door is where the audio is going to be coming through from, but it's all going to be channeling through the same direction. So until he actually approaches the door and is standing where his ears can go left to right, he's not going to get that audio that tells him exactly where that's going down.
An unfortunate turn of events for FURIA there, but regardless, BDS will accept it and take their first round. Now for FURIA, it's time to see if a rebound is in the cards for them, or if well, this is the sign of some more struggles to come. BDS, like we said, always tending to start out a little bit slow, but eventually hitting a point where they can find their stride. That may have been the point on the last round, regardless of the circumstances of how the round was won. BDS here still bringing a lot of that same flair to the table, especially on Rafal there, as the Lion is going to remain a consistent pick for this attacking side, and we should probably expect that first E1D charge to come off in the next couple of seconds if they're going to be following through with the same type of strategy.
Yeah, it's absolutely a necessity as well. Rare going for a very long run out here. He'll end up getting marked out on VIP balcony, but nothing will come of it. FURIA still allowed to exist inside of the building, at least for right now. Obviously, we're going to continue to see the Lion because you have to lock down these FURIA members somehow from doing drastic things. So obviously continue to see that. BDS feeling favorable going into this, obviously. Need to start worrying about this top control here momentarily, but still plenty of time to do that as well. They just want to see currently what's going on around the map. Elem starting to take some damage from down low. Miracle ill-advised inside of the area, but Fantasy there for the refrag, as we'd expect out of FURIA.
FURIA continuing to hold that aggressive control. They continue to maintain across the map right now, especially over here towards Hookah. And that's fending off a lot of the BDS pressure that they would like to try and put from a top-down perspective, but unfortunately they're not going to be able to do. Regardless of the first minute of the round having gone by, Rare's going to rotate back downstairs just to make sure no one tries to push him for the poolside doorway. Away from that here, BDS has already sent a drone in towards Hookah, so they've realized that that's been cleared out, and they're probably going to move in and take control of it themselves in just a moment. Second E1D charge will go off, just another little info dump there, going into the favor of BDS. Probably not going to catch much, though, as there's not really a whole lot being spurred on across the map. Regardless of that fact, though, Shaiko able to find another kill, but once again, traded pretty much immediately by Fantasy from FURIA, and we go down into a 3 versus 3.
Shaiko, one of the most terrifying players to try and stack up against. Overall has the best rating here at LAN at the moment, as well as the best opening kill as well, which is a big boon for BDS as well, and it continues to be one here as Renshiro able to get an untradeable kill, get it down into a 3 versus 2, but that doesn't mean that Fantasy can't change things up. Currently inside of Sunrise, looking to get aggressive towards Mud here. Obviously have some solid positioning here onto Shaiko, who could, oh no.
What?
Oh my God, Fantasy, not expecting that kind of aim out of Shaiko. Had the magazine out of the gun and still was able to get ADS'd and find that frag.
All right, Lenda's got another chance right here. This one's a little bit more of a far cry, unfortunately, in a 1v3 situation. The good news is, no one knows he's sneaking up. Okay, never mind. Shaiko on point inside of that round, shutting down nearly every impactful kill the team needed to put them forward there. Beautiful stuff coming out from the pivotal player on BDS to make sure they continue to pick up rounds here. So we're going to be tied up 2-2.
And BDS finding their stride. That initial round, obviously kind of a blunder there from FURIA, but BDS finally able to make something work and get around on deck. It's a big deal, especially with the opening frag game that they had inside of that round that really set precedent over what FURIA were going to be capable of. They obviously try to refrag and try and find some kills across the board, but it just doesn't work this time around. So is it time for FURIA to start seeking adjustments? They're going to be headed towards Hookah Billiards to discover if they need to do so.
So for FURIA, we are going to continue to see them rotate around to these other sites, back upstairs once again into the Hookah hold as it's been unlocked for play. Moose Riesling is obviously going to be the most straightforward site for the defenders to utilize, so we're going to see that brought out yet again. I do want to give a highlight once again to the nice Rainbow Six Share skins that we've been advertising all throughout the tournament here. You can see the FURIA one on your screen now. If you want to go ahead in the store and check those out, a nice reminder that all purchases of the Rainbow Six Share skins directly support your favorite teams throughout all the leagues. So definitely be sure to check those out if you're looking to deck your operators or your weapons out with some nice new skins.
Always gotta love that shop in-game. Always get to support your favorite esports teams, as well as get some really cool skins for guns. And I'll be really honest with you, some of the coolest skins in the entire game are a part of the esports program. So you guys better go and check that out. But either way, we are now underway with round 5 in between these two beautiful squads. We're currently equal at 2-2 in between them. Looks like we're going to have some office presence here from FURIA once again on this defense, but it's going to be quite extended instead. So make sure that possibly no obstacles in their way when it comes to this offense, trying to thwart their plans down low. Just try and get in the way of those plants, those nitro cell plays. Early kill here happening for Fantasies. He'll take down Renshiro. That's going to be the sledge here. So some grenades off deck, but also Rafal starting to take some damage. Oh no, and he overextends himself outside. It's the SMG-11 from downrange, and Fantasy with a double kill now, and now the round completely flipped. It's just like what we saw from FURIA previously.
So FURIA taking control yet again leaves Bride and Lems in a very, very lonely situation. The two of them not even together at this point as well, so for the next couple of seconds at a minimum, they'll be solo pushing, and Bride at least just holding an angle against the main hallway towards the front lobby there, trying to see if maybe he could get lucky, catch a nice early rotate from FURIA, but is not going to happen. No one has any reason to fall back from their positions right now with FURIA maintaining such a heavy advantage, so these two remaining players are going to continue to split up, try to push some way towards the site here. More importantly, try to see if they can use this next 45 seconds or so to pick up some kills before they are forced into the building and forced into a 2v4 to execute.
Really need some opportunity here to bring back some of these frags, but it's mostly down to Lems right now, who is inside the building. Bride more than likely just going to be holding things down from the roof to see if any of the FURIA members want to continue to rotate on that top floor and walk into his gunfire. Either way, though, Lems still has to find a way ahead here. Also has some targets on this side of the map still. Exactly know who, but plenty of rotations for him to possibly worry about. Also a drop here. He end up hearing it. Oh my, Fantasy on very low HP, and that LMG has enough damage to get it done.
So yeah, he did hear it. As we're going to see Lems try to continue pushing his way forward. It's a little bit more of a palatable round here, especially with 50 seconds remaining on the clock as well. Bride finally opening up his breach point here. Going to try to hop into the bathroom. We'll find it relatively open. Thankfully, that silhouette, you guys might have thought he just shot at. It's not in VIP. A little bit further back, I think, towards Cool Vibes over there. So Bride's got a relatively clear position to play off of. Lems, it's a bit different for him as he's stuck between a rock and a hard place here. A laser gate that's probably going to respawn at any moment, and an easy shot for the members of FURIA to try and reignite that potential. Not to mention the toxic vapes, which are currently holding him back too. Lems knows about the reset coming up on the laser gate at any moment, so he is being cautious of that. We might see him push in soon as that reset timer will begin to come up, but another toxic bait is going to continue to hold him back. There's a swing against him, nearly takes him out. He should actually be very careful creeping closer to the toxic smoke itself, because that will happen. As Lems, unfortunately, just kind of walks into his own death there. Bride left alone, play 4 seconds left. To be fair, not really much they could do. And there we go, the predictable end of the round is reached as Miracle shuts it down with the SAS kit, and FURIA continue to hype themselves up as they take the lead away from their opponents yet again.
I'll just remind you guys very quickly that the way that smoke looks is client-sided. So on his screen, probably didn't see any smoke there, but the radius in which the smoke was actually at was there. So unfortunate for him, but that round more than likely not going to go their way. Anyways, a lot of damage coming in onto Lems as he tried to make his entry into billiards there. But now kitchen service for FURIA as they're looking to take their defensive half 4-2.
We will see if they can complete that task. FURIA has been absolutely stellar at putting up this aggression inside of the early round. At minimum, slowing down the overall progression in the round from BDS. But to be fair to BDS, they have turned it around as a few rounds back. However, FURIA once again regaining control back in the 5th round with that aggressive fragging power inside of the mid-round to give them the advantage yet again. They close out the 4v2, eventually a 3v2 from that point forward. Final site defense for them is going to be downstairs here on the inside of kitchen and service. Lots of deployable shields going to be coming out, both from the Volcans as well as just actual deployable shields that are being brought to the table. Plenty of nitro cells for the defense to use to punish the top-down angles, which BDS will certainly try to control. And at the same time, FURIA is also going to extend into those very top-down positions and try and deny it as long as possible for BDS.
I really love this operator lineup, especially with the Legion coming in here. I think the goo mines are going to have a lot of effectiveness over how BDS are going to attempt to clear this out. All rare, Are you going for the spawn kill?
He
He's
can't
trying
get it. He
to.
can't get
He's
it.
trying to. You got to get up on that box, and you can actually see through the railing on Aquarium Balk right here. And try and kill people coming from, I believe that spawn is Ruins, but I can't remember the name off the top of my head. I just know them as like the corners of the map. So either way, though, Rare going to continue to be on this top floor. He's also been read out by that earlier EE1D, so they know that there's presence up here, but they're more than likely not aware of the setup over towards Penthouse yet.
You can see Alems has the angle, and you can see from the yellow pings, he has drone support here against that player as well, so was warning him about the potential swings that were going to come around the corner. Still can't necessarily line up the shot, however. Second E1D goes out, gives them quick info feed, I believe, onto the position of Lenda back upstairs, but again, nothing actionable since he's very deep on the inside of the site here. BDS continue to just hold the angles for the control that they've gotten for themselves already and look for their first kill opportunity, which might be coming their way, to be fair. FURIA a couple of times has overextended themselves into these angles, which BDS are currently holding, and that's what allowed BDS to get the early advantage in the 2 rounds they won for themselves. FURIA seems to have learned their lesson, though, certainly not encroaching too far into what is now Team BDS's territory, as they have a relatively restrained amount of that aggression across the map.
Patience, the name of the game for BDS, as it has been for most of this game. Just seeing what FURIA will do initially until they want to try and make their next move. Obviously, though, that has led to FURIA jumping ahead quite a few times as they've been able to make their plays and find some very, very serious frags. This might be a chance once again here. Fantasy, no slash when it comes to these gunfights. Going to continue to spritz this wall to see if he can catch Renshiro off guard, but not going to work out for him just yet. The shots will continue to endure, but now it's from the other side. Alem's firing back. He'll take down Lenda. Some bullets coming his way as well, though, as it is going on all sides of Coastline right now. You can see how this thing has been split up as well. Alem's trying to hold across Courtyard. High's currently cutting them off for security as well. And we also have this top floor engagement that we could see Fantasy trying to push forward into. Team BDS set up on the west side here. They're trying to figure out what they can possibly get done for Kitchen, but Rare's actually going to get down inside of Lobby, so there could be a change-up coming momentarily.
Huge amount of control out for FURIA, but once again, it's that unweighted aggression which is costing them. Rafal will be able to take down Fantasy, but that's just after Miracle downs one of the members of BDS. Regardless of that fact, though, BDS are making a lot of forward progress right now because FURIA keeps committing to these fights, and BDS are very much ready for that time and time again. Some good news, though, for the FURIA camp is going to be that Rare, at least while downed earlier, will be able to be retrieved. However, the site itself still going to look incredibly weak here. Miracle, the only one that's really on the site, and that's stretching it here as he's going to hold a Tarsh angle. Highs will be dropped next here by Shaiko, who's, very smartly still holding the roof at this late point in the round. FURIA thought they could rotate back up, jump down on the assault, and pretty much end this round on a retake, but no, won't be the case. Miracle, a very nice near headshot onto his opponent, but near doesn't count for much here right now. Now it's going to be a very, very rough retake for FURIA in the 2 versus 4 with the case going down onto the ground. Miracle just trying to inch his way back in, but fails to account for Bride staying in the site after the plant goes down, and that'll leave only Rare alive in a 1v4.
Practically impossible for him at the moment with such minimal time to try and defuse. Only 13 seconds remaining for him to actually get on that diffuser and 4 people still alive. So Rare more than likely going down. He'll go down to Bride's hand. Plant as well as a 2K for him, and now you see why there is so much influence from him over BDS. He's just such an incredible support player. You match that up with someone like Shaiko, and you're going to have a lot of trouble.
So a very even half after all, aligning pretty well with, and most people don't know this, I was looking up the SI stats, so I usually tend to judge like the map balance by the most recent LAN statistics.
Of course.
I think I told you this before. This is the most balanced map in the pool right now.
Like defensive to offensive?
Yep. It is the most even 50, like closest to 50-50.
51.
I forget the exact percentage. I just know it's the closest, and it's like really close. It's like within 1 or 2%. So yeah, we are kind of on even terms for that right now at the 3-3 scoreline. Obviously, this land could be different, but I have not looked at those stats yet, so I can't really tell you.
Well, what I can tell you is that we're going to get a 6 pick off of the Blitz. This is something that we've seen brought before, but now it's going to be the Flores instead. And I really like this pick when it comes down to it. Flores, an operator that gives you a lot of utility to be able to, just have that cash available. If somebody gets taken out and you need to get rid of a shield or something along those lines, Flores is your guy. You can just put one of those explosive drones in the building and end up getting rid of a piece of utility that was annoying you before. So we'll see if FURIA are able to achieve that. As for the rest of the lineup, making a heck of a lot of sense, especially in Lenda's case. We have been seeing him pop off on this Twitch.
Certainly the case. So we'll see what type of power that Twitch is going to bring to the table. Obviously, Lenda, one of the more stand-up players here right now for the FURIA roster, next to the likes of Miracle and Fantasy, of course, the big highlight on the team throughout the week so far here, as they try to push themselves forward and repeat those 3 rounds, maybe with 1 extra as well. They're trying to close things out here in regulation, but BDS, like we said, despite that slow start, seems to have awakened quite nicely now, tying up the scoreline here, now bringing us their own flair to the defensive half. TCSG pick over there on Rafal too, not always getting that so much anymore, just wanted to point that out real quick. It should be interesting to see if he can leverage anything with that, because we have seen in the past what that gun can do. Unfortunately, it's been nerfed quite heavily since then.
Absolutely. No way though, 35 seconds into the round here now, and it's been cool, calm and collected from both of these teams. No overextension up until Fantasy just simply starts working his way into sight. Nitro sell out, lots of damage onto Rafal. Somebody needs to assist this man. Thank you, Renshiro. Oh my,
Oh, and
you
Renshiro.
cannot let something like that happen. Poor Rafal was just getting bullied inside of sight. He's gonna get down. Brede is gonna take a lot of damage as well, but at least he'll get Fantasy for their trouble. But now a frag grenade instantaneously bounced in from highs. Furia just thinking on another plane of existence right now.
Lots of pressure boiling in there for Fury, and why not, since they were given so much free access there. Fantasy, at least, was given so much free access to the inside of the site. Kind of surprised we haven't seen an attempt to revive Rafal as of yet, but these are some tight positions. So now, as Rare moves in, he'll be able to take out one. Nearly gets the Mozzie, and he does get the Mozzie. Oh, that's your teammate, Rare! It was nice, don't get me wrong, but it was your teammate. Okay, now you got some enemies in front of you. There you go, that's better. As Rare's gonna move in, take out, there's the triple kill. Heck, technically it's a quad now, but I guess teammates don't count. That'll open up the path for his teammate. Don't shoot this one this time, but try and put the case down on the ground. Lems, in the meanwhile, slowly creeping up. He's gonna give us some nice headshots of his own. 1, 2, and 3! As he responds insanely well and brings it right back under the control of BDS. What a round!
I've never seen a round like that at Rainbow Six Siege in my entire life.
That was the most pop-off round I have ever seen.
Oh my god. Oh my. Okay, so let's get into this really quickly. They initially just push Fantasy right into billiards. He gets something done, right? He's going to end up downing the gentleman that you just saw on your screen there. So what does Furia do? Well, they have a couple of options. They can obviously try and play things out somewhat normally, but that isn't what they wanted to do in the slightest, actually. So instead what they do is they immediately shove up with the Flores and just start fragging out everyone. He jumps over into couches, takes out the down player, immediately flicks behind him, kills another one, takes out the gentleman going through the rotation hole, and then kills his own teammate. So, you know, it's
he was in the moment. You like, don't step in front of me, guys. I'm gonna shoot you.
Oh my! It's like if I don't know, man. I don't even know what
he was
it's
in
like.
the headshot zone right there. He couldn't be stopped.
It's like when the flow state just comes back to bite you. Like, oh, I'm sorry, teammate. Yeah, you blinked and now you're dead. So
it's like when he killed his teammate, he like cursed it, gave it to a Lems or something like that. Either way,
So
great
unfortunate.
rebound off that situation from a Lems. Arguably
That should have never have
just
happened,
as
John.
impressive, if not more impressive than the play we saw from Rare in the mid-round there. But either way, it puts BDS ahead in the situation now at a 4-3 scoreline. Sends us, I believe, into the double bar sights here for our next defense.
Okay, so now that we're out of the twilight zone, hopefully we can get back to somewhat normal play. I don't really know. Hopefully we see some more craziness from Furia, because that round was absolutely insane. They're also going to be bringing in Rare on the Nook here, so we'll see if they want to do any sneaky plays. This is something that John was talking about a little bit earlier with some of the aggression that we've seen from APAC as well, is that they like to just sneak around a little bit, look for that surgical aggression. They don't want to overextend themselves and then just shove immediately in when the time is right. But for Furia, obviously that last round, not exactly that. Simply walking into sight, just dealing with the utility along the way and trying to get these frags. Rare, more than likely going to get read out pretty early here. There's not very many operators. I don't even think there is another operator on offense that actually has the FMG9 as a primary, just off the top of my head. So, more than likely knowing that it's going to be Nook.
So let's see here now. So we do have the Nook coming into play for Furia. Interesting to see how Rare will try to insert it into the situation. This is one of the few maps where we actually get play. To be fair, it's still pretty rare, but from time to time we'll see that Nook counter come in here and try to see if they can get that sneaky insertion, especially into like a sort of mid-round situation. If a team is not heavily pushing multiple angles they would normally use to take a site, if one of those is left relatively empty, the Nook can usually be pretty good for trying to send someone in that direction, especially if the defense has kind of realized that the main attack is not going to come from that way and gives up most of that positioning. To start start the round, though, we're going to see Rafal get dropped, more than likely from a frag coming in from Kitchen there. A nice bank if it did hit there, as that had to roll pretty far. And it just has to roll a teeny bit more to get the kill. Nicely done by Heis.
That was a beautiful nade there from Heis. Renshiro will at least be able to get a frag of his own to keep things equal. On to Fantasy. Worried about somebody trying to pressure his office, but not before Lenda takes down one of his own as well. It's going to be all site play here for BDS. Renshiro walking around trying to find something, but oh no, an oversight. They don't remember that Heis is actually inside of Kitchen. That's where those frag grenades poured in from originally, and he has not moved at all. Another kill going the way of FURIA.
Shaiko looking for a way to respond, but he's going to find a way to keep himself alive, and that's a good way to do it. Nice headshot against Rare, near headshot, I suppose, to take down Rare and eliminate him from the situation. That Nook, unfortunately, not finding the impact that FURIA would have liked. Still, though, in the 3 versus 2 situation here, Shaiko continuing to hold arguably one of the most important positions right now for FURIA, trying to press themselves forward into the attack itself. The player on the inside of Kitchen, I believe, realizes it and is going to rotate away, going for a different route into the site, as they'll be opening up the corner of the wall leading into blue, allowing for, hopefully, what will be an easy plant.
All right, well, one of those goo mines will go up top inside of Hookah, so they know that Sledge will be around the area. Shaiko on very low HP, but that doesn't mean that he can't get something done. He's already done so much inside of this game. Positioning from him, Hai's going to take a lot of heat upstairs, and now Shaiko try and go for the attempted retake of the top floor. Miracle going for the plant as well, so they're going to need some smoke, but it's so very late by Bride. Shaiko will actually be able to win the engagement up top. Poor Hai's hanging out of the hatch there, just hanging around, trying to see if his team can possibly get this done. They'll be able to at least take down Shaiko. Obviously, Bride with an opportunity, but Lenda reads it perfectly through Kitchen, and FURIA feeling heated after that.
I think FURIA is just mad they didn't win the round before more than anything after that great play from Rare. But either way, a nice rebound coming in from FURIA keeps the matchup close, keeps the matchup very competitive at a tied heat of 4-4 on the scoreline here. It's up to BDS to decide where they want to go next, and they're going to keep things downstairs here. Kitchen Service is where they will shift over towards next, is one of the more default defensive sites we tend to see.
So far for BDS, it's been kind of a troublesome path. At least when it comes to the frag department, it's been a lot of back and forth in between the two. BDS obviously having their moments, but FURIA really taking it when it comes down to it. I feel like BDS are someone on the back foot pretty often, but they're able to reconcile with that and get these rounds. We've seen at least one very positive round for BDS where they practically just wiped the board with FURIA. But past that, FURIA have always had an opportunity to find some frags of their own and just give BDS a hard time. Speaking of BDS, they'll be going down to Kitchen here, and this is actually looking quite similar to the lineup that we saw from FURIA for this exact same site, especially with the Goyo and the laser gates.
See if anything else comes in terms of creativity on the overall setup here. Not looking like it, just your usual rotate being set up by the Aruni to get between the two sites, as well as the reinforcements and utility, which need to be deployed as well here by Shaiko's operator. We're just going to see those laser gates go down now. Everything looking fairly standard for what you would normally expect to get out of a Kitchen and Service defense. Plenty of other support utility here for the defenders too, such as the Banshee by the door that will need to be handled by FURIA before they can commit themselves to an attack. Before they even think about going towards Service, though, more than likely they're going to try to deal with the setup, which is being deployed right now upstairs.
More than likely going to have to go through with that. Obviously try and go for a service plant or something along those lines if they so choose, but to see exactly what is in the cards for FURIA. They'll be starting themselves off on the northwest side of the map, starting things with Hookah, obviously going to have roof pressure as well, as you would expect for Coastline, but this begins the long process, turning out this top floor and seeing what BDS have going on in this area. It'll be Hai's here to try and figure that out. We'll at least be able to see the drone here inside of Penthouse, and this is that moment when they start trying to put together the pieces of the puzzle. What is the next step? Where are the areas that we can get map control immediately? And that's going to answer the question for Fantasy. He's going to start moving in from Aquarium to start helping with this side of the map overall.
Nice use of the explosive drone will come in here and take care of the Goyo shield that's positioned right on the 90 corner. Missed completely, unfortunately, by the defenders here on BDS, so that is going to go off without too much of a hitch. Deal with at least one part of this extended setup, but there is another facet which needs to be dealt with before it can be truly cleared out, and that's going to be what exists on the inside of the theater room. That also looks like getting dealt with pretty quickly by, what I'm going to guess, was another explosive drone as that goes away, and now only the reinforced walls are really all that's left.
Fall will get droned out. has a Lems in tow as well, as they'll both hightail it down white. They want nothing to do with this Furia clearing. Can you exactly blame them? Especially when they have artillery like this coming in. Nitro Cell take down highs. It's going to be a positive start here, especially taking out the sledge. It's a huge deal when it comes to this vertical play. Wasn't able to get much done with it either. There really seems to be only about 2 to 3 holes across the entire board. So they'll have to try and figure out some other way to apply pressure to these BDS members downstairs in kitchen. Looks like they might just be trying to go for this straight up horizontally. They have a minute here, so they'll at least be able to stop what's going on. It looks like Fantasy's trying to look over at another monitor to possibly see if there is somebody in that area. It looked like they might have had a drone there, and he was just trying to line things up. Either way, he's going to walk away from it. Lenda gets taken out off of some information from a Lems, and a beautiful shot from Blue Bar. Fantasy will find one of his own, though, and immediately gets refragged from Renshiro inside of sight, just not seemingly aware of the angle.
So tough here for Furia to try and make progress. As you can see, those trade setups are brutal, and Furia unfortunately needs to commit to the inside of them to make any real progress. Rare trying to commit, Rare trying to commit himself to the inside of the kitchen window there, but quickly turns it around due to a Banshee on the wall, and trying to repeak it pays the price. Lems very much a race car swing, trying to take him down there, leaving only Miracle in the fight in a 1v4. Not really any realistic amount of time to play this out either, with only 20 seconds remaining. I think he's just going to chill on the outside of the building, use this last 20 seconds for the IGL and the leadership of Furia to continue talking things over. And as a result of that, BDS more than likely going to be closing this one out for the next 10 seconds here as they'll take their 5th round.
Miracle won't even be able to get the first one, and Lems ends up winning the gunfight off of really strong effort on the defense. Absolutely love what they did with that top floor and their ability to get out at the last moment. That was the biggest thing there. We saw the push starting to come from Furia, especially from the Aqua luggage side. They were starting to extend people up through that area, and it would have made it very difficult for BDS to try and escape what was going on in the Penthouse Theater part of the map. So they're able to escape as well as take out Sledge in the process with that Nitro Cell, and from that point on, Furia really don't have anything that they can really do. There's no horse inside of this race. The vertical play is one of those things that is almost a necessity for that site to try and apply pressure. They tried to go horizontal instead, and the angles are just too strong from BDS.
All right, so Furia's going to call for their tactical timeout now here inside of the 10th round, or at least the pre-round for the 10th round, and we'll see if they can come up with the winning change-ups. Like I said, BDS controlling a very nice amount of late-round aggression here for their defensive side, not really trying to swing out against the Furia players until we start to see them get a little bit too close to the setups, and when they go into their trade setups, that is here. So yes, BDS might lose 1 or 2 players inside of those early fights, but in the large majority of occurrences here, we've seen them pretty much immediately trade that out because of the great support that's being utilized among their teammates here. Furia needs some way to tear that apart or bring these players into more exposed positions so they can take them down outright and try to leverage that advantage into a more palatable attack.
Man, for being down around from BDS right now, it is all smiles for Furia during this tactical timeout. So again, the vibes are high. We told you guys earlier, they literally walked into the arena bumping music the entire time. They were ready for this matchup. They're ready for this series, and so far it has not disappointed. All right, guys, tactical timeout finally done in between these two as we can get back into the game. Obviously, BDS still on defense here, so it's going to be hookah billiards for them.
We shall see as we are coming to the end of the road here now. 2 rounds is all that BDS need, and also only 3 rounds left inside of the regulation time itself. So for Furia, we need to see some success come out from them. Otherwise, we could realistically find BDS running away with the rest of these rounds here to pick up only the first map, to be fair, but very much the first map of this series. Aside from that, once again, fairly standard setup. BDS has, for the most part, not been giving us anything too crazy when it comes to the way that they are playing these sites. Look, we even get the nice little bulletproof camera in the wall, which is very annoying for the attackers to deal with because this thing is nearly impenetrable.
Yeah, it becomes pretty problematic at the end of the day. Not only do you have to burn the gate, but you actually have to approach it.
You have to get right next to it to get enough of an angle to get rid of that thing.
Well, the good news is nowadays you can actually punch them.
That's true. Yes. Yeah.
So they can't see you.
They can still hear from that, though.
Yeah, obviously.
But yeah, I'll admit that is limited usefulness.
Well, you know, unless like you're a whale, you're able to use like sonar detection, I guess. But
hey, man, you never know. Someone made some software for that a few years ago.
Oh man, hey, don't give them any ideas, okay? Do not give them any ideas. All right. Well, moving into round 10 now, folks. As for Furia, no big change-up here, honestly. It's going to have Fantasy here on the Yana. We'll see how much traction they can get with this hologram as they begin to break down the map, starting off on the penthouse side. No real pressure here from BDS. They'll be playing this one pretty close to the chest on the 2 separate floors that we have to offer here on Coast. Just making sure that FURIA can't get underneath them and try and deal with anything in that direction. Obviously, with that control as well, BDS can use those nitro cells to the fullest extent, try and get some damage off, and FURIA more than likely going to want to counter that out later on. They just want to make sure to lock down these staircases around the map first.
FURIA, a very slow process. Once again, this is good news, though, because of the fact that they've tried to play things more direct. They've tried to get in the faces of BDS early on here, usually at best only leading to a 1-for-1 exchange, and at worst, usually leading to 1 or 2 of their players going down outright at the beginning of the round. So I think that this slow approach is very much what is needed right now for FURIA here. They need to figure out what the setup looks like and tear it apart all in one go here, because BDS are all set up as one solid unit. It's not going to be easy to just sneak kills left and right off this setup.
Well, Aqua going to be the staging ground here for FURIA. Obviously seeing the bulletproof already. It's been burnt away, nade out as well, and it will indeed get it, so they'll at least be able to clear that up. No longer have to worry about that information. Also another nade going out. It's going to go way too far. Doesn't end up dealing damage to anyone. But as we get down to the last minute here, BDS know that FURIA more than likely going to try and jump ahead. They want to try and get aggressive and find these frags. Alem's already taken some damage, but he's safe right now inside of Hookah. Rare, though, able to kill Renshiro downstairs as he was trying to hold things off inside of Mud. Possibly going for a late rotation, especially with Aruni. She's able to pop those doors instantaneously with her metal arms, so I want to make sure to stave that off. Now FURIA need to try and surge forward. It's so grueling right now in between these two. Smoke out, Shaiko looking for one, but doesn't know the exact position of these FURIA members. That Nitro Cell not going to hit much. Rare will at least be able to get Alems as we go down into the 5 versus 3.
Perfect change-up so far in the strategy here from FURIA. Once again, waiting for the BDS roster to make mistakes, and that's a big one right there. Rare able to negotiate his 3rd kill in the round, and now Shaiko, the only hope left as the rest of his team crumbles around him. 3 players still standing tall for the FURIA roster here. Shaiko trying to move forward to deny the plan. He succeeds in doing it. There's only 10 seconds to make up for it, but thankfully Miracle's in a great position at the top of Cool Vibes to quickly trade that kill out and give the round over to FURIA, tying us up again.
That was very scary for everyone at home, I guarantee it, because you get that perspective of Shaiko, and there's literally no FURIA member besides the one planting over near Aqua. And you're just like, where is everybody? Isn't somebody supposed to make sure this guy lives? But either way, they're able to find their way towards site before Shaiko can get too much done. They're able to take him down. We're equalized once again here at 5-5.
So, this is now time for BDS to show us their own adaptation, or maybe a bit of a different site setup here to try to trip up FURIA. You could see in the mid-round, a few members of BDS trying to eventually get aggressive, whether it was just trying to swing out for peeks real quick to look for info, or outright looking for duels. But either way, that's what started the process. FURIA getting 2 of those right at the beginning of the round to get so much of an advantage, and then slowly crunch the round to the site. And yes, lost a couple more players onto the site, but they had a 5v3 at that point, so they didn't really have to worry too much about that trades with such a heavy advantage going into their favor. You could bet that's probably the way that FURIA are going to try to play out the rest of these rounds now, since they found a winning formula, and the more direct, aggressive style wasn't really working in the earlier rounds.
And we'll see. I honestly don't think that we're going to see that exact play style for the entirety of this. I think this is FURIA's time to start really toying with this pacing. That was a very slow, grinding round. There was really not too much going on. It was all information game, simple map control, working their way in and seeing what BDS want to try and do going into that last minute. They try and catch FURIA off guard with the swings, but FURIA were prepared for that. That was the game plan in the first place, and they're able to get some very big frags that made it almost impossible for BDS to try and bring it back. But now, as we go into round 11, we can see the changeup yet again here. Plenty of information here for FURIA as well, so we'll see if they're able to abuse that to the fullest.
See Rare first up to bat, just taking care of some barricades, though nothing earth-shattering here as far as what he is trying to gain in terms of info and control over the map. Just a quick peek into the site to see what exactly is going to be there, and more importantly, when he can send this explosive drone to try and take care of here. He's going to try to get the camera sitting on the wall right there. Oh, so close.
Wait, isn't that the camera that Ren was trying to put up earlier? And
it
he
was.
Couldn't?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Oh, I feel bad for Ren. No, that sucks. Either way, though, not able to get the bulletproof camera here for FURIA. And once again, we're going to reach this moment where they're just trying to work the outside of the building. Do not want to give over these frags to BDS because they know if they do, that's more than likely the round. So FURIA trying to see if they can get BDS to make mistakes. Obviously, that Flores drone not working out earlier on. They're going to be starting off on the east side of the map, actually, so not as direct as they were going prior. We'll at least be able to get that bulletproof camera down the hallway, so Fantasy will have some area to work with without peeping eyes from BDS.
They missed it.
Oh, it actually got ADS. They just heard it turn back on. It's right next to the kitchen door, so very nicely done there from BDS, really thinking ahead on that.
And that's going to be a waste of the go in 6, unfortunately, for our attacker that threw it out there. Have to try and use something else to deal with that later on in the round, or you're just not going to push down that hallway, which is probably the realistic option that Fear's going to end up taking here. Fantasy in position to try and move over into office, but look at those silhouettes up on top of it. This could be very dangerous for FURIA if they don't catch it. So much building up to drop right down on top of this push, but at the same time, Lenda trying to put Overwatch on it only gives an opportunity towards Alems there to immediately shut down a member from FURIA. Great nade from Fantasy on the rebound, though. Trades out onto Shaiko and keeps us even.
Well, the office player leaving for BDS, so FURIA able to push forward and actually get a frag grenade onto Shaiko. That's a big pickup as well. He's been having heck of a game so far, but you could also say the same about Bride and Alems. Alems currently 12-7-3 as well. This roam game for him, so well done so far. Trying to search forward yet again here, not able to find the frag on Aquarium Balcony, but still able to hold space here, which means FURIA has to try and come and get him. He'll continue to play this out on Couch, but is he aware of the player? He's currently rotating through Aquarium. Also has a cutoff here for Rare, who's actually out top on Blacktop. Instead drops down as they're going to start looking for the plant now. Alems, though, with a big pickup. Bride with one of his own, and Team BDS are running away with this round. It's practically impossible at this moment for Fantasy inside of this 1v4. He'll start looking for frags. He'll be able to at least get one, but that's more than likely going to be it. BDS reach map point first.
BDS holding on. Fantasy still putting some frags on the board there right at the end, but obviously not enough to leverage the round itself.
You good, Alems? Are you all right, man?
I was getting very excited.
Oh, dude, I thought I had ADHD. That was just like...
All right, so Alems and the rest of BDS starting to get excited. They finally locked in again on the winning strategy here. FURIA once more struggling to find their footing on the mid portion of that round. They get themselves in, yes, but they are immediately stopped as BDS creep their way out slowly, begin to surround themselves over FURIA, starting with that push through luggage and resulting closer to the site by the end of the map. BDS only one opportunity to shut this down, however, before things immediately go to overtime. If FURIA can continue the seesaw that we generally have had inside of this map and take us to a 6-6 scoreline.
I think that round right there you can really represent just by the defensive matrix of lineups that was taken up by BDS there. We saw a lot of different LOSs abused to keep FURIA out of sight. The best one honestly probably being Bride's prone angle there that he was able to catch that kill inside of a courtyard with. So, you know, there was a lot of influence there that FURIA wasn't aware of the situation, and BDS were able to capitalize upon it. FURIA just not really having a hand in any of that. Even with that top clear when it came down to it, they tried so very hard to have BDS make a mistake, but Alems was just better.
So for BDS, the opportunity is here right now. Once again, I'm going to go for just a pretty standard setup here inside of the kitchen and service deployment. No crazy operators or anything like that being brought to the table, and for the most part, the same can be said for our attackers as well. Lenda going to be bringing that Twitch back into the fold, though, but we've been seeing that pretty consistently here for FURIA on the inside of this series already, so that won't be too much of a surprise to anybody who has been paying attention. Away from that, though, BDS still with a couple aggressive positions out and about. We'll see if any of them will clash with the early pushes from FURIA. We do have something boiling up here towards security in the front door, but probably not going to end up happening ultimately. Renshiro as well holds the back line over here towards the Sunrise Bar. Back as the early warning system if we see the push from FURIA head into that direction. Of course, we have the two Goyo shields deployed upstairs too. FURIA has been trying to clear this out pretty much every single round it's been deployed, so it's a great opportunity for BDS to play in, waste some time, as well as prevent the sledge from getting access to all of the top-down angles, which will surely push any of the hard positions from BDS out of kitchen.
Yeah, and possibly get some frags here as well. Being able to play off these Goyo shields is a really, really big deal, especially with people that are mechanically prowessed, because the ability to hide yourself behind that shield and use that as constant cover to jiggle off of is just such a great thing to have, especially in these hard to play positions like what we have for BDS currently. These two Goyo shields set up and ready for war when it comes to FURIA. And FURIA here and ready as well. It's going to be Miracle inside of Guitar. He starts to burn these ADSs out, but they're going to need some assistance from some explosive utility in order to actually deal with this Goyo shield.
Rafal will be the first challenger here against the Hall of Fame push. That's assuming it happens, as FURIA only has one player committed to this right now, so things are going to sit in a little bit of desperate position for that player. The second one does group up with that. That's why we're going to see the X-Kairos start to go out, deal with the positioning here. Rafal threw the Nitro Cell out into the open, I think originally to deal with the X-Kairos.
I think that he thought about it, and he was like, if I set this off, my Goyo shield's going to blow up.
Yeah.
Fantasy! Did he get the down? He didn't. Shaiko still alive.
The nade, though.
He needs to escape. Yeah, the frag grenade coming in on top of him, but he immediately reclaims space. Drone here as well, though. Is backing off now, does not want to walk into Fantasy. He's been so consistent in his shot so far, more than likely would be Shaiko's demise. Bride going to get a kill as well as Fantasy. Trying to clear out Theater, but Rafal playing so very close to this door right now. Just right on the other side of the flames, licking at his heels. Oh, Rafal. Oh no, it's the pre-fire. If he oversteps, he sees him. Oh, the damage finally coming in from the Vector. He'll have to back it up with a pistol as he continues to hold on to the top floor. Rare up next to the plate here. Moves up to the door, knows exactly the positioning of the Goyo, but he can't get the shots to land. Rare, the gunfight, where is it? There it is, finally. He'll take down Rafal, and with 30 seconds remaining, get himself down into the 2 versus 2.
A lot of time wasted for BDS, but at the same time, their man count's been drained just as much as FURIA's has. In the 2v2 we go. And is that going to be enough for BDS to fend off the push from FURIA? FURIA's a little bit split up here as well, only keeping the Ashe upstairs. Miracle playing from a different position right now, but Rare going to try to jump down, and even better, Miracle picking up the first kill against Shaiko. Bride is all that's left, and he doesn't even see his last opponent. FURIA tie it up and take us to overtime inside of the first map.
Well, I think everyone expected a good game, but I don't know if people expected FURIA to pressure BDS in this way. We're overtime here on Coastline, and honestly, FURIA is a very, very good Coastline team. I'll call back to this for you guys as well. Just remember that FURIA did indeed force overtime and beat SSG on this map inside of group stage. This is one of those ones that SSG just thought, hey, we'll take them to Coastline. What's the worst thing that could happen? Well, overtime and you lose. So we'll see what happens for BDS this time around.
So far for BDS, while they are holding on, not necessarily excelling either here, as they're only able to get themselves to the 6-point first. Not able to push themselves all the way past it.
It's the reverse Uno card. First we went Blitz to Flores, now we're going Flores to Blitz.
As Rare is going to bring out the interesting one here to see if that true changeup will amount to anything for FURIA inside of overtime. A big change on the strategy for sure, but also may allow for some more direct plays. I'll be honest, we haven't really seen a whole lot of that from FURIA, only really 1 or 2 attempts to do so. This gives them a really unquestionable amount of aggressive capability by bringing the shield, but it is a big risk as that operator is very, very easy to shut down if he's alone. For pros, anyway.
Indeed, my friend.
For playing gold, it's a bit of a different story.
Yeah, you know, I feel like it's always a different story at like.
Can never hit his dang legs. I don't know what it is.
You can never hit Blitz's legs?
Or his feet, yeah.
Oh man, that's so unfortunate. Honestly, this is one of those operators that if he's good, he's broken. But if he's bad, he's underwhelming. Yeah. So but there's really no happy spot for Blitz.
He either looks like a god or a fool.
Exactly. But like, there's legitimately no happy place for Blitz inside of the meta. He's either way too good or way too bad, and there is no in between. It does not exist because people just simply hate shield operators. I'll be honest with you. But now FURIA obviously going to be out and onto the field as we're 20 seconds into the first attempt at an overtime round here in between these two, and a big kill coming in from Fantasy as well as Rafal's going to go down. Not having the greatest round so far, not the greatest map. Lems with a heck of a kill onto Miracle will at least be able to equalize. That's also going to be the hard breach going down.
Shot on the hard breach, to be fair, the hard breach wasn't going to be absolutely necessary for the attack here. It certainly would have helped to open up some of the side angles that FURIA may have wanted to take to get some greater actual positioning to push into the site here. Speaking of the Blitz, which we were talking about quite a bit before, it is in position to move in. Highs will more than likely be his support. At the moment, though, Highs still droning things out on the inside of the site to check and make sure that it's clear. And now it looks like Rare himself is going to do a bit of self-droning to make sure that the Sunrise push is potentially clear if he wants to go for that.
All right, well, as the map falls silent in between these two bodies lay on the ground as it's a 4v4. FURIA still trying to process what they can possibly get done with this office control here on the west-hand side. Lems obviously able to at least get a drone on this roam game. He's going to continue to hold on to luggage upstairs, seeming aware that there could possibly be somebody on the roof that he wants to try and take control of and find a frag. And speaking of frags, DWG will get one of his own as he's simply holding the angle for security on the way from Beer. To find that frag now in FURIA on their back leg. Rare, though, could obviously throw a monkey wrench in this mix because that's exactly what he is. This blitz at any moment in time could honestly do some pretty scary things, especially if they're able to isolate somebody.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Continue to move in here. Lenda, of course, going first, interestingly enough. At the moment, just giving Rare the case, wanting to have him plan, as they will need these other players to frag out a little bit as they work their way in. And Blitz, unfortunately, not going to be the most potent operator for trying to pick up frags. Sporting a plant, that'd be a different story here. But in we go with 50 seconds left. This will be an early commitment, too. Rare's going to move right through the smoke setup. This unit will only support it for the back line. Lenda is going to be able to find one of those lines up, and both Lenda and Rare get dropped. Literally a second later. Highs is all that's left. He's already lost a large majority of his HP, and while he's traded a bit onto Shaiko, without a single position on the inside of the building, he's truly in a very rough position right now. Still, is going to have to try and go for this eventually. There's even look like a bulletproof or some form of camera right behind the wall right there that's giving vision onto his push. So wherever he goes, he unfortunately is going to be at a massive disadvantage against the BDS roster. Things are looking good for them to claim that initial round. Even as he opens up the front door, finds out there's a laser gate here. He just can't win right now for Highs. Unfortunately, no real way for this man to move forward. Even if he tries to go through the gate, he'd kill himself. So this is going to be the end of the round, folks. BDS is going to take it, and they go up 7-6.
Well, Alemzo at least loses life, but it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. We'll just tell you because it's kind of our job. Besides that, though, BDS, they've just been able to find their mark up against FURIA when it matters most. This offense obviously meaning quite a bit. FURIA forcing them into overtime, but can BDS get it done on the offensive side of the coin? That defense definitely stood tall, though, up against FURIA. I think it was really the picks that did it early on. FURIA just not really having an opportunity to get control back like they wanted to make an attempt, and obviously getting down to that 1vx situation, it was practically impossible given the amount of health that Highs had, and really the dwindling options after the last frag grenade.
So, things look good for BDS to take control, but now again, the sides flip and they go over towards the attack. Can they bring us one more of those attacking rounds? Pretty much the same lineup that we were already seeing on the inside of the regulation rounds for them, with the main emphasis being on the Lion there to try to give them info when they go for the aggressive pushes. FURIA, as they jump back onto the defense, are also giving us a similar flair as they will head back into the hookah and billiard site for their one and only overtime defensive round.
Okay, so looking across the board at this lineup, we could see some decently aggressive plays here from FURIA. They'll be setting the bulletproof cam once again to watch billiards, as we saw BDS pressured that the last time, but they handled it quite quickly. Obviously, that is a routine thing that's starting to happen more and more on this site, so people getting more and more used to clearing it as well. Besides that point, though, Lenda's still going to be on the vigil here, and this is where some of that aggression we could see early on inside of the rounds. He's already used 2 of those impacts as well, whether they be for rotation holes or hatches, we'll more than likely see later on. But we are going to have some aggressive plays to start us off, and of all operators to be doing it, it's Miracle on Smoke, peeking billiards double.
We talked about the SS operators many, many times. Important to note that mute ban, once again, too, throwing off our defenders a little bit and removing that usually slightly more aggressive SS operator, which brings the same kit to the table. The Smoke, you do want to try and keep his utility in check for late round situations, although it doesn't mean we never see any type of aggressively played smokes, as we're seeing right now, in fact, on Miracle, because he really just doesn't have a choice. EE1D charges starting to go out here to give that early intel if anyone from FURIA is moving around. Don't believe anything is going to be figured out, however. We're going to end up with BDS. Still no info to play off of here, and the large majority of them still either just sitting outside of the building or just now moving in over towards the master side.
All slow and steady for BDS right now, trying to do their best to abuse these EE1Ds. Vigil very close to Shaiko right now, unbeknownst to him. Oh, and a great shot there from Fantasy. Beautiful stuff there. And also, I believe, zero audio right now as well, but we can still see the game. This is obviously not for the players, so we're still going to continue on as this round is extremely important, and the last thing that any of us want to do is try and reset this. So, Lenda.
And it's back.
Hey, Lenda fixed it. We just needed the ERC7. We just had to, get rid of the mute that was banned.
So there we go. That'll fix things up nice and quick for us there. And
they made mute mad. That's what happened.
I guess that's one good thing of you being banned now. No mute bug.
Indeed, my friend.
Maybe that's why they banned him. You never know. But either way, Halfway through the round here, and oh man, a brutal pump of the shotgun coming out there from Miracle. It's on the head of Alems, taking him down, putting FURIA into a better and better position. This hesitation from BDS and the one-by-one insertion of their more aggressive players not leading to any one fights in their favor here. Now an unfortunate 3v5 deficit that they'll have to try and fight back from.
Well, BDS, no stranger to this situation, as FURIA has been able to adopt this lead before. This time around, though, not going to have any EU1Ds to really assist in this situation. Rafal already using his remaining one. Not able to get anything done off of the back of his utility either. So now he's just another guy with another gun trying to take out some FURIA members. This LATAM squad simply sitting on their hands, waiting for the next move from BDS. And Shiro going to continue to hold things down on Hookah, while the rest of his team is spinning around the map. We've got Rafal obviously inside of luggage. Bride will be here as well to assist. So we'll be able to at least start stacking up on this side of the building. But oh no, Fantasy, almost a very clean shot onto Bride, but Bride better in the moment. He'll take him down on the flank. But now the smoke play is starting to come in. This situation almost impossible, as Lenda will take down one. Renshiro will be able to refrag. Some beautiful shots coming in from him, but Lenda will be able to follow that up swimmingly. Rafal will have to back off here, and that's going to be the round as FURIA are able to tie it up once again. We're down to the last round here on Coastline to decide this map between these two.
Quite literally bouncing our way back and forth all the way up to this scoreline here. We now go to round 15. One final round does decide it. But it's BDS on the defensive side here, where they generally have had an advantage, and FURIA as well back on the attack, where things have been a little rocky. Although, to be fair to them, they did start to figure it out towards the end of the regulation. So we'll see if that is going to carry through into this round here for BDS. Unfortunately, on that attack once more, trying to insert lone individual players into these hard setups for FURIA, losing 2 of them right at the beginning of the round, and then trying to go for a standard execute. It just does not pan out on the mathematics there of trying to trade that out. Not to mention the fact that they more than likely did not have enough utility at that point to clear out what the defenders were presenting on the site.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the biggest thing, and it's usually one of the topics that we end up touching on when it comes to Rainbow Six, is just the amount of utility you have going into those moments. That's why those early picks are so very important. It's not just that, you know, obviously one of your teammates died, it's the fact of what they carry along with them, especially dependent on the operator that they're playing, you know what I mean? So this is one of those things you always have to be cognizant of, and that's why, honestly, we've been so surprised with the APAC playstyle, as well as some of the LATAM playstyle as well, where they're able to get these massive refrags coming in later on into the round, and are actually able to equalize man count and make it difficult for these teams to try and do what they want to do inside of the dying moments. We really haven't seen that inside of this game between these two. It's been pretty set in stone as to who the victors are going to be, but obviously we've also had some pretty crazy rounds as well.
So let's see here. We got one crazy round left between these two teams. And we've already started it off. FURIA proceeding from their spawns to the front of the building now. BDS as well will start to deploy their web of a defensive matrix and try and stop FURIA from making their mark here, picking up the 2 rounds in a row that they need to win this map, set themselves up with a 1-0 advantage. Obviously, the closest matchup we could get here between these two teams, as we have literally gone back and forth for pretty much the entire game. Oh, this drone hopping its way in, gonna sneak right up to both the laser gate as well as the deployable shield, and the Sicker stance only gonna deal with the deployable shield, though you can't really knock the laser gate out that way.
Yeah, well, I mean, yes. Secondly, you literally can't destroy the
literally
laser
can't
gate,
knock it out.
which is like
just try to avoid overloading people with info. But.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. And that one's a very unique piece of utility as well in the way that that works. So they're going to have to end up trying to burn it instead, and you can obviously get the reset after that. So more than likely, guys, the audio will come back here in a little bit. But again, I just want to make you aware so you guys aren't checking your headphones. There's nothing wrong on your end. We'll see if Alems can fix it for us again, and he did. So thank you, Alems. Thank you for playing Vigil, and thank you for doing what you do. As for now, though, about halfway through this round, not too much action happening around the map either. FURIA is still trying to find a way into this building. BDS with the spread defense here, trying to make sure that FURIA cannot capture map control in the way that they want to, especially horizontally. Look at this control from BDS.
A lot to work with here for them, and unfortunately for FURIA, just very little of it actually being challenged as of yet, save for the hookah top down, which we can see Hyze starting to deploy towards now. The problem for Hyze, as far as I can tell, he has zero support except for this drone, which is just going to run by him now to check the bottom of the stairs. So he has to be very, very careful about how he's opening up this pathway down further into the site there. A little bit more support now that we're getting a better view of things now that we can notice over inside of billiards rather over there. But at the same time, that player was also busy taking care of things, so need to be a little bit cautious with how they proceed. Starts out well for BDS though. Shaiko finds the opening kill against Miracle, knocking out the Hibana, as well as that potential hard breach, which would have been useful for opening up an easier path into blue.
This could be quite problematic for FURIA going forward inside of this round, especially with the time frame here. BDS with a lot of control, and FURIA have not been able to fight for literally any of it. They've only gotten hookah and begun to break this up, and everyone's already aware of the positioning upstairs, so they've already adjusted themselves accordingly. Frag Grenade's now starting to come out from Fantasy, but it looks like they're going to have to stack up and try and make a play for Vibes here, or Fall as the point man. He'll take a lot of damage. He goes for the repeat, but bullets still being flown through. Has to try and make a move here. He'll sit inside of Harry Popper as Lenda and Rare will both be able to at least get one. Lenda's going to get down. Impact's out to try and stop something here. They'll stop the plan, and BDS more than likely able to win the round off the back of that effort, and they will. BDS low on man count, but it doesn't matter. They take Coastline.
And so by the skin of their teeth, BDS close out map number 1 of this series. Lem's incredibly hyped about that one once again. So they're going to take it all the way to round 15, but it does go into their favor with an 8-7 scoreline, giving them the 1-0 lead in the series. Still plenty of battling to go, however. So as you can see, the players are going to be heading off the stage for just a moment here to give themselves some rest as they get prepared to do battle once again in just a few minutes here, as we'll be heading into the second map.
Yeah, I mean, FURIA with a greater understanding of BDS than I think a lot of people took them for, pushing us all the way to max OT. Hell of a game there in between these two, but luckily enough, folks, it's not over yet. It's best of 3s all day today for the main stage and for the remainder until we get to that final, which you guys all know and love for that best of 5.
Absolutely the case. It's going to be an epic battle, and once again, FURIA giving us possibly more of a fight than a lot of the folks at home, maybe that a lot of you expected. Certainly more, once again, than I expected, as we were seeing even our first matchup today when Damwon Gaming was taking on Liquid, a surprise map there. The big question now, though, is will it end in sadness on the second like that first map did? Or is FURIA going to continue to put up a fight? To answer that question and a whole lot more, we've got Monty and the rest of the desk.
Thank you very much. What exciting match there, going all the way max rounds in OT. But at the end of the day, BDS does end up winning FURIA's map selection of Coastline, which will put us next game into BDS's pick of Clubhouse. So before we advance into our Clubhouse discussion, let's refocus on this one because you guys were going crazy backstage over this.
This was one of the most exciting matches, probably because there was a couple of very, very key rounds. But just overall, I think it goes to tell a little bit of the story about what you said in what they thought they could come back and, you know, give a little bit of revenge to BDS. Turns out, without max OT, you're not going to get it.
Coastline is one of those maps just super chaotic, and that was literally the definition of chaotic. There's so many rounds where it could have just gone any way. It was insane.
It was really good. Great match.
Do you think we're going to see the same kind of affair in Clubhouse, or is that going to be a much more controlled experience than Coastline?
Much more controlled.
Much more controlled.
Coastline is a map that I like to call a coin flip map. I think any team at the end of the day could win the map, depending on the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And we always talk about Coastline. I've even said it a little bit in the EU region about Consulate as well, as where if you're a team that struggles with coordination, strategy, maybe a little bit of utility play, you can get away with being a bit bad with that and using all of your mechanical skill on a map like Coastline. So I think FURIA maybe got away with that a little bit. Let's talk about their early round aggression, especially on defense. They got opening picks time and time again. So for me, that's where a lot of these rounds came from FURIA. And I think BDS, they played this quite cool, calm, collected for a map. I actually think they probably shouldn't have played cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah, FURIA did the exact same thing they did to SSG. They did not allow BDS to get in the position to execute, and obviously that showed on their defensive half that it was a struggle for BDS to do anything. They couldn't get the positions, they couldn't leave the spawn, and they never had man advantage most of the time.
Yeah, you were amazed, Jess, at how few plants BDS was getting on their attack rounds.
Yeah, what was it? The very last round of their attack that they managed to get a plant down, and it still wasn't the most confident of plants either. So I definitely think that that was something that was testing them. And round after round, obviously you leave the first half a 3-3. That's not bad, but it's also not great for a map that we tend to say goes a little bit more attacking sided. If you're going in fair and square into your defense, you're not always going to feel very confident on this map.
The thing that's weird about Coastline too is it normally is attacker-sided, but depending the teams, it can be defender-sided, which is really weird. And that's, like I said, Coastline is just a map of chaos.
Yeah, absolutely. And I got a shout out to my best friend over in CGG of Spencer. I said to him, look, I feel like FURIA are getting a bunch of trades each and every single map. The stats are on your screen right now. It doesn't show you the trade, so I'm going to add another stat of my own on top of this, and it's the fact that FURIA was able to trade their kills 22% of the time, which is average for a team on a map, but BDS only traded their plays 9% of the time, which means they somehow managed to bring numbers back through some of their foundational support players like Bride, and that is a hard thing to do. So if BDS won with a 9% trade, that's pretty good.
Okay. No, I was going to
Oh.
say, if that's the case, then do you think BDS was perhaps a little bit underperforming today so far?
Mechanically, yes.
Oh yeah, they were losing some gunfights that they probably shouldn't have, especially Shaiko.
Yeah, that's not a lie.
Even with 10 kills, like he still was losing fights that he probably shouldn't have.
Yeah, probably because he was taking aggressive stances that usually maybe on maps where he's supported a little bit better with drones and crossfires, etc. He might win those, and unfortunately that doesn't translate onto Coastline very well.
Well, Bride was an outstanding player on that map, and you wanted to highlight him in round 3. Why is that, Jess?
Well, I have here very clearly written on my little cue card that he put up a nice little post-plant clutch there, and rather he tried essentially to get that clutch, and he was successful. And I think that this goes to show this is what BDS's plan is to try and essentially rely on Bride in the dying moments. It's a 1v1, 7 seconds left, but instead of going for the kill, which I would have opted for, if that was me, I would have gone for that kill through and through. But guess who misses out on the plant spot? It is Lender. And I tell you what, they're going to lend a hand to him later on because he wasn't doing too well that map.
I got so nervous when he went to push him that he
know.
backed out last second and he just committed to the plant. I thought Lenda was a little too slow on the pushback for the plant, but Brid, like you said, they had no idea where the plant spot was and Brid clutched it out.
All right, I've carved out a lot of time to watch round 7 twice because it was so chaotic and you guys both have so much to say. We are going to start with you, Skies, and break this down because it was absolute madness on the point.
It was. Okay, so round 7, like we talked in the beginning of the cast, is Fantasy is kind of the space maker, the playmaker, and it shows. He creeps into sight in the first 40 seconds. What is this guy doing? He downs Rafal on the liquor bar, and then the tempo for FURIA just starts to begin. There's so much pressure on BDS right now, they don't know what's going on. This guy just walks into sight, downs our liquor player, and the rest of the team is just collapsing around them. Highs gets a C4 and DWG into the banana area. Shaiko's under with a C4 right now, just waiting for a replant, but it hasn't happened yet, so now it's kind of like a stall-out situation. So as we sit here, you're going to notice the FURIA players, especially Rare, kind of creep more into sight. He walks into Fish, and now he just does the exact same thing that Fantasy does. He walks into sight, kills 1, kills 2, destroys his teammate, and now he gets right here, and he actually alt-tabs here in a second, I think.
There was a moment where he
gets 3.
There he goes.
Yeah, he alt-tabs right there after downing Brid, and now it's just a complete chaos right now. LMs is creeping up as well right now. I think Rare starts feeling himself here. Probably swings when he shouldn't. Should probably play a little tighter here. And then there's no coverage from Miracle as well. So LM just walks in and kills the whole team. So after all that chaos, LM just comes up there, shuts it down. And again, he had one of those games where Shaiko might have underperformed a little bit with 10 kills, even though that sounds ridiculous. LM's really performed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's going to be the highlight for me as we replay this whole clip. This is not the, an extenuation of the round. We're bringing it back for you. We're going to put a bit of a rewind onto it because there is something ridiculous that happens. Not only does BDS decide that while sight is getting absolutely obliterated above them, they decide we're going to keep our C4s below. That's just what we're going to do. That's what we've committed to. And then they realize, wait, Rafal is bleeding out behind Cocktail. Of course, Rare decides to pull a fantasy, whip himself around. My big point in this is that not only was he feeling himself so bad that he took out Lender, that he also happens to ult-tab after he gets the down, comes back into the game, hasn't used a single Flourish drone, but this is not where my most excitement comes. It's in the next 10 seconds because Highs actually decides to get a plant down, and Alem says, you know what, that's what we do. We're BDS, we're the objective team, you don't get that down, and even if you do, I'm here to pick it back up. That round exclusively was the most exciting round in almost all of my career when it comes to just so much going on in a round. I can't think of a bigger round.
Ilem's winning every single one of those 1v1s too is insane. That first shot into the guy in VIP was nuts.
Did he even see him?
I don't know if he saw him or if he pre-fired, but our reactions in the green room were ridiculous. I could not believe he hit that shot.
I'm sure you guys saw it on Twitter as well. Most of the Rainbow Six community going absolutely nuts about that play. Thank you so much for the in-depth breakdown. Glad we got a chance to watch it a couple of times now, of course, with some retrospective ability to analyze it as well. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll get right into Map 2 on Clubhouse.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this third episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. PayPal. Press play.
back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mexico Major. We are in the midst of our third quarterfinal of the day here on the first day of the playoffs. BDS currently taking on FURIA, with BDS just claiming the first map. We're getting ready to jump into our second here in just a moment, and it's bound to be quite the interesting one because that first map literally went back and forth, all the way to 15 rounds, where ultimately BDS barely took it.
15 rounds, my friend. It took us the entirety of Coastline to decide who was going to take the map, and I'm assuming that no one at home, as well as you and I, did not think it was going that far. Even with FURIA having a great showing up against SSG on this map, BDS is just a different beast, but they still stood the test, and that was really awesome to see.
A lot of developments going on the inside of that too. These teams really trying to outwork each other, outwit each other. FURIA specifically on their attacks, struggling a little bit to figure out how exactly they wanted to play, more aggressive, get in the faces of BDS earlier on, but they found out that solution didn't necessarily work all the time because BDS had such great trade setups. So oftentimes when, they might get a kill or so, but it would pretty much immediately go right back into their favor as they would always have trade setups to be able to counter that out. Slowed it down a little bit, was able to make some forward progress, but again, ultimately wasn't enough to take the map.
Yeah, no, not at all. And like the craziest thing about FURIA up against BDS was their ability to change pace and make it very difficult for BDS to get anything done.
We did have that poll from earlier. Like we said, it is France versus Brazil. We wanted to know between our two teams which you guys thought would end up winning this matchup, and it was favored towards BDS at a 54-46 split. So you guys favor them by a little over 8 to 10% or so there. So we'll see if that holds true. So far, you guys are right. So far, you're on the right track there. But we've got one more map for BDS to claim still.
Yeah, if you guys keep doing that, maybe you too can get a Predator laptop. I don't really know.
Okay,
I have to figure that one out.
That's probably not happening.
That's probably not happening.
Just a bit of a disclaimer.
I know. It's sad. I tried, guys. You can't say I didn't
try. That's not happening.
Oh, you're putting your foot down?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm putting my foot down now.
All right, I'll turn around.
Stopping this before the lawyers come out. But anyway. We should be getting ready to jump into the map at any moment. Folks, you can see the players getting sat down now, getting their headphones on and all that. So as soon as we have them all locked into the Matrix, into the Rainbow Six Matrix, whatever you want to call it. It's a simulation, right?
Are they going to pop out of the tubs and just be like, what is this stuff flying around
me? I don't
me?
need to see that scene
again.
Oh,
man. Dude, the first time I saw that scene, it was something else. And speaking of seeing things for the first time, this is the first time that we've obviously seen FURIA up against BDS. And kind of want to get back to the point that we were talking about before with that previous map and the way that FURIA really controlled pace around BDS and really gave BDS a run for their money in that regard. There was quite a few rounds where FURIA were able to mess with things, especially after the TAC timeout, where BDS were simply lost inside of the round. They really didn't know what FURIA was doing, so they tried to go out and find them themselves and simply found bullets, and it became a big problem there. Ended up with FURIA able to push it to OT off the back of that, but BDS finally able to right the ship on that very last round.
Just a bit of a siege history here as well from a few months back, even as recently as SI 2021. We did see these two teams face off against each other during that tournament. That series ended up going by the way of BDS in a 2-1 fashion, with the maps being played out being Oregon, Clubhouse, and Consulate. So a little bit of a different flair coming into the fold here, but also some similarities to it. We'll see if that same result will yield true, or if FURIA can finally get revenge for being knocked out back at SI 2021. Either way, we are ready to go into the second map now. It'll be Clubhouse to potentially determine the series if BDS can take it. However, if FURIA responds, we'll go to our third and final map to truly settle this one and figure out who our third semifinalist of the day will be.
The last time these two were here, this ended 7-4 in favor of BDS, but times have obviously changed, and this is a new and improved FURIA. They're ready for war. When it comes to Clubhouse, the have funs in chat and the ban phase starts now in between BDS and FURIA.
Let's take a look and see who is going to get knocked out, as it looks like we actually, hold on a moment. We're in a very quick pause, folks, so stand by, as we do have to check on something very quickly before we do begin the game. We noted our third map as well. If anyone's curious and doesn't have the match stats up in front of you, it's looking like we're going to end up going to Cafe if we need to play that third map. So here's 1 second. We just have the admins. As you can see, they're talking to someone on BDS's side of the squad. So hopefully we have a slight mistake or something like that. We're just going to correct that very quickly. Make sure we get it fixed, and then we'll resume the match.
Yes, indeed, my friend, but that also gives us some time to kind of dissect Coastline a little more. Besides the pacing, what do you feel was still going on for FURIA where they had these opportunities to really take it to BDS?
Once again, the individual play that we're seeing coming out of players like Fantasy. I will admit, Fantasy not always inside of it right now. Not the way we were seeing out of the group stage where he was kind of taking over,
yeah,
but to some extent, I'm happy about that. I hate when teams are propelled by a single player, because in my opinion, you can almost never rely on that player's performance 100% of the time.
Especially in Rainbow Six.
Even if it's 80 to 90% of the time, personally, I'm not satisfied with that.
Yeah,
I want a team that can consistently pick things up, and if one or two players has a bad day, that's not the end of the world. But unfortunately, that tends to be the case for quite a few teams that we see coming to, you know, across all esports in all reality. But players that can consistently keep up that performance, in my opinion, are 1 in a million. So it's a good thing that we're seeing Fantasy not completely take over, but are we seeing enough out of the rest of the team now? That's my question as we head into the second map here.
Well, it is a tall task to take down a team like BDS, one of the greatest teams we've had inside of Rainbow Six. Not able to lift a hammer, so I haven't reached that moment just yet, but they have been on the doorstep quite a few times where everyone was just like, BDS is going to take this LAN. It's the French superpower here to take down everyone. We'll see what they're able to get done here on Clubhouse as we jump in. We're going to get a buck ban to start things off.
So let's see here now for BDS if they can truly round themselves out for a quick 2-0 and keep the streak of 2-0s going. We have had 2 of those so far today, and we're looking for a third here if BDS is going to be able to negotiate this one final map for themselves. Bans already coming out, and interesting ones at that, as Buck, of all things, is going to be removed from play. Should still be a very useful ban, though, considering the amount of top-down as well as soft destruction that needs to be done on this map, so Buck tends to be brought in from time to time. Thatcher, we've explained that a million times. Hopefully you guys got that by now. Same for Mira, and that'll take us to our final ban.
Man, yeah, I think they got to pay you less now. You just skipped out on part of your job. You didn't explain the very obvious bans that were going on in the mid area. We're going to have a Rooney banned out as well here, which is quite interesting, to say the least. But at least for the Buck ban, I'll tell you guys this. For BDS, they only play it 48% of the time when it's available. They got 23 offensive rounds, and they've played him for 11 of those. So this could be something that FURIA saw as an audible for BDS, and they just wanted to make sure it was not an option for them. Buck is honestly a very, very good operator when it comes to a myriad of different maps, and Clubhouse is going to be no different. The biggest thing for him is obviously the abuse of vertical angles that only he can do inside of the soft destruction department, unless you want to risk some very important utility in the likes of Zofia and Ash. But for the Aruni ban, this one is a little bit more interesting. I want to pull these stats up very quickly just to look across the field, and yeah, played about 58-60% of the time when available, so definitely locked into some BDS strategy. This could be something that FURIA was looking into to try and get rid of.
Not to mention, right, that Aruni over the past few months has become a direct mainstay in so many of these setups. As you said, like 60% of the time being picked into it. For quite a few teams, I think it's even more than that. So when you consider how prevalent she's become, suddenly banning her out, whereas I personally have not really been seeing that at all, bans on Aruni, that's going to throw a team off a little and make them have to patch up that hole with something else they might not necessarily be ready to do, or at least not have fully tested inside of this environment.
Well, obviously the biggest thing about Aruni is that she creates these choke points around these laser gates. Obviously you're able to shoot through them, but the damage that you take from them is definitely not small. That's the number one thing. And secondly, you have to give up utility to traverse them if you want to do it without taking damage. Aside from that, she has the Roni as well, which makes her a very aggressive option. And on this map, like Clubhouse, especially for like the downstairs setup, that'd probably be the easiest to explain for you guys. She's able to lock down a lot of these hatches as well as dirt and just make it to where the offense isn't allowed to move in the way that they want to.
Miracle trying to quickly snipe out the spawns there and nearly accomplishes his task as he does get a bullet or two onto Renshiro. Unfortunately, very hard to control the spray of the SMG-11 at normal times, let alone at incredibly long ranges like that. So that was basically a one bullet and done attempt to try and line up the headshot against Renshiro. Does not pan out, but hey, still knocked off about 25 HP. That's one less bullet he's going to be able to take in the eventual fight coming up inside of the building. BDS is quickly going to use all of their X-Kairos charges to pop open the garage and make sure that they have not only an easy option to take control there, but more than likely as well, it will disable any potential aggressive positioning from FURIA on the first floor of the garage.
Yeah, it's going to be BDS with double hard breach being Habana as well as Maverick. Almost straightforward sets when it comes to this site overall. Sabana, well, she can deal with those garage panels, and Maverick is the best in the game when it comes to handling CCTV. She just torches these lines and blow it up with soft destruction. Obviously, the difference here is that it's already been blown up, and that's why you see Rafal being scared of what's going to happen because of that right there. Usually, there's an angle that you have to be pretty scared of when that wall ends up popping, unless they don't destroy that. So BDS will at least get away with that. So we're reaching the halfway mark now.
We're continuing to wait out for any sort of action towards construction. As you guys can see, there's nothing from BDS in that department right now, so it's going to be quite a while before he finds any action himself. In the meanwhile here as well, BDS has opened up these breaches to the inside of the garage a long time ago, but is only just now starting to actually utilize said breaches to push themselves forward. And even with that, only the Gemini from Shaiko physically moving towards the inside. They want to be sure, like I said, that first floor pressure is the most dangerous thing here. Even more dangerous, apparently, is going to be Fantasy up on the second floor. He's going to be able to get one for himself. Is still alive. It's not him that gets traded out. Renshiro instead finds one for the attack, as he's able to knock out Miracle instead. And that's actually a very important pick, because that's the smoke going down, more than likely with all three of the Toxic Babes still in his pockets. That delay potential, which would have been great for these final 45 seconds, now no longer an option.
Oh, no.
However, the rest of the team can still get into this. The Clash picks up a kill next. Lenda finding one. I think an aggressive swing from Red Hall, and Renshiro nearly meets his end there as well. Fantasy instead continuing to frag out from the inside of the garage position, leaves only Renshiro with a sliver of HP, and Bride with a position downstairs by the garage.
Oh no, Renshiro, I really hope that you don't have to die in this way. This Flash Shield can deal enough damage to be able to tase him all the way down, and that's why Renshiro was going to vacate the premises. You cannot blame him in the slightest for this situation. Fantasy will be able to at least get back into sight. He's going to hear someone actually rappelling up, but I believe the gunfire actually going to cover that for the time being. Bride trying to find some space to work with. Well, Renshiro works the breach, but there's really nothing going on here. It's just BDS simply waiting for the round to end, and FURIA with the early frags have too much of an advantage for them to try and fight back.
Fortunately for BDS, a false start on all of their aggressive moves there. As you could tell the reason why they took so long to move into the building, because they were so scared of these potential aggressive setups from FURIA, and they were right to as well. We see them coming out, especially the garage position there being played out. I believe it was a Miracle on the inside of that round, continuing to punish BDS time and time again and put them down before they could even reach step one of their attack there. Not to mention the slowdowns that happened in the breach over by the balcony, and throughout the other parts of the map they try to get aggressive on as well.
Well, that's what happens when Shaiko gets picked so early. He's one of the players on this roster that's going to go and find you that opening kill. He's been doing it throughout the entirety of this LAN, and since he gets picked first, it obviously sets BDS on the back foot. They're not really able to accomplish much past that, especially with FURIA doubling down on some advantageous positions, especially with Clash, out of all people, getting a frag as well inside of there. And again, just making things quite difficult for BDS, but that doesn't mean that they can't right the ship when it comes down to it, especially when it comes to this offense. They'll be attacking Gym Master now, as FURIA begins to set up Cash.
The extension over here into Cash going to be a pivotal part of this setup, not necessarily to make or break the round itself, but a massive time-wasting capability that pretty much every team brings to the table now when they deploy towards this site. I mean, of course, we're not going to see any of this on the left side of your screen there and the defense on that balcony, but definitely want to put a big amount of emphasis on the Cash play as well, because this site, for the most part, can be held in a fairly horizontal nature if you're able to deploy that setup and keep control of it for good amounts of the round. At the same time, though, FURIA also going to be out and about here. Lenda specifically going all the way over towards Strip now to try and see if he can get an aggressive swing going, maybe even a run out possibly from the doorway.
This is going to be quite sneaky from Lenda. We'll have to catch up with him later on, as obviously all of the play is going down on this side of the map. Lenda's more than likely just got a black eye outside and waiting to see when the garage pressure is going to come in from Bride, and he's more than likely going to attempt to counter that. But the issue is when you swing that door, especially nowadays with the timer, he's going to get read out almost instantaneously when he gets outside, so there is an opportunity for him to die here as well. But it's a risk that FURIA is willing to take, so we'll see if this works out here for him. An update for the rest of BDS, though. They're beginning work on the CCTV wall to begin to try and break that down. They reinforce very forward here, so it's going to be the torch from Rafal. You can see he's already down to one tank as he begin to break up the Cash room here, as well as have the Clash in tow to be able to assist with some of these gunfights.
It's a slow roll here for BDS. Once again, you can see all the drone presence they've thrown to the inside of Cash to make sure it is truly clear before they start taking control of it for themselves. Unfortunately, even inside of Cash itself, it's not going to necessarily be safe harbors. They've got the rotate open up. Man, Fantasy is so happy he got that kill. I just heard a woo from across the room there as he gets the instant headshot out onto Shaiko to bring him down, and once again put FURIA in the advantageous position in a 5v4.
Renshiro trying to push forward with the rest of BDS. They'll be able to at least fight here with this Cash setup. But here's the issue. The Clash play from FURIA has been such a nuisance so far, and it seems like it's going to continue to be. That frag grenade correct bounce there for Renshiro. It's actually going to get back in front of the shield. Deal very minimal damage to Rare. Now FURIA in the driver's seat on this round. BDS are going to have to make a rotation here. Rafal going to have to try and assist with the torch here as well. He won't be able to fully torch this wall, and they've actually put the mute jammer on kind of an off angle here. Rafal will eventually be able to find it though, so the X-Kairos can start to go down now, but now before Fantasy pushes BDS back one more step.
Bride, only one of the ones potentially getting into position to try and aggress against this breach
This
first.
clash is so annoying.
Yep, the clash still going to remain a thing more than likely on the upstairs sites. Very, very useful for adding a temporary blockade in front of these breaches, which is exactly the purpose it's going to serve right now. Lems with a wild swing to the inside of construction. He pays the price for that very quickly as Miracle shuts it down. Rafal trying to get an angle onto this player in Jim. It's going to be the smoke, I believe, being played by Fantasy. Can't get the job done, and Miracle now with no restrictions over towards Cash rushes right out to find Bride. Rafal, yes, one trade, but that's it. Fantasy, a small push from him, a single pump of the shotgun, and the round is over in the favor of our Latin American squad.
Well, it's not that BDS aren't able to achieve the jobs around the map, right? They're getting walls open and they're still getting things done. The biggest issue right now is coming down to coordination for BDS. They simply do not have it in spades up against FURIA's play around this shield, and they really need to try and figure something out. They're going to have to reconcile with this because I highly doubt that FURIA is going to back off from that in the slightest. We obviously could have a big changeup when it comes to the basement. That's more than likely what we're going to see as we're looking at a lineup for that just now. But we're going to be sitting on a tech pause here for just a second, folks. A little bit of a bug, so we're going to fix that, and then we'll be back in momentarily.
Was it mute bug? Should just banned him again.
Well, they tried to, but they just made him angry. He just started doing it randomly then. And then we had to have an ERC7 to block the mute effects. It's just too much.
That's going to be the new strategy. Just ban the bugs. All right, Shay goes back in
You
now.
can't make me laugh like that on broadcast.
So
It's not fair.
Shay goes back in now, so we're probably going to start this any second. No reason why his client shouldn't be fixed after a quick client restart.
Shako said, hey, I've never died first twice in a row ever. It has to be a bug. It has to be a bug. Somebody check the Moss file. That's what he said.
It's like, we're like 6 years ago in the Counter-Strike scene. It's like, oh yeah, TeamSpeak.
Exactly, my friend. Every once in a while, gotta try and find those things, extend the time, but obviously not the case here, just fixing some stuff up. And we are back in now, folks. So we will start things off in Church and Arsenal.
Let's see if that's going to pan out for FURIA so far. A solid defense being put on both of the upstairs sites, but that's the important note. It's on both of the upstairs sites. Now, right down to the basement, where a very different playstyle is going to be required. We might not necessarily get that, though, at a FURIA. Curious to see how they handle as I've not been able to catch one of their clubhouses yet so far inside of this tournament. There's two schools of thought when it comes to managing your defense on this site. You can either play it all in the site and basically create a bunker setup where you slowly try and deny the opening of top-down angles, mainly through the hatches throughout the large majority of the round, and then ultimately try to win the big 5v5 fight for the site itself at the end of it, or you can extend and sort of create a little sandwich by putting pressure onto the second floor as well. I believe to some extent we're going to see that being made by FURIA now as Miracle just opening up a few rotates. Usually this is pretty lightly supported, not going to see a lot of reinforcements. We're not committed to make this happen, maybe a couple, but that's going to be pretty much it.
Okay, so BDS will have to deal with the extended hold upstairs here from FURIA as they are at the four corners of the earth right now. I think that drone was possibly down low. Hoping everyone else at home saw that as well there from Bride. Don't exactly know where that drone went, so Rare might get read out here. Can't exactly assess the situation fully for you guys, so apologies about that, but Rare's actually going to end up moving away from that position anyways. Rafal immediately runs in as well. We begin droning things out too, and it looks like Rare, yes indeed, has already backed off, so that situation really not mattering at the end of the day.
Rafal now in towards the inside.
Still don't know what happened to that drone though. I don't know where it went.
Into the bin of history.
Dude, it just like went into the abyss. Oblivion.
Tends to happen from time to time there. We are going to see a pre-place go down there on the top of the Logi position. That is just going to disable BDS if they try to drop in through the hatch to clear that out. That is normally a position you'll see this extended roam end up going towards, but not necessarily inside of this situation. Mainly because FURIA did not create the top-down angles that would normally be required to play that, so I don't think they're too keen on looking to leverage that. Renshiro in the meantime, though, with the drone inside, I believe they've also dropped the player in here, dealt with the Nitro Cell, or at least avoided it from the other side there. Now the first kill going to come out against Fantasy, but just as quickly. A wild swing from Lenda out the front door. Re-equalizes the equation, and I spoke too soon on that Nitro, so I'm pretty sure that's what just killed Renshiro, as that's going to take him out trying to drop down in the hatch as well.
Well, it'll be pretty self-explanatory if it did, and it did indeed. There is a massive hole, and Logi, that wasn't there before magically. I don't know. So I don't know if there's some home improvement going on around the map or necessarily what's going on, but I can tell you that BDS are not having a good time. Luckily enough, Shaiko alive for this one, so he could have some influence that the other players on his team have not been able to find thus far, and also keeping that Gemini up going into the last minute is definitely going to assist them. They'll use that now to try and find some extra information for themselves. As for Rafal and the rest of the boys, though, they need to start trying to clear up some of this info. Rafal trying to get within proximity to set that off, but definitely not going to be close enough as he is well above that radius. Instead, going to have to dedicate the frag grenade to clearing up that Banshee as BDS continue to try and clear out this area to start to work on the main stairs.
Fall down downstairs. Good spot right there as they are going to find out the quick position of the camera hiding in the corner, or potentially figures out where they are hiding at. Nade going deep there and nearly actually catching Highs or Lenda, but thankfully falls just a tad short as it approaches the kill box for both of them. Second one is going to bank off the corner. And Shaiko committing to a fight on the inside of the Toxic Babe here. Probably going to wait for this first one to fade away, but he's on a bit of a timer, so just cooks the nade to make sure that that gets confirmed. Very easy for Furia to retrieve Lenda if he did not do that and was able to back away to the inside of Church. So just making sure his kill is indeed going to be confirmed. Isolates the 3v3 now. Shaiko trying to get a little too bold there as we approach the end of the round. Mainly was going to go try and push towards the main hallway, but ends up backing away from it. Rafal now trying to swing in from blue, but he can't get the winning angle. Shaiko can, however. Great support on the push, but unfortunately will lose his teammate a moment later. It's up to Frida and Shaiko now. They're picking up one of the kills. The Planet Tip going onto the ground, but it is immediately denied. Furia find yet another one for themselves. They continue to dominate this defensive half.
Man, this is such a nasty clubhouse right now. BDS can just simply not fight back. There's just these unrecoverable frags happening right now from the LATAM squad, and every single time BDS have to try and figure this out on very low man count in comparison to Furia. I mean, they're able to at least equalize here, but the issue is that they still have to try and funnel in through these areas, and that's the big problem. Is yes, it might be a 3 versus 3, but you don't have hatches open, you don't have walls open, and you simply have to try and push in through Moto. That's really all they had to their name. They try and have the counter push as well down into blue, but that also fails simply because there's a Banshee there waiting for anyone to try and move into that area.
So, a pause when I'll come out here for BDS.
An actual one.
Yeah, an actual pause, not a tech pause. As it's very much needed here for the BDS roster. Unfortunately, it's been 3 rounds in a row, 2 of which they haven't even really been able to get close to putting enough pressure onto Furia. Furia's either been able to aggress out against their attack attempt, or Team BDS has ended up walking into their own deaths many, many times, as we've seen here. That last round, probably the closest we've seen yet, to be fair, but also a very different style to what we're going to be getting over the next 2 rounds as well. With 3 successful wins for Furia, that means they're beginning to unlock the sites they've already played before. We're definitely not going to see a bar defense either. That's a very rare treat that we've only seen once, at least between the 2 of us in recent history. So it's back to the CCTV and cash defense, where Furia dominated at the beginning of this game.
I've just got to say it. Thank you very much. I did not want to gas that. I may have left, I'll be honest, but no, not actually. CCTV, as you said, going to be the defensive site here. BDS not able to find an answer to the aggression from Furia just yet, as their map control has just been so very solid. The 2 previous rounds really up to what they were able to produce with the Clash, as well as Fantasy inside of Garage having a heavy influence over round 1. Round 2, more of the same, but definitely more exemplified by the Clash play around cash and construction that just kept BDS at bay constantly. And finally, that last one, the early picks for Furia, meaning way too much inside of the round. BDS not able to get anything done as they get shut out and have to funnel into site, quickly getting dispatched by Furia.
So no serious change up to the operator lineup here. In fact, no 6 picks or anything, any surprises whatsoever coming in from BDS. So operator style still going to be exactly the same. If you guys want to improve your in-game style, you can go ahead now and check out the Finca EUL set, as well as all of the new R6 Share Program skins, which were added to the store quite recently. Remember that all purchases support your favorite team, so go ahead, head into the Rainbow Six store, check those out, and be sure to purchase some of your favorites.
Okay, well, 20 seconds remaining inside of this prep phase for BDS to get some of these drones set up and see what's going on around Furia's setup overall. This time around, they will be bringing the Kaid to lock things up, so that should assist. And oh, indeed, they're going to be going for this one. This is one of my favorites when it comes to Kaid's kit for this map. You actually can electrify, thank you very much, Observer, both of these panels from the top area. And if you match that with some ADSs here from Fantasy, now you got a heck of a layered setup when it comes down to it. You're going to have to try and burn out those ADSs, get an explosive up there, and get rid of those electro claws. This is going to make it to where the angle that is abused for that window that Fantasy was just looking at, practically impossible to get unless you can try and find some pressure through lounge or the main garage door. Obviously, the main garage door probably not being the best option.
So for BDS, they have already realized this is the situation. Once again, FURIA was a little bit mean to BDS here, as they're going to make Rafal's job just a tad harder on the inside of this round.
You gotta love it when they do this.
By turning that wall into Swiss cheese. You might be wondering, like, how does that make it harder? Mainly just because he can't get a clean line going here. Fantasy, the wild swing, and it's supported by a Lems there to make sure the Maverick does not go down. So an easy shutdown against Fantasy. And one of the first advantages we'll see going into the favor of BDS.
The adjective wild was the one that you definitely should have used there, because to just run up to the door and rip it down, that is a huge sound cue. I thought from the bottom of the door being slightly busted that they had just like punched it twice and had it prepped and you're just going to pop it and run out. But it just gives you just long enough for somebody to hear that and make a call, and that usually ends up what usually is what happens. So either way, though, Fantasy is going to go down early here, and that's going to be kind of a negative thing for FURIA going forward. The good news is, though, is that they still have Lenda up top, and he'll be holding on to Rafters for right now. You can see how troublesome this has been to try and just get this wall torched. Rare's going to go down as well. BDS finally jumping ahead here in man advantage.
So Lems finding 1x, actually through the breach that's been created by the Maverick as well, so starting to open up some opportunities onto the site. And that's before. Did they make a face on the wall?
I was gonna say that is my exact facial reaction.
Just so we were gonna look at it.
No, it was a face. It was a face. I'm so depressed.
I was. Oh man, I'm really glad we missed that when he was mapping it away. But either way,
I saw it out of the corner of my eye, man. That's all I saw.
Can you imagine, like, if you're in a pro game and you walk up to Mav and there's literally just like a frowny face on the wall? How trolled would you feel? I'd be pretty bad. But either way here, FURIA still struggling despite their antics with the soft breach. We continue to see BDS excelling and taking a slow approach to knocking these players out from FURIA, pick by pick. So far, Rare and Fantasy have gone down. Highs with the setup to counter the pressure that will more than likely come into construction relatively soon. At the same time, though, BDS has expected these types of plays 2 times already and has been able to counter them out. Lenda probably posturing for yet another swing to the outside. Went for it, but thankfully realized his mistake very quickly, as Lem still has complete overwatch on that and will shut it down no problem. However, 2 different players potentially going to swing into this, and however, I say it again, 2 FURIA members are all that is left here. Miracle, only one on site as well. Random Nitro comes out from Lenda because he really doesn't have anything else to throw at them, unfortunately. It will miss completely, and through a top-down angle, Rafal will shut out the round. It's a flawless one from BDS as they finally go on the board in the 4th.
Well, we have some very excited Frenchmen behind us, and yeah, that's exactly why. Finally able to get onto the board and find some semblance of something against FURIA's onslaught so far on Clubhouse. This round, oh, we're going to get the face. Hold on, let's see it. 1 second.
Oh. Few more frames.
Oh, it is a face! It is a face! Oh, man. Me, when you, when we, when.
You all right?
You've never seen that meme? We got to educate this man, guys.
Sorry,
oh, my goodness. Why do you always leave me hanging, dude?
Probably because I have a little TikTok installed, I'm going to guess.
Dude, listen, you need that. You need, like, better Reddit pages. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. Give me your phone. I'm just kidding.
Just taking too many pictures nowadays. Anyway, we got FURIA still in control of the matchup, but finally starting to struggle a little bit when it comes to their setups. The first of which, of course, going on over there at Cash. They could have repeated that, but that's a pretty solid win coming in from BDS. They're not feeling too confident. They will commit to the rotate over towards the other side up here as they'll go for the gym defense next.
I'll honestly be gutted. I'm honestly pretty gutted that they didn't do the face again. That's about it. That's all I have for assessment.
Well, this setup takes a bit longer, I think, so they probably don't have time to mess around with it.
I'll give them the
there's
benefit
like 4 rooms to set up at this site compared to like the 2 you have to do on the last one.
You literally have to hold the entirety of the top floor. And the thing is that if you give up cash and just kind of like try and set around the construction area, area, you really don't have enough area to work for just your team in general, and it just begins to get very congested because there's not very many safe areas inside of gym. If you guys notice throughout these rounds, there's going to be a lot of people that are like hugging next to the mattress and just like trying to hide inside of the shower and stuff like that, and that's simply because of the lines of sight that exist across the entirety of this bomb site. So I'll have to see how they end up dealing with that. And speaking of dealing with things, BDS have to deal with Lenda inside of stalls. He's going to end up getting droned out by the Gemini clone, but he's going to continue to try and hold on to this mid floor.
Lenda still in trouble as he falls back. Another drone going to figure out where his new position is. Has to watch out for pressure from the front door, but thankfully there's not going to be a whole lot of it. Everything coming in from either the strip side or into billiards directly. High's also still holding the position just outside of the bathroom on this very same floor, and they haven't seen him yet from what I've seen, unless he's been taking out a drone that we caught off camera. Either way, though, they'll figure it out now as one of the members of BDS commits to the inside of the bathroom push, and that will start sending Highs away as he takes up a new position closer towards the site.
This is a lot more straightforward offense here from BDS. They've simply held on to the west-hand side of the map and forced FURIA's roam game on this mid floor to back off so they can hold on to this and begin working that jacuzzi balcony. See what else they could possibly get done with this, but as of right now, it does not seem like they want anything to do with that cache setup, and you cannot blame them in the slightest. We do have the Clash back in the mix here, and that was the bane of their existence in this previous offense.
It's going quite quiet here from BDS after they've taken most of the first floor control away from FURIA. And FURIA, as a result of that more passive switch, is going to be able to get themselves their first kill. Shaiko responds, though, as it's kind of just an artillery war between the two teams right now. One frag pickup from the attack, one nitro pickup from the defense. Two have barely seen each other besides that so far here, and Rare is still standing in the way as a massive obstacle to the push from the balcony as well. But regardless of that, more nade pressure going to go out, specifically against Lenda, as his deployable shield is destroyed from below, and he's forced back into the depths of construction.
Yes. Moving forward with this Gemini clone once again here. Rare will be able to spot that out, but really can't have any effect over it. So it's going to get a lot more information than they originally thought. Alemsis tries to hop inside of the building, but ends up getting taken down. They'll at least be able to equalize this, smooth things over going into the last 30 seconds. 3 versus 3 currently in between the two. BDS still with some solid map control, especially on this mid-level. We currently have Shaiko looking up through billiards, or weights actually, excuse me. He's holding that on, but it looks like they still have a singular target here that they'll have to deal with, and you can see FURIA able to stunt BDS's growth inside of this round once again. Shaiko having a lot of issues with this top hole, but finally they found the answer. It's on the back door. Renshiro simply sneaks in. It was all a cruel ploy, simply to gain FURIA's confidence.
Some excellent work coming out from BDS, and again, what a rebound, what a change-up from the first map as well. Having to go back and forth consistently with so many rounds being traded out between these two teams. Now it's FURIA seemingly taking direct control, but losing all of that on the second go-around here in the second quarter of the match. BDS now with a 2-round streak in their pocket, looking to make it 3 if they can take the attack on the basement. And this was the one that was already relatively close for them. Just had some issues getting access to the basement itself in those final moments, and even then, Shaiko nearly traded his way to victory regardless.
Some massive adjustments coming out here for BDS. You can tell how... what's the best way to put this, John? You can tell how poised they are overall inside of their games. Even when things get risky, when somebody jumps ahead by a lot of rounds or anything like that, if they get ahead by 3, it's an immediate, okay, we're going to call it timeout. What is going wrong? How can we fix this? And the thing is that we see this time and time again from a lot of teams, but the one seldom thing is that they actually truly have an answer. Every time BDS has an answer, and that's the scary thing about this team, is that tac timeout is worth its weight in gold to this squad. We've seen it, we even saw it today with SSG, not really able to get anything done even after the tactical timeout.
FURIA had a few switch-ups themselves. Obviously, no pause from on the inside of this specific map just as of yet, but still can change up quite a bit when it comes to the strategy. Well, I'm not sure if we're going to get that out of them on the inside of this round right here. Still going to see a large presence deployed over towards the positions, specifically the garage spots there. I don't think we're actually going to see them play upstairs, though, after everything is said and done. Thought that we had the operator lineup to do so, but looks like that's not going to be the case. So only Highs will be messing around with the first floor hold, and there's nothing extended to the second floor as they will be playing. Or no, never mind, we do have Lenda up here. Sorry about that. But
secondly,
we're only looking at one floor at a time, so that was the first time we looked up here. But
I was was gonna follow it up with also Lenda. Why are you up here?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like a very light amount of aggression. So
well, secondly, you have 2 SAS operators and you're smoke. So I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but you are worrying me just a little
Just switch
bit.
setups
He's gonna
real quick.
stay up here too. This could be very interesting. I wonder what Lenda's gonna be able to achieve with the Toxic Babes on the roam. He's gonna be actually partnered with Fantasy up here. You can see that actually down low, they're looking for more of a artillery defense for as minimum as I can say. 3 Nitro cells built up here for Furia, so could more than likely see some answers coming in the way of that as well. Lenda, the rest of the squad actually going to end up backing off here. They're holding on to main stairs, and they're simply going to vacate the area.
Thermite along with a Maverick brought for hard breach on BDS's side, so there's quite a bit in excess. They are going to use one of those exothermic charges to quickly open up access to the jacuzzi balcony, and that seems to have scared away pretty much all of that aggressive pressure from Furia. You can see that the drone work from BDS is now focused primarily on the first floor, just again to make sure that no one is playing around for the Furia roster here. And now as well, Olem's already committed to the oil pit. He's probably going to back away from this because he's kind of locked in here right now. Only at 50 HP. Got to be a little careful going up that ladder, but after the quick double check, it's like looking both ways before he crosses the street. Their heads back up and keeps himself in safe strides. Renshiro, in other news, is able to actually get the first kill of the round as that smoke goes down. Still with all 3 Toxic Babes available, as well as the utility once again wasted, unfortunately.
You can see BDS starting to break up this central floor, and this is one of those plays where if they had access to Buck, they'd actually be able to break down that armory wall to the north side of this hallway and start to put some pressure on these Furia members, but without that, they're not really allowed to. They have to go for more of a vertical angle instead inside of the kitchen, which leaves Renshiro susceptible to Nitro Cell plays. Greatly enough, though, they've actually dwindled those down to 1. Miracle, the only remaining Nitro Cell on defense, but it could obviously leave a lot of things up to chance here for BDS, especially when it comes down to their plant opportunity. Big pickup on Linda, obviously, getting the smoke off the board, but as you guys can see, this drone economy really starting to dwindle as well. Shaiko obviously still with 2 up, and obviously being Yana is going to assist in this regard. Shiro drops, will be able to sledge a soft panel here on Church as well. They're starting to wrap around. Fantasy will end up getting down. BDS beautifully done so far. Alem's inside of blue as well, but Renshiro's going to get fragged out inside of Church. Alem's simply holding on to this for the time being before Heise makes his move. He'll be able to knock down the case. He's going to hold on to this in Moto. It's a 1 versus 2. Rafal knows where he is, but Furia with the plays as they reclaim space and reclaim rounds.
Furia take control of the lead with that one as well. We were looking at a situation where we could have very easily ended up in a 3-3s. BDS seemed to have gotten a good read on Furia's holds here, but Furia playing the passive game yet again, choosing not to take these earlier fights, which in the past 2 rounds had usually gone by the way of BDS. They take it to the site instead, fall back on the bunker setup, and that pans out, although once again is very, very close at the end of the day, going all the way down to a 2v2 before Furia finally takes over for themselves, securing a 4-2 half, and now, of course, putting BDS on the defense, where they're going to go right back upstairs to CCTV cash for their first round.
So it's going to be the switch of sides in between these two. Obviously, this half being played out very well by Furia, able to split it 4-2, and especially the earlier rounds looking so strong in the way that they were able to handle BDS's defaults. BDS finally able to get something on the board, back-to-back rounds, but before Furia were able to reclaim that last one that was looking like it was going to go BDS's way as well, but some immense gameplay, or gunplay, excuse me, from Furia was able to pull it back across the line, especially once they were able to bide for case control inside of Moto. But as we reach the half now, obviously switching sides here, Furia going to be on the offense. Will they take more of an aggressive route, or is it going to be that controlled precision once again?
We'll see this in just a moment, as obviously the rest of BDS are busy bees right now, moving across the map, trying to set up the rest of the reinforcements that will be necessary for whatever the overall plans are going to be from BDS. Definitely some aggressive posturing going to be going on, though, including a Lems all the way in bar right now here for himself, just to set up and counter out some of those preset drones. Some of the other utility that will be coming out from the attack, but could be a potential position if he stays over here to try and swing out later. So we'll catch up with him in just a little bit. It's Shaiko that's going to be the most aggressively postured right now, but as I kind of expected, not really going to be able to stick here for very long. Does need to move from that harsh corner pretty quickly.
Yes, indeed. You always got to make sure that you are in an area with some exits. You never want to try and limit those, John, because, well, when you do, you probably die. Ooh. And that's one thing that you never really want. The beautiful lineup here that usually ends up catching somebody off guard. I will be completely completely honest with you guys. I accidentally die to this all of the time. You get so used to no one managing this angle, and you're like, oh, hey guys, they're torching the garage.
Also,
oh, I'm dead.
Really good example there, because BDS did not do the Swiss cheesing on the wall there. That's how quickly you can open it when the wall is not messed up on the other side there.
Oh,
so,
my
what?
God.
What was that?
Yo, Fantasy. Oh my, dude, you just got world starred. That was an uppercut. That was, oh my God. Somebody put him on a milk carton. Oh, that was insane. Anyways, Renshiro ends up taking the head off of Fantasy there. And FURIA more than likely going to be trying to figure out exactly what went wrong there later on, obviously. Still around to play out here. But they're actually going to be adjusting the goalposts. Instead, they're moving across the map. They've already got CCTV busted up, but it's looking like construction might be the way ahead for them.
Eyes moving forward, they're supported by the drone. Is expecting something to be sitting downstairs for a potential swing, but obviously won't find much from that. And now we're going to see Eyes just take care of some of the soft breach to make it a little bit easier for them when they decide to move in and actually open this up a bit later on in the route. See, obviously the unfortunate part of this is that they have lost the Zofia too, so that does remove some of their capability to deal with specifically on-site utilities, such as right now when there's going to be a mute jammer on the other side of the wall. It's not necessarily going to be an easy way to deal with that. And actually, where is that position? Oh, you know what? I think it's in the corner, right?
Yeah. Yep. So zoom in, and it's right here sitting in the wall. Oh, wait, there it is. Boom, you just saw it.
Right there.
Right there. Yeah, that mute jammer. So actually, if he put it to the left-hand side, funny enough, it would work, but he's worried about the hatch. That's what he's worried about. He's worried about somebody being downstairs to possibly blow that up. So they're going to get Miracle out here to try and torch it because they think something's there, but guys, we all know it's not. It's a secret. You can't tell them. They're going to have to figure it out themselves. And also, with that, very minimal time in order to do so. They're trying to hold on to the flanks right now, but looks like they're running into some trouble on the side as Shaco will take down one. High starting to propel himself forward as well. As Miracle will be managing the CCTV window. Alems will end up going down. It's going to be the first pickup for them, but with 20 seconds remaining, this is a dying round unless something big changes. The Nitro Cell out, not going to deal much damage to the FURIA members, but they have simply been stuck outside in the cold, and there's really not much to be done. High's trying to flush in. Shaiko will take down one on the breach. Rafal will take one as well. Highs will down one on the top of red, and that's going to be all she wrote. It's 0-0 on the board, and BDS with a round.
Great denial of that final breach right there. There was a large amount of focus from FURIA on trying to get access to the construction angle and use that as their main push to the inside of the site, but that going away and realizing that they weren't actually going to be able to get access to it so late into the round, they had no time left to change up the strategy. They had to brute force their way towards the inside there, and as a result of the low time and the one-dimensional nature of the push, it was just a matter of going through the motions for BDS as they take swift control of their first offensive round, setting up the scoreline at 3-4 and taking us into a very quick FURIA tactical.
Yeah, and honestly, that's what I wanted to touch on, actually, was the tactical. I've really appreciated the coaches here and what they've been able to accomplish with these timeouts, because they really do mean a lot at the end of the day. We just switched half, guys. We just switched, right? 4-2, BDS get one round, and FURIA call a timeout? That's truly incredible. That's exactly how this should be going. Hey, this is not going well. We really had kind of a, pretty difficult round there. We couldn't get the wall open. We really didn't know what the answer was to it. It's just very frustrating. So let's take a tactical time out here, try and figure something out on our end to make some adjustments, and then propel ourselves forward.
If I had a dissenting opinion, depending on who called the pause, it might be a little bit early, in my opinion, as well, with only one round being played out.
I think that Twister's got faith inside of his roster.
Oh yeah. So if this was called by the in-game leadership, cool, that's fine. That means they're out of ideas. They need help from the coach. If this was called by the coach, there's a possibility we could have let things play out for another round or two. In my opinion, FURIA don't seem completely lost here, so there's a possibility we could have seen exactly how BDS try to play things out on a separate site as well, then maybe figure out what's consistently going wrong between that round and this one that's coming up, then talk about it. But like I said, I don't know where the call came from.
Hey man, I personally speaking, I would trust head coach John Blumel III. I would.
With zero competitive experience.
Hey, you've casted quite a few games. That's not comp at all.
That's all I've done though.
You're really good at talking.
I was like a mediocre Guild Wars 2 player. That's the only claim to fame I have, and it's not even really a claim. So
I mean, but hey, that also led you here with me, which is also bad.
True.
I don't know why I even tried to use that as an example. That was probably the worst thing I could have used as an example.
Okay, enough about us.
Well, hey, we're finally out of the tactical timeout, man. Sometimes, we like to have fun here, folks. But either way, though, we're finally back into the action. What we actually want to talk about and what you guys want to hear about is round 8 and what's going to be going on with this. It's going to be an extended hold for BDS here. We saw this from FURIA. Theirs was not lackluster, it was just very small time. I think that's the best way to put it. There really wasn't much going on the top floor, whereas for BDS, there's a lot, especially with both sides of the, both double panels on both sides of the map being reinforced, the one for CCTV and the one for Jacuzzi. Those get held down by mute jammers, as well as Vigil, and everybody else along for the ride to make sure that the info game for FURIA is not perfect.
Let's see Miracle having a camera there and some good intel on it for just a split second. Unfortunately, the second he jumps onto it, he was looking right down the barrel of another player from BDS's eyes, who's going to be able to shoot that out and restrict that intel for quite a bit. No reaction will come of that drone intel, unfortunately, here. Miracle's by his lonesome, so can't really do anything about it. Lenda does want to try and get a quick opening onto the wall up here, the main balcony wall, but unfortunately, as you can see there, it's going to be jammed out from the other side, so we'll take a moment to try and open that up. Thankfully, it's not the end of the world. There's not going to be any ADSs or anything here, so just a wild nade in from the other side on the window there will re-enable the capability to open that up.
Okay, well, FURIA needing to break up the map now. No answer to the Jacuzzi wall just yet, so Alems, as well as I believe Bride, be able to hold on to this space. Renshiro will be managing the bottom of the stairwell as well, just to make sure that his teammates actually have safe harbor to return to. He wants to make sure that FURIA cannot get control of this space. Otherwise, they're more than likely going to run into quite a few issues. FURIA, though, they'll be able to get Jacuzzi open finally as they start to muster their strength and push forward on this top floor. And obviously, BDS good for this. They want to stay up top, and you can't exactly blame them. FURIA just now got in the building, and there's only been a minute, and it's down to 1:30 already.
Bride taking up a new position. They realize he shifted towards it, though. Not even the red ping either, but it's going to be enough to take him down as Miracle moves forward now with that kill in his pocket. Fantasy also able to take some control on the inside of the map. BDS, this extended play, this aggressive extended play towards the second floor does not pan out, and they go down to a 3v5 only with the site players left standing.
Well, very problematic right now for BDS because the extended hold really did work into their favor. They were able to delay a lot of time, and honestly, this is still going to be something to consider up against FURIA right now because look at, Miracle is still getting the hatch. We're at 45 seconds. They're going to have an immediate answer once they get these tasks done. No vertical play inside of Kitchen either. They're just now getting Kitchen hatch. You can see how frantic FURIA are running around. They're like, oh my god, what do I do? We need to do something here. Hey, Rare, can you get the hatch? Yeah, I'll get the hatch for you, man. I'll get this open right now. And now we're Fall ready to try and gunfight back. Can he get the initial frag? No. All of the damage coming onto him instead, but not before he delivers quite a few shots to highs. Let's see what the rest of BDS can do, though. Shaiko will go down. It's only up to Renshiro. He knows where one of these members is, but it looks like FURIA gonna have too many bodies in this situation. Way too many people to try and get this frag that would end the round for them if he could find Rare, but all of the pressure finally building to FURIA, and it will bubble over into sight for a flawless.
The 5v3 builds up to too much to deal with as they try to take aggressive positions when the execute is finally ready to boil out there for FURIA. Not to mention the fact that Zofia utility had still gone, at least the stuns, had gone relatively unused up until that point in the round, so they were able to isolate out most of the defenders that were remaining and reduce their ability to fight anyway. Great stuff from FURIA, solid response, and as well, a great rebound right off the pause. Now it's time for BDS to do the same. They're still 2 rounds behind, and FURIA only 2 rounds themselves from taking the second map and sending us to our third map of the day.
It's funny because like everyone loves to talk about clean executes and oh, you guys took map control so well and you did this and you got the flawless round. That's awesome. My sign for awesome teams and just great teams in general is these kind of moments like what FURIA just had. Very low time. You cannot mess up a single one of the tasks that you're doing. Otherwise, you're more than likely going to lose the round strictly by proxy. And FURIA are able to get all of those tasks done. And not only that, not lose a single member in that process as well. That is some insanely high-level gameplay from the LATAM squad. Let's see if they can continue to do it throughout the rest of this offense. And also that tactical timeout seems pretty positive so far.
Indeed it does, so I was probably wrong again.
I wouldn't say that to your face.
Well, let's see here for FURIA what else they're going to be able to bring us. Already a bit of a change up to the strategy as a Montaigne now going to be brought to the table for this attacking roster to hopefully allow for a little bit more free real estate gain for FURIA, especially once they get these breaches open. We were seeing FURIA use the Clash quite a bit for the very same reason, but on the defensive end of things, so we'll have to find out if it works just as well for the attack. Quite a while, though, before we see any combat transition transpiring between these two teams is there's quite a bit of breaches to be made here, specifically starting with Miracle, because he'll have to open up the main balcony.
He works hard for his money, John. He's just got proper PPE on. You can see he's got the handguard there to make sure the heat doesn't actually get to him or anything. But as we're still making memes, they're just working on getting these walls open. We have BDS right inside the gates, actually, waiting for Furia's next move. It's going to be a Lems inside of Rafters, and this is going to be a play that could honestly catch them off guard. You can see Rafal is actually here to assist with this cross that they've been able to implement here for catch, but this is seemingly not the play as of right now for Furia. This is something they could return to later, and Miracle actually able to save quite a bit of his fuel as well here, so this could actually be a really, really good thing for them. Let's see if he's able to get both of these walls, and I'll be honest, if he does, I'm very impressed with his ability to save this fuel.
I think he's got it. Just got to be a little careful of Brede. The good news is Brede is well secured back in the bathroom there, so there you go. Yeah, both walls going to be taken out. Well, there's still a good amount of torch left there as well. Another 3/4 or so remaining on the charge, and he's going to be able to open up a couple more angles on that left wall as well, so someone can hold a relatively safe position to fend off Logi swings.
Okay, well, Furia jig is up for them now in their overall game plan. As you were talking about, playing a lot of the clash on defense, it was very difficult for BDS to try and handle, and now it's going to be the Monty of Rare. We've seen some pretty unique things happen with Monty at this LAN, some prone kills and everything of the sort, and if you didn't see those, well, you guys need to go watch some Cyclops games later on. But either way, we're down to the last minute now, is really nothing that's happened across the map, minus some hard work going on these tasks. Frag grenade finally out, and it's actually going to be able to catch up Renshiro. I believe that's his nitro cell as well. They'll be able to clear that out. Lenda gets his frag of his own. They're more than likely going to start looking for this plant very soon. The case being on Rare, that's the Monty currently standing inside of Waits. Fantasy will get yet another kill here as Rafal and Brede, the last two that remain, but that's so very quick, and it's a flawless round back-to-back for Furia.
That pause is leading to such a perfect rebound here for the Furia roster.
I don't think the pause was good. I don't think so.
All right, listen. I'm allowed to make bad calls. I was an opinion. I'm allowed to have those.
You're not allowed to have those on the internet?
Yeah, sorry. I'll admit, I was wrong. It was a good pause. Either way, though, Furia rocketing ahead now in the lead at a 6-3 scoreline. BDS there, and more importantly, calling out Furia there. Great usage of the Maverick to open up both sides, both balconies, and I think only using the one opening. So the other one served basically as a bait to hold off the Cash player for an extra period of time, as that player had to be watchful of that pretty much the entire round, thinking like, okay, they opened this, they clearly used some utility to get access to it, something's got to be coming my way eventually, but never ended up being the case, as the push was almost entirely from the outer windows leading into gym in the bedroom, as well as the jacuzzi push.
Yeah, those are those plays where just as a defensive team, sometimes you're like, why would they blow this? Why would you go over here and do that?
Why would you waste my time?
Yeah, exactly. It's like you spent all that time to torch this properly, and then now you're just not going to do it. I cannot believe it, but it's more of a distraction than anything, and it really does work out in the favor of Furia.
Also gave Furia a second option if they needed it. So.
Exactly. That's the biggest thing. Remember the play from BDS earlier on where Renshiro simply just backdoored it, just walked right in and started picking up some frags, and unbeknownst to a single Furia member, knowing he was there.
10 seconds left.
Very, very good play indeed. Now, we need to see 3 of those in a row from BDS if they want any hope of ending this series in a 2-0 fashion. If not, any one of these next 3 rounds is claimed by Furia. We will go to that third and final map over on Cafe to determine a winner out of this series. By single elimination as well, so the loser will be eliminated. Our winner will move on to be our 3rd semifinalist of the day.
Okay, well, just a quick check over here, and yes, I did want to look into this. So 4 plays currently for BDS on Clubhouse with a 75% win rate, and the greatest thing of all of that is just remember, one of these previous maps that they did win, they actually beat Furia 7-4. So this is a huge difference from what we saw from Furia previously up against BDS. And as you said, there's a huge chance here that we actually end up going to map 3, which, I'm going to say it again, I don't think anybody expected.
So let's see here now if Furia can get the job done. Miracle going to come leaping in through the hatch and starts randomly spamming through the floor here in hopes of maybe catching someone from BDS the other side. No one even close to that, however. So Miracle's going to quickly go down to the first floor and also start opening up the main bar hatch to get some access down towards Moto.
All right, guys, well, it's a hard job, but somebody's got to do it. This time around, it's going to be Miracle torching up these hatches. Trying to get Moto open here, and Lenda, you know what, we're just not even going to talk about it. Okay, anyways, you move forward. You do great, Boo Boo. That's what you do.
That's one way to hide it.
Just get rid of the evidence immediately. Either way, though, Lenda more than likely going to start his work on the kitchen hatch here, and this is where you're going to switch over to the 2 form instead of the 4, simply because of the impact tricking that goes on extremely often for this position. We see it happen time and time again here on Clubhouse, but obviously this not going to be backed up with impacts for BDS. FURIA starting to dwindle on time, though, and the good news for BDS is that they actually haven't lost a person just yet. Stark contrast to what had been happening previously.
Still 2 minutes gone from the round. A massive amount of Furia's time bank has now been wasted. And how did that happen?
Attackers have located a bomb.
Rare taken out by his own teammate there. I guess revenge from the last map, but
splattered his friend.
Still don't know how it ended up transpiring.
Speaking of the splattering, Fantasy's going to be able to get one, but it's immediately refract. It's a 4 versus 3 now here for BDS. As well, FURIA finally on their back foot, but well, after killing their own teammate. So more than likely even farther than that. That's definitely a mental reset there if I have seen one. But the good news is that they have plenty of opportunities to still make mistakes. Into the 4v2 now as Shaiko will get a kill of his own, but I don't see this going very much farther. Although Miracle might have an opportunity here, and they will pull my words right out of my mouth. 2 versus 1 now after Alems takes down Highs. Miracle not seemingly having an answer just yet. Doesn't have a frag grenade to be able to mask his fall yet either, and has both of these players poised for his drop into Armory. Here it comes. Able to prone it out, and 590 close simply just feeds the magazine into dirt, and not a single person is going to peek. Well controlled from BDS.
Yeah, unfortunately, at this LAN, players have not really been swinging those, so we've been seeing a lot of people take the smart option. Once again, that is the case right there. So he just dumps the mag and hopes that someone comes out from the dirt tunnel, but is not going to end up happening. Still an advantageous position here for FURIA, but only for the next 2 rounds, as BDS claim 1 of the 3 they need to tie us back up and take us to overtime for the 2nd map in a row here in our matchup.
You know, it's going to be really terrible if what causes all of this, after that beautiful tactical timeout, BDS get all, or excuse me, FURIA get all the way up to 6 points, and BDS bring it all the way back on FURIA team killing. If that happens, I'm going to be so sad for FURIA.
I would hesitate to call that the catalyst.
No, but it's definitely something. It's one of those things where it's like, oh, that's not good.
It's like you know, it's just the convenient beginning of the downfall, I guess you could say.
It's like kind of like driving like a 2005 Honda. You know, like there's parts on it that are just kind of going out. You're just like, well, it's going to be fine. I really hope these things don't break. That's kind of the point where FURIA is at. I feel like, you know, honestly, I really do feel like, all jokes aside, I feel like they do really have a very, very positive mental. But that is one of those things that you guys just have to be aware of. That's one of those moments that can be a tilter. And if it did indeed happen that way, you know, and it was quite negative for FURIA overall, that could be something going forward that BDS are going to be able to abuse, especially if these kills come in hot and heavy inside of this round.
So, BDS once again going to try and gain themselves one of the 2 rounds that is now necessary for them to come out on top. We're going to see Renshir bring the Cade into the fold here, and he will deploy both of those electric walls to reinforce the garage positions. But has some pigs to help out with that. And as well, ADSs will come in there to make sure that you can't just chuck an easy frag grenade up on top for FURIA and deal with that, allowing you to open up the garage panel, limiting the options for the attackers by quite a bit, and also enabling for Shaiko to assist here if he's even really needed. Obviously, his main concern is going to be over here towards the blue and red stairs, as well as fending off pressure from the front door. But meanwhile, for FURIA, there's a large focus on quickly getting open. Balcony door once again. We're already halfway there, like I said. Not the Swiss cheesing that we were seeing from FURIA. It's a very quick process for a trained Maverick. It should only take about 5 to 10 seconds.
As for FURIA, they were going to have something interesting come into the fold for them, and it's going to be Lenda on this Ying. This is an operator that we have not seen, at least on this map, in between these 2. So we'll see if those Candelas can possibly get something done in the dying moments of this round. And as for BDS, they're playing this one very close to the chest. They do not want to give up frags early on here to FURIA, so they're going to allow them to work the map slightly, but we could also see some aggressive plays like what Alems is going for right now. You heard that drone go all the way down, be able to get rid of that as well. And that means he's got some space to work with around main stairs, but Don't know exactly if he knows that there is someone in this area. Oh, just saw the backpack of that man, and Lendo will end up going down to Shaiko across the map. And as you said, beautiful comms coming out here from BDS, and they'll take down the Ying so very early here.
Not only good call out to, and good trigger discipline from the player who spots him initially there, Lems as well. Not only does he make the call out, but his opponent probably as a result of that make sure not to over push into an area where Lendo would have been able to easily pick up that kill. So great turnaround on the situation there. BDS has the advantage now and is going to start pulling back a little bit closer to the site. Now they don't have to worry so much about their fragging capability.
That sucks for Highs. He really thought that he had some space to work with here that BDS just simply were not aware of, but there's a Valkyrie camera there and it'll read out his position, so now they're aware that construction is more than likely the take for Furia. They'll be able to get the double panel open for construction though, unlike the last time where the Mute Jammer thwarted it, so luckily enough, be able to at least start applying pressure as they're looking for this plant attempt.
They're going to be able to go for this plant attempt very early on too. You can see the cash room itself not very well defended. Most of that pressure off the site.
Okay.
We still have players downstairs. Now, okay, there is the insurance policy coming into fold there now for the defense, but how exactly is it going to lead further into this round? Shaiko denying the next player that tries to push in. That's Fantasy going down. They know the play is coming from construction now, so Shaiko, realizing there's a bit of window pressure, also goes to the hard corner, right around from where the breach was just made by Furia a few seconds ago. He can swing like this, an instant denial against Rare, knows he has a second one, and it's so clean from Shaiko as he gets the quad. Will be denied on the ace by Miracle, but Miracle is now alone against the world here, or against everything from BDS. The French at a minimum. Miracle will try to push himself forward here with no time left, but as you can see, it's a brutal crossfire, and he'll fall victim to it the moment he crosses the threshold.
That was so very clean from BDS, especially the prevention there. That Nitro cell sitting all the way in rafters and have to chuck that all the way through the door frame of Cash. Either way, they're able to get it to work, and BDS one step away from pushing us into overtime. Their adjustments so far have been so great, especially in these last two rounds. Able to get a big pickup initially to take down Lenda, and then Shaiko just does what Shaiko does best and frags out on every one of the Furia members, trying to create space inside of sight.
And so this will take us to the final round of regulation. This is everything that BDS has been fighting for over the previous 3 rounds here. Able to pick up the first 2. Can they get the job done, or will it all be for naught, ultimately giving Furia a 7-5 victory? Furia's had plenty of time to react to the previous few rounds, figure out what the issues are. The problem is they've never been able to rerun the same attack here, so they are constantly having to shift the site, and we're heading back over here towards the gym setup. And as well, BDS finally taking a note from Furia, and they're going to bring the Clash out into the fold here, something that BDS struggled with quite a bit on their own attacking side.
It's exactly what I was about to say. Here's some of your own medicine, Furia. Let's see how you guys like it. And, well, it shouldn't be too bad for them. They obviously have Fantasy as a direct counter, and they have 4 nades to try and deal with this shield, but that could obviously all get burnt up as Shaiko as well as Rafal both have utility to counter that out. So we'll see exactly what is going to go down here, but this BDS setup overall is very beefy in the utility department, especially backed up with Renshiro and those Goyo shields.
So let's see how Abride is going to be able to make the impact necessary, or the delay more than anything necessary, to potentially put his team into an overtime position here. For Furia as well. Like I said, plenty of time to figure out the situation. Interesting pick for them is they've actually brought an IQ into the fold. IQ has continued to be a rarer and rarer pick ever since the new ping system was introduced, because as long as you have visibility through drones, normally you can figure out that information without needing to bring the electronics again. Obviously, you guys saw in the reveal, she's getting a little bit of a rework to buff that capability coming in an upcoming patch, but for now, still has that limitation, but can still find a useful position inside of this specific situation if Furia are struggling to figure out where that utility is, and the drone intel is being denied constantly.
Oh, I'm sorry, did you say IQ grenades? Is that what you said? That's what I heard. I heard IQ grenades.
Well, she didn't bring grenades.
She doesn't have grenades, John.
Oh, well, okay. Yeah, wait, you're confusing me. What are you talking
about? No, one of the...
I was like, I didn't forget. I was like confused with the point you were trying to make. Like,
no, it doesn't matter. We'll talk about it later, because Rare is immediately getting himself into sight, and then he's also going to get a touch terrified, as was I, honestly. He simply just waltzes in right off Jacuzzi, and there's not a single BDS member home as well. Frag grenade out. Does it end up hitting its mark? It will not. I believe that got eaten up as well, so BDS still allowed to exist for the time being.
Ranchero primed and ready to deploy Nitro, so the moment the Fury commit themselves towards the inside. For the time being, though, Fury realize the amount of pressure that is broiling right at the edge of that breach. They are not going to test that anytime soon here. Fantasy is actually trying to look through the windows to see if anything from BDS might pop out just a little bit too much, and they can abuse that. We can obviously see Brede in the way here. He's already taken quite a few shots. Here comes the flash spam to try and fend off Brede. It's going to push him back by a couple steps. Only activates Lem's aggression, though, as he tries to swing from the top while also trying to watch his own back. That flash timer expires. They put the Clash right back into position. They're just going to keep her there.
Oh my God. Shaiko, single bullet, able to take down Lenda. He'll make the move into weights as well and take down Miracle. And FURIA are falling apart at the seams. Rafal with one as well. It is going to be BDS taking us to overtime. Rare's locked up. The whole team's here. Rare, you have a shooting gallery. And if you win this situation, I swear I literally pay you $1,000 right now. I swear to everything.
Look, he just ran up. He's like,
grave. He's just trying to find these frags. Look at his poor health, John. It just slowly dwindling from the electricity surging through his body, and Rafal will get the frag. BDS force us into overtime.
This looked like surely a FURIA map a couple of rounds ago, but it has completely flipped. BDS taking full control of these final 3 rounds of the half yet again as well. They're nearly did the same thing inside of the first half as well. So now it's time for overtime yet again between these two teams, possibly to settle the series. FURIA are getting nervous now. They're facing potential elimination. A map 3 seemed almost a certainty just a few minutes ago, but now elimination is looking more certain if they don't turn things around.
Are you sure it wasn't the team kill?
I'm pretty sure, but
I'm just messing with you.
I'd hope not.
No, honestly, BDS have been playing a fantastic defensive half. That's really what it's been. Their adjustments across the board to give FURIA a really difficult time has paid off in dividends, especially for that last round there, the 6-pick into the Clash. And although FURIA can play it, they don't know how to play against it. They didn't have an answer to any of that situation on Jacuzzi. Instead, they just threw the kitchen sink at the situation and hoped it would do something, and it did literally nothing at all. So FURIA now put in between a rock and a hard place is, well, at least now they're going to be on the offensive side, and that's really the hard place I'm talking about. Their offenses have been lackluster, to say the least, after what we saw previously. The tactical timeout helped quite a bit, but then errors just started happening across the board, and BDS obviously having the upper hand with 2 rounds in overtime being defensive.
Also, BDS brought the Clash in, so.
Again?
No.
Oh, yeah, I was talking about that previously. Yeah.
Basically, the big lesson we learned from this map so far is Clash is good.
Clash is annoying. Clash is so unbelievably annoying, and then when people play her correctly, it's like, you know what? Why? What? Where did you kill him from, Alems? I was looking up, man. Like, give me
that was a spawn peek if I've ever seen one.
Where
Look
the
at this.
heck?
I think you had to stand on like something in the construction to get that angle
okay,
too.
there's a stack of what the heck is that stuff
right
called?
Right here.
Yeah, drywall. That's what that's called. Yeah, he's sitting on the drywall.
I think that's
stuff.
Plywood actually.
Is it plywood? Not drywall.
I can't see from
I'm
that
gonna
distance,
argue with you, it's drywall.
We'll probably see it at some point in the round here. It's
I honestly,
a block of textures. That's what it is.
I'm pretty sure. Listen, if you want to know the stupid stuff I know about this game, I'm pretty sure on the side of those it says Rainbow Six drywall.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
I'm pretty sure it does.
So let's keep an eye out here. See how FURIA is going to quickly try and make up for this deficit now. As obviously, they've been stunted right from the start. And, I mean, it couldn't have happened to, like, a worse operator as well.
Well, at least they still have Maverick.
That's good.
So that's good.
Everybody's been bringing the double hard breach. Usually it's not the end of the world to lose one. The problem is, though, is that, again, they're going to need to conserve that torch for everything they'll need to open. Still might be 1 or 2 walls they likely can't get open, because at most, you're going to be getting 2 with this torch, as we saw earlier on in the matchup here. Nice Nitro dodge there from High. Thought he was a little close, but actually was able to avoid a large majority of the damage. And now, looks like he wants to return the favor against Ranchero. Ranchero very much ready for that, though. Slowly trying to swing up into an aggressive position, but High has other plans. He's going to rotate over towards Stock and potentially make a swing from there.
Yeah, FURIA really don't look like they know what the next step necessarily is. They're trying to find some extra information to influence their next decision. They'll at least be able to find Ranchero inside of Secret, but he's got an ADS down there as well as barbed wire to assist him. So this is just going to be a time sink here for FURIA. They obviously do want to get rid of him. He's still going to be a problem, but there's a lot of problems on this mid floor right now. The Valkyrie here, and it's a Lems to take him down. He'll feed the rest of the magazine into Stock to try and find Highs, but that's Ranchero's job, as he'll knock down the sledge. FURIA now have to try and get some refrags out here. They'll be able to at least get one, but it's not going to be enough of a negotiation here, as yet another member will falter.
Miracle alone, essentially, here. He does have the possibility of resurrecting Highs, but he has other things to worry about, and even more than he thought to worry about, apparently, as a new element is added at the final second from the red drop to shut that round down, and once again, put BDS on map point. 4 rounds in a row from this team now. What a comeback, and they only need one more to get it done.
Look at the smile on Alem's face as well, just ear to ear after that spawn peek, and he knew exactly what he did as well. Right from the beginning of the round all the way to the end, he's like, yep, FURIA doesn't really have an option, and it's all because of me. So they're at least able to get the wall open, and the thing for FURIA there was they obviously bide for that CCTV wall, they get it popped, but then they really can't have any effect over the garage area, and that really seemed to be the play. If you guys saw, Fantasy relocated himself to the outside rafters to try and play for the plat break there, and he was simply probably holding that down so they could get garage control and go for default plant. He would enact as the cross, but they didn't really have any options to do so because they didn't have a way to actually get into the garage panels down low. They could try and put Rafal down there, but I mean that could also, or not Rafal, excuse me, they could put their Maverick down there, but that could also lead to some implications as well that they weren't exactly ready for. So it just seemed that FURIA right from the jump stunted. But the lucky thing is they're back on the side that they favor, and when we saw them take it to BDS, and not only take it to BDS, but they're back on the site that was one of the biggest issues for BDS to try and handle.
Confidence swings here. Definitely going to come into play, though. BDS has been absolutely thriving over the past 4 rounds here, and FURIA has seemingly hit a wall. So that will also be changing up to some extent how these players might be approaching the upcoming round. I say that, but at the same time, Lenda already going to his very aggressive position over here on the inside of Strip, potentially line up for an outside swing. And he might get the opportunity for a fight here as well. Quite a few members of BDS in the area. Not sure if they've been able to successfully see him from a drone's perspective or not, but you can see it. They're going to start to work their way in here now.
Okay, well, BDS, the opportunity to seal the deal right here. Taking 2 maps after running things back up on the defensive side. FURIA, even with a tactical timeout, not able to achieve much. Lenda will get droned out. Not going to be too much here from the Zof on the aggression as Alems was on a drone of his own. The ping's now starting to come out, and luckily enough, Alems has the LMG in hand as well, so he can simply just feed the magazine to these angles. He knows the pressure's coming. It's mounting on both ends. He's finally going to take some heat, but that's actually going to be from the billiards hat from Miracle. It's only going to tag him up, but Lenda definitely worse for wear from that situation.
FURIA backing up and keeping their players alive this time, which is the good news. In some of the defensive rounds, they did have issues where they would lose too many because of a constant commitment to these types of fights. But this time, they take the conservative choice. They fall back before things get a little bit too dicey. Keep Lenda, as well as a few of these other players, alive in the full 5-player strength up on the site. However, the first kill is still going to end up... Oh my goodness, 2 kills now. Shaiko and Renshiro able to leverage them. This nade, bacon, and he's trying to run from it. Thankfully, gets far enough away, but still massive damage against Rare regardless. And Perde is able to find a different kill. Miracle goes down. Rare trades it out. He's fragging so desperately to keep his team in it, but it's not going to work. BDS get it done. They take the matchup 2-0, and they're going on to the semifinals.
BDS with 6 rounds in a row to take Clubhouse, steal it away from the LATAM squad that simply had it in their clutches, John. They just had to reach out and grab it, and they could not achieve that. All memes aside, definitely not the team kill there that led to that demise. I can definitely tell you that. FURIA just simply not having enough fuel in the tank to take it up against BDS, which again, the consistency is incredible. And also, I know you guys couldn't see that final scoreboard. Shaiko, 18-9-4.
An impressive scoreline from him alone, with the rest of the team doing a fantastic job as well. Brings back that point from the analysis desk once again. BDS might start a little bit slow, but man, once they get going...
Jess knows. Jess is aware.
That train is going downhill, that is for sure. It's hard to stop it, as we saw right there. BDS, absolute momentum playing into their favor and allowing them to take control of this second map, giving us our 3rd 2-0 of the day, as well as our 3rd semifinalist position going over to BDS. Massive congratulations to them. Commiserations, of course, to FURIA. A very well-fought tournament, making it out of our group stage still, and making it here to the quarterfinals, but unfortunately faltering now in the quarterfinals. That'll do it for myself and Stokes for the day. We're going to send it back over to the desk to break this series down.
Well, what a comeback from BDS. Unfortunately, that means FURIA is out of the tournament. However, I'm excited because a real rivalry is going to be developing from between these two teams after FURIA has faced elimination in the last 2 tournaments now at the hands of BDS. I mean, I like the fact that they opted into the clubhouse experience again. It was closer this time. I think you could tell they may have learned something. You were casting the last iteration of this series, weren't you?
I was, absolutely. And I will say last time I did feel that BDS was the stronger team, and now I felt like we had 2 Titans going head-to-head. That's without a doubt. There were 2 completely different play styles going head-to-head. One wanted to fight with fire, one wanted to fight with a little bit of ice. And well, it turns out that you can extinguish the fire that is FURIA, and that's what BDS got to do yet again today. So yes, that is a nice interregional little revenge match that might happen again in the future, fingers crossed.
Oh yeah, that match showed that BDS actually had to do a little bit of adapting. Like we talked early on in the desk that BDS kind of is the only team here probably that sticks with their same play style, but it was clear in that match they were not, too ready for the aggression from FURIA in both maps at the beginning, but later on in the rounds they started adapting and then, slowing them down and do what they had to do to win those rounds.
Yeah, exactly right. You know what?
What?
Well, you know what we haven't seen this event?
What?
And I'm glad that we're not showing my face for this, because this is really important, because no one needs to see my face during this moment. Hot Take Jess has not been on the desk for the entirety of the major so far, because, I didn't want to, bring too much negativity into it, but since FURIA is leaving, and I won't necessarily have to face them upon saying this, I will say to Lender, if he does happen to ever listen to this, if you dare roam with smoke again, I hope someone smacks you down so quickly. You are either playing the wrong role, the wrong operator, or you're playing the wrong game, because this is just not your day, man. Like, get off the smoke. It is ridiculous. And, of course, a disappointing sort of turnaround from them when it comes to drones. Their utility usage is poor. You know what? FURIA would be a very good team if they learned how to drone, communicate, refrag. There's like 28 other things. Puns and everything aside, I definitely think that FURIA showed up today, but there's fundamentals lacking, and they could have beat BDS with those fundamentals.
I would say that's exactly, they took the play style of the meta and just ran with it.
Yep.
Roaming smoke is, I have to agree, is a little bit interesting to say the least.
Yep, there's Lender on the 5. I mean, he deserved that 0.5 KD just for that. Ridiculous.
This is a little personal.
What operator would you like Lenda to have swapped to?
I mean, look, if you really need to be off-site, anything but the smoke would have gone. Elysium would have gone. Let's go flex operator. If any kind of flex operator would have suited him. That's not to say he cannot frag with the smoke. It's the point that the smoke has utility that's ever so important, and clearly they don't understand that.
Fair enough. I mean,
I know it's harsh. I'm being so harsh, but that's a team decision. That's a team decision that FURIA has decided to make. That's not Lender sitting there and going, "Hey boys, I'm going to play smoke and I'm going to go do this." The team is not only allowing him to pick smoke, but go and do it. The comms are obviously feeding into that, so that's what it is.
Well, I'm going to raise your rage bar a little higher by showing you round 4.
Oh.
I was going to get you going and keep you going. So why does this rile you up?
All right, bring it up. You know what? Let's bring it up so that I can really feel the passion here that I've been trying to exude. I mean, for FURIA as a whole, this is not them. This is a BDS fault. This is a default cam. This is not a Valkyrie cam, this is a default cam, and BDS is outside wondering why, other than the fact that FURIA only works off Shift W and aggression, wondering why they're getting peeked from every orifice that is open on this map. That's probably because the default cam is up the entire time. In fact, the fact that Fantasy gets smashed by a Lems there is beyond recognition. If BDS can win with a default cam spotting them continuously, then they're a great team. But
it was a bait.
You know what? I said that to Alex. I was like, you know what? I wonder if they left it up because they wanted them to peek the doors and windows.
I mean, they were setting the tempo early, both maps. They were spawn killing, running out. They weren't even letting BDS get set up. So there's a very good chance that they did that. There was a bait.
We're being too nice to BDS.
They definitely played a little bit underwhelming compared to what we're used to, but it also could have just been FURIA's performing much better than we expected.
I agree.
Well, you guys are going really hard on FURIA, considering that they were very close to winning this game. They were up 5-2. So what was it about FURIA's defense that was allowing them to have so much success? Because you see this on round 6, and you alluded earlier that BDS did have to make some adaptations. What were they adapting to? What was FURIA doing to them?
I think the biggest thing was FURIA was, like I said, they were setting the tempo of the game. They weren't letting BDS get in the positionings that they wanted to be in. And so BDS had to slow down, slowly work those areas rather than quickly like they normally do. And going into this replay here, let's just say it's one of the most ridiculous things.
Do you want to know why it's so ridiculous? Is because BDS has the man advantage. Not only do they have the man advantage, but they have everything going for them but the time. And the fact that there is a FURIA player standing there able to run out of the breach they've just made and absolutely decimate them is beyond recognition to me. The fact you pull that down to a 2v2 in 4 seconds left is so ridiculous to me. I think that is BDS's biggest weakness. When you asked me at the beginning of this major, what is BDS's biggest weakness? It is randomized aggression that doesn't let them get into place to be one of the best objective-based teams in the world. That's the only counter.
So what were they doing later on that allowed them to adapt to this style, especially when it came to OT?
They switch sides. I hate to be that simple.
Honestly, it's right. If you look at Coastline and you look at Clubhouse, it's the same thing. On defense, they struggled.
Yeah, that's absolutely it.
It is what it is. It's a pretty standard Clubhouse. I mean, there was nothing crazy really going on. It's just, FURIA was more aggressive. They had a roaming smoke like Jess so kindly talked about earlier. She's a big fan of that.
Yeah, love it.
But it was Clubhouse. There was really nothing crazy going on.
Yeah.
On the attack side, though, Shaiko really came alive, and you wanted to bring up one of his rounds where he got the 4K. You could really show off his mechanics. Is this the primary reason why BDS was able to muscle their way back into the game?
I don't think so. It's the full reason, but I think it's like just what we talked about in the beginning. Shaiko gets in these positions where his mechanical skill really gets him out of bad spots, and I think we have the wrong clip.
No, I think this is when he got got opening. You know what? He's all over the map, but he gets an opening kill.
Okay.
There you go. This is what round are we on?
10.
Yeah. Is this
Well,
the
this
right
is
clip?
11. This is round 11.
Come on, Alex. You're the one that called for this,
yes,
brother.
in the server, not the beginning. Sorry.
This man's trying to watch the game again and be like, is this what I need?
Yeah,
this is my clip. I'm going to take it back, rewind it. Is this where they misdroned Lems downstairs? I don't even think I requested this, and the fact that they've read my mind is amazing. Shout out to production right now, because I'm pretty sure this is where Lems is allowed to lurk all the way in the bottom floor for like more than 60 seconds, because one player, and don't yell at me, I think it was Lender, didn't drone down to catch Lems on the bottom floor. So yeah, that's a terrible one. But maybe a Shaiko pop-off happens as well.
Yeah, it might be the same round.
All right, we're just silently juicing this one. This is it.
This is
It's really
this is the
tense.
Shaiko round. So okay.
You get
Sorry,
it?
but that was just so delayed. So we missed the first kill, but obviously the second kill, Fantasy kind of runs into the server a little too early. The team's going for the plant. He struggles there. Shaiko's stuck in the corner. This is positional awareness. He knows that he can stop the plant. Rare has no idea that he's there, and Shaiko just doesn't stop. He just keeps going. I kind of wish we had the perspective of him rather than just top down, but Shaiko, saved the round.
You know why you got confused? Because you're so used to first POV.
Yeah.
That's it. Because you're a player. I mean, I'm used to seeing top down, so I'm like, hang on, this is possibly the round where it gets a misdrone.
That's the amateur
You know
for
what?
me.
You know what? I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you didn't have first POV. That's it.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Well, Shaiko is going to get the MVP of this match, as decided on by you guys.
Well deserved.
Well deserved.
There's a
If you
second
do say
place,
so
though.
yourself, the person who selected Shaiko.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is a close second place in Alem. Shout out to Alem.
Yeah, Alem's had a great first map. Shaiko, though, 18 on the second match here. Wonderful. Maybe we'll get to see that quad kill from his perspective once we get to the next map. So overall, that puts him up there as the top player of this game and in contention for the MVP at the end of the day. So the other two selections so far have been Palu and Dan.
It's so hard to beat Palu too at one of those days, you know?
Our other set of analysts, after seeing both games, said Dan was the front runner.
Okay.
I think Dan definitely had a little bit more impact kills than we
Yeah,
think.
yeah.
He had
I
a
would
lot
agree
of
with that.
lot of round saving kills.
Yeah.
A 65% headshot? My goodness, most players average between 40 to 50%. That's pretty good.
Shaiko's a walking aimbot. Like, let's just be honest.
I mean, there were some very impressive one-taps in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, yeah, he was working out over towards gym, that's for sure. But I tell you what, him on the Wamai recently, and for those of you who have not been tuning into Shaiko in EUL, there have been teams who have started banning Jaeger against him because he was the kind of player that kept on Jaeger, even though they did nerf the carbine. He said, I just learned how to control the carbine again. That was what I did. Then teams said, let's ban Jaeger against him. And he said, what if I try Wamai? And then then he tried Wamai, and it was terrifying. Not that he plays the MP5K, mind you. He plays a very slower fire rate and one that ADS is much slower, and the man still absolutely slaps people. So I don't think you should just counterban Shaiko ever again.
There's a reason he's one of the best players in the world, and there's a reason he's the second highest rated player at the event right now. So he just Shaiko doing Shaiko things.
That's it. So now he's in the MMVP category, which will be decided on after our next match. And we are going to head over to a break right now, and then we'll talk about DarkZero versus Team 1.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this third episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. PayPal. Press play.
It's the last quarterfinal here at the Rainbow Six Siege Mexico Major, and it is between North America's #4 seed DarkZero and the #2 seed from the Copa Elite and the LATAM region, which is going to be Team 1. So you're probably going to have some questions if you're just tuning in about why only Team 1 is on stage. Well, they're not on stage right now, but they will be. They will be, I'm told. DarkZero, however, will not be on stage, and that's because we have had 1 or 2 cases of COVID-19 here, so they will be playing from their rooms. Everything is fine. They're all okay. Everyone here was tested earlier today. Everyone else came back negative, so hopefully it is an isolated incident. Players are feeling fine. They want to play this match, and they will be playing from their rooms. It should not really be a fundamentally different experience from being on this stage, because we're in the hotel that they are playing in.
And you know what we tested positive for? Having a banger desk.
That's right. There you
Just
go. There you go.
I had to throw it in there. You guys got everyone's like
it.
cringe in chat. And I'm like,
love it.
trust me, that's what I'm built for.
I love it. So that's where we are with DarkZero as of today. But if we take a look back at DarkZero's tournament, it has been very successful for a #4 seed. Now, I brought up there were some caveats about their NAL performance because it's not like they were losing matches. They lost 1 match to TSM, and they won 6 matches in OT. So they were a very successful team in overtime, but they were getting the wins. And the thing about tournament formats is as long as you're getting the wins, it doesn't matter how you do it. So my question here is, DarkZero exceeding expectations?
Yeah, absolutely. At least in my mind. I know you're going to have a different outlook possibly on it, especially when it comes to roles and players, etc. But from outside looking in, I definitely thought that they've exceeded what they proved in NAL, yes.
I don't call it bias because I knew the vision that they were going for and the roles that they wanted, like Jessa just said. So I don't think they're exceeding expectations. I think they're fitting them.
Oh, they're meeting expectations finally. That's what we like to hear.
You did call that they were going to get out of groups at the beginning of this event, and you've had that faith in them the whole time. Now, was it well-deserved considering they lost, a match here and there to NIP? They were one of the teams that wasn't able to take the wins off of the reigning champions?
I think it's fitting, but the biggest problem with DarkZero has always been dealing with the LATAM aggression. I'm sorry. I don't know what it is about that region specifically, but it's like some player from Latin America could do the same thing as a player from Europe, but for some reason it'll work when it's the Latin America player. I don't know what it is, but that's just something they've always had to deal with.
A little bit of kryptonite on the board, I think. I'm not sure how I'm sort of perceiving it because I feel like they're different. And okay, it might be a little bit of a shift in roles or maybe how people are meeting expectations for their roles. As an ex-coach, that's what you want. You dream of having NJR, for example, step up to the plate and have the impact. Pambazu, I think he has. I think he's still got a lot of growing to do, but I think back to that cafe match and how he's able to entry through Red Hatch multiple times and think to myself, that's a good little bit of a spot to be for an entry player on the side of DZ.
Definitely.
Yeah.
We'll get more into DarkZero, but first, let's hear from the players about their experience so far and their expectation for the quarterfinal match.
After we lose against Cyclops, we had a conversation on our room that we were not playing our game. When CGG put us on top 6 team in the world, gave us a lot of confidence, but we put a lot of pressure on us, like the obligation to win the whole tournament. That pressure didn't allow us to play better. We had this conversation, I shaved my mustache, and we were better for the other games. When I'm yelling more, I can think about the game more. I can give more callouts and help my team, so that's what I need to play better.
I think as a collective team, the group stage went pretty well. Going into the major, we had some role changes, so I think Nick switching to flank watch off of entry, and me and Tyler stepping into more of a supportive IGL role with Brandon. I think it's been going pretty well considering me and Tyler have no experience shot calling. Going into the matchup, I think people don't expect how big our map pool is, so hopefully they do their preparation because the last teams we played, seeing their bans were pretty questionable.
He sees DarkZero's future there, and it's a win.
All right, well, it's time to go into our map veto and then dive into some deeper analysis. So let's start with which maps these teams are going to be playing in this best of 3.
For those who don't know, it will be Bam Bam, Pick Pick, Bam Bam, and then the Decider, and that's exactly how this is going to go. So the first 2 maps that will swipe left or right as if you're hitting a Tinder app is going to be the bans, and then we'll get the picks. And the first ban for DZ will be the Coastline. I'm not even surprised because I don't even have that map listed in their top 5. So that's not a surprise that will go off the board. And I'm wondering with Team 1, they're going to get rid of Cafe, and that's probably because the last time they played in the Copa Elite Finals, they got 7-3'd by NIP.
Ooh. Coastline going out's no surprise. That's a map that DarkZero's never favored. It's kind of like I said, it's a coin flip map, and I know they have the same mindset towards it, so they're not even taking the risk of taking a super aggressive team there.
Ooh, Villa's going to be the first pick there, followed by Chalet. I mean, after what DZ did to DWG Kia on it, the 7-4 recently, and I mean, they hit 2 OTs and won them in NAL. They'll go there, and Chalet, it's a pretty damn good map for the side of Team 1. Remember that 7-4 against CAG? We loving that. And then a couple more bans will leave Oregon.
DZ banning console is a big surprise to me. That has historically been their best map. They played it the most this event, which could be a reason why, but even in the NAL they favored it, so it's a little strange for me, but we'll have to see what happens.
Maybe it's because of that historic game we had yesterday where CAG got slapped off the face of this earth into a rematch that has never occurred before, and that was on Consulate, so let's not forget that. That's probably why they don't want to go there again.
All right, well, I have to ask about the elephant in the room, Skies, which is...
Don't call him an elephant. It's all right. You're looking good, man. You're looking so good.
You just assumed the elephant wasn't you. You could have been in there, the elephant in the room.
Oh.
So I just Uno reverse carded you right there. Anyway, so let's talk about DarkZero's mentality, because you know these guys very well. They're not playing on stage. They're playing from their rooms. They're going to be separated. So how do they adjust to this situation, and is this good or bad for them as a team?
So I am honestly a little worried about it. I think having them in person is very, very important. It's how they practice every single day as they live together in a team house, obviously. So not having BC around especially, I think is going to hurt them the most. He's kind of like the leader. Even though he is a player, he's kind of like the dad figure as well. And I know specifically for some players on the team, he's kind of like a confidence factor for them.
And it's also a little bit in reverse as well. I mean, you're talking about how every other player reacts to him. How about him reacting to every other player? I mean, it is not a secret that BC hasn't performed very well as an individual player outside of the objective. And then I think a player who knows that they're not doing very well. In fact, I stood next to the desk when they were playing on stage, and BC said, "Thanks for carrying me, boys." He said that to the team at one point after winning one of their matches. Imagine he doesn't have the team's kind of like flow next to him, be able to prop him back up. If he's sitting there alone in a room and he's wondering whether or not his performance is hindering his team, that could be really dire for his confidence as a communicator and as a leader.
And what about Mint stepping into this coach role? How is he best going to be able to facilitate any changes that need to be made? Is it going to affect them, do you think, at all from a coaching perspective?
The biggest thing for Mint, like I said, I've known him personally. He's a very good communicator, so I think when he does have those timeouts, he has to be very, very specific on what needs to be fixed and what they need to do to improve throughout the game, or I'm sorry, the match. So it's a very big thing for him to just be very specific, because that's what they're going to need.
Oh, God. He's smiling there. There's BC on your screen. I mean, I feel like a lot of people don't know the players' faces necessarily. Like, if you don't tune in to NAL, make sure that you do work out exactly who these players are, because I remember even the APAC players, people are like, oh, who's that? What's their name? So whilst they have the faces on the screen, it's really important to learn exactly who is behind each operator.
What do you guys think allowed DarkZero to level up their game at international competition? Was this a case of they needed some more time after NAL ended, or is there something unique about their play style that helps them a lot on these international stages?
I think the biggest thing we've talked about before is adding Pambazoo, adding NJR, and having Eclipse that's a little bit more flexible. So having BC as well, we've talked about it, he can implement the play style that they've wanted. Pambazoo is that player that will run in a doorway and die for the team. Hyper will trade him. And NJR, I think, has been significantly overperforming, and that's not a shot in any way. I think he is performing and continuing to improve.
He had 38 kills in day one in 2 games.
Insane.
Yes. I think it's fair to say he overperformed way more than I'm sure he expected, way more than any of us, and I'm sure his teammates expected. So that's really good for him to come in. Unfortunately, when you set the bar this high, you now have to try and maintain it, and that's my worry for DZ at the moment.
One thing I said when I was on the roster and we picked NJR up was his potential has not even been tapped yet. And I think going into this event, it has been touched a little bit, and I think throughout this next couple months, he's going to perform and grow even more. So I'm hoping to see that continue. He's also already the top 3 rated player at this event right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
With Team 1, their opponents, Jussie pointed this out to me, which is that they have done something very extraordinary beyond the tiebreaker scenario that we will discuss. But they started this tournament by losing to every team in Group A, and then they had to show the grit to claw back in, beat every team in their group, then win a game 7-2 precisely, and if they gave up one more round versus Cyclops, they would not be here. Cyclops would be here in their stead. Not only did they do that, then they forced the rematch game and won that as well. So they had to play the extra game. Now, Jesse told me that he had seen some numbers run. I can't verify this. That showed that it was a 1.8% chance of any match going to a tiebreaker in this format. So that means that we could replay this major 50 times and still only see that one tiebreaker. And that's one tiebreaker in the entire tournament. So it was extremely unlikely to go to that point, but also absolutely thrilling. I have seen very few things in esports like how hard Team 1 had to play under a specific round differential circumstance to push that. So what do you make of this team that was so flat on the first day and a half of competition, and then was able to find themselves and push through extraordinarily mentally taxing circumstances to make it here to the quarterfinals?
Well, in really general Jesco fashion, I was going to bring the MVP on the desk. Unfortunately, I left it in my room. It's actually the shaver that shaved off the mustache
Oh my
for
god.
Alamau. And
Oh,
I don't
no.
have it here with me right now, but right now he doesn't have the mustache on his face. He said that that was the problem. I don't agree, of course. I'm sure there's much more going on, but I definitely think that Team 1 is a team that likes to come in as the underdog because it makes them feel that they're doing something fantastic. The vibes are always extraordinarily high. You can hear them hyping each other. Even in lost rounds, you and I were sitting in the talent room and I'm like, was that Team 1 celebrating even though they just lost a round? I'm like, that's an incredible kind of space to be. And when you're thinking about psychology and whatnot, Team 1, they've got it really high up there. Latin America, even with their performance coaches, they're really strong in their sort of mental aspect.
Oh yeah, that 7-2 game is a direct example of composure. Those guys were completely resilient. Every single player on that team stepped up. We talked earlier on that they couldn't rely on Alamau, Levy, Alamau, Lagonis all stepped up. The whole team throughout that series needed to do something. They all did something one individual round to make it happen.
Whew. It was too close for comfort too.
Okay, so we have to address something else, a player you just named, which is Lagonis, who had, there's no way to sugarcoat this or even be remotely nice about it, an absolutely miserable performance to start this tournament.
Yes.
And so when you compare that to a player like BC on the side of DarkZero, how do you decide how bad an individual performance can get as an IGL or kind of support player versus the value they bring strategically to a team?
Oh, that's an extraordinarily difficult question. And of course, when you answer it, I'm not sure if we have a graphic to sort of give you guys stats as to what we mean when we're talking about this, because when a support player comes into a team, there's a lot more that goes on behind the scenes than the stats can tell you. I mean, both of these players might have some of the most incredible comms you have ever heard. And of course, look towards the middle of the bracket there. You can see the plants. Lagonis has 10, BC has 9. Those objective-based plays are what are going to give them, I guess, a little bit of redemption. But do you think as a player, because as a coach, I sometimes think I would be okay having a player going severely negative if they had really good comms and they had a lot of plants. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree. I think BC is the heart of the team, and I think without him here at this event right now, they would not be performing the way that they are. Even though he is, struggling a little bit statistically, he does have 9 plants. The opening kills and opening deaths is a little bit of a concern. I don't know, how that's possible with the roles that he's playing.
Yep.
But again, they do have the highest plants at this event right now as well, with 14. NJR has 5 of those. BC has 9 of those. And again, he brings the play style that they want. He brings the communication, and he brings the leadership.
It's hard. It's sort of a hard conversation to have because Lagonis is currently -24 in KD. And for most people, you would expect at this level that you should be at some point be able to trade yourself out. Go 1 for 1. I would be happy with like a -8, -10 maybe in total, depending how many engagements you had undertaken. -24 is 3 times what I would expect of a player.
Yeah, I think that's particularly concerning considering they have won 4 of their 7 games that they've played. Because remember, they did play the extra one, so they played 1 more game in groups than most other people. So when you have an over 50% win rate as a team, still having that -24 is suspect.
I mean, look, let's just say they got themselves into the playoffs. Clearly the comms or something that player is doing is enough to get them over the line. And it's also a question that we need to have a conversation about at some point, not now, but into the future, and everyone at home think about this. If that player was on their game, how good of a team would they be? And that's always a big question mark. If BC was slapping people like he used to do with grenades, etc., if Lagonis was having positive games with a positive rating, what kind of team would these teams be? And I'm a bit of a theory crafter, so that's what I'm going to think about later.
Well, I hope we're having the conversation later today about which one of these support players stepped up as opposed to which one was dead weight. That's the conversation I hope we have. Let me ask a different question. Now that we're moving into best of threes, which team does this favor?
Oh, I said DZ originally because I felt Team 1 relied on their aggression quite a lot. Think back to the Consulate matchup where Levy, who's running around with the Roni on a Rooney consistently up and down spiral stairs. That's easy to do on a map like Consulate, a map like Coastline, for example. We saw it with FURIA as well, taking BDS all the way. So I think that Latin American teams that have good aggression, I think Team 1 have great positioning, but there are players like Alamau, like Levy, who try and overstep the boundaries with aggression, and that's what sort of tips the scales in their favor in some rounds, and you can't just rely on that, I think.
So I think there's two different situations here. We get the Team 1 that was the first 4 games where they were playing sloppy and had their capes on like they're Superman, or we get the Team 1 that beat Cyclops twice to make it to the playoffs where they have the team play, they have the coordination, and they maybe if they are making a little bit hero plays, they're making smarter decisions to do it. So the best of threes, I think, is a little bit more worrying for DarkZero because, like I said, they're a very prep-heavy team. And I said it in the groups. Going into the playoffs, I think best of threes is where they're going to struggle a little bit. Best of ones is where they, thrive because they only have to worry about 3 maps potentially to go to. So on this one, I'm kind of leaning towards Team 1 for the first time throughout this event other than NIP. So I think Team 1 takes this.
So you are foretelling a tale of doom for your former teammates in your prediction.
I'm not picking DarkZero this time around, and it hurts.
I like how he phrases it. Instead of saying I'm picking Team 1, he says I'm not picking DarkZero.
I've had faith in them up this whole time, but I'm a little worried, about the whole COVID situation, the best of threes, all this type of stuff. I mean, who knows? Maybe we'll see a hyper Michael Jordan flu game. Who knows?
Jeez, look, I can't believe you have lost faith. And you know what? I'm sneakily suspicious that you don't want them to do well because you don't want them to outdo the performance that you showed us at SI when you were on the team, and that is going to be throwing a little bit of shade your way. Because
they've already outperformed. They've already done it.
That's very kind of you. I don't believe you for a second.
That's fine.
It's great.
And yourself?
And myself and my predictions?
Yes.
No, I still think, like I said, I still think that Team 1 in a best of 3 are relying on aggressive maps. I don't think the map pool has gone that way for them, so I don't necessarily think that will bode really well for them. But hey, DZ, if they leave a gap in the strategy, Team 1 can just rip that apart time and time again. That's what it will come down to, just the same way. It is literally almost like a mirror image of the FURIA BDS game. We are getting the same styles almost instantaneously in a different matchup here.
Okay, I'm put you on the spot here, Jess.
All right, go ahead.
Who is the player to perform this game to win it out for their team? For one player from each team. Each team, one player.
For each team? All right, he's taking your job. We don't need you anymore.
That's fine.
All right. I would like to see Neskin stand up.
Okay.
As a flex player, I believe he needs to step up a little bit more. And I think he does just an okay job. But when Alamau and Levy are standing up, imagine you had your flex player standing up and Lagonis getting the plants even though he dies all the time. If he gets the plant and he dies, okay, whatever, you've kind of done your job. But I suppose if I'm looking on the side, I don't want to put weight on NJR's shoulders, so I'm going to take him out of it. I'm a bit of a BC fan, so I'm going to have to take the bias out from there. I think Eclipse has kind of disappointed me. So Eclipse is going to be my man.
So you want a big game from Eclipse.
I want a big game from Eclipse. There you go.
All right. Let's head to a break, guys. When we come back, we'll be getting into Team 1 versus DarkZero. Let's talk a little bit about your stage 2 performance, because your path here, I would say, also was somewhat unusual in the fact that you basically just won overtime games to be here. So would you say you are lucky or clutch?
I would definitely say clutch.
There you go.
It happened too many times for it to be a coincidence or just like luck based.
What is it about you guys as a team that allows you to consistently win when the game is on the line?
I think a big part is just our team has a lot of resiliency, and we're kind of stay in the fight and we don't give up. And also once we get into these later rounds, sometimes like we can have slow starts, but by the time we get to overtime, we feel like we figured out the other team and we know what to do and what strats we want to run.
I think it's easy for us to keep playing and not be phased when we're way behind, and as well not get too excited when we're way up. Just one round at a time. It's something we stress every day in practice, and we've seen it play out all season long.
How have you improved? What did you learn from 6 Invitational, and how have you improved from then to now?
When you play against teams from all the regions, you learn a lot of stuff different that you don't use and you don't see in your own region. And you got punished by different styles, different things, different plays that you can like pick up and learn why they do those kind of stuff and put you in your arsenal. You know, I think when we left this is Invitational, we were a much more flexible team. Our adaptations were more easily to do, easy to see the needs. And that's why we improved so much for the second stage on BR6.
It's time for our very final matchup of the day here in the quarterfinals. 3 teams thus far have punched their ticket to the semifinals tomorrow. Michael, there is one more team to join them. So far, it's a Brazilian team and 2 European teams. The lone APAC team fell, and now the last hope for North America in DarkZero hopes to hang on for the region.
And we'll see how DarkZero fares. Their opponent, Team 1, though, definitely a formidable team. It's going to be an interesting match, to say the least, and given complications, that adds an extra layer.
Obviously, the team huddle's going in before. If you didn't see earlier on in the day and are solely tuning in for this matchup, you might notice that when we go to a wide shot of the stage/studio, the DarkZero is absent from the stage. It was announced earlier today that 2 members on the team, Hyper and BC, tested positive for COVID-19, and as such, all necessary health and safety protocols have been followed rigorously, and the players are all playing individually from their separate rooms. Team 1 will be playing on the stage, but for DZ, they are all playing alone from one another.
Yeah.
Whether that will hurt or help their chances, probably not the latter. But whether they hurt or help their chances, we'll wait quite anxiously to see.
So we have a community poll for this match. Who
No
will?
way.
Yeah, we do. Yeah,
Every time.
Believe it or not,
it's so crazy.
Weird how we do that. Who will advance to the semifinals? Will it be DarkZero or Team 1 Esports? It's a very simple community poll. Who do you think is going to win? You can go ahead and vote on that on social media.
Yeah, I mean, no confusion here. Not who do you want to win, not who's going to be the better team.
Who do you think
Not what
will
did you
win?
have for breakfast this morning. Not when does Bolo play next. None of those things.
He doesn't play next. He's been eliminated.
Thank you.
Yeah, just so you know.
I'm aware.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe not everybody is aware.
I was very aware.
Yeah.
All right, so we got 3 maps to play today: Villa, Chalet, and Oregon as the tiebreaker. There's a surprising amount of overlap on these teams' map pools. It feels like you and I haven't casted a Villa match in a very long time.
Yeah, we were actually talking about that.
We were.
We
discussed it.
It's been a while.
Coastline too.
Yep. Yeah. Outside of our normal purview.
You know what map we haven't casted in a while? Consulate.
Don't talk to me.
It's been like at least 24
Don't
hours
talk to
since we casted it 4 times in a row.
4 times in a row. What a day that was. Days, plural.
Never getting off Windows, the map.
Dreadfully linear, the map.
Okay. So
It's been a while. It's been a while. It's the longest reigning comp map.
Jeremy Mapcell, are you listening right
Yeah,
now?
Jeremy,
Jeremy,
you do
and
great
Mapcell,
work.
You do great work. Please.
Consulate. Please.
Please.
It's the only map that's remained like mostly like structurally unchanged. Just seen some small updates here and there.
It got a whole new bomb site. You can't say that it's structurally unchanged.
Yeah, a whole new bomb site, but like not like they didn't change the map that much.
They didn't change it at all. They just added bomb sites.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, and yeah, it's the only map in the comp pool that's like that.
Team 1 had a very tough start here and looked like they would be going out in groups, but then over the last day, they made a miracle run, including one of the craziest, most statistically unlikely events that has never occurred in Rainbow Six history, which was that fabled tiebreaker against Cyclops Athlete Gaming. They needed, based on round differential, based on maps won and lost, based on the amount of points they had, it needed a 7-2 victory from Team 1 to wipe the slate clean and then have a tiebreaker. And that's what happened. And if that Team 1 shows up, if Day 3 Team 1 shows up today, DarkZero, who aren't even at full strength because they're all playing isolated, they'd have their hands full. But
yeah,
let's waste no time, shall we?
Let's get right into that operator ban phase as we load into Villa. DarkZero on attack, which means the Team 1 starts with the bans. They will eliminate Habana. So, Hard Breacher done away with. It's Habana or Ace you're usually going to ban on this map. You need the ranged Hard Destruction. Let's see what DarkZero decides to get rid of. It'll be Thatcher to go in tandem with that Habana into isolation. Next DarkZero ban, beginning the Defender phase. Nothing so far is surprising. And I don't imagine we're going to see much interesting stuff on the defense. Oh, I stand corrected. DarkZero will ban out the Echo. So this is something that we've been discussing over the duration of this tournament. Echo has resurged in relevance recently, not in a explosive way that's going to catch everyone's attention necessarily, but he has been played into great effect by multiple teams in this tournament. Valkyrie, an expected ban. So Echo, the only real surprise there, and he's an interesting one to be sure. It's going to make it harder for the defenders to deny a plant without directly confronting their opponent.
Absolutely correct. And Echo obviously has a greater effect on this map as well. There are a couple maps where we see Echo's pick rate jump, and this tends to be one of them. Teams love to play him on pretty much every single site that exists. One thing that I want to keep an eye on are the numbers behind successful defenses for the living room and library site.
I'll check. What is that?
What is that noise?
Did you hear? Yeah. I wonder if the mics picked that up.
Don't worry, it was just a sheet metal ghost going through the studio.
An iron golem.
How weird would that be if they didn't hear that on stream? Always reminds me, by the way, just always gets flashbacks to the Sao Paulo finals that we did.
Oh my gosh, yes.
When they muted the crowd mics and we're like, can you hear how loud the crowd is going? And then you just hear it on the Twitch stream and there's just silence.
It was our very first LAN event together, and yeah, it was the loudest crowd we'd ever experienced because there were a lot of people.
It was insane how loud it was.
There were so many people in that venue, and it was tiny.
I just remember going back and rewatching the VOD to try and like iron out my own casting, and I just remember there was a long pause, and then we're just like, you can hear the crowd's going crazy.
And there's nothing.
And you can't hear anything.
That was so funny.
I hope in this instance that you were able to hear that. But no, so this was an interesting conversation that came up on social media, and this relates specifically to Villa, and I believe Reaper was the one who talked about this. The living room library bomb site is very challenging for the defenders to hold, but some teams as of late have had a lot of success with different defensive setups.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see if we're going to see it pop up, because the attackers can struggle mightily to make it work.
Yeah.
And it's a bomb site that is so seldom used, but when it gets pulled off, some teams are quite proficient at it.
Yeah, I mean, it's been the worst site statistically for this event, but there are, exceptions to that rule. I feel like it depends on the preparation of the actual players. Of course, we don't have player cams for DZ because they are not on the stage right now, so that's why you're seeing what you're seeing if you're wondering. Now, DZ already with the roam clear, trying to find what they can find on those roamers. See if they can catch somebody on T1 off guard. Hyper vaults straight into bathroom, spraying into Astro off of the drone. So good drone work there, and he'll get the foot scan as well. So this is an extended roam off a mirror window, but Team 1 will fall back very quickly. Actually kind of surprising how swiftly they left that, considering they had 3 defenders here and a mirror window invested. They haven't even wasted half the round. I don't know, it's a little early.
First Jackal track comes out for KDS as he needs to vacate the premises. Puts up his ADS to juggle it over by the doorway in case you see DarkZero focus on study at all. Some teams will either go all in on one direction or the other. You'll either stack up on study, try to take control of stairs and classical hallway and push from there. Other teams will take bedroom and then snowball from that particular direction. Looks like the focus for DarkZero is on the latter, as bedroom is where they are looking at the moment. Neskin's position downstairs all the while has been spotted out by the Jackal track, so he has to scoot away. And because of that, DarkZero doesn't expend too much, and they are able to find the location of one of the players. NitroCell goes off in front of Hyper as the final minute is set to go down in the very first round, and there's been limited action between these teams.
Yeah, it's a very slow round. Neskin allowed to go downstairs. He could come up from behind or possibly C4 from below. So we'll see if Neskin pulls anything clever off like that. DZ have started pushing study as well, so this is a split take for DZ.
Still watching on Study. The focus as Eclipse will start things off. He's got a soft wall in front of him. Plant going down. NitroCell gets tossed out, but NJR is impervious to the damage, and he'll have no problem completing it. But no, at the last second, Neskin returns. Flank watch for DZ quite poor, and Team 1 capitalize off of all of that. 3 kills, swiftly pushing the members of DZ out. A grenade goes in, but it doesn't do enough damage. Lagona sits on 1 HP as the mirror window in front of Levy is rendered useless. Lagona's finished off by a second grenade tossed out, but DZ have a lot more work to be done. Ali Mao on the flank, he'll catch one, and a big 3K from Neskin. What a round from him, and Team 1 take round number 1.
Poor flank watch indeed, Parker. And the real kicker, Nomad's not banned, but she sure as heck was not played in that last round. Opportunities missed and lost sometimes in those operator pick and ban phases. And yeah, DarkZero could definitely use a flank watch operator, but instead they are opting to bring a Finka of all things. I think, personally, hot take, Finka is woefully underrated. I think, honestly, if she didn't have the anti-recoil thing, then she'd be much more popular. But I don't know. I don't know if Finka's the right move over a Nomad, especially when you were quite blatantly being flanked from red stairs. I mean, Neskin just ran up the staircase and was like, oh, there's nobody here. I guess I'll deny the plant then. While DZ is trying to spear themselves so deep into sight, they have lost the plot on their flank. It's just, yeah, it's rough.
There was a Capcan play on that previous round as well for Ali Mao. Wasn't particularly pivotal in terms of gadgetry, but The mental mind games that come from an EDD cannot be overstated. Funny enough, though, that operator designed to slow down the advance of the attackers is gone. And now a Finka comes in. So a perfect rush strategy unfolding for DarkZero should they opt for it. We saw Hyper on the Amaru before, looking for rush strats on Cafe when they played back in the group stages, but it never really materialized.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Kitchen defense is nice. I like Kitchen defense.
Do you?
Yeah, no, I think Kitchen's probably my my overall favorite site on this map, and statistically it is the most defensible. So it stands to reason that we're seeing it here as the secondary. I feel like a lot of people who play ranked might kind of be caught off guard by Kitchen, but again, lately, at least at a professional level, this is by far and away the best site for Villa.
It's fun to watch. There's a Jackal track that comes out as well, and nothing comes of it.
Yeah,
some small information, that's all.
I feel like Hyper is just using this Jackal to make space. He used it really well in the last round, and I think that's part of why those roamers from T1 fell back so quickly. It's just because, you know, you track a foot, and then suddenly the player who you're tracking is like, oh gosh, I gotta get the heck out of here.
Ali Mao was under pressure from above, tracked by Hyper now as he scoots away, still intact, but much weaker than he was before. He tries to return to the stairs to try and bait out those Jackal tracks, and Panbazoo, DarkZero's newest member, is there to quite happily greet him. You want to take this engagement? Fine, I oblige. Smoke tossed out by Hyper to burn through that laser gate, and it'll go off and cut off line of sight from Bedroom, but KDS has a good position on this one. Alimo down below, in the basement. At some point, he can be a difference maker, just as Neskin was on the previous round. Lagona's tossed out a Nitro Cell, but it does nothing other than blow up his own barbed wire. Doesn't do any damage, at least not the way that they wanted, as now Neskin will drop and head back in towards Kitchen. A scamper from Team 1 as they look to reposition as we're at the halfway mark.
Ooh, C4 goes out here from Alamau, and it's a little too late as Hyper is just rushing on in with the support of his teammates. Oh, firm control and statuary, but they don't know KDS is in bathroom, and he's going to give away his position, do a little bit of damage, but not really anything substantial as he starts getting pushed from all angles. Panbazoo will secure the kill. Great strafe peek there, and down goes KDS. Team 1 now down 1, and the vertical is going to start coming out here from DZ as they open up above this bomb site.
A brief calm before the storm now as DarkZero look to answer back, and from above they'll take out that Alibi clone, but Lagonas is there to greet them the moment that they play, and if he doesn't look in the right position, he's as good as dead. It's back into Memorial to watch all of the closed off furniture, bagged, clothed, whatever you want to call it, covered up, waiting, admiring the sights and waiting so patiently for the 5 players from DZ to go in. Adrenal Surge also going off as Lagonas falls. He was spotted out by Panbazoo, and now that's 2 kills for him as he tries to push in farther to the site. Playing around the bomb chassis, looking long range. Ali Mao on the flank, though, trying to do his best Neskin impression as Neskin, the man, the myth, the legend, takes out Panbazoo. All the guns from Team 1 falling in, and Levy all of a sudden, well, the Levy breaks. And damn the torpedoes on that one, because he's going to cut everybody down. 1 kill for NJR, but it's ultimately meaningless. What an impressive showing in the final 10 seconds of that round. Levy in particular, and Team 1 are up 2-0.
All right, so it's early days yet, Parker. As you say, 2-0. However, one thing can be assessed quite clearly here about Team 1 that we were all speculating about before this match began. This is the Team 1 that we saw yesterday.
Yes.
This is very clearly this. Look at that Levy. Look, he's just chilling in kitchen. Pops 3 heads within 3 seconds of each other. It's incredible stuff. And this is what I don't think we've come to expect it from Team 1, but we've come to hope that we get to see it from Team 1, especially after, as I mentioned, that legendary comeback yesterday. So, with that round now done, Team 1 find themselves in a good position, but DarkZero have not been slouching over these 2 rounds. First round, yeah, they messed up their flank watch, but it's correctable. Second round, they actually looked really solid, especially on the roam clear and when they were translating to site hit. They just all got dumpstered on by Levy, that's it.
1 by 1 by 1.
Mm-hmm.
They funneled in and got torn to shreds.
Yes, that is what happened. So we'll go to Trophy now that Team 1 have won their 2. That's confusing. but they are different words. Their two favorite bomb sites, they'll go to the tertiary. They'll also be roaming, of course. You have to expect this from Team 1 to have at least a small roam setup to, if not delay, then sometimes actually hard hold. It depends. It's their discretion. They are a very dynamic team.
One of the challenges, by the way, by playing separated was a question that was actually asked by Macy J on Twitter a couple days ago. And he asked if it was legal for players to look on their other teammates' monitors. And the answer to that question is, yeah, there's nothing against it. Teams have done this since the dawn of time. If you recall, I can't remember what Team Liquid game it was, but they had like 2 different monitors pointed at Nesk so he could be droned on in and look, capitalize off of it. So one of the things that DZ will struggle with is the very first kill of the round comes in for Team 1, and Ali Mao manages to karate chop Hyper. And whoo, he's feeling one because he peeks the window and takes down BC. Hyper and BC will sit on the bench for the rest of this round. One of the things to keep in mind here is that by DZ not playing side by side, they can't use that intel. They can't feed off of each other the way that they would were they playing all in a row.
Bomb located by attackers.
This is an excellent observation.
Thank you. I have them now and then.
It's
Fleeting.
No, you're too hard on yourself.
Okay.
I mean, most of your observations are excellent, Parker. That's why you do what you do, at the level in which you do it.
Oh my, NJR involved in a provocation. Nice shot by Pambazoo, taking advantage of the smoke, who swings on out. Lagonas is down, and now another will follow him as KDS is buried next to him.
Wait a minute.
All of a sudden, it's a 3v3.
Yeah, this was looking unwinnable for DZ not too long ago. But these roamers extended a little too far, a little too confident, and now all of a sudden, Team 1, well, they're getting back to the side, actually, just now, and they're going to start setting up for the final storm. DZ have firm control of top red. That's big. They also have a player downstairs, I believe, in Pambazoo. Not sure exactly where he is, though. And with that, you can do a split take, and Eclipse will get another kill for his team. Down goes Alamal. Good use of the nades, but what a peek from Levy. He just keeps holding it together for his team.
Reunited with that MP5 from the previous round. He's putting in extensive work for his team. He's got the B doors as well locked down. The focus from DarkZero is elsewhere. So he repositions over towards A. He tracks perfectly, and it's another 3K for Levy, who's now sitting on 6 kills through just the last 2 rounds.
Parker, I think we might need to ban Malusi when playing against Levy. It's a scary thing when he's allowed to have that MP5 and that movement. Team 1 now with 3 very confident rounds. And the first round is negligence from DZ. Not too abysmal. Again, recoverable. Just got to watch your flank. The second round, Levy locking it down in sight. This third round, early picks for Team 1. DZ recover. It looks like, uh-oh, might be able to bring this back. Team 1, a little bit scared maybe. But frankly, Levy, all he really did was peek out of Statuary and then hold Statuary from the push. That's not something that should completely debilitate your attack necessarily. And he never got punished. I don't even think he took any damage in that gunfight. I can't say for certain, but it didn't look like it.
Really remarkable that DZ was able to land a couple shots on him, as with that impressive performance over the last 2 rounds, Levy has jumped to the top of the team standings with 6 kills, 1 death, nearly matching the effort from DarkZero, who currently sit at a cumulative 7 kills. Obviously ignoring the fact that there are other players on Team 1 that are on the scoreboard too.
So, ooh, I love this. There's another one you could do that's behind the door also, and that one's just as hard to find, but it's basically, so you can't do vertical and it gets the single wall inside a vault. It's also more protect from nades and so and so. Just a nice little spot. So we've got no more Finka, by the way. We did see the line switched onto, I think it was last round, and it's continuing to be played here. Once again, no Nomad. So DZ are confident, I guess, in the fact that they can deal with the flank, even though that's not been the case already.
I am surprised with the lack of proper flank watch that's coming in.
Well,
I mean, Nomad is such a staple of this DZ team. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I'm surprised too for DZ specifically, but I think maybe they're just trying to go for something different, because we know it's possible to have like stellar flank watch without an actual flank watch operator. We saw that from Empire when they played earlier today. Remember on Cafe, Nomad's banned, and they're never letting anyone flank them. And DZ, no, not DZ. SSG was trying to flank them all the time. Oh no, we've got the. Yeah.
Switch to somebody on a drone.
Yep. Go to
and then go to
NJR.
on a drone.
NJR or Pampazoo. There you go. And yeah,
and then it just needs to get shot.
It hopefully gets destroyed. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it just goes back to normal.
Yep. Oh,
come on,
Pambas.
sacrifice it.
Take one for the team, Pamba.
We need you here.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Come on, shoot it. Oh, why are you missing, KDS?
He just lacks critical information, Michael.
Yeah, they don't know. Oh, come on. Yes!
We're back! Yeah! And with that one, KDS goes down. Thank you for your sacrifice. We appreciate what you do for us, but now you are dead. So
worth it.
Absolutely.
No rehost necessary. The spectator gives us a spin of joy, and we resume the match.
Ali Mao inside of Vault as we hit the halfway point in this round. Ooh, did you see the way that gun looked almost green up against the wall? That was kind of neat.
It was.
Yeah, that would be a nice, like a mint tint to it.
Yeah, they should make that one. I like that.
Very cool.
So, DZ have top main control. They have effective study control. Oh, look at this peek here. Some damage done there to Neskin. C4 out, and he's going to throw it to top main, and it will land on nobody. And nothing.
DZ just slowly chipping away at Team 1 at this point, wearing them down, but will it be enough? Classical Hallway's been shut off for now as one toxic canister goes. There's only one remaining for Laguna, so with 45 seconds left, that means that there will be a window of opportunity for DarkZero. Oh. Ali Mao realizing how lucky he came to Eclipse on this upside-down, disorienting repel, and this will be a test of reflexes. How much aim lab have you been playing, Eclipse? Let's find out. Still dueling. Waiting for Ali Mao to peek him, and there you go. And you're never going to win that one. He was still aiming above. NJR, though, manages to get the EE1D off before Neskin punishes him on the stairs, and now 90 push, maybe, in his direction. Who knows? DarkZero going for Classic Hold. They have 90 control, and they want to breach the site as quickly as they can. Team 1 don't have a numbers advantage, and it will actually get worse, even though there's a down on the Hyper, but BC will do his task of getting the diffuser down. While Hyper bleeds out next to him. Neskin will need to stop this in its tracks, and there you go, but nobody's watching! How is nobody watching? Where are you looking? The call isn't made correctly, and DarkZero falters at the last second, and Team 1 look indomitable as they're up 4-0.
Well, what a round, Parker. And there's a lot to talk about there. But most notably, DZ are leaving massive gaps in their attack. I'm sorry, huge. And, there it is. Took a while, Parker, but we got there. Nomad will be brought. I think that's absolutely the right call for NJR to switch onto the Nomad. They have been getting continually flanked and pushed on angles that they are not watching. And an air jab here or there makes all the difference because then you could focus your efforts more efficiently. But it's really late to figure that out. We're already 4 rounds in, going into our 5th. Team 1 has won every single one of them. I mean, it's really funny because it almost feels like DarkZero are on defense, and that Team 1 are just seizing every opportunity.
I want to know how a tactical timeout works because that cord has not been pulled by DarkZero yet. I'm assuming that Mint is just in his own room at this point.
Yeah, not sure.
He can chime in when needed. Or he's in the team's practice room. That could also be a guess.
Yeah.
Teams were afforded practice rooms, by the way, that are all spread throughout the hotel that they were able to play on prior to the matches.
Yeah.
And they have PCs set up in there, which I'm assuming those were the PCs that were likely moved to their independent rooms. But,
yeah.
I mean, I'm just speculating. I could be completely wrong. The reason why the match was moved was to ensure that all proper safety protocols and technical difficulties would be fixed.
Yeah. And hopefully everything's accounted for.
How wasteful it is that he just throws the magazine away.
You know, it is really bad for the environment, just magazines all over the floor. Also, those are expensive. Those magazines, they're not like, you know, certain ones could be more expensive than others, but like it's a total waste of money.
Yeah. No, I agree. So, we're about to hit the do or die point for DarkZero. In the matchup earlier today in Empire versus Spacestation, we said that 5-1s aren't particularly common, and then we proceeded to see 3 5-1 halves. Well, unless DarkZero managed to pull off something miraculous over the next 2 rounds, a 5-1 or even a 6-0 is looking extremely likely as Team 1 just come up clutch in the end time and time again. This team is on a miracle run right now, as lightning struck when they had to go up against CAG. Will it strike twice? I'm not entirely certain, but we will watch. Ooh, Panbazoo almost getting a kill, leading off onto KDS, who's watching that angle around the deployable shield. This will be a hard target to hit.
Oh, Neskin Over by Trophy, trying to stop this push along with KDS. This is a duo roam right now. They're just trying to rebuff the clear on the top floor. It's not going to be easy, but the setup is there. Team 1 have been very confident in their ability to take these fights. I wouldn't be surprised if they stay up here until they either die or kill enough of DarkZero where they can fall back.
Well, there goes one Ash charge. Trying to clear off what could be an electric wall as Eclipse and Ali Mao are doing battle, or at least it seems as such. DZ have swept in. This site is not upstairs, by the way. It is down below, so do not be confused for what you see by the silhouettes. At the present moment, Team 1 are coming up big on the score sheet with 2 unanswered kills, traded back by NJR. Finally, that Nomad comes into play for a little bit of an extra guarantee on that flank watch.
DZ still down 1. Hyper on half HP as well. Neskin, though, same. Nade goes out there to cover. The vertical play is going to be really important for DZ, but they don't actually have the tools to open up much from above, so they're going to have to funnel through these bottlenecks as we start to run out of time in this round. Oh, narrow miss there for Hyper. And had he hit it, we would be looking at a more even round.
He's got an awful lot to look at right now as Hyper still pursues his first kill in this matchup. A flank comes in, and you don't even need the Nomad to do that. Hyper picks up kill numero uno on Neskin, equalizing it a 3v3. Lagonis is on the ground, but he pulls trigger a little bit too early on, capitalized on by 2 different members of DZ, and that'll leave Levy now. He was a master in this same position before. He pulls out the Nitro Cell, gets around it, but NJR stops him in time. Finally, DarkZero get on the board. It just took him 5 rounds.
Well, that was scary for a second, Parker. Had Levy known where the plant was actually going down just outside of Laundry, it might have been a very different scenario. He didn't need to expose himself to deny by throwing that C4, but those are just wild theories and speculation on what could have been. DarkZero managed their first round, as you mentioned, and it's a substantial one right at the near end of this half. They need everything they can get because it's been a pretty abysmal half for DZ. Most of that, I think, is just the way that DZ managed the crossfire in sight. Because instead of just funneling through Memorial, they came from Laundry. They're coming from China. They're coming from Memorial. They're going through all the different lanes to try and converge on the site, and it overwhelmed Team 1. They really weren't prepared to deal with it, and that's despite the solid roam that we saw from Team 1 earlier in the round.
Final defense now for Team 1, briefly flashed across the bottom of your screen, that you can support the regions by going to the R6 Share program. Every single one of the 4 main leagues, NA, EU, LATAM, and APAC, all have skins in the game. Additionally, DarkZero has a skin in the game as well, a couple, in fact, that you can support.
Yeah,
you'll see it flash across the bottom of your screen at some point.
Yeah, probably. It's like every other round, I think. And I mean, it's not just about how cool the skins are, but which teams you want to directly support if you happen to be a fan. If you're so inclined, of course. So, we've got the last round of the first half here.
Talked about this bomb site. It finally shows up. Living Room Library making its debut.
It's cool to see.
Maybe Reaper was onto something with how hard it is for attackers to do much if they can't get the necessary control they want by the armoire and the double panels by kitchen door.
Statistically, it is the worst site so far through this event.
Yeah, but numbers are for nerds.
We're all nerds here, Parker. What do you think we're doing? This is esports. What was I saying?
Accurate. You were talking about how statistically it's not the best bomb.
Right, but that doesn't mean Reaper's not right. What I think he's talking about, and I agree with him here, is that this site can be very upsetting to an attacking team that's not too familiar with it or doesn't understand the basic structure of attacking it. I just don't think that there's many of those at this event. Right now, DZ aren't playing very well on attack, though, so we'll see. Maybe this is exactly what T1 needs.
A single Selma has dislodged the defenders from Team 1, all playing in the same area. But DZ were awaiting them to fall back and get pushed right into the trap set by over 90. Eclipse will swing in, though, and he did not have any proper information. NJR trades Ali Mao out. KDS looking for kill number 2 after that first skirmish that he got involved in. A bit of negligence from DarkZero costs them. That's not ideal, and it's a set of grenades down as well.
Neskin is ready for the rappel in. NJR goes for it, but Neskin runs away at the worst possible opportunity. C4 still goes out, though, and it's still successful. What a flick from KDS. Pistol out, and he's ready to challenge the ace. As BC starts pushing in, he'll land the headshot. Easy peasy. It's just Hyper and BC now in the 2 versus 3. Plenty of time for them to work some picks.
At that range against a Jaeger, it's like popping a water balloon. A headshot is so easy on that large melon that presents. Grenade goes in, over towards Vault. Levy gets flushed out. Perfect coordination. And DZ find themselves in a 2v2.
That's about as flawless as it gets as far as teamwork goes there. And to think these guys are dealing with extra layers of difficulty, both Hyper and BC both. But now in their position with plenty of time, drones to work with, advantage in positioning, and they're really just gunning right now. They might be able to salvage this half for their team. A 5-1 is very, very bad for DC, but 4-2, that's okay.
Still very winnable, but DZ needs to understand what they want to do and where they're going to press from, and they're going to just decide to hit Library as fast as they can. At a tight angle held with the shotgun there to open up one of the walls, and BC shoots both of them, maybe trying to bait it out. I'm not entirely certain what the game plan was there. I think it was just more of a sound cue than anything. BC marches in. He's got the diffuser down, and Hyper will have to carry the weight. He sees one, and the Jiggle Peek comes in. This will just simply be a 50-50 test of reflexes. Lagonis is on the hunt. He doesn't do enough damage. There's going to be 2 eyes trained on him, and he's just getting worn down. On the ground is BC, and he can't hit the shots. DZ managed to recover those final 2 rounds of the half and maybe pick up some momentum in the process. The first 6 rounds, though, in the books. The teams will swap sides, and Team 1 comes out on top 4-2.
Wow, what a round there for BC and Hyper. That was a 2 versus 4 turned 2 versus 0. Impressive clutch. I think with the Selma, by the way, I think he was just shooting it because he decided that it was a stupid move to place it in the first place. So he's just like, no, don't do that. We can plant there, or something along those lines. Which is actually, by the way, coincidentally, that is why we often see defensive teams open that part of the wall. So T1 didn't reinforce it, but they also didn't open that wall. And if you do open it, and also piano if you want, that offers you a really substantial flank route. So round done there, and it was a clutch for DarkZero, but a win is a win, and considering how few of them they have, every little win counts. So we're going to Aviator for DZ's first defense here.
Every single bomb site has been played on this map already. Thank you, Team 1, for that one.
Yes, sir.
And, well, we saw the attackers be able to pull it off. Almost synchronized reinforcements going up on this wall. It's always neat to see. DarkZero had some shakes early on, and they really struggled to find the scoreboard. They were just simply being outgunned, and I believe it was Fresh, who during the BDS FURIA game said that there were times that BDS would win rounds that were so confounding that you have no idea how they would win it. It makes simply no logical sense, and yet they would still win rounds despite everything working against them. And it seemed like Team 1 had a couple rounds like that in the first half as well.
Yep.
And I mean, that was most of day 3 was just Team 1 fighting from behind, being a scrappy team, never giving up, and even when they trailed, mounting impressive comebacks.
So what you were referencing there, and that particular trait of the ability to win no matter the circumstances, we saw that actually in the last round from DZ. We've seen that from Team 1. We've seen that a lot from Empire through this tournament. BDS, as you mentioned, there's a number of teams that come to mind, but that specific trait elevated past just basic fundamental strategy and mechanical skill is what, in my opinion, makes a good team into a great team once they learn how to manage that, to just, no matter what the odds are, pull out a win and seize upon every little opportunity that your opponent presents to you, even forcing opportunities when you're man disadvantaged. It's difficult, but there are teams that can do it.
Latian fielding 2 of the scrappiest teams, I would say, of this entire event. One of them went home earlier on. It was FURIA.
Yep.
But Team 1 still existing. Pambazoo gets blown up. The Jaeger felled by a grenade. Always a chuckle in that particular instance. Team 1 opening things up here, looking to try to right the wrongs of those 2 rounds previously where they fell behind, allowing DZ to capitalize and keep the gap a little bit closer than it was before then. Toxic canisters go out on the main stairs. Ali Mao waiting for the default cam to go up. There he goes. He wasn't going to give his position away as he looks to push from a completely different angle over by Astronomy.
Yeah, so this appears to be a split push. from Team 1, and they know they've got the time to do it. Eclipse, unlike his teammate, will get away, but he is caught by Ali Mao.
Perfect coordination.
And we've seen that already. It was from DZ earlier, and now we're seeing it from Team 1. It's great to see on both sides of the field.
Just amazing stuff. KDS, the first one felled from Team 1 as the Roni in hand to BC empties its mag, and he pushes back. DZ finds themselves on the board twice now, but they've all taken a beating. Nobody is still at full HP. In fact, well over half of the lobby at this point have taken their lumps. Levy and Lagonis are the only two that are currently full. And just bullets being dumped into the bomb site as the diffuser goes down over by Model. Ali Mao is there in case a Nitro Cell wants to get tossed out. Nobody's down from them on that regard, but teams will trade back and forth, leaving NJR to clutch up in a 1v2. He'll go through study, and he's got a lot of book reading and book learning to do. Maybe he can long arm it, but he's going to give himself away. He has no idea if somebody is down below, trying to push them out. He sees the floor as Lagonis trades over, but no. Levy, how many clutches is Levy going to get? He takes it for Team 1, and they're up 5-2.
Levy has been an absolute star so far today, and he is one of the main reasons why Team 1 is so close to winning this first map. So, DZ, unsuccessful on the Aviator defense. This nade right here, that's where it all started going wrong. But mostly, I think it's just the denial or lack thereof. I mean, we had a smoke and play, we had C4s and so and so. And there were options for DarkZero. They just weren't employed very effectively, if I could be so bold. And because of that, once Team 1 had the control that they wanted, that's over by Study in top main. They transferred over as well to top red. That worked out great for them, picking up another pick on one of the roamers by red. And then, okay, yeah, let's just isolate Aviator, go for a plant. While they're doing that, though, there wasn't a lot of counterplay from DZ, frankly.
Just seemed like DZ was starting to find their groove and momentum earlier on, but...
Oh, we've seen this roam from DZ before. So this is a fun one. They're going to play in Astro, and they might also have someone by Statuary or Trophy, or possibly by the Closet Master. But generally speaking, they're going to have an upstairs roam centered around that Astro shield, and they're just going to try and slow down as much as they can. They do this in the NAL. We've seen this a few times, so this is nothing new, but it is one that's kind of neat to observe.
Keep your eyes on it. It'll be fun to watch. Team 1 looking for the knockout blow on this particular round, as they have an opportunity to push match point on this kitchen defense for DarkZero. If there's anybody on this team that you want to be calling you forward in pulse, it's none other than Brandon Carr, BC himself. He'll be equipped with a Nitro Cell, but more important than that, he's equipped with a big old brain, and that brain is going to be used so effectively on the pulse to give his team information. Team 1 droning themselves in towards Study. They'll look to clear out the top floor before maneuvering over to Kitchen. The main obstacle that they're going to face usually comes over towards Bedroom, Astronomy, Trophy, Statuary, that whole rigmarole. It certainly seems like DZ are quite invested there.
No commitment from anyone so far. Still only 1 minute in, though, so early days. Team 1 appear to be just assessing the situation. I wish I could see where their positioning was. It looks like kind of by Master and Red. A little spread out there. It's hard to tell. Oh, here comes the push-up from Alusi, and KDS is just not ready. Possibly on drones there. Possibly with a nade out, whatever the case be. It's a freebie for DZ.
And JR still posted up behind this shield, trying to waste valuable time. Eskin can't breathe in a single puff of that toxic canister, nor the shrapnel from the Nitro Cell directly beneath his feet, as DZ now double up on those kills, finding two very important high-profile targets. Ali Mao just edging into the site, waiting to see if he can play off of someone. Down goes BC, and he realizes the site is basically empty. He's got a sixth sense, an intuition that Eclipse is playing inside a Memorial, and he absorbs a lot of damage through that soft wall. At some point, DZ will have to call in the cavalry to deal with this, as through the wall, Ali Mao finds number 2. But the diffuser is very much in the hands of Lagonis, who needs to break on in. Pampazoo going through the same route that we saw Ali Mao go through, and Ali Mao is down, but not completely out. Levy swatted away, so Lagonis, with diffuser in hand, is finding himself in a 1v3. Ali Mao secured. That's another kill for NJR to stat pad. And DZ, an impressive volley backwards to pick up their third round of the match.
Wow, interesting setup there from DZ. So they invested so heavily into the roam that Team 1, or specifically Ali Mao, realized, oh wow, the site's practically empty. But a couple things. DZ got those kills on the roam, which means already Team 1's losing a lot of manpower. It's hard to recover from that in the first place. And 2, that site was clearly set up specifically with the intent of being retaken. So DZ, I mean, those holes in Tetris specifically, those are a good example. If you're going to have somebody trying to plant insight and they want to be able to plant in the safest spot, generally it'll be Tetris. So DZ opened that up. Now you can retake from that anchor position. The real irony of it is that Ali Mao, when he came in from China, he looked dead at the holes in Tetris, staring at the Pulse's feet. And then he didn't give away his opportunity there. He was very cautious. But he knew the holes were there, and then he died to those very same holes. It's just kind of ironic. We have a technical timeout here. I'm not sure what's going on, but it sounds like it's okay. Yeah, confirmed another audio issue.
An audio issue, and that is KDS with the headphones off as the admins are helping him.
Mm-hmm.
There you are, Ali Mao. Look at what a stunning specimen of a man.
And gamer.
And he's a gamer.
Well, legendary gamer.
Mm-hmm. A rising star in Brazil, well-loved by the community. That man farms impressions on social media like no one else.
Mm-hmm. Ali Mao, or German. But, yeah, he's been playing fairly well through this match, too. He's been seizing some opportunities. And he started in the last round, even though they didn't win that. He managed, so far, to get 8 kills for his team. It's looking pretty solid.
Second place, just behind Levy, if all you care about are the amount of frags that people get. Ali Mao's coming out party was during SI 2021, where he devoured teams in Paris.
Yep.
And there was great fanfare about his ability and what he can provide for a region and for his team, as at the time, Team 1 had an old roster, that old roster with the Luke kid on it, if you recall. But then they swapped out. And now the new look of Team 1 is proven to be quite strong. They've made it to both international events thus far this year, which is an impressive tally, joining NIP and FURIA and Team Liquid. So LATAM has actually been relatively set, I would say, in the top, though it is a bit of a surprise. Just based on legacy, it is a bit of a surprise how much teams like FaZe and MIBR have fallen off. That MIBR/Old Immortals roster was strong for a long time, and FaZe was arguably the second most consistent team in Brazil after Liquid.
Yeah.
As NIP had some struggles for a number of seasons, and really their dominance has only started somewhat recently.
And frankly, NIP took FaZe's place.
Yeah.
There's no question about that. NIP was historically number 3 in the region for a long time. And that just one day just started changing. And well, here we are. So, speaking of here.
And now.
And now. We've got Eclipse in the closet of Master. This is a difficult position to hold. He's got 2 ADSs to support himself there. He'll need them, as we're going to definitely see some stuns to clear them out and some nades to kill Eclipse as he sits in that corner. That's why he's playing Doc, so he can persist as long as possible.
Tons of survivability in here, and we've seen this time and time again where he's effectively playing to die, but also to eat up utility in the process.
Good time.
As 2 members of Team 1 are looking for something, as Eclipse now underneath the window.
Oh.
A grenade goes in, and that's where he was, but not where he is now. Another will go in and, for good measure, destroy the floor.
And a third.
But they haven't secured anything at all.
They're gonna drone.
Drone tosses in, and it's gone. Eclipse, though, torn to shreds by Lagonis. Finally, Team 1 get the kill that they would so desired.
Yeah, but frankly, I'd call that worth it, Parker, for Eclipse. He got 4 nades, a number of stuns, and a lot of time for that one. And he, didn't get a kill, but, okay, no longer worth it as NJR goes down. He was trying to play an advanced position to support his teammate or refrag him later in the round, and that ends up costing him.
Jeff simply couldn't deal with the Rotero drone. And again, another great lineup for Team 1 to flush out one of the players. With this other panel now, on the triple panel leading into bedroom, opened up. That allows Hyper to look at the position that is now vacated by the death of Eclipse. So you can continue to watch that window. And Team 1 are not able to freely vault in without proper information.
Still a good setup here for DZ, despite the fact that they are down 2 players. Bamazoo by red. BC is in control of Astro and Trophy. And I think that Hyper is the one playing on the mirror window. Yes, indeed. From that mirror window, he can stop the vault in through the closet and into Master.
Advantageous position as Aruni is able to punch large holes in the wall. Mirror window goes down, and Ali Mao is just on a rampage at the moment, desperately trying to take the lead away from Levy. Hyper answers back, but he is not long for this earth as Pambazoo will fight inside a Trophy. A lot of angles to cover, but he's so deadly with the triple kill. Goodness gracious. KDS inside of the site does not have access to the diffuser, so he's going to have to go hunting for kills. He has no information, but Pambazoo peeks early on the ground, and he pre-fires, yet puzzlingly, KDS wins the gunfight that Pambazoo seem well equipped to take. And like that, it's match point for Team 1.
Nah, Parker, that's really unfortunate to watch there from Pambazoo, and that's the rookie type of choking that you see, and a player who just lacks critical experience. He pre-fired around the corner when he was close on the angle. Now, what that means is you're giving away your position, nothing else. You're never going to win that. I mean, the dust cloud from your gun is coming out. You can see it clearly. The tracers, they give away everything that you're doing. You could maybe do that with the suppressor if you're farther from the actual angle, but he was too close. It's not going to happen. And that's just, yeah, again, that's critical lack of information for Pambazoo. I think he just panicked a little bit. And I get it. Yeah, it happens. What a beautiful three-piece for him to almost clutch that up. But frankly, Team 1, they did play that round better.
Undoubtedly some shakes on his side. He's a young player who's only had a couple months at the highest level. And now he comes onto LAN and has to play, at the current moment, the most important match of his career.
And this is also the first event of this type that he's ever done, to my knowledge. So
that's correct.
This is, I mean, it's really jumping in the deep end for him. And you could see, here's the thing. We could see the shakes, and we're critiquing the shakes. We could see the mistakes. But also, how many people can pull off that three-piece in the first place? Think about Pambazoo in a year.
5 seconds remaining.
Sky's the limit. Exceptionally talented player. I have no doubt that we're going to continue to see him on a warpath through the NA League, as he has been an excellent addition to this DZ roster.
Yep.
Big shoes to fill, by the way, when both Skies and Mint stepped off of the roster.
Right. I think he's been doing a good job of it. Again, it's really a matter of experience. So as long as DZ as long as he stays there for long enough, we might see Pambazoo fully manifest. Hey, you know what? I sure hope so.
He's had a bit of a quiet game thus far, but oh, Eclipse gives himself away to Levy, just holding, not probably expecting such an aggressive challenge, and yet one pops up anyway. Sin Aviator defense for DZ, it's match point for Team 1, so there's an awful lot on the line right now.
Jess did talk about Eclipse on the desk, about how she needs to see a better performance from him, and he has been somewhat quiet in this first map, this best of 3. C4 goes out there and will be a sure miss. Hyper actually stuck in a rock in a hard place. That's the fire and the nade to follow it up. He had no chance of getting out of that situation alive, and well played to Team 1.
Through the fire and the flames, Michael and DZ are not any better for it. So Team 1 with the commanding advantage at the moment, still half of the round to go. DZ have bailed themselves out of this position before. We saw Hyper and BC do it together, except when they did it, it was on attack. So a bit different.
No, Team 1, all they need to do is use the time that they have available, not jump the gun, and make sure that they take team fights, not 1v1s. They should be able to lock this one out. But with the hot guns that are NJR, BC, and Pambazoo through this map, it's definitely not a sure thing yet. The setup for Team 1 is primarily over by top red, but they also have 2 players by study balcony, so this will be a pincer move.
Attackers have located a bomb.
In DC right now, DZ will just stay inside of the site, waiting so patiently. Neskin might be the next one up as Pambazoo gets shot through a soft wall. 5 guns from Team 1, ready to collide with 3 from DarkZero. And this, well, This is going to be a tough go for DZ to hold off. If Team 1 play this correctly and they have the right lineup, and they can pick them off, especially with how much they've worn down Pambazoo. They flush out NJR. That's another domino that falls. The Lion is in, and Lagonis is going for the plant. Pambazoo sees one, trying his best, and well, there's an awful lot resting on him. Again, another clutch situation, and he picks up a second kill. Looking around, but no, he won't be able to pull it off. 2 rounds in a row, just falling short, and map number 1 goes to Team 1.
Beautiful play from Team 1 and also from Pambazoo, who was landing some really impressive shots there. But frankly, Team 1's siege awareness in general was superior through that map. Just little things, right? Like throwing a nade under a Surya gate. NJR thought he was safe. He's like, oh yeah, I got the gate. I'll be okay. Don't worry about me. He probably heard the pin pulled, but he didn't react. Why? The gate. That's not going to save you from something being thrown that close under the gate. So well done to Team 1, well done to all of their players. Great teamwork, great siege play.
Well, I mean, that's not an entirely surprising result. I think the desk said it quite well with the fact that DZ would be playing at a more vulnerable position because of the fact that they are not all together. Not to mention the fact that 2 of their players are sick, and we didn't see that Michael Jordan-esque flu game come forward, as had been particularly hinted at on the desk. Team 1 only have 1 more map to send this one away, and it will be on Chalet. So that should be an interesting matchup between the 2 of them. But this is day 3, Team 1, all over again. And boy, DZ, do they have their hands full.
Yeah, we were looking for that Team 1, and we got it. It's really exciting to watch Siege played at that level with that level of hype. And I think that's the biggest thing. As long as Team 1 can maintain their hype levels, then they are going to go, I'm sure, pretty far. But that's it for Parker and I for now. We'll have more later, but for now, the desk.
What's more disappointing, that we have to see Intero and Kickstar later, or DarkZero's play?
Oh man, DarkZero and Kicks for sure.
Nice. So let's go and talk about this match. It was unfortunately extremely one-sided in favor of Team 1. Were they doing things well? Was this a strong performance? Because right now Team 1 is on a 5-map win streak, and they continue to impress as they run through the end of the groups, force that tiebreaker. Now they're up in the quarterfinals. They win DarkZero's map.
Yeah. Look, I'm going to be honest, and it's going to come out very simply. The Alamal and Levy show just continues. It's like a
Sure.
7-series TV show that you just hope continues, and every season gets better and better. That's what I feel from them right now. I think they were both double-digit kills at the end, but it wasn't just that they were amassing the kills. It's the kills they got were highly impactful. Think about Levy down in Kitchen. He was cooking up a storm.
Ooh.
That was really cool.
Yeah, I mean, Alamo was walking around, running around the map by himself, just
with Buck.
As easily said on Twitter, he was baptizing people. So, I mean, Alamo and Levy were just doing their thing like they normally do, running around, getting the frags. DZ was struggling to handle the aggression like we talked about. It's just, I mean, they definitely look like they're not playing as they did in the group stage. They look a little lost, a little bit slower than usual. And again, that could just be because they're not here on stage together.
Yeah, circumstances obviously making it very difficult for DarkZero. They're having to play a lot later than they anticipated as well. It's after 9 p.m. right now, so fatigue might be setting in, and they don't really have that that presence in person because they're all separated at the moment as well. Does, you know, even if you want to believe that that doesn't change the atmosphere of a team, it can be very hard to get in the right mindset. I mean, you come out onto the stage, there's all the lights, it feels important, and that can focus you, especially if you're a team that's used to playing on LAN. You're back in your individual rooms, just feels like you're scrimming and may not bring the same fire.
And it's also an unusual environment as well. I mean, where they're sitting, what they're doing, etc. And we spoke about BC on the pre-desk. Let's not forget that he actually played a half-decent match. The stats are going to come up and confirm this for me. He didn't necessarily have the negative gains we're used to, highly negative gains we're used to him having. He walks away with a 50% cost. That's not too bad considering his role. The one player I begged to step up for DZ was Eclipse, and unfortunately he flopped. He was either going to fly or flop, and he hit the flop really hard. But on the other side, I asked Neskin to stand up, and he managed to amass those double digits as well. So the team that walks away with the win today is going to be the one that has the player step up.
Although it was a 7-3 scoreline, I do think their broken rounds from DarkZero looked very good. There was a lot of times they almost brought it back. Pambazoo was in a 1v1 after being a 1v4 one round on trophy. So, I mean, the rounds were a little bit closer than they seemed, but unfortunately, Team 1 clutched out.
Yep. Let's look at one of those rounds. May not be the best round for DarkZero, but you wanted to take this one because round 4 kind of shows a lot of the DarkZero issues that they were having in a nutshell, right?
Yep. Let's pull up that replay right now.
Let's look at it.
All right.
Okay, this is the 2v2 situation. I mean, it was a little simple. Levy was in the right spot. Neskin was there to trade, and Eclipse and Pambazoo just go. We just lost the clip.
Goodbye.
You know why we lost it?
Why?
Because they just wanted to come back to your beautiful face.
Wow.
That's it. That's what we wanted.
Wow.
But we're not even on a single of you. There we go. Now we can
There we
actually
go.
see it.
You know what? There is no single. That's really cute. You know, you know what we didn't eat you out. You put this. It's cute, yeah?
There you go. Getting the glamour shots when we get the replay up. Let's try again. Let's try again.
We got this.
All right, replay attempt number 2.
Heyo.
Okay, this was actually the right round. So in this situation here, it's a 4v3. They actually run in. They get the trades here on the Levy. BC actually will switch his planning spot here because he's exposed from Study. He gets it down in the right position, and then I'm pretty sure they call to watch Study. I'm sure BC calls that. But Pambazoo, unfortunately, is not in the right position, and I don't think he remembered the breach was open. So Neskin gets to creep in and just kill BC. There was no coverage. Eclipse is watching 90 for Lagonis on the flank, and Pambazoo is watching Study, but I don't think he knew that the breach was open. I think he...
That positioning is really odd for me, especially in Eclipse's position right there. If you're covering a plant, you almost want to hover your plant man in that situation, especially when he has a bar coverage. So for me, it's better off to put your life on the line to ensure that that is going to go down. Just a really weird positioning in those moments. And again, I don't want to put this down to the fact that they're not looking at each other side by side like they used to, and that communication breakdown happens, and they're not visually seeing each other, but it could be that simple.
It definitely could. It was a little sloppy compared to what we normally expect from those guys.
So many factors with DarkZero right now. It is, could be any one of a number of things, you got to believe. We also have Levy highlights to look at. And
there's a lot of those.
Yeah, sure was.
He
started out with back-to-back 3 Ks in the first 2 rounds. Continued on a tear right now. Is he the leading MVP candidate for this series?
Yes, he has to be. Down in Kitchen, I was speaking about him multiple times and the kind of impact he can have, but look how many different operators you saw in just that small replay there that he can play. The versatility, the flexibility, and the mechanical skill, but that doesn't just happen magically. It's obviously also going to happen with the good positioning and the understanding of where he needs to be and why he needs to be there. It is hard to get a player that well-rounded.
Just at the best, Alamau and the Levy show. It was one round, it was Alamau, next round was Levy, 2 rounds in a row was Levy. It just kept going and going. One of them was doing something every single round to bring the round to their team.
So before, in the earlier parts, even when Team 1 was losing, it was still the Alamau and Levy show. They were having very, very strong individual performances even in those losses. So what was changing between their first round robin to their second round robin where their performances stayed very good? What did the rest of the team do to bring them to that next level and get them to the quarterfinals?
Oh no, I'm going to have to eat my words from the pre-desk, aren't I?
Uh-oh.
They're yelling in the background. They're not at me. I feel like it should be at me, but... Let's just say Lagonis redeemed himself. Shout out to you, man. I don't know if you heard the pre-desk, and I was having a little bit of a grill at you, but you absolutely stepped up. And that's what you want to see for a player that's been having a really struggling major so far. He's come into the playoffs, and he said, I'm here to play. And I'm not just here to plant. I'm also here to hit some good shots. And he got some good C4s. So that's a well-rounded support player. And shout out to him. He did a great job.
It's one map. Let's hold off on that.
For now.
I've seen more bad ones than good ones, but we'll hope he's back in form. That's what I said, too, is that I hope we're talking about how they've stepped up rather than how they're dragging the team down. Right now, stepping up is what both BC and Lagonis have been doing.
Yeah.
100%.
There you go. I'm just hyped about the hype behind us. You guys can't hear it right now, possibly, but this is the kind of hype that is probably going to propel Team 1 into a series win, honestly.
So before we go to the break, let's talk a little bit about Chalet, because this is Team 1's map pick. They did lose once against Cyclops, I believe, and then they came back and won the rematch on this map.
Yeah, 7-4, I believe. That's at least what I've got here. But I mean, the last 6 times they've played it, I believe they have an 83% win rate, which is one of their highest.
I know that DarkZero also does enjoy the map. They have a lot of strategies on it. My biggest worry is I think it's the same thing they're going to have to deal with they did on Villa. Aggressive plays, random jump outs, and things like that. And again, DarkZero already looks a little sloppier than compared to the group stage. And again, not being up there together, I can tell is already messing with them. So I think Chalet is going to probably go a similar route that Villa did.
Ooh, I'm going to come to the defensive DZ here and just simply say, what they did to G2 on Chalet, let's not forget, they allowed G2 to cross their lines of sight, use really long lines of sight themselves, manipulate the fact that you can be on the roof now on Chalet, which you never used to be able to do, and they ripped G2 apart. So I'm kind of hoping that they do that here against a team that is going to flow around the map very, very quickly. You can cut Alamau and Levy off very quickly on this map. Villa, I wouldn't say you can necessarily do that always. 90 windows, the only one, or Astro window, the 2 windows, the only place I think you can really do that.
The biggest difference maker, I think, for this compared to the G2 Team 1 is the pressure. G2 would not apply pressure to DarkZero at all.
Sure.
And Team 1, based off that Villa game, that's all it was every single round, and I expect it to happen again.
Okay, well, before we head into Chalet, it's time to get hyped up for some Predator computers and then disappointed by Kickstar and Intero.
Oh, man, the worst.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this 3rd episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. Hey pal, press play.
Won't you listen?
Welcome back. We've got map number 2 ahead of us, Chalet, and will DarkZero go home? Will the last North American team leave That's the real question. If so, we would guarantee ourselves one Latin American team and one European team in the finals, because you've got Empire and BDS squaring off tomorrow. And you've got Liquid awaiting the winner of this matchup. Could be an interesting regional clash.
Yeah.
For North American fans, they're going to hope to hell that DZ are able to find some momentum, because they did not quite show up the way that we expected on map 1.
Yeah. You know, and speaking of expectations, Parker, let's talk about the poll that we had earlier. It was a very simple one. Who do you think is going to win, essentially? And it actually ended up being 51% in favor of DarkZero. And, yeah, that's, I mean, that's not what we're seeing here. We're not right now.
I mean, it was so challenging to figure out how they're going to do, because DZ looked very strong throughout the group stages.
Yeah.
But then a massive curveball is thrown their way today, completely upending conventional wisdom. And Team 1 just looked like they're settling into a groove. They were so well coordinated.
Yeah.
The amount of rounds that were won because they set up somebody to be flushed out was really a thing of beauty.
Yeah, I have to imagine a number of the people who voted in that community poll maybe didn't know about this, you know, this extenuating circumstances here with DarkZero, of course, with BC and Hyper both having COVID-19, and the entire team being isolated. Oh, I'm not sure what's going on. Oh, okay. No, we want to look at you. Okay.
Yeah, we want to look at. Oh,
they're doing transitions. They're trying to do transitions for production.
So they put their hand on it, and then cuts the next person.
Yeah, but we kind of. I mean, you know,
I mean,
we're
not production.
Yeah.
I mean, it's working out
Actually,
quite effectively.
I thought I have all the camera controls right in front of me.
Levy, by the way, has a great set of eyebrows.
He
I
does.
genuinely envy those eyebrows.
Yeah.
Those are some strong brows.
Yes, indeed.
I wonder if he gets them done.
You know, that's a good question. I mean, I would imagine if you have like particularly strong eyebrows, you do have to maintain them.
Absolutely.
Like you have your ridiculously strong hair, right?
I do.
And I feel like that's a lot of maintenance.
Gaining in strength.
Right, and the more longer it goes.
All right, let's gear up for Chalet. Michael, set the table for this map between these two teams.
So obviously this is make it or break it for DZ. But right now they have not, what's the word? They've not been too terribly impressive over their recent play. So looking at the immediate, I'm worried for DarkZero. For the ban phase, to zoom in on that real quick, I think that DZ needs to maintain some kind of flank watch operator, because it was such a crucial thing for DZ all the way through Villa.
Ooh.
And they're going to ban, really?
Nook. Nook is a very strong operator on Chalet, and if memory serves me correctly, DarkZero has brought out Nook a couple times.
They have.
I mean, you put Hyper on that role, why not? Assuming it was Hyper who played him. Memory is failing me as the amount of times we see it, but that bicycle helmet-looking mask of Nook will not be available. Thatcher will join Mira as well, and last ban, the conventional, probably Valkyrie, but Team 1 like to throw in a little bit of spice here and there.
So this has been played one time by DZ at this event, Chalet. It was played against G2, and DZ managed to win it. It was actually a very impressive win for them. Final ban comes out. That's going to be Wamai. However, that same DZ that we saw against G2, not necessarily here today, at least from what we saw in map number 1. On the side of Team 1, they have played this map once through this event. It was against Cyclops, and they also won that. So there's, isolated to this event, there's some good experience for both teams.
That was the crucial match, by the way, upon which they won.
Yep.
And made it into the group, out of the group stages into the playoffs.
That was the comeback, yeah.
A huge matchup. So,
well, Team 1 were carrying the momentum there, and they appear to be still carrying that momentum here.
Yes, and Team 1 will have a date with Team Liquid tomorrow if they prevail here. Not a given, of course, but we will keep our eyes on it. Valkyrie goes unbanned. Wamai was the last operator banned out, and it's a 6th pick.
Yep.
So
I'm a little bit skeptical about leaving Valkyrie in play, Parker.
She's going to be exceptionally strong, and the region that I think has Valkyrie figured out the most is always Latin America.
Yep.
Lagonis will be on that role. Traditionally, he has not been the strongest of players in terms of fragging potential, but the good news is that you don't need to frag on Valkyrie. Her gadget is so critical and crucial for your team as long as you're IGLing effectively off of them. doesn't matter.
And Lagonis did, I believe, step up in the last match quite a lot. It wasn't him, of course. It was mostly the Levy show and Alimao as well. But across the board, there was contribution from everyone on T1, or sorry, excuse me, Team 1. So, as we go to Dining Kitchen, an interesting site. It is clearly a heavy top floor roam. Lots of utility, surrogates, reinforcements, Valkyrie cams, the lot. Invested on the top floor. Got Electroclaws. So DarkZero has to figure out, okay, do we want to clear out top floor? Do we want to maybe just hit site directly? If we hit site directly, we have to worry about the vertical and the retake, which Team 1 are very good at. There's a lot to ask here if you're DZ. And these early rounds are very important, considering DZ lost that first map. Their momentum is going to be called into question here. It's weird when you don't have a teammate, right, sitting next to you where you can just give him a fist bump and regain some morale.
You mean just like we did?
Just like we did.
Just like we fist bumped right now.
Yeah, they couldn't see it. Nobody can see it.
Yes.
We did do it.
It's very intimate.
And it's important. You know, it is. When you lose a round, to just turn to your left, turn to your right, and be like, oh, I've got teammates. They're here for me.
Now you heard a hail of gunfire to start off the round as there was tons of caliber-based destruction going on. Surrey Gates also opened up. As you pointed out, this is a kitchen defense, but a number of players from Team 1 are occupying that top floor in and around the bedroom. Levy in particular, who was a standout for so many rounds, and while he might not have been ultimate top frag on his team, he single-handedly won at least 2 rounds that I can recollect.
Well, we talked about the depth of Team 1 earlier. There goes the stuns. Lagonis will be affected, but there's nobody to follow up the stun, so and if it's really not that useful. Campazoo all the way over on the west side of the building, outside. Eclipse finally makes it in, and there is coverage from the windows as well. He's got support, but the gas canisters are forcing him up the stairs. Difficult fight to take, but he's doing it. He hasn't died just yet. C4 going out. He sees the Valkyrie, but won't land the shot. Pushing in on Levy, and down he goes. SMG-11 out. He's going to use it while it's still there. Nade pulled and ready to throw it towards Piano, but it's a pincer movement here. A cutoff from Hyper, and DZ pick up the first 2 kills. Neskin will answer back, though. As Hyper goes down, that's your player on Big Window Repel.
Well, DarkZero's managed to take out the defenders playing up top, but how can you deal with a site execute now? Because that's the next step for you. 40 seconds remain for you to be able to pull this one off. Information will be gathered at this point. BC holds onto the diffuser as you come to expect. And a small rotate for KDS, but he's read like a book, and an opportunity seized yet again for Eclipse as DarkZero continues to go up. Alimao runs out, though. This is a brazen move. They'll look to get him as he pulls back in, but there's a reinforcement there to stop him. From above, Eclipse doing some overwatch. Alimao realizes how tough of a spot he's in. He somehow managed to get out of there, but no, he doesn't see NJR on the window, leaving Neskin all alone. Firing through the wall, a 1v2. BC has that diffuser. He needs to go for the plant. He does just that. Eclipse has been mighty strong, but he's been downed, and all he needs to do is get to BC on time, and Neskin with a monstrous clutch, just like in map 1. Team 1 take round number 1.
Wow. What a play there from Neskin, and that is despite the fact that we didn't see Alimao have any more success by West Lobby. By the way, I just have to say, he does the run out that Rin did, but it worked for him, and it's so silly that he got away with it. He did that run out because of the nade on the window. He had no other choice. Anyway, so obviously, DZ, a little bit of a choke there. They put themselves up way, way early, 2 players in advance, in the advantage, and they still cannot lock out a round. When they push in there, not a lot of time left. When they're hitting the site, Neskin is ready, and he's playing time very adeptly. He gets control of the player in the west hallway, and he can stop the defuse plan just before it goes down. Those kinds of plays, Parker, are why we have seen Team 1 make this miraculous run that they've had coming out of the groups into the playoffs. And it is so, what's the word? Confidence instilling? That
nothing's slowing them down.
Yeah, that nothing is slowing them down, that they're maintaining the momentum that we saw from yesterday.
I mean, I would be riding high after what happened 2 days ago against Cyclops.
Right, but what I'm trying to get across here is most Siege teams that are like Team 1, that are momentum-based, and they clearly are, that where, you know, the emotions matter a lot. Yeah. Most of those teams, when they are allowed to step off the stage and reset their mental, the momentum is gone. I've seen it countless times where the next day they're just a shadow of their previous self. And that is simply not true for Team 1, at least between yesterday and today. And that is confidence instilling. That's what I'm trying to get at.
All DZ already find themselves in tough right now at the present moment, as just Levy did too. Caught between a rock and a hard place, and he's punished for that.
Yeah, that was a little bit too much on the peak there, and you can see Neskin trying to recover some of this, but he's not going to be able to.
Traded off on the Valkyries. Lagonis now on the Kaid. As
Ooh.
Neskin awaits Hyper to play around this corner, but I don't think Neskin can be spotted, at least from the angle that he's at. A single bullet from Hyper will announce his position, but Neskin doesn't want to engage in that. Probably rightfully so.
That's probably a fat finger. I don't think he really intended to shoot there. And that's why he went off the angle. Here's the push upstairs for the Yana. It's not a clone, and here come the bullets. Pambazoon gets Neskin, and almost a second. Alamau put down to about 30 HP, and he'll get the heck out of dodge.
Really well played by DZ on the entry there, and they're just narrowing down the players from Team 1 as they continue to take more and more map control. Next one up for Piano is KDS.
Well, this is the same exact position we saw at DZ in the previous round, but this time they're going to add to it almost immediately. Down goes Alimau, and you've only got 120 left on the clock here. I mean, well, that's actually a lot of time for the attack. What I meant to say is it's too much time for the defense to play this off of time.
KDS is dropped down as Alimau gets picked back up. Lagonis is down below 2.
What?
This is a nice double nitro cell. Give me a break.
What?
And just like that, we're on even footing. This is also a garage defense, the least defendable site historically on this map. And all of the action has occurred spread out across the 2 floors other than the bomb site. It's unbelievable so far.
A cheeky kill here or there, maybe one for Alimau, and that is going to be a hard to recover round for DZ. If Alimau gets 1 kill and his teammates don't die before it, then this is going to be a Team 1 round because he's so low on HP. If he has any influence now, it means double any other player's influence.
Diffuser's in the hands of NJR in the final 30 seconds. DarkZero need to figure out where they're going to hit the site from. They are spread wildly with Pambazoo watching from above, potentially on flank watch. NJR's over right now by Trench. Alimau's still up there. He can drop at any point, and they'll need to be conscious of this. Lagonis misses out, though. He gets, or Pambazoo rather, gets smoked, and another for KDS. Patrolling, and a third is in the books as the Sophia trudges on in, and it's a huge 3K from KDS. Back-to-back heroic efforts, first from Neskin and then from KDS, and Team 1 have broken the spirits of DarkZero.
Are we absolutely sure that Miracle does not in fact play for Team 1? Because we are seeing some miraculous rounds here, Parker.
I don't even know what to,
The crazy thing is that they're back-to-back, as you mentioned. Normally it's one, out of a dozen rounds end up like the last 2 just did.
But they started off Villa doing the exact same thing.
That's the thing, yeah. And it's real crazy, Parker. It's actually bamboozling. No, but that C4 to start that comeback, and then DZ completely lost the plot, frankly. The weird thing is they started pushing towards Alimau almost as if they knew that he was in piano, and then they just stopped mid-track. And they're like, yeah, let's go ahead and funnel through the wine door and maybe send one through blue.
I don't even understand. I mean, they lost their hard breach, and that might have been the big deal as well. BC is the lone hard breach. They didn't want to quarrel with the actual garage wall, so they left it. But they had opened up some hatches that hadn't already been opened by Team 1. So...
You know the other thing we're talking about Team 1 a lot here?
What are we talking about?
But we were discussing how the rounds we're seeing from Team 1 are crazy, right? And it's so odd to see them in succession. But the thing that is also worth noting is that if I'm a DZ player right now, my mental is absolutely chalked. I mean, think of the rounds they've lost. Yeah. Not just in this map, but in the previous map. It is just spiraling out of control. And it's weird because DZ's got to be thinking to themselves, we're doing everything right. What is going on?
This Team 1 team is becoming very formidable, and if I'm Liquid, I'm looking at this with great worry across my face. Liquid, the favorites for a lot of people in this event, and they have looked as strong as ever, especially today against DWG Kia Gaming. But boy, oh boy, this Team 1 is just, they are right now playing on another level. They've ascended to a style of gameplay where it doesn't seem like anybody is able to shut them down.
Yeah, I don't think saying ascended is too dramatic. I think it's actually appropriate here because they, you know, it's not to say that they're playing the best Siege. There's different interpretations of that, but they are playing their type of Siege, Team 1's interpretation of Siege, absolutely flawlessly. And that is not something that every team can do day to day. So, Pambazook going to get that Prisma, and then you're going to open up the windows and library. Usually, the attackers clear out somewhere else before they start hitting library, but it appears to be a direct for DarkZero, and KDS will just leave.
Walk away as the X-Kairos go off by the wall looking to Chimney inside a library and give him a nice long sight line, an angle to play off of.
Attackers have located a bomb.
He made the right call considering that wall got opened up.
It did, and yes, and they've completely fallen off. So you can hear some pinging going away from the Alibi clone. This Ali Mao's gadget buys them some more time. Team 1 now repositioning. They've got time at their disposal, half of the round to go. And an opening created right next to Ali Mao. KDS is the first casualty, though. DarkZero are doing quite well on these opening picks, but it's the late round where they have really struggled. This has been a problem for DarkZero in the past, and it seems like old habits are dying hard.
Well, that could be a good cut there. Alamau exposed, but he sees Eclipse, and he'll land the shots. Not Eclipse. Not the second follow-up, though. Eclipse looking for a different angle, and he's not going to find it. Neskin missing an opportunity and giving his position away as Hyper gets another kill for his team. But there, great pick from Neskin, and he sees the foot of another over by Chimney, but it's Levy to get the kill. The same target, two different players, and Levy gets a second with the pistol. Fighting back and forth here, and we'll end out in a 2 versus 2. But look at this. DarkZero have firm site control as NJR vaults into the main lobby.
NJR will have to be the one to stop any potential retake as BC gets the plant down. Levy is there waiting. There's some pings and some marks in. This can be capitalized off of Neskin. He's looking towards bar backstory, gives his position away. It's across from Levy. No way! How many clutches are these kids going to pull off, Michael? 3 in a row for Team 1.
And a 4K for Levy to cap off that round. Wow. And look at their faces. Look at them. Oh my. They could not be more jubilant. And rightfully so. I mean, what is going on? You don't normally like to say that as a caster, mind you. But in this instance, it's really it's a fair question because we are seeing incredible round after incredible round out of Team 1. To the point at which it's actually bringing into my mind, are they possibly one of the top contenders for the finals? I mean, if they can play this Siege through every remaining day of this event, then absolutely. But there's no guarantee that that is the case. And that's why we talk about the consistent teams, like Team Liquid, for example. Even when Team Liquid's having a bad day, they are still playing good Siege. Team Empire, when they're having a bad day, they are still playing good Siege. I have seen Team 1 playing bad Siege. When they're not in a good headspace, they do not play very well. And they are not going to be able to beat any of the remaining teams in this tournament, even if they get past DarkZero. So it's all about that headspace. It's all about that morale, that momentum. If Team 1 can maintain it, I don't think there's anything they can't do. At least that's my observation based on the Siege I'm watching right now. It's really incredible.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
I am astounded. I am absolutely astounded with how and what we are seeing at the moment. It is...
Oh no, this one.
It's bananas. It's absolutely bananas.
Is he actually going to thread that needle through that tiny break in the barricade? Did they know that that would land where they want? We've seen this C4 before. Usually they open the whole window.
We'll watch with bated breath.
Doesn't appear to be anyone from DZ over there just now, but they are setting up for a Solarium take, and so there might be someone there later, and oh yeah, even Eclipse is running by it right now. Oh, if he gets a repel, but he's not in position to see it anymore. Lagonis just was not patient enough.
I mean, you burned 45 seconds just lying there. How much more are you going to commit to that?
They didn't even know he was lying there. It's just that's just DZ being slow, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, 1 minute off of the clock.
Yep.
And a perfect rotation for Team 1. They seem like nothing is going to slow them down. They'll go back to the very first site where it all began, the kitchen.
Solid site, I have to say.
On the main floor, you'll see a lot of teams invest up above, and Team 1 seems quite committed to have somebody playing on the bottom floor as well. So a really well put out spread. And DZ excellent on their opening frags. The mid-round to especially the late round, very problematic for them.
So you're not going to be able to get the trophy control that you want if you're DZ because there's, I mean, Anchor's playing that position. Oh, he sees the head, but he doesn't pull this trigger, and it's going to be the leadoff for DZ once again, which they have been consistently getting, but an immediate answer actually at the same time, and Hyper goes down. So, even man count.
Tough circumstances for DarkZero to find themselves in as a team, but they're going to have to work together in a sharper fashion right now as Team 1 seem to be coming up in every opportunity. And look at this brazenness. Lagonis committed to going down swinging as he fires over towards Library. Pambazoo walks away from that one with some damage on him, just as Lagonis did. It's opening from KDS still there. He can give some backup to his team, but he gets crushed by BC, who's in the site, by the way, and they don't seem to be any the wiser. That's not a clone, that's Pambazoo himself, and Lagonis takes him down, and BC will continue to wander just above the site. At some point, he's going to need to drop, maybe open up a hatch. Eclipse is up there with the soft destruction as well as we hit the final 30 seconds of the round. Down the Solarium stairs towards Trophy. BC will wander, firing as deep as he can on in. There's one smoke to go out and greet him. That's the last toxic canister from Ali Mao that's been used as the Vault cameras give away BC's position. Neskin spotted out. That's the Legion down for the count, leaving Team 1 to trail. And it will get even worse as Ali Mao will have to be a maestro, but he can't do it. He can't conduct a symphony. And right now, DarkZero finds their very first round.
Great stuff there from DZ. They took it nice and slow. Burning out all the smokes on Trophy Window. Following that up with a Solarium take, which was not very contested from Team 1. And then, once they had Solarium, let's just flood the rest of the roamers on the top floor. That works out great. No one from Team 1 was prepared for the clear upstairs, and they all got felled one after another. Then it's easy to transfer over to Trophy because you've already got Solarium. You just go down the staircase. Easy peasy. You're right there. And at that point, it was just DZ's guns being so very alive. And that vertical play from Eclipse. Beautiful stuff. As well, DZ, very importantly, for the first time in a very long time, they held their flank.
They managed to finally stick with it through the middle of that round and then continue to push forward, isolating the last remaining players of Team 1. But you know what? After so many rounds, the way that Team 1 was playing with that moxie and that confidence, it's not sustainable. Teams will over-peak, they'll overextend, they'll get too cute and take engagements, and even if they don't win the engagement or even lose it, they still give their position away.
I love it when you say too cute.
It made me feel really uncomfortable.
Good.
10 seconds left.
Okay.
It's okay, Parker. Don't worry, you're fine.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Thank you.
Keep calling him cute.
They get too cute, as in they shouldn't be doing it. They get cute. They shouldn't do that.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
And yeah, I mean, it's just not an ideal spot to find yourself in. Team 1 peaked a couple times a little bit too aggressively, and it hurt them for it.
I think that...
I mean, the 3 rounds that were won by Team 1 were all desperation clutches.
Yeah.
At some point, your luck has to run out, right? Right?
Well, that's what we keep talking about, though, with Team 1. That's what keeps getting brought up, is that Team 1, it's almost like their luck doesn't run out. At least that's what's been happening for the last, well, 2 days. So, I don't know. You're right, Parker, in the conventional sense. And that's why I said earlier, if Team 1 could keep playing Siege like the Siege we're seeing right now, then I don't know if there's anything that can stop them. But I agree with you, at some point, they won't be able to. Now, I don't know if we'd necessarily hit that point yet. That last round could just be a flash in the pan. DZ played it well. Team 1, again, as you said, they got a little cutesy. And it didn't work out. But that doesn't mean it's over. I really do want to see how long Team 1's lucky run can go. I just, I mean, if it ended here, I wouldn't be surprised, but I want to know.
Who will be the first team to essentially vanquish them after their 3-0 run that they went on, especially that incredible tiebreaker, but we can focus on that later because right now, DarkZero have their work cut out for them.
Yep.
2 rounds away from tying up with Team 1. Definitely possible. On a map like Chalet that we talk about and emphasize tends to skew towards the attackers on a lot of bomb sites, especially this downstairs defense, which, well, Team 1 pulled a rabbit out of a hat the last time they were here.
And this time, they're, oh no, the tricking from the Electro Claw, and that's gonna save the drop and connector. Huge Electro Claw there from Lagonis. It'll be a nade to destroy it though, just a second, and job done. So down it goes, and they should be able to open this up thanks to Hibana having a lot of that hard breach for the drops. Now, as we see DZ setting up, there's still roamers from Team 1, aplenty actually, that could make some plays.
Look at how close Levy is to the action. All of this is happening in the main lobby, and he was playing up in kitchen. I don't know if that hatch was a strategic decision or not. Grenade will go up, and Ali Mao gets around it, and Pambazoo done and dusted. Eclipse technically credited with the very first kill, though, as DZ clean up, but they battled back and forth. DarkZero comes out ahead as a big double kill from Eclipse is enough. Hyper tries to go cross body as Ali Mao sees him, and now will drop. You can't let him get away, but he does. Hyper swings and turns and shuts down Ali Mao. KDS was the hero of the previous round, but he's gonna look the wrong way here. Trying to outduel two different players. He doesn't have his targets lined up appropriately, and DZ simply outmuscle him with the numbers they have. They're one round away from tying up the first half.
Well played there to DZ, and you can see the sheer quantity of caution being exuded by DZ's players, and I cannot blame them. They're taking everything baby steps, one at a time, just learning to walk. Let's not take any risks lest we fall over, because that's what's been happening to DZ. The first 3 rounds, they kept falling over. And it was a lot of it was due to Team 1. We cannot discredit them. But DZ now are making sure that both their heels and their toes are on the floor before they take their next step. And it's exactly what they need for this scenario. And it's netted them 2 rounds now. So well done by DZ, playing it cautious. Oh, and also playing it together. The 1v1s are not the answer against Team 1. They are not. So don't let them have any.
I mean, sustainability is the name of the game when it comes to the way that they were playing. You cannot rely on clutching a 1vx through these hero plays round after round after round. And yet, Team 1 were pulling it off. They were able to pull it off back in the very first map on Villa, but that was a totally different ballgame here. DZ seem like they're more comfortable, and even though they had some stumbles, and Team 1 were able to win those rounds in the dying moments, DZ still looked like they were far better prepared than what we saw on Villa. We'll see if it continues now, as this is the final defense for Team 1 and DarkZero's last opportunity on attack.
I still do feel, though, that what Team 1 has been giving us in the rounds where they're winning is some of the best Siege. It's incredible. On an individual level, not necessarily on a strategic or team level, but it's still awesome to watch. Hath the well run dry is the question. And the answer we will find out in just a bit.
You don't want to lose momentum if you're Team 1. Funny enough, outside of the technical timeout that was taken back in Villa, there were no timeouts taken by either of these teams.
They want to go.
So, I mean, why would Team 1 do that? I don't know the circumstances surrounding whether DarkZero can. I assume that Mint is likely in their server, listening to their comms, but
they probably can.
I don't want to wrongly speculate.
Yeah, of course. I don't imagine they wouldn't be able to, but I do not know. That would be weird. Anyway, I think that they know what the problem is, and I don't think that they need to stop to fix it, frankly, because what we're seeing here is I mean, Team 1 are doing much the same stuff round by round, and you know, we just got to confirm, by the way, just in case everyone.
Same rules. Mint is there. He can call a timeout when he'd like, just as Team 1 can. So.
Yeah. So there's clarity on that point.
The option is there for them should they want it.
Oh, okay. So that's actually going to be an easy stop there from Levy, but he doesn't land the shot. I think the wall opens, yeah, but it's a little high, so he can continue to crouch, but Pambazoo, what a shot.
DZ have been flawless on these opening picks. What a remarkable stretch for them. Just simply winning these early engagements, and Team 1 can be scrappy and fight back, but you can't stop. You can't continue to forfeit that first pick. You got to stop at some point because you just dwindle in numbers.
It's going to cause problems in the long run. And, I mean, we might see that if DZ managed to take this round a 3-3 half, that's not too bad. I mean, this was looking a lot more desperate for a while there. 3-0 for Team 1, and they looked completely dominant, even though they were clutching up those rounds. They just looked like nothing could stop them. Last 2 rounds, now this one, and suddenly that's all changed.
All this is a bar gaming defense. The same 3 sites used reliably by Team 1. Top floor, a bedroom, does not brought out at all. For DarkZero, now they've got control of library, continue to work away at the floor, and then you'll have to drop. A grenade goes down, tossed on in. Neskin falls as well just earlier on. Pambazoo on 1 HP, so he will cling to dear life. If he touches that electrified panel, he's dead, by the way. But he dances so gracefully and swiftly around it. DZ will need to look for a plant with 20 seconds left to go. BC holds onto that diffuser, and he'll have to hop through the window, but sustains a lot of damage in the process and still hasn't rightfully made it so. NJR is down for the count. Pambazoo's 1 HP follows. BC gets swung on. That's diffuser surrendered, so DZ will have to go frag hunting. They do just that, but a 1v1 between Levy and Hyper is left, and what a 4K from Levy as Team 1 takes the first half 4-2.
And that's his second 4K in this map, if I'm not mistaken. The man is going absolutely wild. And that's the siege that we saw in the first 3 rounds of this map. It's the siege that is ever elusive for so many teams the world over. It's just, it doesn't matter how poorly you play in your positioning, how poorly your strategy is, or your setup, or how poor your strategy is, or your setup. It's irrelevant because you have players like Levy who will just clutch up when the moment is right. And DZ completely collapsed on Team 1. They were shattering Team 1's defense there. And then Levy just walked from point to point to point and picked up 4 kills. I mean, we weren't watching him for some reason because apparently he needs to get his 3rd 4K before we focus on him in the team fights. But whatever wherever he happened to be during the fight, he was always winning it. And they were all isolated too.
Swapping sides now, the first half, 6 opening duels in favor of DarkZero, yet they only took 2 rounds. That's a grim statistic. The rotation for Team 1 was Kitchen, Garage, and Bar. And they went through that a second time around. This is a North American meta showing up for DarkZero, which involves Frost being used extensively on this bomb site, which is Bar Gaming, the very first defense of DarkZero. Those Frost mats will go down under the double window inside of Gaming, and then likely one will go up on the window inside of Library, as teams like to hold control of Library. It's a crucial part of the map, because once you take it as an attacker, you can then begin to flush out the defenders that are playing down below.
So I have a question for you here, Parker.
Absolutely.
Now that Team 1 are on attack and they set the tempo,
yes,
do you think that it's going to be better or worse for DZ? What did I miss? I was looking at you.
What did he just use to? Oh, it was to break the Aruni gate on the main door. I
was
so confused, and so are we again.
What?
Neskin walks in and picks up a 2-piece, shut down only by Pambazoo, who now needs to drop, surrendering control of Library, relinquishing the top floor. Goodness, what a single play from Team 1 can do.
I mean, frankly, DZ wasn't ready. And Neskin just walked in. They weren't on their shields. They didn't have their guns up. And, I mean, it's a blessing that Pambazoo salvaged that, but he shouldn't have to salvage that. It shouldn't be that should be a free pick. That should be, oh, Neskin's dead because he walked into our prepared defense. We were deep into the round already. There's no excuse.
Just an absolute stunner. Pambazoo on the ground was looking for another target, as he was the sole member of DZ to find their way on the board and fix the issues that his team had inherited after Neskin walked right in. I mean, it's your sledge.
Oh, how did he see Pambazoo? And he lands a single shot, but that's continuing to chip away at Pambazoo's HP. And considering what Pambazoo's been capable of, you want to keep him as high as possible. Down goes Eclipse, the current top performer for his team, right next to Hyper. And now it's just BC and Pambazoo.
Grenade tossed out. No target to be found. It'll go off. Pambazoo needs to be very wary of this. The double reinforced panel will keep BC safe for now, but he'll be flushed out at some point. The numbers advantage for Team 1 is significant. And they will look to hang on to that as there's more destruction work from above. A grenade in hand for KDS, but he didn't know where it wanted to go, so lest he not blow himself up, he puts it back. Goes over to the back bar and gives his position away, but there's nobody to receive that as Pambazoo tries to leave the site, but KDS punishes him for that. BC in a 1v4, he sees one target, but he's not successful. Another round for Team 1 as they march towards putting DZ in the dirt. 5-2 for them.
Wowee. I mean, at this point, you can kind of tell from DZ's play. Their mental is gone. And I don't think I've seen DZ's mental absolutely shattered in a really long time. Like, it generally does not happen ever, actually. I feel like if I were to go back and check all the VODs, I could probably count those times on one hand since DZ's inception. They are generally a pretty consistent team. They will go slowly up or down in terms of their performance, but they never fall out. And I mean, we don't know that that's the case right now, but that last round was pure negligence. 2 picks for free on someone pushing into your crossfire? You even had the heads up on the second guy. The call went out. It must have. And if it didn't, more proof in the pudding of the mental being chopped.
And no timeout taken either, by the way.
Yep, and they can take a timeout. That is 100%.
Are you going to take a timeout? If you lose this round, you're on that razor's edge. You take a timeout when you've only got 3 minutes to sort your stuff out?
Yeah, it should have been last round.
Attackers must locate.
It really should have been last round. Well, it's you know, we are where we are, Parker, and we find ourselves in a situation where Team 1 are absolutely destroying DarkZero, to be frank. And it's despite the excellent siege many of these rounds we are seeing from DZ.
Yeah.
They're giving us good strategy, they're giving us good setups. That last round was definitely a fluke. But it is, you know, it's an example of where we find ourselves as well. It is, DZ's not in their own headspace. They're not in a good spot.
Well, it sure looks like Liquid and Team 1 will tussle tomorrow, but this is really something. Ali Mao missing out on an opportunity from way deep below. There was a run out as well.
Scary there for, I believe, Hambazu for just a little bit.
It's not actually a run out. It's a Prisma that's been tossed out.
Oh, he's trying to bait.
It's to cover runouts as well.
Yeah, but it's not actually gonna get anything just yet. This angle from Ali Mao, by the way, real great. That's good to see just outside of the bathroom. You could see all the way at the top. This is one of the things that Buck can do that Sledge cannot, and this is why he is still relevant.
Levy right now on 10 kills, 4 deaths, playing on that flank watch role. As Neskin will drone on in and try to guide somebody towards the closet.
Ooh.
The Kaid just dancing around, but Levy's hesitation will cost him. But that one, nice shot onto Pambazoo. Levy can swing on in and do some serious damage. A grenade goes off and it chunks some HP from both BC and Eclipse. Team 1 firing on all cylinders right now, and they've got the start that they wanted in this round.
DZ has to do something aggressive, spontaneous. They need to make a statement here, Parker. They need to stop this clear advantage that Team 1 has round by round. They are just slowly chipping away at DZ's defense, and they're doing it so confidently and in such a reserved nature that it's hard to counter. It requires their own brazen plays on DZ's side, and we're just not seeing that as KDS gets another pick for his team through the drone hole, double drone hole, onto NJR.
And that's your smoke down for the count. BC will join, and in the afterlife, they will witness what Eclipse and Hyper are capable of. A pre-placed Nitro cell that will await Ali Mao as he works his way down the stairs from Solarium into Trophy. And DZ are in a really hard spot right now, and a flawless round is certainly shaping up. All they have to do is find Hyper, and they will. KDS clutches out the round for his team, a flawless to move Team 1 to series point.
There must be a tactical timeout now. Either that or DZ just doesn't care to put that effort forward. Because, I mean, frankly, these last few rounds, I am not watching DZ versus Team 1, Parker. And I hate to say it so bluntly, but there it is. Also, I mean, I must, again, I want to this is very important. I want to pay credit where it's due. Team 1 are giving us incredible siege. It's just that I know that DZ can do the same thing, and they're not. That's what's the the frustrating point. I don't know. That double drone hole kill, by the way, that's a pretty standard angle. I'm surprised that we're drifting in front of that, opening up the opportunity. It's the same thing for Pambazoo. Why is he peeking the big window? You know someone's on rappel there. Your teammate had to have called that out because he made the cross in a way where he was obviously aware someone's on the window. So where's the communication? Where's the relay of information? Why is DZ not checked in?
Still no timeout taken by either team, by the way.
Yeah.
And boy, this is a celebration for Team One.
Oh,
Yesterday, the Brazilian fans spamming, I don't speak Portuguese, but it was something like, do you believe in magic?
Do you believe in magic? No.
10 seconds.
No.
Not right now.
That was 2 days ago, obviously, when they ran the gauntlet and managed to make it out of the group stages into the playoffs. And frankly, everybody continues to bet against this Team One squad, but time and time again, they surprise us. They had a rough start in their group.
Ooh.
Nice toss by BC.
Giga brain.
Big brain there, and I would love to have seen Ali Mao's face as he ate that nitro cell.
That's a good one. And that's practice. That's the routine. That's what we like to see from DZ, what we know we can see from DZ. I mean, this is the start of something special. But
I sure got one hell of a mountain to climb.
yeah, it's 4 rounds in a row that DZ will need, obviously, to bring us to overtime. And even then, they need to win 2 in OT. It's tricky with the way that Team One have been playing. And, you know, to be considered, and this is, you know, I want to stress this as well. We brought it up a few times, but for those of you who maybe weren't here when we oh, hang on a second, air jab, and it's a run out here from DZ, and they get away with it. Oh, I like that they're getting like that, though. I like that they're taking risks because it's better than just slowly letting the enemy beat you. Levy, though, will get BC, and down he goes. Again, I was going to point out the fact that we do have 2 players on DZ who currently find themselves sick, and that is worth keeping everyone, you know, appraised on, because if you're not aware of that, it is an extenuating circumstance, and it could cause DZ to play worse.
In fact, their performance actually haven't been the issue so far today. Hyper has been consistent, and there you go. Finds Neskin, punishes him for it. Still down in kitchen as Team One have still a trail, but there's work to be done for both of these teams. ADS will eat out a flash as Lagona swings on in. Nobody from DZ to contest that. Levy will swing in as well as Team One just storms the gate. Hyper picks up his double kill, though, and his position is unknown. As you can see, confusion from KDS. He sees the Aruni by Piano. The Hibana's there in tow, but Eclipse punishes both of them, and DZ get round 3.
I think Hyper got that kill through the hatch.
I believe so as well.
He was playing down below, and we saw there that Team One made the determination, hey, you know what? Site's clear. Let's go. And they went, but it just wasn't enough. Look at that C4.
Show me Ali Mao's face, please. I wanted to see it.
We're not going to see it.
I wanted to see it.
I'm sure it was a big O face. Anyway, DarkZero, Signs of Life. Tickets sold at noon, $10.
Nice C4 BC. There you go. Called out. And
Respect paid.
Doubt you're going to see that one again.
I don't think so either. And even if it does come out, it's obviously not going to be useful, as it has now been read. Once you do it once, you may not do it again in the same match. And if you do, shame on the team that lets you.
What a coronation this has been for Team One over the last couple days.
Yeah.
You've made a ton of fans with their, well, that one video that was spread on social media of the elation and the joy as they won their match against Cyclops.
Yep. And they seem to be carrying that forward into this match.
They've been having fun.
They have been, yeah.
They are sitting in the studio with us, not too far away on the stage. I mean, quite far away, but theoretically not that far.
Not terribly. Not
Probably
far.
40 feet away.
Yeah,
50 feet away.
Not what we're used to. They're usually much farther.
20-ish meters.
The point is we can hear the cheering.
Yes.
We can hear the laughter.
They are in perpetual good spirits,
Yes.
is the way to put it. They have not slowed down, and they are exceedingly happy at all times. And that's the right kind of attitude to have, and for good reason, with the way that they've been playing.
Looks like they've got their serious faces on. I'm just looking over right now. Looks like they got their serious faces for... I mean, DarkZero have won some rounds here. This is getting a little bit more tenuous, and I mean, nobody wants to let a match go longer than it ought to. So, obviously, the simple reasoning here is just, all right, let's focus up. Let's get this done.
Some late frost mats being set down by BC, as I don't know if he knew where he wanted to take them. One goes onto the big window. Library being held by Pambazoo from above. He's potentially wary of somebody going towards Chimney, and that's where his attention was turned to. But Team One seemed quite committed to this Library take. If they can find Pambazoo, isolate him, and take him out of the fight, that would be particularly damning. And, well, Neskin, I hope that you enjoy your eyesight, because that one was particularly bright.
Yeah, that's... I mean, it doesn't end up mattering. It's a little bit fewer stuns for clear. And oh, this is going to matter as KDS goes downstairs and he is eliminated by Eclipse. Nori, thanks to this barricade. Alamau, you could tell, wanted to throw himself into that situation, but He just could not. And it's good forward thinking for DarkZero, and they'll walk away from that engagement happy.
Hyper still creeping up downstairs. Nobody's down there right now for him to contend with. So while his attention is down there, the rest of Team 1 look elsewhere.
Oh.
No damage has been done since that ensuing fight onto KDS.
Might need another 4K from Levy for this one to lock out. He's given us plenty so far. Neskin is, I think, just dropping there. No, he's going to be trying for top control. So this is still a focus upstairs for Team 1. He's going to hit the Prisma, though, and it'll force him to reassess. He's now somewhat exposed due to those marks. Generally speaking, we don't see a lot from Team 1 in terms of control. And it looks like they're going for library as we hit the last minute.
And there you go, first K fatality. 2 fall is Eclipse. Alamau traded right off. NJR still playing over by Chimney. He's pinched, though, and Levy just walks right in and takes him down. At a 3v3 with the final push about to happen and unfold in front of our very eyes. Team 1 have the control on top, but they have to translate it to the site. Levy holding off a push on the library stairs. The one player that's currently offsite is Hyper. He was spending most of the round down in the basement lurking, but his return to the site could be swift and particularly damning. Neskin taking out the 4, and he sees the Jaeger of Panbazoo, but he can't capitalize as Panbazoo relocates. His eyes are going to be trained close to BC with Hyper still in this particular position. This will be a tough shot for Hyper to make, and Neskin might walk right into it. Lagonis takes out Hyper, so no, the Aruni is not going to be a significant factor here. Panbazoo's been down as well by Levy, so BC will need to clutch up, but he won't do it. DarkZero gets sent home, and we've got an all-Brazilian semifinal with Team Liquid versus Team 1 tomorrow.
As well as an all-European semi, and it looks like the two regions have been locked in, Parker. Beautiful win there for Team 1. They played some amazing Siege here today and yesterday. And by Jove, they are writing some seriously impressive history for Siege.
Not just defeating DarkZero, but doing so triumphantly.
Yeah.
A 7-3 on Chalet to answer that victory on Villa earlier on. And goodness, what is going to slow down Team 1 right now, because many teams have tried and nobody's found an answer over the last couple days.
That's what I'm saying. If Team 1 can maintain this Siege, I don't know who can stop them. I don't know if they could do that, though. A lot of teams have been in the same position as Team 1 right now, save the rematch, and they've started to falter as they came closer to the end. So we'll see as they go on in this bracket.
Well, for many people, the favorites to win the whole thing are Team Liquid. And that's who Team 1 is going to play tomorrow. But the good news is they'll be relatively primed and ready for that one. They quarrel in BR6 weekly. So if there's any two teams that know each other, it's them. The semifinal bracket is set, though, and you're correct, as BDS and Empire also play tomorrow. So no matter what, a European team and a Brazilian team will be in the finals.
You know, that actually might be a disadvantage for Team 1 going up against Liquid, because Liquid knows them so well, but those thoughts are for others to discuss, and we'll go ahead and toss over to the desk.
All right, I hate to be a buzzkill here, Kickstar, and I am very hyped, don't get me wrong, about the 6-map win streak that Team 1 is on, but let's not go too deep when they were just playing against DarkZero in a pretty weakened state. I don't feel that maybe that's the best judge of their abilities. Thoughts?
Oh, 100%. I think DarkZero is struggling not being together, and obviously the sickness and whatever they got going on over there is not good, but I actually think the biggest problem is not being together.
I actually think, and it's funny enough for me to say, because we were criticizing the supports, you know, whether or not they were stepping up and whether that was something that we would see BC either do away from the team or not do as a result of not being around the entire group. And actually, he played, you know, pretty well considering he was away from the rest of the team. So I don't know what the dynamic is there for them, but I definitely think that overall, as a cohort, this was definitely not the showing. And I think we can say with absolute certainty, considering what they did in groups, that this is not what we would have seen them at full power.
And you thought that they would, if they were at full power, they would have won this match
absolutely.
too. Okay.
Absolutely. I would have. I know you disagree, but I think that, yes.
Although I do think that Team 1 kind of got away with a couple of rounds they probably shouldn't have, I still think they would have pulled it out, whether if that was in 3 maps or 2. I still think Team 1 would have had their number this game.
Ooh. All right. I don't know. I think it's mechanical skill versus strategy, and I don't know which one would have come out on top at the fullest extent.
Did you have any, when we look at these highlights here, powered by a Predator, you see the Nook ban coming in. That's because of DarkZero's performance with this operator on Chalet in the group stage. Was very good at that time, especially in their matchup against G2, the first game that they played. Was there something about Team 1's performance on this map that gives you hope in a tough matchup in the future against Team Liquid?
I mean, their adaptability, their versatility, I'm sure Skies will agree with me here. It didn't matter. I mean, this was the exact moment I wanted to reference round 7. Go back in the VOD. My point there was that in round 7, they didn't destroy shields. They didn't have the necessities to be able to get rid of those Aruni gates and everything like that. You know what they did instead? Use their superior mechanical skill and use sound buffers to be able to get power positions really quickly. That's adaptability you don't get in every team.
Mechanical skill and surprise factor was the definition of Team 1 that game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad we're bringing the stats up as well, because there is a certain man who stood up, at least for me there, just a little bit, and then Levy,
He's looking real good.
Just incredible, the kind of game that he was able to. I know you were in the back room. You guys aren't privy to the kind of information in the back room, but Skies was screaming Levy's name. So put that image in your head.
Levy just had a game, man. He wasn't missing. He was making everything happen. Him and Neskin had some crazy clutches.
Yeah, really impressive performance overall. I started to get a bit worried about him at the start of Chalet.
Yes.
He's like 0-2, but then he ripped off a 4K and then got 15 kills and was looking absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, you just need to, you know, wipe off the sweat from the last game, and then, all right, he was ready to go, and things warmed up. You know who actually had a little bit of a quiet one, but then had a huge cost? Alamau. I think he had a 90% cost, but a negative KD, which meant that all of those other areas he was helping in, which is unusual for his playstyle, showed. So I think Team 1 is much more well-rounded when we're talking about individual players. I'm sure Kix is going to love me saying this because he thinks Team 1 is like the best thing to come out of Latin America recently. But I definitely think they're much more well-rounded than we are giving them credit for, because the players are super versatile. Even Alamau, who we expect to just be the fragger.
Yeah, one thing Team 1 did talk to me about was that they practice harder than any of the LATAM teams, or at least they say they do.
I was going to say, how do they know? But go on.
I think they know probably because they have a general idea of scrim blocks and practice times that other teams use, but they said that they had been just grinding it out. So I think their improvement probably comes from a lot of that and their willingness to put as much time as possible into the game.
It clearly shows. I mean, throughout the whole game, they were doing different things. They were shutting DarkZero's roam down. They were surprising them on the attack. They had no, like, there was one round, I think KDS just walked in library and killed 2 people in the first 40 seconds on a bar defense. That does not happen. That is normally one of the longest sites it takes to clear,
Yes.
and KDS did it by himself.
I will say, though, against a more coordinated team who is holding crossfires on power rooms and power positions, that stuff won't work.
Is Team Liquid that team?
Yes.
I actually would say DZ is that team too, but they just weren't today.
And that's why I felt DZ should have won. Yeah.
That's fair enough. Well, if it hasn't been obvious, the MVP of this particular match, best of 3, is going to be Levy from Team 1. Well-deserved. Nobody was really in the conversation by the end of map 2. Very clearly a great day for him.
Oh, man. And you know, one thing I said in the back room while Skies was just randomly screaming Levy's name, I tried to put context to the screams a little bit to say his ability to chain kills is some of the best in the world. There are players who can take multiple 1v1v1v1s in a singular round, but Levy's ability to chain them in a singular, you know, battle is incredible. In one mag, this man can do so many things, and that to me shows a super, super mechanically skilled player.
It just seemed like everywhere Levy went, the bodies followed. Anywhere Levy was, there was just 2 people falling down. It was a domino effect for DarkZero against Levy.
Just the Grim Reaper of Chalet, Levy.
Absolutely.
Collecting DarkZero souls. Well, Levy is our MVP of this game, but we've had 3 other MVPs today. And as promised earlier, we did have to decide on an MMVP and an LMVP and rank them from MMVP to LMVP. So in each of our best of 3s, we're going to be taking a look at one player from today and then deciding what that order should be to decide the MMVP of the quarterfinals. Ready?
It's like the whole alphabet to me. Let's get it.
Let's do it.
All right. Who we got?
All right, who are we starting with?
Okay.
MVP of the day is going to be Palu.
Okay.
Okay. He did pretty good, not denying. Against what I feel to be one of the weakest showings of DWG Kia almost so far. So
I feel like looking at the playoff bracket, this match was kind of the easiest prediction. If you compare all the matchups,
Yes.
like Liquid is just the more dominant team, the much more experienced team. DWG Kia did a lot of surprising in the group stages, but
they were up against the hardest opponent.
Yeah, they went against the now favorites now that Nip is gone. So I just...
Oh, we had Dan, and now
multiple
are
are
we...
playing. Okay.
Now we're on to Shaiko. Okay, so you guys missed it. The second in the row there was Dan. Then it went on to Shaiko, who you're currently seeing on your screen right now, racking those kills up, getting quads, getting one taps left, right, and center. And then obviously, Levy is going to be the final. So that's our 4.
That's spray control.
That's our 4.
That's our 4, and we have to rank them?
We have to rank them now, yes.
Okay, well.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Palu, even though he's almost always the MVP, and he was the MVP of his particular matchup, I don't truly believe he sits anywhere above any of the other players in the matches and the ordeal they had to go through.
I would have to agree just because, you know, Liquid is the now event favorites, and they are the most dominant team here, the most experienced, and they played the least experienced team in their bracket.
I agree.
Okay, so let's go in ascending order then. So the L MVP is Palu, but not because of his own play, but because he's got great teammates and had potentially the biggest difference in terms of opponent.
100%. I wouldn't be surprised if Palu is the MVP of this event again.
Okay, fair enough. So who is above Palu?
I'm gonna have to put Levy, I think. I think Levy played a little weaker DarkZero, but he had a lot of impact kills. He was the names are wrong. Sorry. He was the impact player for Team 1, I'm sorry. And it just showed. Even though DarkZero was a little bit weaker, I still think Levy is the player. It would have been maybe a little bit different if DarkZero was stronger.
Levy had a bit of a quieter one when he shared the load on map 1. So I don't think necessarily over the multiplicity of maps he would be the strongest. So Levy, 3rd place. That leaves
Shaiko
and Dan. So
two of the EU players.
I'll give you my take. You give me yours.
Number 2 MVP?
Number 2, I'm going to go Shaiko. What do you got, Jess?
Yeah, I'm going to have to.
Okay.
I'm going to have to go with that. Yeah, absolutely. Because I think, and we spoke about this before, Dan's impact was incredible. And I feel like we deserve to give players spots that stats don't always tell.
Also, I think Dan probably had the, on paper, closest matchup of the day. Like a lot of people were saying, it was the hardest to predict. And a big reason why Empire did so well was because Dan was clutching out a lot of these rounds.
His statistics don't speak for the impact kills that he got specifically on Cafe.
Are you sure? He got a nice. Look at the middle left of the screen. He got a 69, man. He got nothing but a nice.
Very nice.
Very nice.
But no, on Cafe specifically, there were so many rounds that he had on attack that he just clutched up against SSG. It was a bomb going down. He had to cover against 2 people, 3 people sometimes, and he always just covered the bomb perfectly. Dan single-handedly, I believe, carried that win